All right, both of you are registering on the online broadcasting software. Let's see if you register with the connection to live stream. And
Are,
we
are,
are. I'm so sorry. What did you say?
are we registering?
Uh
I'm
oh,
asking
as far as I can
verbally.
see, yeah, it takes a few seconds. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's why I'm.
yeah, I mean, I appreciate you checking that, but yeah, yeah, it's there. It says excellent connection. Now we just have to figure out if anyone is listening. I'm sure someone is. Honestly, at times like this, there should be more people listening than usual, to tell you the truth. That's the nature of holidays. And that was the whole point with why I had told Mike Ringley on Revolution Radio years ago that I was available for Christmas and New Year's Eve. And he just was so insanely stupid, moronic, yeah, egomaniacal, just spiteful and resentful. Envious, of course. The ratings were always higher than his own show, and he owned the station. There were so many other factors going into this, but the end result was he chose each time that and Peter Moon can attest to this. Peter Moon remembers this distinctly, I'm sure. Basically, Mike Ringley each time said, "No, we're going to have the Revolution Radio party broadcast," and of course, nobody could even hear what was going on. It was just noise. So El Nemo says loud and clear. So bless you, El Nemo. Let's see if you can hear our gentlemen who are with us. Both.
Hello, Nemo. Let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah. Aristides, you too. Give a shout.
Hey, Nemo. Thanks for being there.
Excellent. Okay. Oh, yes. I do want to remind everybody. Soon as I got home, I had to do a supply run at the local store, and that alone was over $100 just for water, beer, and Coke. So anyhow, T Tank Barry says, "God bless these transmissions." El Nemo says, "Can hear you." It can hear them both. El Nemo says, "Can hear them both." That's in Australia, so I presume T Tank Barry can hear both Peter and Aristides. But both of you gentlemen say Merry Christmas. Both of you gentlemen say Merry Christmas. We'll see who else.
Merry Christmas. He can hear us both. He's indicated.
Yeah,
He can hear us both.
yeah, and just want to make sure T Tank can hear the as well in my own golden state of California. Things are weird. Sometimes people can hear you in Australia but not hear you in California. Usually it winds up that that's just due to their own system. But just making certain. I'm so happy to have T Tank Barry and El Nemo with us. God bless you both. You're both gentlemen, and we have indicated here 11 concurrent viewers. Means there's many more. And T Tank Barry says all crystal clear. Okay. Okay. Hugs to both of you. Okay, I'm going to remind everybody, hit the upvotes. As soon as we start transmission, we are inundated with downvotes that are automated bots. And YouTube does filter them out. But it takes several hours. And as a result, we are wiped off searches because of YouTube's retarded demographic, where they disseminate you, the more popular you are. So the more upvotes you get, the more you appear on searches. Therefore, it's all on you. This is a guerrilla war. It's your war. You have to fight it. It's a war of the people. And this is Resistance Radio. So you've got to, and it's not even radio. It's not even on terrestrial bandwidth. It's digital. And it's still Resistance, even more so, as a matter of fact. If terrestrial means you had big money or big time technical support. T Tank Barry says Merry Christmas, and Merry Christmas to all of you. I probably will, to a degree, avoid geopolitics tonight, go more towards the revelation of the Magi or other theological subjects. But as it is, we've got a dozen concurrent viewers. It's going up already. And I do want to remind people to go to every IP address you've got, tablet, PC, your laptop, your cell phone, and hit an upvote. It's the only way to wipe out the enemy's downvotes, and we do have enemies, and they do not celebrate the holidays. They're evil, never sleeps. And okay, so such being qualified, we are now going to any moment turn things over to Peter while I kind of relax. I'm going to grab just one thing, which will take only just a second, a few moments, but I'll do that as soon as Peter gets into his swing. We're
Can you hear me when you go to take care of your business?
Oh, it's only got to take a few moments. I was just grabbing, believe it or not, raw coconut. It's in
No,
the
but
hallway.
can you hear me when you go to grab that?
Unfortunately, no. It'll only be a few
That's
seconds.
all. You don't
Yeah.
need to tell me why.
Oh,
I just
okay.
need to know so
Yeah.
that I know that I'm not talking to you.
Oh, understood. Yeah. And so when I do grab it, I'll let you know, and I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Yeah, Peter will speak of more generic subjects during those few moments that I'm gone. But we definitely want to hold Marina Seren in our prayers, our thoughts and prayers. She is. I don't feel it's giving anything away to say she's under it.
No, I'm gonna talk about her.
Okay. Okay.
In
Good.
fact, it might be more productive
Yeah.
to talk about her with her not here.
Yeah.
Not because there's no
Understood.
disparagement of her.
Oh, understood.
It's that it could digress into, a lot of rabbit holes.
Yeah.
And but anyway, I'd like to start talking about it now.
Okay, so give me a second. Let me go. I'll be gone for just about 3 moments. Literally a minute at the longest. So
Okay, go do it.
okay,
Go
so
do it.
I'll be right back, and I'll join you in that discussion. So I'm going to go mute for the moment, and I'll let everyone know when I'm back. And the numbers continue to go up. So in the interim,
Go do your business, and
sounds good.
we'll take the stage here.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So
Peter, what happened with Marina?
I'm just give you a bit of background. She wrote to me. She was having some issues, and I was really surprised at what I heard. And I will say that in the context of what Douglas, when he comes back, because it involves real live geopolitics. And stuff we've never heard of, or I've never heard of, and most of us have never heard of. Douglas might be clued in on it. That has to do with the politics of Spain. Who the hell knows what goes on in Spain? We don't, it's a different language. And outside of any monitoring of what they do in Spain, I can certainly imagine it wouldn't be telegraphed to the NATO countries. I don't even know if Spain is a member of NATO. And it gets into the, I guess you'd say, the metaphysical side of things. Is Spain a member of NATO? They're kind of out of left field. It doesn't answer my question. It lists countries, member states of NATO. Okay, current membership consists of 31 countries. 4 new members joined during the Cold War. Spain in 1982. Of course, that's after Franco passed away. Bosnia, Herzegovina. I didn't even know, I never even heard of Herzegovina. Georgia, Sweden, and Ukraine are 4 additional states as of December. They want to become these. Ukraine, Georgia, Sweden, Bosnia, Herzegovina. Herzegovina is a country in Southeast Europe on the Balkan Peninsula. It borders Serbia to the east and Montenegro to the southeast and Croatia to the north. It's part of old Yugoslavia.
Okay, I am returned, and Mark H says, sounds fantastic from Boston. Happy holidays. There we are. And Amor Fadi in Mexico says, good tidings, Merry Christmas. So please continue. You're talking about my part of the world, or my old stomping grounds. Is this Vojvodina?
I didn't know what Herzegovina was, and they are aspiring to be in NATO.
Okay.
They were actually invited by NATO to join the membership action plan.
Okay.
Because I was asking about Spain, and I'm going to be going into the briefly,
Sure.
but vis-a-vis what Marina told me. First off,
Right.
Marina was suffering from attacks, and these attacks were not just, I guess what you'd say, internet attacks or whatnot, but they ranged from alienation from her boyfriend, like he was like somebody she loved very deeply who was, turned on her. And there was sort of this astral bombardment of her. MK Ultra type astral bombardment from people she would have identified as not just Jews, because other people besides Jews, I don't remember, those stand out, or who would be of that Edomic line.
Right.
But what surprised me, and I did not know this about her, you may know about it, you may not, because I've never heard her talk about it before. She is an, what I say it, a bit of a celebrity in the Spanish media.
Yes. Yes.
Did you know that?
Yes. Yes.
I had no idea.
Oh, okay.
Never.
I thought it
Never.
would have been obvious, but I guess you're just not familiar with that particular.
It's not obvious. She comes off as somebody who's very cornered to market with MK Ultra Super Soldier or
Niche, like a niche. You would think.
Or this attractive girl who channels the Vril. Okay.
Right.
I wouldn't think that would translate into any sort of quote unquote major media. Attention.
Okay. Just yeah. It's Europe's different, but you know a bit about that, of course. But go on. Yeah.
No. I mean, she's not popular in Europe. She's popular in Spain.
Right.
But I'm saying it's like and it's because of her, what would I say, ability to articulate the predicament of politics.
Absolutely.
Vis-a-vis the Third Reich.
Yes, that's right.
Huge pockets, if not pockets, significant portions, highly significant portions of the population are pro Third Reich. They quote unquote remember the good old days.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Go on.
I was not aware of this, and I'm sure our listeners are not aware of it for the most part, nor is anybody else aware of it. And because it's like if I even look on the net, it's not there. There might be a little bit here and there, but not much. It's mostly about Spain recognizing the Holocaust and victims of the Holocaust.
Oh, that's all they're gonna show when it comes to what appears in English. But just so you know briefly, and to just confirm for my own sake, before I got back, you were speaking of Montenegro, right?
I mentioned it because it borders this country I'd never heard of, Herzegovina.
Right. Oh, well, Herzegovina is a subdivision of Bosnia. So the full name for both of those former districts of Yugoslavia, both of them have what you would call hyphenated names. In other words, Bosnia is formally known as Bosnia i Herzegovina, and Kosovo is formally known as Kosovo Metohija. And so I can go into that later, and it's important and relevant. But as for Spain, just so people understand, Spain is still on Berlin time zone. They refuse adamantly to join into the Western European time zone that's on the Atlantic seaboard. In other words, it's been calculated that Spain would save a lot of money in terms of certain synchronization. It would gain a lot of money in terms of synchronizing with England and the London time zone, along with Portugal and the nations on the very verge of the Atlantic, So it would be England, some African West Coast nations, Norway, maybe, but there's very few nations on that Atlantic seaboard of the European Union that are actually on London time zone. And Spain used to be for hundreds of years. And then what happened was that World War II happened. Francisco Franco aligned with Adolf Hitler, who saved his ass during the Civil War, along with Benito Mussolini, of course, far more aggressively on the Italian side, actually. But then what happened was, as a result, Franco needed, as an Axis ally in function, if not in name, he had to change his time zone to Berlin time zone. And, of course, Spain has refused to change it back from Berlin time zone ever since, and the Allies have always tried to coerce it into doing so. It's one of the reasons why our dear Marina is so far ahead of us in time, whereas I'm already 8 hours behind our man George Knight. I'm 9 hours behind Marina. So Spain, of course, just so people understand it, after World War II, this is where Otto Skorzeny, one of his major retirement homes and estates, was in España, and the Allies could do nothing about it. Otto Skorzeny openly operated the Odessa network out of Spain. And our man Franco held the Allies at bay in a number of ways. I went into magnetic rockets that were developed that he was deploying and that he tested out by shooting down a couple of American civilian airliners. And you talk about skyjacking or open-air terrorism. But the Americans definitely left him alone. He had the equivalent of the bomb in that respect alone. But beyond that, Hitler had dropped off Die Glocke, the bell bomb, on the Canary Islands of Spain, where they're sequestered to this day. And they're in La Palma Islands, and that was how the Third Reich, one of the reasons that the Third Reich, one of the factors, but a major factor in how the Third Reich was able to blackmail the Allies into so much that they always had their finger on the button to trigger Die Glocke, the bell bomb, and send La Palma into another dimension. By the way, I'm not exaggerating. I mean, it's not like just as the Allies were able to blow islands off the map literally with their hydrogen bombs, the Axis was able to shift islands out of this world, literally out of this world. And that displacement of mass would trigger a tsunami that would wipe out all the Western Hemisphere. No exaggeration. It's just, functionally, the majority of the population base is on the Atlantic seaboard of the Western Hemisphere, and they would be wiped out by the mega tsunami that would be triggered by the mass displacement of La Palma disappearing. And it's threatening to sink into the sea because of unstable volcanics anyway. But the Axis could have made it happen at the press of a switch, so to speak, flick of a switch, so to speak, the press of a button. And so that being said, we turn it back to Peter, and that Peter is familiar with all of this. It's just sometimes we don't think of it in context. Peter knows.
No, not at all. And this connects a lot of dots. Yeah. You know, this is like just this little, but a little thread in terms of information. It was a really debilitating situation for her.
Yeah.
And she was getting some real bad advice from people. I saw it on the posting board because she's reaching out for help, and you know, somebody was recommending a Catholic exorcist.
Interesting.
Somebody was recommending, well, you know, and
I mean, that's very traditional Spanish, of course.
It wasn't Spanish. It was Michael Hesseman from Germany.
Okay.
Who was the Stanton Friedman of Germany.
Okay.
And
so in that case, it's malevolent. In that case, it's malevolent, but go on.
Yeah. I mean, she's glad-handed and been glad-handed by most of the UFO people, including Linda Moulton Howe.
Oh, of course.
And you know, she just because, you know, I mean, I don't know how much her beauty, you know, gets her through where she might not, if she didn't have that beauty, get her, you know, like a passport. Uh-huh. It might get her into places that she wouldn't get into if she wasn't so pretty.
Right. It's certainly a factor. It's not to be denied.
Yeah, and it's not a factor just because of interest in her sexually. It's just that beauty is a great calling card. It's like
absolutely.
It's like they'll hire an idiot over a competent person if the idiot looks good.
Absolutely.
And I'm not implying she's an idiot.
No, of course not.
No, but I'm saying is, so you don't know. So she gets glad-handed into a lot of places, certainly that I would never be glad-handed into for any reason. But whatever. A lot of these people are, if they're not malevolent, they have another agenda, or they're out of they're out of their league.
Yeah.
When it comes to her stuff. But anyway, she is well known by the media. The media comes to her, and she's viewed as a spokesman. And see what she can do. She was taught. It was very clear from what she was saying. It was all based upon face value from what she said. She can articulate the way Adolf Hitler could articulate. He was a very effective speaker because he could vociferate the plight and dilemma that people were suffering, and they were suffering big time. Yes. In post-World War I Germany.
Absolutely.
Now, and he was active. Now, she is able to, I don't think the suffering in Spain is anywhere near what it was in Germany. It's a different circumstance. Nevertheless, there are situations and circumstances, and she is garnishing a lot of popular support, so much that the media comes. Now, her antagonists do not seem to be primarily, or the ones she's worried about, in the press or in people coming to surveil her house, but more through the astral and through the targeting of her energetically. And this is where, and even through her boyfriend. So in other words, people begin to polarize on the astral and start, literally locking her up.
Mm-hmm.
And
no surprise.
And what I did was I said, control your breath, control your life. I said some basic qigong to her with the breathing and the inner smile, which she responded to very positively. And then I read her the transcription, as I had transcribed it, not perfectly, of what you said about Mara and the dweller on the threshold. And when you reach certain echelons of enlightenment
or knowledge,
you get tested.
Yeah.
And I said, you have to treat this as a test.
Yes.
And there were a lot of implications there.
Yeah.
It was funny too, because the next morning I'd forgotten that I'd even talked to her. I said, and then I saw her name. I go, oh God, I had the whole long conversation. I forgot about it. It was very funny. I just forgot about it. But I mean, I remembered it.
No, interestingly enough, that shows the importance of the event, in the sense that when something truly profound like that happens, it's almost like a trauma, and like a traumatic experience, we compartmentalize it, and in a sense, we forget it. And this is kind of like how you took it or processed it subconsciously, was almost like a trauma, because her trauma is profound. She's undergoing the tribulation of the book of Job at this moment, and we can discuss that with her if she ever graces us with her presence at some point in the future. I have my own suggestions, of course, and my own impressions of all this, but we'll get into that in time. Please continue.
Yeah, so what I thought was so interesting and significant about it was that it's so tied to the vril.
Yes.
And her connection to the energy of the vril. And here we get into you have to disambiguate, delineate the pure energy of the vril. Mm-hmm. Going back to Atlantis and previously. This is the same situation we get into when we start talking about the antecedent cultures to the Japanese reliquary.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
we get back into these ancient civilizations. And I'm alluding to here Mu,
Yes.
from Zealandia, where New Zealand is. And I've listened to that. You wanted me to listen to the end of that part one, when Jennifer was asking all these questions, and I must have listened to that 4 times about the reliquary.
Okay.
Just listening to it.
Thank you.
And it was, trying to, I'm far away from memorizing it, but yes, it's very, I guess what you'd say, high magic that is implemented or done at the highest levels of geopolitics.
Yes.
Now,
Deep politics. Go on. Metapolitics. Go on.
We're going here into, when we talk about these energies of the Vril,
Yes.
this is far more interesting when we talk about the Third Reich. The Vril is far more interesting than all the geopolitics and insanity that ensued with the Jewish issue.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's got its own interest. But here, the Vril does not come in with anything that's anti-Semitic. It's not about that. It's about an energy of life, about chi. I think where Vril becomes nuanced is that at some point, whether it be in Atlantis or whatever, it's subject to misuse. It's just like Anton Mesmer, who had a pall over him,
Yes.
or because he was able to manipulate chi. And unfortunately for him, and Ben Franklin was the dutiful investigator, because he was in France at the time. He was asked to look into Anton Mesmer. And so much of what was reported, in fact, what was going on with Anton Mesmer was very similar to what was happening with the Vril mediums. Now, and of course, we know of the pretty Vril mediums, but there was also the one who was the most, perhaps, effective that you don't hear of, was one, according to, what I heard from my friends in Germany. I forget her name. I didn't even know if they named her, but she was old and overweight.
Yes.
She was naked, and ectoplasm would come out of her vagina. Now, this is, I mentioned the vagina is very interesting because...
Maria Orsic.
No, it was not her.
Okay.
Maria Orsic is beautiful.
Okay.
Or portrayed, it was not Maria Orsic. No.
Okay.
She's the one we hear of.
Okay.
With Sigrun and what's the other one? Traute. Those are the 3 ones you hear of.
Okay.
But mostly Maria Orsic. This was neither of those. This was an old, old woman who was doing the real deal.
Right.
Now, and ectoplasm would come out of her vagina. Now, I mentioned this because we don't hear this about Maria Ostrich. She's channeling for Karl Hausover or whatever, or she's channeling the Aldebarans or whatever, and helping them figure out Vrilcraft. This woman, I don't know what the hell she was doing, but the point is, I'm bringing out the vagina,
right?
Because this is what was so disturbing about Anton Mesmer, because so much of what was centered around the women who were seeing him was issues with their vagina, like as if he was sexually abusing them or molesting them or fingering them, whatever the hell.
I mean, that's simply presumed. I had always presumed that to be self-evident, but go on.
Well, my point here is, just like I've talked about with the Montauk Boys and Preston Nichols, that this thing's very nuanced, and it's all about them going into trance states vis-a-vis the channels of their sexuality. And you have the same thing with Tantra, whereby what the tantrikas or the teachers or whatever, what they will tell you is that Tantra, you could say the same for, I guess, Anton Mesmer or the Montauk stuff, is that you're following the channels of the sexuality, but it's not about sexuality. It's about transmuting it to a higher level of enlightenment, or, say in the Montauk stuff, information. And that would apply to the Vril stuff. So in other words, it's piggybacking along the channels of the sexuality. This is what Kundalini is supposed to be. But, and sexuality with his pleasure and all that, side rails it. So you have the reports of Ben Franklin are saying that, Anton Mesmer was side railing this. That's the implication. I don't know that.
Of course, Ben Franklin should fucking talk, but go on.
no, well, I know, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point. It's like, the thing is, I don't think, I think what he said, if I recall, is that it was disturbing because it had the apparency of, sexual misbehavior all over Anton Mesmer. Now, he didn't necessarily slam the gavel and say convicted. It wasn't his job to do that. But this is what apparently was going on. He wasn't overly judgmental. He was reporting it. It might have sounded, he's just saying this is what happened. What I think is interesting is that it's the same, very similar to what the energy was going with the Vril stuff, except that the Vril had a redeeming, or arguably redeeming, nature to it, in that they were making contact. We don't hear of this with Anton Mesmer. Right. I'm sure there's all sorts of, what do you call them, forbidden sutras associated with him.
Right.
I don't know, because he was stirring up with the forbidden sutra stirred up. And this is all at the time of the French Revolution. There might be,
Oh, yeah. Influence. In other words, the founding fathers who were visiting France were wild about France, and they kept writing about this concept they called wild gas. They said there's a wild gas in the air that they were all inhaling that was intoxicating them. It's just an atmosphere of the times, and this is kind of what you're alluding to. Go on.
What? Tell me more about this wild gas. Are they alluding to the zeitgeist of the times?
It's a term that they used, and when it came to their use thereof, I always made fun of it. But when they were saying it was like Thomas Jefferson. Others were saying it. It just meant mostly like there was a spirit in the air, but it was almost as if there was something physical in which they said that they were basically overwhelmed by something intoxicating in the atmosphere, and they meant it more as like a kind of an enthusiasm that was catching on. But at the same time, their use of that term, this quote-unquote wild gas, is like, I always said that the American Revolutionary Founding Fathers were full of hot air in so many ways, and I would kind of disparage it. But yeah, they were coming along with some pretty outrageous terms, and it could be because a lot was being channeled. I think maybe portals were being opened, and really this was kind of like the nature of shall we say, the Adamite nature of what was going on is how I would interpret it. But if if something else comes into my mind, I'll relate it. But I do believe that was Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin were some of the people who were using this term more than others. I'll see what I can remember or call up. I'll look around a bit in my notes.
It's a famous quote, but it doesn't seem to, it only produces this one quote.
Okay.
It's more like you were saying. Now and then there's a book, The Invention of Air, a story of science, faith, revolution, and the birth of America. Now this is interesting. The Invention of Air. National best-selling author Stephen Johnson tells the fascinating story of Joseph Priestley, scientist and theologian, protege of Benjamin Franklin, friend of Thomas Jefferson, an 18th century radical thinker who played pivotal roles in the invention of ecosystem science, the discovery of oxygen, the uses of oxygen, scientific experimentation, the founding of the Unitarian Church, which was in Transylvania, by the way, and the intellectual development of the United States. As he did so masterfully in The Ghost Map, Stephen Johnson uses a dramatic historical story to explore themes that have long engaged him: innovative strategies, intellectual models, and the way new ideas emerge and spread, and the environments that foster these breakthroughs. Now that he's actually discovering gas in a way, I mean rediscovering it, but this is interesting. So like, this is part of the whole, and because Franklin was a Rosicrucian, they might have been, using it that as a nuanced word too. Because as I think of the neon gases, the noble gases, it could even relate to Saint Germain for that matter. It's like this is, occult France, and France is so full of occultism that it's not funny.
But so were the founding fathers. I mean, it's like you say, Benjamin Franklin was both a Freemason and a Rosicrucian, among several other secret societies. I mean, these people were, these are alchemists and occultists. That we're talking about sorcerers, basically. If Americans could truly understood that, they'd have a different perspective on the founding fathers. But go on.
Well, yeah. So, and this is all being stirred up by, Marina's misadventures.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, and then for you to put it in the context of Franco and Bell. Yeah. This is. It's all very real. It's very bizarre, but it's not.
It's all relevant. Yeah.
You can't digest the intelligentsia or the information that's available for the intelligentsia to flex their muscles as the intelligentsia and even see what's going on with real geopolitics. It's all cloaked in its own enigma. It's cloaked. So, and it all goes back to the smirking attitude when you bring up the term UFO.
Yeah.
It brings about a smirk.
Well, just to, Peter's absolutely right, but at this point in history, I believe that that's an anachronistic perspective. At this point in history, they've made it so mainstream. Everybody.
No, it's not. It's not, because it's maybe the word UFO, but the thing is that smirk. I'm not talking about the UFO. I'm talking about the smirk.
Okay.
The smirk. In other words, people don't smirk about UFOs. Now they call them UAPs, and that's right. The reason they do that is to take the smirk away.
Okay.
It's to de-smirk the subject, but instead still misdirect it. These UIPs are very serious. The pilots are reporting them. This guy's been in the military for umpteen years, and he's reporting them. UAPs are real.
Oh, I mean, you're preaching to the converted here. Yeah, definitely.
It's a different form of bullshit. No,
yeah. It's worse. It's worse. But go on. It's worse because it has the stamp. It's actually now coming from the state itself. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, but it's like the smirk was used with UFOs. Now, we're not going to smirk about UFOs. We're going to treat them this way. Now, that smirk comes up because I've noticed it since the day I got into this business. It's like, and it may not be in the form of a smirk. It may be, there's a certain nervousness. There's a certain refusal to even acknowledge or see. It's like it's like the pink elephant in the room that the addict is not going to recognize or talk about.
The tragedy is that when it comes to these UAPs and these people before the government giving their testimony, people should be smirking. This is where people should really be smirking now. But go on.
Well, yeah, we're just going to cut this. We're just going to cut this. It's like when I talked about the Thanksgiving and the Montauk Indians, all the press, the New York City press was there. And when I got up to talk, they all walked out. And my friend Gail Evening Star, she says that was deliberate.
Of course.
And I wasn't so judgmental because I said, look, I mean, they've heard what they came to hear. What do they want to hear me for? Who the hell am I? As far as they're concerned. But nevertheless, it wouldn't matter whether they did it on purpose or not, because they're not geared to hear what I had to say.
Yeah.
It's not what they want to hear. It's not what they're going to get paid to report. It's completely antithetical to their jobs, which are there to, report all the news that's fit to print. And fit to print is...
You mean to say printed to fit?
Yeah. Exactly. So what I'm saying is, you can't expect, and they used to have people that were, prided themselves or were touted as intellectuals. We don't have this anymore.
No.
You don't have it anymore. You have, I think the last holdover who might be considered that would be Noam Chomsky, who's, badly compromised himself.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, God.
Not everything he says is wrong. He's very anti-Israel.
Yeah, those are, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. Go on.
But then he's also, thinks the Warren report is accurate.
Oh, God.
It's like how, and then another one of these who you have an intellectual is Jordan Peterson. But then, he's got, and many things he said are, undeniably true. But then again, he's all compromised.
Yeah. I mean, don't even get me started on him, yeah, go on.
No. And, but what I'm saying is, but if you have these intellectuals who are, but it's like when you start going into these subjects, it's like it induces, to the degree it can be brought to their attention, it will induce a smirk. Like, because it's fringe. And
but definitely what Marina SEREN deals in is still in smirk territory for the majority. Yeah, go on. It's forbidden in some ways. Well, not in Spain. Not in Spain. Not in Spain. No.
Not in Spain. Outside of Spain, it's just unknown because I said...
Yeah. Just to give you... Right. Just to give people an example of the Spanish nation and how different it is, even though, like what Peter said, it's not nearly as bad as it was in Weimar Germany, there's just a chronic poverty that's fairly universal. There are, of course, estates and wealthy families, and my impression is that Marina SEREN is rather privileged. But the majority, so many people are poor, and their only escape from that poverty has been for generations, was the bullfighting, which is kind of like a national sport. And without going deeply into that, that's a whole different story. The other aspect of Spain that stands out for me is the fact that, aside from the chronic poverty, then the fact that she's able to articulate perhaps why there's a lot of people who are desperate enough where they find communism attractive, because that's still a running undercurrent in Spain, between the war between the fascists and the communists over the soul of Spain. And the communists get a lot of support from the Americans. They did for generations, for a long time. The American intelligentsia, people like Noam Chomsky, would be supportive of them. There's coming to a verge in Spain right now, another conflict between the left and the right, and there's this social tension in which she's kind of caught in the middle of, but that's not the source of her attacks. The source of her attacks are very personal. But when more comes to my mind about what to bring up about the Spanish situation, I'll bring it up. But right now, back to Peter. It's just something that came to my mind. I had to get it out before it dribbled out of my ears.
It says on the internet here there's about 6-7 million people in Spain who are very poor, and of course that's enough to draw a lot of attention.
Yeah.
But she didn't talk about the poverty.
No.
She talked about the sentiment.
Okay.
The sentiment for the Third Reich.
Oh yeah, that's definitely
the Third Reich stood for. So I think it reaches beyond the poverty. The poverty may or may not be the fulcrum which drives it, but there's just a lot of sentiment for the political end of the Third Reich.
Oh, absolutely.
And I can't, but there's also which is more, I guess, intriguing and potent is this sort of Vril stuff, because the Vril starts coming through, and this is what gets countered by the antagonists that come in Jewish form or whatever form they come in. It's not just Jewish. I forget what other way she describes, and that one stands out in my memory because it's such a trigger word. And
did she ever use the term communist? I remember I brought that up with her, and she was very amenable to that. She said when I brought up,
but that she wasn't. It was more on the Jewish stuff.
Okay,
but she might have mentioned the communists, but the communists go hand in hand there.
It's true. So, yeah, it's synonymous. Go on.
Mention aliens and stuff like that, or that sort they're attacking through this MK Ultra periscope sort of thing. So to me, it woke up my awareness of what's going on, what's gone on in the world, and what's going on to this day. It's not something I was in it, and it really, when you connecting the dots with a bell, it really helped me clear the paradigm somewhat.
Yeah.
So for that, I'm thankful. She seemed to be greatly relieved, but she did say she might be partying tonight.
Well, I can hardly blame her.
Well, that's great that she can do that, because when she called me, she didn't sound like
she was in a party mood. Yeah,
it had any capacity to party.
Right. Okay.
So maybe that's changed or whatnot, but
I'm sure her boyfriend was practically a fucking plant. I'm sure that guy was just kind of assigned to her to fuck her up.
But he turned.
Oh, cool. So that's his job. That's his job.
But, sometimes, it's it's like some of the characters that you run across that they turn.
No, it's the same thing. That's what I meant, was that these people are assigned to befriend you, and then turn openly and publicly so that they can then say, see, I knew this person. In her case, they'll say intimately, and then basically come up with all kinds of things against them, defame them, assassinate their character. And they'll have quote unquote more clout to do so because they were quote unquote intimate and or friends. So that was the entire point, is what I meant, that he was assigned to her specifically to eventually turn on her. But go on. Yes.
Well, I don't know if there's much more to say about her or that, because, certainly I've been educated, both by her and now by you.
Thank you.
And that's, it just is what it is. It's not, I don't know. It was just interesting that it came up, and it was an actual request for help.
Yeah.
And the help seemed to be delivered. Certainly it was for the moment. She was very happy with that, but it's not something that will go away in a night.
Right.
So, the whole thing, but it told me that there is a penetration here of these more rarefied energies of the Vril.
Yeah.
That is coming into the fold. If we go back to the early days of the Third Reich, and Rudolf Hess was like super knowledgeable.
Yes.
About the technological aspect of aerodynamics, astonishingly so. I mean, he was a pilot, qualified pilot, and he was also clued in on esoteric aspects. So, yet there was whatever you think of Rudolf Hess, there was a lot of zeal, a lot of enthusiasm, and extremism, if not nuttiness. It was all part of his personality. Genius, intelligence, wealth, poverty, able to orchestrate the funding of the National Socialists. He was the financial secretary for the Nazi Party. A very pivotal character to all of that. And whereas, they say that the technology, who was that guy? That Hans Kammler, the one that...
Yeah, Kammler.
Yeah, he was more in the, under the wing of Himmler.
Of course.
Especially, and Himmler had his own interest in all of this and in the saucers and all that.
Yes.
But nobody was more in the middle of it than Hess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Martin Bormann would have been particularly clued in to that extent. He was more of the politician.
Mm-hmm. Though you'd be surprised, Martin Bormann.
Not ignorant of it.
Yeah, there we are.
But not. Hess was like.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hess was immersed. Immersed.
Yeah, he breathed it and slept it. Hess was not the politician.
Right. No.
He was not like Bormann was, and Bormann had to be. He had to be the one to run things. I don't imagine you could have some, more diplomatic personality like Albert Speer running that.
Right.
It wouldn't have worked.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. So it's like that whole, and this is what I based my novel Spandau Mystery on, was all of these different themes, was Hess and Patton and the connection to the Vril. I even had the old lady with the ectoplasm in it.
Ah, yes.
I think. But anyway, yeah, it's like where I would revisit as they say, I had little people, but they were benign.
Mm-hmm.
They were, what do they call those people? The ones with the
Faye?
the ones with that UFO or thing that was supposed to have crashed with the Dropa stones.
Mm.
They called them the Dropa. I think they were called the Dropa people.
Interesting.
So I was fascinated with the Dropa people, the little people of Tibet. Now, I did see on the History Channel, I even had back when I had, what do you call it, recorded a DVR.
Mm-hmm.
I had a DVR at one point, and I'd stop it, and they had these a picture of these Tibetans, and they had, I don't know if it looked like I don't think it was a Cho, but it had such a weird face. I didn't know if it was a mask or a face.
Interesting.
It was a little,
Yeah.
and I said, "Is that a face?" I remember Sean Marion says, "A face? Is it a? What the hell is it?" And it was just very unusual. If you were to get the photographs that the Schaefer mission took in Tibet, or even probably the Tolstoy mission,
I'd probably be able to recognize it, or at least might.
But I'm talking about photos in there, which would probably be just astounding. I know they had pictures of, the Tibetans. There was a woman, doing open sexuality on a bridge.
Right.
It was just, they were trying to show the licentiousness of the Tibetan culture.
Yeah. An interesting point. That's and an important one, relevant to everything we've been articulating. By the way, before I forget, before it dribbles out of my ears, I received a message. I'm looking at it now from YouTube, and it's I've had content removed, just so people understand. I'm hoping. Well, I know for a fact other people have this. But they've removed the Roswell content from my channel. So YouTube has sent me the notification, and they have given the reason.
Let's be more specific.
Yeah.
All of the Roswell content, or specific Roswell content?
Specifically, they say Roswell 1, which I'm presuming is part of Roswell and the Rising Sun, probably was divided into two parts. So all it says is Roswell 1. I'm going to have to open it up to play it, and I'm not going to do that because if I do that here, it's going to get this this blown off. But it says the reason why, and it's quote-unquote medical reasons having to do with vaccinations. So I can tell you exactly what it is. It's basically, so we're not going to go deeply into this, but it's basically exposing what happened in terms of the American response to the Battle of Los Angeles. So we're not going to even mention what happened in terms of the American response to the Battle of Los Angeles, but it wiped out several divisions. And so I've noticed that this was what they knocked off another episode for. So basically what they're saying is each time I'm doing that I'm somehow denying the veracity of vaccines. So they've taken that now to deprive anyone finding out about the Battle of Los Angeles and how pivotal that was for the Japanese and helped in their winning the war. As we said, the equivalent to a Stalingrad or a pivotal Battle of London in the air, etc. This is something that Peter and I go into in the book, and it gives you all the more reason to buy the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. So basically, we speak in there in depth about the Battle of Los Angeles and the American response that wiped out several divisions. And so they are using, of all things, vaccine efficacy as a excuse, a rationalization to take down any reference to the Battle of Los Angeles. So this shows you how important the Battle of Los Angeles truly was. And if you're stupid enough to believe what the enemy says, that it's aliens at the Battle of Los Angeles, then just think back to the fact that they're taking off everything that Douglas Dietrich exposes about the reality and results of the Battle of Los Angeles, and you can see what the deep state is really covering up. Now, I'll forward this, of course, to Peter, among others, and as soon as I get an opportunity. I don't need to do that right now or take the time to do that until after the transmission, really. But just to bring that up.
This gets really fascinating because, and that makes sense because this gives them a window of quote unquote political correctness to cancel out you or I when we talk about this. So it tells me that I'm not, if I'm talking about the book, I'm gonna cool it on the vaccination.
Yeah, or at least speak of them obliquely. You just tell people.
Exactly.
But again, notice the irony here. A good example of this is that everything that I deal with is satanically inverted, and this is part of why I'll respond to what Marina is going through, and I'm glad she responded well, that she found what Peter said concerning Peter's work with myself and what he shared with Marina about Mata and the dweller on the threshold, the fact that she is at the gates and that this is going to bring certain things upon her. All of this is relevant, and I'm glad that this is something that proved useful to her. And so just as they use the term metaphysics, what we're dealing with is metapolitics. This is truly the politics behind politics, or deep politics. Forget the term deep state. It's deep state almost disrespects the reality of the intensity of what we're talking about. Aloma Alber says, thanks for having a holiday show. Cheers. Love you dearly. Aloma Alber, welcome aboard. And thank you for being with us. I mean, believe me, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Obviously, this is an extended family, and all of you are important. And the reality is, like I said, these are the times to really have a show like this, is during the holidays. This is when people really want to turn on and listen to something live. And this is, again, we can go back to Revolution Radio later, because something like that deserves to be excoriated, just in terms of the incredible stupidity of Mike Ringley and his ultimate evil and his ultimate collaboration with Mike Lucchino, which he was in denial of until later on in his sordid end of his life. He had a relatively short lifespan, and believe me, was miserable through quite a bit of it, and all of his own doing. He's just a very negative person who brought negativity to himself, or just wallowed in it, rather. It wasn't like he was suffering misfortune. Just a real piece of shit. But and I'm happy to piss on his grave. By the way, people might think that that's a bit like out of the Christmas spirit, but understand, I think that we need to take these opportunities during holidays to express misery, because the holidays are truly miserable for most people. The overwhelming majority of people do not enjoy holidays. Holidays, for most people, are absolutely miserable fucking times. And it's only gotten worse with COVID and the aftermath. We're still a culture worldwide. Humanity is still really in recovery. The fact that they've taken that and run with it brings us back to the satanic inversion element of this. Just to, again, bring this back to Marina, and we'll revisit this later, but just to revisit it tangentially and bring us back into the Roswell deception, when it comes to some of the harassment emails I've received in the past from Richard K. Cole Jr., he literally goes on white supremacist sites, and he there lists himself, or uses his avatar of Vril. This is something I know for a fact because he forwards me what he does. So Richard K. Cole Jr., who's an adamant Seth cultist and Adamite, will go on, try to warp and mislead, misguide white supremacist sites. And so anyone who's trying to find the truth, trying to basically enlighten themselves by going into the direction of Nazism and going into occult Nazism, again, you cannot consume blindly. There are so many people out there who are out to take you into the territory of the kings of Edom. And so many people will be misled down the Edomite path by this.
Quite happily.
Yeah.
And stupidly.
Yeah. And with Richard K. Cole Jr. and what he sends me, he was just, he'll do this as a taunt. It's just like Lilith Aquino sent me a $10 contribution, which I'll happily accept. It's one of those things that I cannot afford to turn down, but she sends these as a taunt. But at the same time, I believe that things are gradually, shall we say, changing in the spirit realm for her, where she's probably in communication. Well, I know for a fact she's in communication with Michael Aquino quite regularly in the spiritual sense, in the disembodied, discorporeal sense. She is in contact with Michael Aquino, and no doubt he feels that at this point, since he's no longer incarnate, since he's no longer corporeal, there's no need to consider to continue the charade, the facade that he doesn't know me. At this point, it's so undeniable and so painfully obvious that it can only enhance his reputation to acknowledge the reality of his working with me in the past, which is why Lilith sends me a larger donation. That her contributions have gotten larger. They started off with $1. It gradually went up to like $5 another time, this time $10. And I think this is just gradually dawning on them that I help with the immortality or help with the binding of Aquino to Earth by the acknowledgement of his deeds, or whether I emphasize them in the negative or not. And so when it comes to that, it is what it is. But when it comes to Richard K. Cole Jr. and his calling himself Vril when he goes online into white supremacist sites, and then basically tells people about myself, and just, he'll forward this to me. He'll just spend all his time on these white supremacist sites shitting and pissing all over me. Don't listen to this man who says he's the son of Adolf Hitler. He's a gook. He's half gook. And he's probably a Jew. It's a he goes into this, and it just goes on and on. It's just, there's no point in reiterating it because anybody can imagine exactly where he's coming from. And but this is the same sense of, I can guarantee you one of the people assaulting, inimically assaulting Marina SEREN is Richard K. Cole Jr. And he's just working directly with Stephen Outram. And, of course, this all goes back to the cult of the kings of Edom. So the Edomites dominate the internet. They're completely sponsored by the United States military. They're still locked in World War II time because World War II never ended. Spain is still the major front of World War II. Bear in mind that Francisco Franco was one of these members of the Axis that maintained his regime on the continent of Europe, and the United States could do nothing about it. And he maintained death camps till the day he died. So we're talking about somebody with an incredible amount of power and no hesitation in using it. And even though he and Adolf Hitler personally hated each other, they were united in terms of their ideology. They might not have liked each other's personality, but they were united in ideology. And so when it came to their carrying out in Spain, the legacy of the Third Reich, if you really want to get a feel for a Third Reich sympathetic culture, Spain would be it. And just to kind of give you an idea of how alien it is from the American norm, I knew somebody, as a matter of fact, His name was Hilly Rose. And Hilly Rose is a journalist anybody can look up. Old man. And Hilly Rose, he had a son who was a journalist taken after his father. And his son reported on the Gulf War. And I'm talking about the Gulf War I was in, the American Gulf War I, Bush War I. And his son was exposed to so much depleted uranium that his son developed a brain tumor from radiation. And his son died from that. And before his son died, the tumor was impacting the processing of his brain, how he perceived the world around him. So before he died, Hilly Rose mentioned that he was seeing things that Hilly couldn't see. Hilly was like driving his son around because his son couldn't drive anymore, and his son would say, "Father, why are all those men walking around in this area with all the hazardous material suits on? Why are they dressed in full hazmat? Like mop gear. You know, this is chemical warfare, nuclear radiation shit. They're all dressed in full chemical hazard suits and shit." And Hilly Rose says, "There's nobody around dressed like that, son. I don't know what you're talking about. And you're seeing things. It's the tumor in your brain." That's how Hilly would rationalize or contend with what his son was seeing. But when it came to what his son was seeing, his son was basically, well, I'll get into that another time. His son was perceiving things his father just could not at that point. And when it came to Hilly Rose himself, he was in Spain during 9/11. And when 9/11 went down, everybody in America will tell you, all you saw was those Twin Towers collapsing all day long in a repetitive loop. And Hilly Rose in Spain had no idea, and this is a journalist, he had no idea 9/11 had happened. He then was told by someone through an urgent call about what had happened, and he then decided he was going to try and turn on the television, the radio, and find out what he could, and there was nothing. He was channel surfing, turning the dial on the radio as well simultaneously. Every venue that he tried, radio, television, there was no news that 9/11 was going down at all. He said there was nothing in Spain that gave you a hint that it had happened. So this is how different Spain is. So, God. Now Bob Goodman in the chat room says, "Could you give some context to the glamorized youngster on the thumbnail? I am no prude, but this always seems strange to me. Toy section at Target or Bangkok brothel? Bob, that's me in drag. I guess what you're saying shows I've still got the mojo, okay? I'm celebrating because it's like fucking holidays, and this is what I do because I try to keep in practice. It's like going to the range and firing off the firearms so that you keep your ability to shoot sharp. It's what I do. It was what I was raised to do because this is what ninjutsu evolved into. And we were the front lines of defense for Japan because we basically kept the white men at bay. This is how it worked for 100 years during the time of the floating world. That time when every Japanese person believed that there was only the present moment, no past or no future. Everything was in the present moment, hence the term the floating world. And it was, I believe, essentially a golden age, one of many golden ages for Japan. And it's something I'm quite proud of. And what I can't understand is how people who know about me don't know about this. But think of Yukio. That means floating world. And This is all about Edo, Japan, and it's all about it's one of the few photographs I've taken of myself in drag where I'm not emphasizing my weapons. Maybe that's what kind of makes it kind of odd, but it was again what the Europeans wanted were young boys who look like girls, and so this would compromise them. And it was how the Japanese blackmailed the Europeans for hundreds of years. And anyhow, Amy Como is with us. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey. Hope everything's going well with you, darling. And we'll get back to Yukio or the floating world later. But right now, just for the sake of getting back to the task at hand, when it comes to satanic inversions, the satanic inversion that's exemplified by Richard K. Cole Jr., his inimical attacks upon myself and on Marina SEREN, and guaranteed that's where the majority of her attacks are sourcing from. And much of it has to do with the fact that she appeared on my program. Nothing would be more dangerous to the Edomites than Marina SEREN teaming up with myself in a true and earnest and working sense. With what she articulates in Spain, with her basic comfortable standard of living, I could actually move there, build up a base of operations, and before you know it, a Fourth Reich is resurgent on the surface of the earth, and the Edomites are at bay. So the one thing they want to do is keep us apart. Honestly, they don't need to try too hard. Marina hasn't gotten the message through yet. She's basically young. She's basically exploring her own power, her own ability to adapt. But the satanic inversion of, say, for instance, her being a true Vril, and then Richard K. Cole Jr., faggot, getting online and presenting himself as Vril, an insult to the word itself, as if he were some attractive girl. And he goes in drag online all the time, always appearing as under a female avatar. This is how he does drag, because he can't pull off what I pulled off to attract the intrigue and attention of Bob Goodman here. So he has to do it without presenting his face. This is what the enemy is now doing with the Roswell deception. And just like anybody who knows me knows that I'm liberal progressive, they know that obviously due to my son, due to my source of food and sustenance, the Blood Boys, I'm extraordinarily tolerant. But when it comes to every time I'm taken offline, what is my content removed for? Attacking people of alternative lifestyles, attacking minorities. This is the irony of the Bulgarian bozos, the Richard K. Cole Jr. All they do is report that I'm attacking minorities. Like in the case of what the Bulgarian bozos reported, they reported this idiot named Ian West who played this deep fake of Joe Biden attacking transgendered and transsexed peoples. Like my son. Like, in a very real sense, myself. So when it comes to my content being removed, it's for the attacking of, quote unquote, the very people that I relate to and identify with. It's the absurdity of this, the surrealism of it is meant to drive me insane were I a normal person with a normal processing. This would drive anyone mad. I do nothing but represent the most underrepresented people on earth, such as transgendered and transsexed, on the basis of my son's experience, my own as often being identified as a woman even when I'm not in drag. Certainly during the time that I was growing up, that was an experience that was pervasive, endemic, chronic, to the development of my identity was often being mistaken for a girl. People constantly slapping my ass or pinching me, etc. There's very few men who grow up with this kind of need to feel the pain that your average woman feels. So when it comes to the fact that a lot of my content was taken down because the Bulgarian bozos reported what Ian West produced a deep fake of at a time that I should have been paying more attention and just allowing him to play his crap. That's the reason why he's not on this program anymore, and or ever again. All he could do is like snip that part out and help me republish that episode under a different name, and we'd be set. But he won't even take the time to do that, stupid son of a bitch, yet still asks to come back on. He's obviously the enemy, whether he thinks himself or not. When it comes to the other reports of the vaccines now, this is like a total satanic inversion. I'm one of the most pro-vaccine people on earth. And now basically it's I'm being attacked and content removed because they're saying what I'm presenting historically renders me an anti-vax conspiracist. So notice here that everything that they remove content for is the exact opposite of what I'm about. We have Bob Goodman here who just said, hey, dude, was that you in Thailand, traveling with the youngsters when you took this photo? Is this how you spent your holiday? As opposed to understanding my background and the fact that I'm transvestitured. Then you get this kind of response, but this is the kind of thing they'd remove content for, would be that if I went off on this, then they'd say, oh, he's speaking against this kind of people, and then take the episode down. This is exactly what the enemy takes advantage of. So this is the madness. This is the madness of the world we live in. I'm constantly suppressed, constantly oppressed, constantly censored for attacking the very things I stand up for. No one has been more adamant about vaccines than myself in terms of the general efficacy of them. Everybody else I've had on this program is generally anti-vax in the most militant sense imaginable, and I usually spend my time after they check out reiterating the efficacy of vaccines. But what do they take my content down for? Attacking vaccines. It just goes on and on. Now, whatever I represent, my content is taken down for claims that I represent the opposite. This is how the enemy operates, and it's meant to ultimately drive you mad. This is how many people in the past have gone mad who have spoken of the truth. So Bob Goodman says, no disrespect, Douglas. I mean, I'm not, don't even dwell on it. Let it go. I mean, it's one of those things where I appreciate actually the opportunity to reiterate my shall we say skills, and I'm just glad I've still got the ability to confuse and entrap in a sense, and this infuriates many people, and many people are offended by it, but they shouldn't be. This is cultural. Think of it as historical. And so let me just say to Bob here, no offense taken. No offense taken. No offense taken, Bob. There we are. And okay. So that being said, back to Peter for the moment.
Yeah, and what I would say is that this whole, question is generated by that. Well, in fact, the question that he gave, more important than that is the answer that you gave is completely beyond the cultural comprehension of most anyone.
Okay.
It's like they first off, I was watching some post by a martial artist who studied in all these Japanese traditions, and he listed them, and that was a basis for his understanding of the Chinese martial arts.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing wrong with that, but I was tempted to say, what about ninjutsu? Because it could be, I don't want to troll him or anything.
Understood.
But it would seem like a missing component of him. of his learning. Not that
Thank
he's not
you.
very well learned, because he's very well learned, extremely well learned. But it's yeah. So I'm saying that's somebody who grew up in the Asia, and he's acculturated far more than most Westerners
Right.
will ever. And he's not going to be in a position to even appreciate what you have. This is what I'm saying. It's so rare. It's so,
Thank you.
yeah. And that's,
And just to put this into perspective for people, say for instance, when I was still on Facebook, and this was in the early days when I was on Facebook, you're talking about years ago, there was somebody who left a comment, not directed at myself personally. They were just talking to each other, because this will happen in threads. You'll get people just talking to each other. And so what had happened was that in the case of somebody brought up the samurai, and then somebody else responded, "Oh, I have no respect for the samurai who would fuck children, and they're a bunch of pedophiles." And your average individual would wonder where the hell that's coming from, and they would say, what the hell does this guy know? Does he know something I don't know, or is this guy just tripping, or and then the other person actually responded with that kind of something about different cultural context. Apparently he was aware of the concept of the cross-dressing young boys in Japan that were part of Japanese Edo culture, the ukiyo, the floating world, for so many, for over 100 years. So when it was basically that, however, could be kind of a attitude taken by certain Asians. And in this sense, it would be, as I've brought up before, when we speak of the context of evil or good in Japan, I brought up how in the ancient days of Japan, the days of darkness and light, and the battle for the soul of Japan in the foundation of the nation state, how the samurai represented this code of honor and ethics that was beyond reproach. Obviously, there's a reality in which intrigues then later developed, but most people will understand them in the knightly sense of Bushido, in the sense that they are incorruptible to the letter of the code, if not the spirit of the code. We're not talking about Tokugawa, who said always obey the spirit of the law instead of the letter of the law. We're speaking of the code here of Bushido, where sometimes people have to adapt with various rationalizations to deal with each situation individually on a case-by-case basis. So when it comes to Asians or the Japanese themselves, many of them will feel that the ninja fell into a corruption or a state of evil, that they lost the blessings of the kami or the gods. In fact, though no one would speak of this except maybe in the academic sense, your average Japanese is not going to know about the sense of, your modern Japanese is not going to be familiar with ancient culture other than a general historical sense. They will be, but not to a sense of an academic. And so they're not going to have deep conversations. So when it comes to the sense of the ancient Japanese, however, many of them will have a sense that the samurai stayed somehow true to the kami, and that the ninja kind of disappeared. No one claims to have exterminated them, because that would have made history. but they never really speak of, say, for instance, what happened to them. Certain ancient traditions are preserved by men who are considered cultural treasures, and they'll talk about ancient ninja tactics or things the ninja did, and kind of try and educate them or maintain the tradition so that they're like living museums. But nobody ever really talks about what happened to the clans. And the reason for this is a sense of not just taboo, but it's like that, but a kind of cultural embarrassment where they feel the ninja somehow became evil. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that many Japanese can't deal with the fact that the way the ninja adapted during the Ukiyo period, during the period of great peace under the Tokugawa for 13 generations, the ninja adapted by the incoming of the Europeans by basically producing more and more generations of boys who would dress as girls and then seduce these Europeans who were only allowed very piecemeal into Japan, and then compromising them to blackmail them. And whenever the order was given, if any of these Europeans were deemed to be a threat, for instance, taking slaves, many Europeans traded in Japanese slaves, and the shogun would intervene by ordering their assassination without ordering them killed by the samurai, because that would cause an international incident and ultimately war. They would order them assassinated by young boys that are sleeping with them, at which point the Europeans would be obligated to hide the incident themselves. So it's these young boys who kept Europe at bay for over 100 years. During the period of the Ukiyo. This is the tradition my mother raised me in, to present myself as a female, but your average female does not have this physical strength to kill a man. Literally doesn't have the upper arm strength in which to, when a man resists, come out victorious. But the young boys, they do. And so the idea of raising a young boy to present himself as female, but then be able to kill a man when given the order, all of this is the tradition that I was raised in. So I'm preserving an ancient tradition of the ninja that many Japanese then considered to be dishonorable, a fall into evil, a fall into corruption. And this was kind of the attitude that was kind of instigated, incepted, generated by the fact that the emperor, when he modernized Japan, when he won the civil war against the shogun, the emperor said, this dealing with the Europeans at a level of blackmail for 100 years, we're now going to confront Europe head on. We're going to, and that's how he defeated the samurai, was through a European-trained peasant army. This is shown with a degree of historical accuracy in the film The Last Samurai, which I always hate to recommend, and yet there's really no other publicly accessible source that's conveniently available to the public. So The Last Samurai serves well. There were American advisors in Japan training the peasant army of the emperor, and but this American in that film takes the side of the samurai, hence the term Last Samurai, fighting against the emperor's European-trained peasant army. So you see this situation where the Americans are sponsoring the samurai, whereas the Europeans are sponsoring the emperor. But the emperor prevailed in the end, and his modernization included not just disbanding the caste system and mobilizing all of the public. Samurai simply means service person. It doesn't even engender by its very etymology. The term samurai literally means service person, not service man. So this is why there were female samurai as well. But when the emperor took over Japan, he said, we are all samurai. All of you serve the nation now. He mobilized the entire population. And at that time, he also said, in order to modernize, we're taking the Europeans head on at face value, we have to outlaw homosexuality. So at that point, he outlawed homosexuality in order so that the Europeans would then deem the Japanese acceptable as a civilization, even though the racism was unconquerable at that time. They at least overcame certain cultural barriers that were considered taboo in the West. So when he outlawed homosexuality, at that point, the ninja were outlawed. So we became identified as kind of a corrupt or criminal, that we had fallen out of favor with the kami, because the emperor is the pope, the high priest of Shintoism, of the kami, the gods. So the ninja became viewed as having fallen out of favor with the gods at that point. So this is something that even most Japanese would not be able to articulate, but they would emote this kind of visceral reaction to the ninja where, oh, they're out of favor with the gods. It's not the hatred or contempt or the loathing, the sheer revulsion they would feel for the Baruka man, but rather it's like this tragic, Homeric or heroic Greek kind of tragic feeling of the fall from grace. The kind they feel about the samurai in a different sense. They romanticize the samurai, and the samurai died in battle, but the ninja faded in a different sense. So hopefully that puts that into context. It's not that the ninja clans still don't exist, but they're now identified as this out of favor with the gods kind of mentality because of the emperor's decree, and yet at the same time we're still very much used by the emperor throughout World War II and still today. Certainly we're a great factor in the age of corporate espionage during the 80s. So hopefully all of that puts some of this into context. Oftentimes the people that are most necessary for state success are the people that need to be out of favor, because then they're out of the public eye, and certainly that's where the ninja work best. And this way they're not under the microscope of the public existence, the public, investigating everything they do. So with that, turning it back to Peter, thank you for your patience with that, Peter, and hopefully that...
No, it's fine, and I thank you for all of this. But again, what I say is, this is beyond the ken of most people to even begin to fathom, let alone appreciate. Because here you're talking about a hidden culture, a ninja culture, which is of course glamorized ad nauseum in a way that is really hard to validate. But, because ninja is cool.
That's right. That's right. They're looking at it in a Chuck Norris sense. Yes.
Well, I don't even think Chuck Norris aspires to ninja in any realistic sense.
Of course not.
I think he knows better than that.
Yes.
But the thing is, it's like, so it's like, yeah, it's incredibly rare. So your whole construct is incredibly unique, and there are those of us who value it and appreciate it beyond words. And while I say the appreciation, those of you who can wish Douglas a Merry Christmas by donating to him at douglasdietrich.com. It would be much appreciated in the Christmas spirit, because you're learning all sorts of things here about culture of the planet. And the more you learn about it, you learn that this is real, it's like an active volcano.
Yes.
And the stuff you're watching on TV or reading on the internet is all homogenized bullshit.
Thank you.
That's distracts you by the very nature of it.
Yes.
And one of my friends who I admire very much, who's very tuned in to what's going on, she said that, about a month ago or so, she said that there's this one commercial on TV that is particularly evocative of what's going on with people. And it's the Burger King commercial. Have it your way. That phrase, have it your way. What the hell does that mean? What it actually means is, from Burger King's perspective, is they're going to cater to the customer. But it's an illusion, because you're eating bad food anyway. And somebody was talking about, you can have, people can be educated all about good nutrition. Or no, somebody was saying that they told their son not to be going to nutrition. He was interested in nutrition. Because all you got to do is walk down and see the line at McDonald's or Burger King, and people all know it's bad for them, but they order it anyway. He says, this is what you're up against as a nutritionist. He says, go into a business where you're going to be wanted. We don't need nutritionists. We got Big Mac, And this is the... so if you go to the subjects of vaccinations, if you're talking to people who eat Burger King, you can't talk to them about vaccinations.
Thank you.
Although they will listen to a vaccine expert, and I say that in quotes or not in quotes, much more strictly than they will a nutritionist.
Yes.
Because it's fear. They're not afraid of Burger King because they've been told to have it your way. Vaccination, you're told. And it's very clear that this whole issue, one of the biggest problems with vaccinations is that this is all weaponization. It's all about tyranny. It's not about vaccinating anybody. It's about tyrannizing, controlling the population. This is what they do.
Yes.
So Tucker Carlson, anti-vax, and he not only interviewed what was it, Alex Jones.
Oh, he's promoting him now, just the way George Norrie used to. I presume George Norrie still does. Go on.
Yeah, but he interviewed Kevin Spacey.
Okay, and what's his trip?
Yeah, you know who Kevin Spacey is?
Vaguely, I know I'll know him a lot better if you give me some of the background.
He has survived numerous trials of raping underage boys. He survives them though. He gets accused.
House of Cards? Is this a House of Cards guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, one of the ways he survives these is because the majority of young men who have accused him of rape have wound up dead. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well, but yeah, with these trials, that and then so, Tucker Carlson is interviewing as the House of Cards guy, and
sympathetically, is Tucker Carlson sympathetic to Kevin?
I wouldn't say he's sympathetic to him. I wouldn't say he's not. I didn't watch the interview.
Okay.
But what I would say that he's certainly given him airtime. And I will say one thing about Kevin Spacey. He's an incredibly skilled actor, which is not a compliment. It is in a sense that he can act. But to the degree that you can act well, you can fool people. And acting is a very skillful ability to have if you want to fool people. My deceased friend Marianne told me that she sat in on a trial of Kevin Spacey, and he was just, I think it had to do with misappropriating property, intellectual property.
Okay.
And he was just smiling his way through what she said was completely outrageous. She considered him a completely disgusting human being. And this was before all the, him being a homosexual came up, which he now acknowledges being a homosexual. But
Kevin Spacey.
But not being an abuser. He doesn't acknowledge that.
Well, I presume that would be, how would we put it? That's a given, right? I mean, that's just a given.
Yeah, but my point was that Tucker Carlson's now interviewing him, and it's like he's really lessening his standards.
Thank you.
And I will say, quote unquote, in defense of him, that when you're in the business he's in, you need talent. The only reason he hasn't rung us up is because we're not allowed.
There you are.
It's great content.
Don't forget to tell the people how he sent your book back. Tell the listeners again.
Well, he was one of the people I sent the book out, The Roswell Deception, and it was returned unopened, refused. I sent it to his home address. Disappointing, but not surprising.
Thank you.
But so be it. This is.
By the way, just to answer several questions coming in right now. Trillium Phoenix, by the way, says Kevin Spacey played John Doe in the movie Seven. Now, I believe that I don't. Is John Doe is the serial killer, right? In the movie.
I don't know. I didn't see that. I didn't see it, so I can't.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Seven is a movie about a serial killer who's trying to base his murders on the 7 deadly sins. One of the questions coming in is from Durkomai. Durkomai says in the chat room, Japanese far more advanced than the Manchurians? With a question mark. Did Yoshiko mention anything? Now, I presume that he's referencing the wrestler who is a female wrestler in Japan. This is not sumo. There is no such thing as female sumo, just so people know. But for whatever reason, beyond my fathoming, Japanese go through fads, and they go through fads where they like all kinds of weird shit that's transitional, or one hopes is transitional, and one of them is like American kind of bullshit wrestling, and only they do it with Japanese people, of course. And so there's this female wrestler named Yoshiko Hirano, but Americans probably don't know she has a last name. She's basically in the show business, which is all wrestling is. She's mononymous, meaning she has only one name, and that's just Yoshiko, which is a feminine name, but she looks extraordinarily masculine, and she's so, her chest is so flat you could land a glider on it. But she's big, so big and flat and masculine looking, and so I guess this is what our man is referencing here, and I'm not quite sure how that's relevant, either the Manchurian issue or I guess he brings her up because the androgynous issue, which brings up the other questions people asked, and I'll answer them very quickly. So they were asking about what do you call yourself as a young boy child prostitute, wakashu. The term is wakashu. So that's roughly translated as beautiful youths, but it's never used for girls. So this was a third gender. So understand that Japan had a third gender that it recognized for hundreds of years, for eternity, until the emperor outlawed alternative lifestyles, essentially. As for the demi-monde, or the half-world, that the Wakashu operated in, that was known as Kagema. I would be what would be known as a Kagema as well, meaning that I'm a half-worlder, or involved with that demi-monde, or the underworld. Which I am involved with the underworld through my gang brothers and the Tong. Only I used my cross-dressing skills for a different form of seduction, which was to usually infiltrate or distract people when we were on extraction missions. And this is because my gang brothers deal with human trafficking. And the human trafficking we dealt with are people who want to be trafficked, people who want to be smuggled into the United States, for instance, from Asia. But because of that, we're often paid to extract people who find themselves in situations where they are trapped. And so we've extracted and rescued many people as well. Indeed, entire populations of people that were literally enslaved. And this included Chinese by the thousands that were enslaved by the Jews in the American territories of the Marianas Islands. So I've gone in depth into that before. We'll be happy to do so again in the future. But the other questions coming in right now are relevant to Spain. And so just to clarify to people a little bit about Spain, what happened was I think that probably the best thing that you could find on record would be the Denver Post on November 9th in 1947 reported that spies bid for Franco's weapons. That was the headliner. And so the agents ascribed flying saucers to new rocket. That was, again, the subtitle to the headline by Lionel Shapiro was the reporter, reporting out of Geneva, Switzerland. And that was copyrighted in 1947 by the North American Newspaper Alliance, Incorporated. So basically...
Reported again?
Lionel Shapiro. And so as revealed by blueprints and notes and sketches smuggled out of Spain by basically underground resistance agent present at the launch, 3 German scientists working for Generalissimo Francisco Franco in secret laboratories near Marbella on the south coast of España, east of Gibraltar, in the summer of 1946. They launched the KM-2, and that was an electromagnetic rocket. And this electromagnetic rocket was launched, and people were witness to this. Along with the scientists was this underground resistance agent who smuggled out the blueprints, the notes, and the sketches. These electromagnetic rockets, the KM-2s, they shot down 2 commercial aircraft over the American continent. And so the Americans said, oh, those aircraft blew up in the air due to design flaws. By the way, planes don't just fucking blow up in the air, okay? So you don't need to worry about that. You might be afraid of flying, but what you're afraid of is crashes. You're not afraid of blowing up in the air because that just doesn't fucking happen. But these 2 planes blew up in the air, mid-air, over the North American continent. They were declared to be 2 unsolved accidents, but hundreds of people died. They were mass murdered by Francisco Franco because the Americans told him, we're in for a regime change. And he said, fine, I'll wipe you out of the fucking skies. And the Americans after that said, we love you, Franco. You're in power forever. So the KM-2 is designated after its inventors, Koch and Mueller. Koch, like in the machine gun, Heckler and Koch. That Koch. And Mueller, KM-2. Get it? Because there's 2 of them. The H and K of the skies. The Heckler and Koch of the skies. The Heckler and Koch, by the way, in case people are not gun aficionados out there, is the Rolls-Royce of machine guns. German, of course. Anyhow, the professors, actually, the name was if I remember now that I'm thinking of it, K-N-O-H, No and Mueller. Mueller with umlaut over the U, of course. Now, this had a range of about 16,000 kilometers, and once its control is disengaged, it's attracted by the electric vibrations of passing aerocraft, or the magnetism of the nearest metal mass. And it explodes in impact with its attracting source. So the rockets were aimed at North America. They were launched on the heights of Malaga, while Franco was watching from the deck of his yacht. Malaga, of course, is a mountain range in Spain, or a mountain top. So hopefully this provides some information on the power Francisco Franco had technologically. And hopefully we'll publish that in one of our next books on the Third Reich when we speak of that. And, this is the kind of shit everybody likes to hear about, is stuff about the Reich. The Japanese stuff is usually too alien for them. When it comes to, of course, the questions about the ancient samurai and how many Japanese feel what happened in terms of the ninja, many Japanese who are Shintoists or who believe in Shinto. By the way, Peter might be back, or he might not be. He's back. Okay. Yeah, we'll return to Peter in just a second. But the one thing that I want to emphasize is how if you want to think about how the basically many Japanese feel about the ninja. They think that many Japanese feel that it goes back to that ancient period of time when the Oni, the devils, were battling with the ancient Japanese and on the continent of Mu. And they feel that the ninja who were sent to infiltrate the enemy basically were corrupted in their territories, that in spying on the enemy they became in essence infected by the enemy. That's how many Japanese interpret this who are Shintoists. Understand that
Which war are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about that ancient war on the continent of Mu before it sank beneath the waves. Okay. So Shintoist Japanese will believe that while the samurai fought against the Oni on the field of honor, that the ninja who were sent to spy on them in their own territory ultimately became infected by them in some way, morally.
Inevitably going to happen in any situation where you have people, they become assimilated, culturally assimilated. These, if you send a spy into somebody's house, she's going to, like a sex spy, she's going to actually develop an affinity for the person, and it becomes very hard for them to become a killer. They have to be a certain type. That's why they have to be programmed, because it's so, it's very hard. It's a very hard job. It's a horrible job.
Yes.
And that's why they very correctly, duly noted that it's like, what a horrible thing to do, is to befriend somebody and then, now I got to kill you. It's brutal.
Yeah. They, so understand that when it comes to the ancient continent of Mu, before it sank beneath the seas, back when all of New Zealand was above the waves, you can look up the continent of Zealandia. Just look up Zealandia, spelled like New Zealand, without the word Z, without the word new in it, and just use the word Zealand, and then add the IA, Zealandia. And you'll find that all conventional scientists argue that this needs to be recognized as the eighth continent, that this should be taught in schools. This is what conventional scientists are advocating. So they're pointing out the fact that its landmass is so high, comparatively speaking, so close to the surface, that it really is an eighth continent that we simply are not recognizing, that it could be developed. In other words, buildings could be built upon it that would rise above the waves and be functional. This would be a great frontier for future resettlement, especially if we're experiencing a collapse in the ecosystems around the equator due to global warming. We already have a winter that's without snow in many places, though personally I can't understand why anybody would complain about that. I mean, I'm in San Francisco, and I feel like I'm freezing the majority of the time when the temperature gets as low as it often does. But understand that the war against the Oni was not the only great battle against the dark forces beyond our ken in this southern hemisphere of the region now called the Pacific Ocean, this mighty island continent that now scientists call Zealandia stood. The Western nations, of course, have their Atlantis in the Atlantic. Lemuria is actually associated with the Indian Ocean, but the true name of this continent in the South Pacific was Mu, or Mua, because I hate the term. The Mu sounds like the loo of a cow, of course. So Mua would be the more Asianized pronunciation anyway, and far more euphonic. But for thousands of years, the Muans, or the Muvians, they fought the Oni alongside the Japanese. But the sorcerers there, they sought to harness the enemy technology, or the Oni's dark magic themselves. After the devils fled, the Muans, the Muvians, they continued these practices. This is what ultimately led to the, they drew the attention of the Black Lord of the Seas, Dagon. Dagon, who is known as the fish god who gifted the Sumerians civilization, taught them irrigation, which led to the ability to develop agriculture. A being, of course, every bit as powerful as the Oni, but considered by Christians to be just as corrupt. This, of course, is Christian propaganda. Dagon is more of a representative of nature, and nature can be quite hostile. But the Muan, or Muvian worship, the adoration of Dagon, became what was considered a danger to the world. It was one of the things that led to the great wars between Atlantis and Lemuria and Mua. Those who fought against the Oni united once more. They toppled the Orahalkion metal towers of Mua. Of course, the liquefaction came with the deployment of scalar weapons, turning, of course, the consistency of the ground into the quagmire of quicksand. This was the sinking of the continent. The ruins of Mua would lie dormant for aeons, waiting to be rediscovered by the descendants of those who destroyed the continent itself. It was around 1185 that the ruling clan of Japan, the Eiki, were fighting for their survival against a rival clan, the Genji. And this is one of the most famous stories of ancient Japan, the tale of the Eiki, or Heiki in the American pronunciation, the anglicization. The Heiki emperor of Japan, Antoku, was only 7 years old. His grandmother, the Empress Dowager, Kiyomori, held the actual power. The Genji asserted a superior ancestral claim to the throne. This sparked a civil war that lasted over half a decade, and the climactic battle was one of the few samurai battles that took place entirely at sea. A major Japanese naval battle well before World War II. And it occurred at Dano-ura in the Shimonoseki Strait off the southern tip of Honshu on April 24th in the year 1185. And outnumbered and outmaneuvered, the noble Eiki samurai, they threw themselves into the ocean rather than suffer the dishonor of capture. Lady Kiyomori fled with Antoku in a fishing boat, vowing that the Genji would never take the young emperor. And at her bidding, the child put his tiny hands together and they turned to the east, saying farewell to the god of Ise. Once Iese was bidden, he turned west, reciting the Nambutsu. That's a prayer to the Amitabha Buddha. And the Lady Kiyomori took him in her arms, and together they sank beneath the waves Her final words were, "In the depths of the ocean is our capital." And the legends, of course, hold that the Eiki warriors still walk the bottom of the sea. And the Japanese see them in the form of crabs with shells that bear the scowling face of a samurai. These are, of course, something mentioned by Carl Sagan in his television series Cosmos. And he says, I think, something incredibly stupid about how these crabs all bear the faces of samurai on their backs, which are quite distinguishable. He says, oh, this is because of selective breeding, that somehow the Japanese don't eat them because they're superstitious, and therefore there were more of them left to breed, and that's how the genetic traits continued until the seas are overrun with crabs with samurai faces on their backs. Incredibly stupid. There's several reasons for this, but I can go into that another time. But in terms of these stories, they're not true, of course. The crabs are not the samurai themselves. They're the spies of the undersea shogunate. That's how the ninja understand them. When Emperor Antoku prayed to Buddha, his prayer was heard, though he was too young to give voice to his hope. That was left to the Empress Dowager, who claimed the ocean as the Eiki's capital. And in that moment, the Eiki found they could breathe the water as easy as they could the air. The samurai, too, were taken to be transformed, along with the ladies of the court and the army's camp followers. According to the ninja tradition, they swam for weeks deep into the Pacific, where they found the remnants of the sunken continental nation of Mu'a, and they excavated the ruins for months and finally established a new colony on the site of an ancient temple. And over the years, these new Mu'ans unlocked many secrets of the ancient race, including the alchemical creation of Orichalcyon, which they would use to build a gleaming city beneath the sea. The way the Japanese came to understand that in World War II with the Emperor's researches was that they were actually rescued by the Polynesians, who took them to New Zealand, which the Polynesians would never populate at that time because of their catastrophic racial genetic memory of the war. And the islands were forbidden. They were taboo. The early Eiki that populated New Zealand then discovered the technology there that enabled them to return to the sea, to basically enable themselves to exist underwater and reestablish civilization there, where they still have a claim to the throne of Japan on the surface world. This is why the Japanese really never speak of Mu'a. It's a forbidden topic because of the fact that if contact were reestablished, then there would reignite a claim for the true rulership of the Japanese home islands. When it comes to the New Zealand islands, you can look this up yourself, they remained unpopulated until merely a few thousand years ago, which is the blink of an eye. In other words, as soon as the Eiki were settled on the islands and then resettled themselves into the sea, at that point, Polynesians then began to populate New Zealand, feeling that it was safe to return, since the Japanese had shown them the way. And that was when the Maori people came to populate New Zealand. They've only been there in the blink of an eye, only about 1,000 years. Certainly long before the Europeans came, but in the historical sense of the term, not that much longer. So anybody can verify this. This is conventional history, that the New Zealand was unpopulated until very recently, the last land to be populated by humanity on Earth. So think about that and consider what I've just said from the ninja traditions, and you'll understand why our spiritual traditions speak the truth. With that, back to Peter. I hope you didn't find that too boring.
it's a little hard to comprehend it all and keep it in perspective. It's very fascinating. It's very important. It's like you are literally the Artilica of the Japanese culture.
Oh, bless you.
There's nobody, I mean, except for the actual elemental Artilica itself, and I call it elemental because elements are composed of, fire, earth, air, water, or in the Chinese system it would be, wood, metal,
yes,
fire, earth. But the thing is, the elements, you have to remember, element. It's like the first mind. Elements are the first mind. So when I say the elements of the Artilica, the spirits concerning the actual Artilica, and it's hard even for my mind to imagine Emperor Hirohito speaking into the mirror and commanding the whole Japanese civilization to act in lockstep, but they did, and everybody knows they did. They don't necessarily know that the emperor did it with a mirror, and it doesn't really matter if he did it with a mirror or not, because he did it, because he was the emperor. That energetic imprint of magic was in the culture. We can only argue about whether or not he did it. We can argue about that, but we don't really know because we're not there. These things are not accessible to the inquiring journalist. But what I wanted to say earlier was that what you said about vaccines, it reduces it if they really want to, like in the Battle of Los Angeles, what it really comes down to is an argument of them saying, no, the Army didn't do it. It's not on Wikipedia. It's not an encyclopedia. It's not in the Reader's Guide. So it becomes an argument between you and them saying, well, look, I burned these documents. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. It's testimony.
But the circumstantial evidence is there.
There's plenty of circumstantial evidence, but that requires hard work.
Yes.
So therefore, they're not reducing it to an armchair argument. Instead, they're using the political tool.
Yes.
They have effectively are able to pull off that if you are refuting, it's not even being anti-vax, it's if you are refuting the vaccine narrative, because they fully established that these vaccines don't work that they produced. They say, well, they stop you from dying. They've reduced that argument, to that. But you still have to get them anyway, or you should get them anyway. Now it's you don't have to, you should. Mm-hmm. This is what the narrative is. So, and then you hear knuckleheads get up. Even the head of the CDC was embarrassed. She wasn't even qualified to be doing what she's doing. Mm-hmm. And there's this constant, just like the professor or the dean of Harvard. She's like plagiarizing work. Yet she's the head of Harvard in all her work, and they overlook it. Well, she might have made some incorrect citations. That's your whole integrity. And what they're telling you is the whole system of Harvard University has no integrity whatsoever.
Most academia doesn't, but go.
Yes, but Harvard is the premier academic institution in the United States. Mm-hmm. It's the highest of the high. It is. So it's saying it has absolutely no integrity. And it's as they say, what they've done to the youth, to cannibalize the youth and to indebt them. This is why it's so important for Biden to release them of their debt, because then they can't hate him. And all those, it releases them from their hatred. But I don't know.
Or at the very least, it renders them beholden to him. Yes.
Well, yeah, but it's like, I mean, this, I can't imagine. Like Scientology was accused of indebting its members, which it does do. But university's doing the same thing. What this tells you is that this is how nature works. Nature will take advantage, or nature, let's put it this way. Nature has predators, and the predators will take advantage. So, it's some people are born into tragic situations. Yourself,
yes,
included.
Yes, thank you.
It's like we're all born into different circumstances. Some people were born in the Ukraine and they're suffering from devastation of their homes. Some people are born into Palestine. They're suffering from devastation. And I heard they did they killed like 200 people or something, and are bombing the hell out of Palestine after Palestine refused, or after Hamas refused to a ceasefire.
Right. It's
like, we're gonna bomb the hell out of you, and they're saying we bombed the headquarters of the head of Hamas, and it's like the political head is sitting in Qatar, probably with his feet on an
ottoman, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like what if you were to actually kill the head of the Palestinian military, whatever he is. I don't think they call it a military.
No, they don't. Yeah.
But you'd still have this political leader in Qatar.
Yes. Thank you.
And so what do you do with him? It's like Qatar's going to protect him. As far as I'm concerned, Qatar is in the armpit of the British. Always has been. They're the neutral nation who is in a position to guide and manipulate. So, and of course, nobody endorses the bombing of all of these Palestinians. And except for perhaps people that think they're all guilty.
Right.
They're all guilty.
Unfortunately, there's too many people indoctrinated into that mentality, and it's that's the travesty. Certainly, the demographics. The younger people in general reject this, but the older generation, they're indoctrinated on the romance of 1970s Israel, and that
it's not their war. The young people, it's not their war.
Right.
And they've inherited the war.
Yes.
And that's the unfortunate coincidental karma that they are accruing.
Yes.
It's like, for whatever reason, you're born into this and you're inheriting the, this horrible, horrible state. And what do? You can move. But yeah, so I'm saying is basically all of this bombing does not help Israel win friends and influence people.
Thank you.
It does not. And I read where Putin is now offering to stop the war. But I've heard that he's been offering to stop the war for a long time.
Oh, yes. I mean,
this.
I want everyone to understand. Say, for instance, Nemo Albano, he was visiting our dear Viviana Sanchez in terms of her channel. And Viviana Sanchez has her own channel, and she's been a very positive figure. And I'm certainly not going to, in any way, shape, or form, try to malign her any more than we try to malign Marina SEREN, when we speak of some of some of the negative aspects of her situation. And a lot of people will attack Marina in a number of different ways. I noticed that Peter didn't bring up some of the ways that they attack her, and I'm not going to bring them up other than in private to Peter, simply because there's no point in encouraging that. I think people look into Marina and they'll find out things about her fairly quickly, which will cause them to make a lot of assumptions. These assumptions are no more justified than assumptions made about myself based on transvestiture. I noticed that there's just a lot of intellectual acceptance, inability to even accept that these photographs are myself. That's okay too. It goes to show that the mastery of my son's photography, as well as the makeup and everything else, and that's fine. So, but that being said, it also shows I still got the mojo. If it is accepted that it's myself, a lot of people at that point go into a kind of negative revulsion or kind of rejection. And people might feel that way about Marina, finding out things about her. Just keep in mind, in both cases, you're taking something at surface value based on assumptions or presumptions or indoctrination, a kind of acculturation to a certain kind of mindset, a prejudice. And you've got to overcome that because you're seeking knowledge or you wouldn't be here. So when it comes to Marina, the good news is she's accepted or popular enough in Spain, and with that is going to come controversy. When it comes to my situation, I don't even have that. But I can certainly say that if she's going to be attacked in some ways simply because of what she is, but definitely in some ways because of however tangentially or briefly she's been affiliated with myself, however peripherally, and she may not, and I know for a fact she doesn't even realize that, has no realization of that just yet. She may as well start working much more closely and aggressively with myself to make things work at all. Because these attacks, the astral attacks, they come with the territory. And certainly one thing that I would like to do is, if I were able to speak to her personally, is certainly recommend she talk very deeply with Brendan Zogit so that he could recommend ways to counter the spell casting, because a lot of it is exactly what she's dealing with. The applied quantum mechanics of black magic is a lot of what's the attack that she's undergoing, and Brendan Zogit has been very successful at surviving ceaseless, relentless attacks upon himself. In our last episode, I put into the chat room, I can give it to Peter if he's curious about it, a link to a documentary that's very short, and I only timestamped the few seconds it shows something that's pertinent. But this was kind of an entity that was sent against our man Brendan Zogit in the astral, and it was basically a giant sea scorpion, prehistoric sea scorpions, back in from the age when they were bigger than human beings, far larger than men. He couldn't even bear to look at for more than a few seconds, but he confirmed that's exactly what it had attacked him in the astral. Matter of fact, when he first started telling me about his psychic attacks, I identified it for him before he even described it. And he was astonished at that, my ability to do that. But then again, look at what I've been exposed to through Michael Aquino. And I told him I had seen the carapaces, shredded carapaces of these creatures that the U.S. military was attempting to rebreed at Letterman Army Medical Center. And so I knew Aquino would use these as kind of like an astral nightmare, is what he would call it. The term nightmare comes from horse, as in night horse, a mare being a female horse, the nightmare being the horse you ride in the night. The term nightmare came to mean, of course, an astral attack. by someone mounted on a nightmare coming to ride herd on you, to trample you under the hooves of their mount in the astral. That's what this sea scorpion kind of creature was for Michael Aquino. So something like that could be presented, and then Brendan was very good about the kind of countermeasures to take. I myself, of course, have gone briefly into countermeasures in the past, but I really can't do it as well as Brendan because I don't suffer these attacks. I'm immune to them thanks to the Peacock Angel. Think about this. When I've received some emails that I'm just looking through now during the holidays while I was gone to celebrate the solstice, and which is, by the way, a holiday in Asia. And when I was gone, some people were asking about, and I'm not going to take these as attacks. They may very well be. They might be trolling and attacks, but I'll just take them at face value as curiosity. I think, for instance, before I get even into those questions, a point needs to be made that my last episode was knocked off bandwidth. And when my last episode was knocked off bandwidth, I think they chose a very strategic time in which to do that. Was not so much because I was talking about the Japanese reliquary. It was afterwards when our dear Jennifer Hawkins asked me about the shape of the world. And it's almost like they cut me off at that time so that everyone would get entrapped or assume that I was going to say the world was flat or shaped toroidally or something bizarre, so that it would either give people a miscomprehension of what I was going to say, or turn more people towards researching flat Earth, which is part of the deep state psyop. Does that make sense to you, Peter? You understand what I'm saying with that, right? Am I coherent when I?
It's pretty convoluted that they, would react to that. I don't know. It's. I mean. It's like they're thinking too many steps ahead and stuff you're not going to say anyway. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know what they think or why they think it, and I don't really care too much unless there's a specific issue I have to deal with.
Yeah, good point. I mean, it's never good to overdwell on these things. It's always best to dwell on them as little as possible. To try and think like a chaosist, which would be another good term to apply towards the Herodian insurgents or the Edomites, the chaosists. If you try to think like a chaosist, you're going to basically go mad because they're already insane. You're trying to fathom madness. But in the case of what some people were asking about, well, if your mother contacted Harinaga, the spirit serpent, as he called himself, the great sorcerer, the Nazgul of Japan, as one person said, and this person called on Mara to dispel, well, basically kill in his incarnate form, the Emerald Lama in World War II. Is your mother not damned? Wouldn't she be in hell? Well, understand, of course, that I myself am possessed of the Peacock Angel, and it's to Maliuk Taush that I ultimately made my own blood sacrifice unto, of my own blood, a sacrifice of my own blood, when I conducted a spell to maintain my mother on Earth for another decade after she suffered a catastrophic brain injury that was beyond clinically terminal. There was no brain left in her at all. It was all blood in her skull when they finally put her through an MRI. Yet she recovered enough to be under my care provision for the next 10 years. 11, really. So when I made this bargain, sealed this bargain with Maliuk Taush, a sacrifice had to be made at the end of that time, which I did. And Amanda Ute has testified to that on this program more than once. She had a Edomite wealthy father-in-law who was trying to take her children away. So when it came time to pay Maluk Tausch that life for a life, I took his, conducted the necessary blood ritual, and he died of a brain tumor. She's testified to this more than once on my program. Now, in these dealings, one might well ask, and I'm certain people have not had the guts to ask this, they're probably afraid to ask it, probably feel I would take offense. Would that not damn me to hell? Or do most of you already assume I'm quote-unquote damned because of Maluk Tausch and his partial possession anyway, what some of you argue is a perfect possession from some circles? The end result is, let's look at this. I summoned Maluk Tausch, known in the West as Lucifer, in order to preserve the life of my mother, whose life was being taken by Mara, who would be the Buddhist equivalent to the Western Satan. In fact, some theologists would argue it's simply Satan filtered or perceived through a cultural matrix, the same entity, but perceived differently through a cultural filter of the East. So it's Lucifer versus Satan. Some who would be spiritually immature or theologically ignorant or uneducated would assume that to be the same entity. They are not. And when it comes to the war between them, in the end, it's not a case of damnation for my mother or myself. However you perceive it is up to you. But understand that what my mother did was certainly in the best interest of humanity, and there can be no greater deed than that. As for the sorcerer that she summoned to help her contend with the crises at hand, Harenaga, do you assume someone like that is damned? They're, in a sense, beyond that question. Harenaga is someone who at this point simply exists, almost as part of the cosmic scheme. You kind of ascend after a point, or graduate, or some might say he descended. In essence, there's not much difference between the twain. He's neither, really. He's simply here. He's really neutral. Bad as he is in terms of how he got to that point of neutrality, he's a figure that nevertheless obviously identifies enough with preserving Japan that he interceded. This shows a level of protectiveness, a level of identity, a level of humanity. In terms of these other entities and the bargains that they make, and the interceptions by other entities of equal power, like Lucifer and Satan, or Mara and Maluk Tausch, it becomes an argument between them. And as for my mother and myself, we're really not of that much import to them, certainly not in the long run. We essentially, in the end, are left, having carried out our ends of the bargain in both cases, we're left free of that onus. That's the way it's really perceived in the cosmic scheme of things. And it goes back to kind of like the reality of history and how people perceive it. The ninja, of course, in the Great Ogre War, humanity used these righteous and highly trained agents as long-range scouts, undercover operatives, and, if need be, assassins. We're talking about, of course, in the old days of the great conflict of ancient Japanese history on the continent of Mua, when the gods, the kami, the Kotoa Matsukami, the Kotoa Matsukami comprised the greatest powers of the spirit world, dwelling in the higher celestial, the celestial plane. when they empowered human agents, teaching them the magical techniques and rituals that formed the basis of the Shinto religion, and to support their human followers when they sent their only begotten son, so to speak, or rather in this case, their daughter, the sun goddess Amaterasu Omi Kami-sama, queen of the gods, sent her own grandson, Ninigi no Mikoto, to bodily do battle with the Oni-spawned beasts of the earth, and being like Heracles, or Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ, half man, half God, he took a wife, sired this bloodline that would rule all of Japan eventually, beginning with Jimmu Tenno, the first emperor, and the Oni, not to be outflanked or even outdone, bred with human captives in turn, spawning this awful race of ogres who made war against humans from that day forward. And humanity's defenders, the samurai that revered the kami, drew strength from their spiritual power, the priests of Shinto. After centuries of war, when humanity had smashed the great ogre armies, and most Japanese feel that when it comes to the ninja, that the Oni withdrew their support of the monsters because they had found new servitors within the weak heart of humanity itself. Of course, they know this to be the Barukaman, but in terms of the ninja, they feel that over the years of training, that as agents we were codified into the Ryu teachings of the mysterious and deadly ninja, that tragically our lengthy missions in ogre-controlled lands, that some of us fell under the sway of the Oni and brought their secret warship back to civilization, where it grew and festered like a disease in the body. This is how Shintoist Japanese feel about the ninja ultimately being rendered illegal by the emperor himself. This is simply a popular misinterpretation, a misconception of something that's too nuanced for the common man to be educated in. There's no need for the peasant to know, for the peasantry to be made aware of the manipulations or the intrigues of the court. So it is with why the ninja became the purveyors of child prostitutes. This is not corruption, but this is espionage. And as Peter Moon said, it's a world which most people find too ugly. They like to read about it, but
it's not even in their wheelhouse to even consider. This is like, cleaning up the kitchen at the concession at Yankee Stadium. It's like, who cares? Nobody wants to know who those guys are. Yeah. And only this is a little, much more amplified than that. It's, the world's got to keep on going, and the Baruka men represent the sewer of politics, the sewer of commercialism. Somebody's got to do it. It's dirty work, but somebody's got to do it. There might be a culture that exalts them for that very reason. Nevertheless, and Preston I've talked about that with Preston. I said, Montauk is like a sewer, and he laughed. He says, that's exactly what it is. And he was like the sewer engineer. Wow. And I don't say that with disrespect. It's a matter of fact. Yeah. This is the type of stuff that he dealt with, and it's not very nice.
Thank you.
So and then I would also say, when we listen to you, we're getting information, privileged information in a sense, because it's not meant for the peasants. It's not meant for the common people. It's not even meant for the bourgeoisie, middle class, or even the what do they call it? It's not even meant for the patrician class. Yes. But see, conspiracy by its very nature wants to know all this stuff.
Yes.
Want to know the intrigue, the palace intrigue. And it's very interesting that the whole word for political intrigue is cabal.
Yes.
It comes from the Kabbalah. Would also say nightmare has everything to do with the steed that Muhammad rode from the Dome of the Rock, known as Al-Barak.
Ah.
That's where, and that's my synchronicity in the seventh seal has that in there. It's the nightmare, the dreams. The Al-Barak was the ultimate psychedelic, surreal horse, steed. Because there was only part horse. Part of it was peacock. Depends what tradition you want to listen to. So all of this, but I was going to say is that Douglas and his mother were born into this situation, tradition, whatever you want to call it, to where they're possessed of very privileged information, particularly Douglas's mother, even more so. But her circumstances in this carnal world, although she experienced many of the fineries of life, it was not an easy road for her to hoe in this world in terms of poverty and all that.
Yes.
It didn't flow right for her. And there's no point in judging that, and for Douglas either. In other words, there's been what they've been able to learn, which is so privileged and so interesting to all of us, is it comes with a sort of built-in penalty.
Yes.
And that's not, there's no really comment on that other than that's just what has gone down the pike. It's unfortunate.
By the way, question for you in chat, Peter. Dylan West says, Peter, on the last stream, you mentioned a mineral found in the cave in Romania that was evidence of time travel. Hydroxylalestadide.
Hydroxylalestadide. Okay. I pretty much learned how to pronounce that. Hydroxylalestadide. And
incredible.
I've written it enough times. HYDROXY hydroxy LELLESTADITE. That's close enough to where if you look it up, you'll get it. But it's not going to tell you anything because they're not going to say, nobody's going to know anything about that.
In other words, they're not going to say, and with this, you can travel through time.
What that is that David Anderson had told me that hydroxylalestadide, maybe there were two other elements, but it can only occur where there's been a high discharge of heat, extremely high discharge of heat, which he says could only be a time reactor. There's nothing else that could cause that heat. Now, if you read, where you'll find it is you'll find articles about exploring Choclavina Cave in Romania, where I've been. And I believe I took a chunk of this stuff off and I gave it to his wife. To hopefully to give to him when she sent it to some mineralogist, and he'll just sit there and do nothing with it. But I assume. But the thing is that the papers will speculate, and they'll mark it as speculation that it was from bat guano igniting. And David said, this is ridiculous. It's speculation, and bat guano does not get that hot. Bat guano was used for explosives. They've mined all the bat guano out of that cave. You won't find any. I saw a few bats, but that's about it. No appreciable guano. But they mined it all out to use in fertilizer or explosives. and this is why the whole road to that cave was built in the first place. But so there's that mineral. It occurs in very few places in the world, hydroxylolestidite. So it's like what occurred there. And he said it's evidence because of the sediment and of 200 or 2,000 years ago was a high heat impact that could have been nothing to the time reactor. And at first I was on the side of the 200 years ago, but now I picked 2,000 years ago, because as I began to explore the area, I found out there's a huge civilization in that area that has just basically been wiped off of history. There's very little known about it. They certainly don't talk about it too much. You'll find the ruins there, but it disappeared, and it was in the first century, the end of the first century. 200 years ago was about 100 AD. And what's interesting about that's when Rome invaded that area, and it would make sense that this civilization would disappear. Not because they died, they just disappeared. In other words, they escaped through a time reactor, which Radu Senemar says happened he doesn't call it a cinema, he doesn't call it a time reactor, through a dimensional portal. He said this happened in Troy, and that it happened in the Mayan civilization, and perhaps some other places where just huge portions of people disappear. Now, of course, I can't prove any of this to anybody, nor do I really desire to. It's just that the threads that I've been given to, the crumbs I've been given with to play with. And David has said, he said it, I think 7 years ago, he says that the most important data about Chuckamina Cave is yet to be revealed. And he said that it's by far the most significant of all sites on the world where discharges have taken place. And why is it the most significant? Well, I guess it would have to lie in the proof factor. However, to me, the proof seems not too important. Not to me, it doesn't seem important. The proof, what's important to me, or what's most interesting, is the function. Who cares if we can prove and, get on 60 Minutes and say, well, time reactor really does work. You really can travel in time.
Well, what you say is fascinating to me, and I like it, and it resonates with me. Most people would have argued that what might have happened was a thermonuclear war. I certainly agree with you. Obviously,
a little cave, the cave would be blown to hell.
Right. Got it. Excellent rejoinder. Excellent point.
Yeah, it's like, but you see, the thing is, I've married myself to this whole thing by going to the cave. I discovered the cave. It was like, it's an experience in synchronicity. I'm brought to the cave. I then find out, my next conversation with him, which is like 9 months later, he's telling me about this cave. It's a very special place. And I said, David, I've been to the cave. Wow, you've been to the cave. And, so then I went back to the cave, and it took me like, years. I first went there in 2014, and I finally got in that particular part of the cave last year, 2022. It was like 8 years to get into I've been to the cave several times, but to get access to it, which is all in keeping with the ancient legends of the Solomonari and the indigenous spirits of ancient Dasha, or which we now know as Transylvania. And they said they would initiate you into the inner earth. And the way I was taught is, if you want to access a cave, you go to the cave and you ask permission to enter the cave. Usually you'll be allowed to enter metaphysically, like in a meditation. Rarely will you be allowed physically. Mm-hmm. And I ended up
physically.
Going into the cave physically. It was like, I'm saying, wow, it's like I got more than I bargained for. But most of what I have in terms of commodity is a story and an experience. It's a legitimate experience. It's a legitimate story. I don't go there as a scientist. I was brought there or allowed to enter by a biologist. And I said to the biologist, I said, do you ever have any white bats in here? He says, oh, yeah, several. Of course, I was having a dream of a white bat. I wrote a book about the white bat because I had a dream of a white bat in 1989. So it's like all this stuff fits into the dreams. It's really a magical experience. And I almost have a safety net because I'm just talking about this in the context of experience. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. But in the context of all this, I did discover the science of time travel, which is on my website, timetraveleducationcenter.com. I discovered that through David Anderson. It's not my discovery, but I was able to make sense and heads or tails about what he offered. And I understand the theory of it. I don't have the machine per se. And I would also say that when I listened to this, the most recently is that when I looked up the patent to the time reactor, there's a video on it in I guess if you're a subscriber, but you can still see the patent if you're not a subscriber. But in the video to the patent, I made a comment when I looked up the date. I said, the time reactor is pursuing me, not the other way around. Although I have pursued it to a certain extent, but I saw the astrology says it's pursuing me, which is interesting. And it would seem to be that. It's just not in a hurry.
Of course not. It has all the time in the world. Go on.
Exactly. And I don't press the point because, I have the circumstances and pressures of life, to live and endure, enjoy, or whatever. So this is, I think I've given him an answer to his question.
By the way, please finish your thought.
No, it's just like, it's like, but if one's gonna, look up this mineral and it's not gonna do much for anybody. It might be able to provide some interesting corroboration of some sort.
Oh, well, like Trillion Phoenix says. By the way, I'm getting an echo. Maybe your computer has got something on or something. Okay, that seems
I don't think so. I don't know of any echo.
Okay, so that seems
Pretty quiet over here.
Okay, good. It seems to be gone now. Trillion Phoenix says, and basically this is what you find on the internet, and it is ridiculous when they say a cave mineral thermally transformed due to in situ back-one-out combustion. This is like saying the Twin Towers collapsed due to the jet fuel getting hot enough to melt to incredibly tall building. I mean, it's just preposterous. It's offensive. It's offensive to the sensibility.
And I've seen papers where the scientists will say, this isn't very good. This is, it's like this is speculation. We don't, they have their hands up in the air. Yeah. To the degree somebody asserts it, it's just like, because their mind is embarrassed that they don't have an answer. But I don't think anybody really takes that seriously. It doesn't hold water.
Thank you. It's preposterous. And by the way, how do you respond to this? I'd like you to provide an answer to this individual. Artyom's Pugakovs. Okay, so just a name like that seems to be trolling. I can't even identify the culture that name comes from. But he says, "What have I tuned into?" Hello. Now, this could, a new listener, this would be a legitimate question. How would you respond to that? How would you summarize? What?
Well, it's a damned interesting question, and it's a damned interesting and off the wall podcast that you've tuned into. And
there would be a reason for it. But, you know, this is, to tell you the truth, the way the world is, as David Anderson would say, he says, we see the world the way we think it is, not the way it is. So when you tune into a broadcast like this, whether I'm talking about, you know, time travel experiences, or some of the existential experiences I've had with Scientology or with occult magic, and then we amp it up with Douglas Dietrich and his unusual lineage and experiences, to say the least. These are elements of the cosmos, and they're elements of the cosmos that you're typically not tuned into, or they're obscured. So I would say, you know, you're sitting there on your, you know, it was fun for me as a kid to tune into the radio and get a obscure baseball game from some far distant city. It was not easy in California. People on the East Coast could, you know, pull in Detroit or Boston from New York. You know, I'm sitting there, I'm lucky, you know, out in the desert to get San Francisco or Oakland instead of the Dodgers or Angels in LA. Modern day, I suppose you could tune into Las Vegas or San Diego. But, you know, the West Coast, you're kind of trapped. So, you know, you're listening to some obscure channel. And, okay, you're trying to get something you wouldn't ordinarily hear. Maybe a Chicago radio station that's really strong. So you're tuning into something right now with this YouTube that is atypical. It's on the fringe of the internet because it's not going to be circulated broadly. So welcome. This was the same stuff that happened when I stepped into psychotronics, the Long Island chapter of the U.S. Psychotronics Association in Long Island, where it's a very weird energy. And you have Preston Nichols talking about electromagnetics and the way to manipulate consciousness with electromagnetics, which is right out of L. Ron Hubbard's teachings that I learned in Scientology, that he was vociferating in the early 1950s in his books, which were really off the wall. Of course, I had some familiarization with it, but it's not like something you could go to the library and verify. It made a lot of sense internally. So Scientology was off the wall. It was not on the scheduled agenda. So I've been dealing with fringe or occult phenomena or data since I was in high school. And I'll tell you how I got tuned into it. I was reading, I don't know what it was. I think it was, maybe I was reading Don Juan, The Yaqui Way of Knowledge, The Teachings of Don Juan by Carlos Castaneda. And he's talking about sorcery and power. And I went into the library, the school library, which was pretty small compared to the county library, which I used to frequent both for school because it was just a block away. And I started looking up books on witchcraft. And not books, but data on witchcraft. So I'm going into the index, the card catalog, as we were taught to do, and I began to read this stuff on witchcraft. And what I saw was highly prejudiced, myopic commentary. I knew nothing about witchcraft other than watching Bewitched, which was just fun.
Yeah.
And it was like, I said, this is so prejudicial. It's so myopic. It's like, there's got to be something more here for this strong of an opinion. I mean, because you see it was over the top, opinionated.
And so then I began to take the subject more seriously. I read The Diary of a Witch by Sybil Leek. Now, Jerry Cornelius, who just passed away, the former archivist of the OTO, told me that she fabricated her association with Aleister Crowley. She said she knew him when she was a young woman, and he would come visit and recite poetry, and she knew him as a very nice man who would just come and recite poetry. He was a friend of the family, and that he was a druid. That's how she met him. Now, Jerry was very, I don't know what's the word to say, very firm in his opinions. I don't know if he was right or not. My friend Mark Roberts, who I talked about, went to Montauk with Sybil Leek and with Hans Holzer. So I once read a write-up on Sybil Leek that she entertained a journalist and conjured up a wind squall for him, demonstrated it. I had never heard anything that negative about her until Jerry said that. But the problem with occultists is they will throw shit on each other. I'm not saying he did. I can't say. I'm just telling you what data came up. But I read her book where she said, you know, Aleister Crowley, he wasn't the bad man you think he is. But then she said he got involved with rituals and stuff, and then he turned to the dark side or something, like she was distancing herself. You know, he used to have orgies in Paris or whatever. And, or he was, you know, they were actually, I shouldn't say they were orgies. They were rites of Eleusis, which would, quote unquote, degenerate into orgies, or ecstatic, where I guess the egregore would come and suck up all that sexual energy. God knows what would happen to you afterwards. Can't account for it. But I wasn't even plugging into the sexual side of it with the occult stuff. I just said this is highly prejudiced stuff, and I had a definite interest in the other side of life than what we were learning in school, which, and I was in a very liberal school where most of my fellow students had parents who worked at the University of UC Davis or were professors, highly intelligent people. Never been surrounded by so many intelligent people up to that time in my life or since. High concentration of intelligentsia. The fathers were very smart, kids were very smart, and they were loaded with data. And it was a new climate for me. But what I saw, and from whatever I'd read in my own studies, which weren't so much about the occult, but it's like all these people were going to matriculate to the university, and they were all like lemmings going off a cliff. They were just plugging going into the system. They were only going to be part of the system. Now, I was rejecting the system. But I also realized I couldn't be outside of the system entirely unless I was going to go live in the forest, which I was not inclined to do. And then Scientology came along, which had an answer for everything, at least to my immediate concerns. It had a life program. And that was actually my peculiar destiny. I knew it was my destiny. So I followed it quite successfully. But this is a rarity. It's a rarity. And what happens is you get tested. You get tested by life. I was tested by the loss of my first wife. I was severely tested by the death of my parents, tested by the dissolution of Scientology, tested by the loss of my second wife. And it was like, so, you know, you get tested, but it's the test of Mara. But then you pass through and you get to this I guess what you'd say, I'm always processing information that's not in the mainstream. It's not in the mainstream of the alternative mainstream either. And now we live in an environment where people are very happily, I mean, you can go to a psychologist that will talk to you about chakras and crystals. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just, you know, what used to be fringe is no longer fringe. So it's a long-winded answer to your question, but what have you tuned into? If you keep listening, you'll find out more and more of what you've been tuned into, and you're on the cutting edge of the future as far as information, because you will see this information circulated 5 or 10 years from now. You know, the History Channel will, if it's still around, will say, oh, you know, really, these Japanese balloons used to come over the United States. All these black people, they used to stick these black people, put out the forest fires, and they you know, put them in the balloons, and we don't approve of this genocide.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, this is dirty business. So, and what's interesting to me is that this dirty business was done by people who are now dead.
Yes.
Yet people still keep it hidden. Because I think if you say, if the government is capable of this, what else are they capable of? And I think it all leads back to a black satanic hand. Yeah. I mean, you'll find out that if you watched a movie, The Invaders from Mars, which was by far my favorite movie as a kid when it came into the realm of science fiction, they did a remake with Karen Black, which just, you know, it's just an imitation of the movie. It's more modern. But the original was like, this kid wakes up, he sees a UFO. Flying saucer, he goes to explore it. And then, you know, he finds that there's this whole underground, this Martian UFO has landed, and there's a big head. There's a big head that's controlling all of these sort of like, I want to call them biofacsimilagor. They look like kind of big mummies with guns that can blow things up. They're not very...
Basically drones. They're basically drones.
Yeah, they're basically drones, and they just... And of course, but then, you know, when the little kid goes to talk to the, you know, his parents, all of a sudden they're like, they've got needles in the back of their head and they're programmed. The police are programmed. Everybody's programmed. And this is the, you know, they've been implanted so that they respond to enable the Martians. But the head is like, he's just a head. And he is reminiscent of the green emerald llama, rather. And I have to share something with you.
That's a very astute observation. Go on.
I have something else about this. Now, there was a restaurant I would take my daughter to. She loved it. In New York City. I didn't take her there a lot. And I think it was the time I took my tantrika friends out to lunch there. And this was weird. Yeah, it was them. I had the two tantrikas. We went to lunch there. It was called Mars 2012 or 20, maybe it was 2112. 2112. I think it was 2112, not 2012. It was supposed to be in the future. It was, what do you call this? A novelty restaurant. Mm-hmm. And quite elaborate decor, as some restaurants in the city will have. There have been a lot of novelty restaurants in the city of New York. I don't think there's anywhere near as many as there used to be. And I didn't go to many of them. I just heard about them. But like, for example, my former father-in-law told me, he says, yeah, he went to this, he'd be taken out to lunch at these places, and he'd say, yeah, you go in and it's like all the waiters are dressed as monks. And they prepare this meal for you that would be like from the monastery days. It was very good, he said, you know. But anyway, so this restaurant was, you go in and you get in it's actually, I don't know if it's I think it's elevator or it's like a spaceship where you, it's like a, it kind of moves around and shakes and all these lights, and it's like you're in a spaceship, and then you let out into Mars.
Wow.
But you go underground in Mars, and it's like a cave, it's a cavern, it's lit, but it's dimly lit, and it's all red, just like you'd expect Mars to be. And you sit down at a table, and the waiters are dressed up like cute Martians or something. I don't know. But this was the thing when I was with them. They had a big video screen on, more than one, and it was this, beautiful Asian woman dressed like sort of like a genie or a tantrika. And it was very Tibetan. It was very Tibetan. And if my memory serves right, I think they had, I don't know if I'm what's called transposing here, but I want to see that I had that Emerald Lama type figure where he's like, kind of like, this head from the Invaders from Mars.
Got it.
And I said, where the hell did they get that video from? Who conceptualized this?
Had to be. Go on.
It was spot on.
Yeah.
It was spot on for because this is what I had studied in my book, The Black Sun. I said, this is right down my alley. Yeah. But I was just going there because it was I don't know, I thought it was close to where they lived, and it was a cute place to go.
Yeah.
Whereas I went out of my way to take my daughter there.
Yeah. And how'd she like it? She liked it. It
was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah.
The food was good.
Yeah.
It was fun. But it was it was a very strong Tibetan theme, tying Tibet to Mars. And of course, my book, The Black Sun, does thematically tie in the Black Sun to Mars, or the Tibet to Mars through the Rh negative connection, the Rh negative blood, which is a whole other story we can go into another time. And it's right now 12:12. That's ironic.
But our numbers are very high, and they've been high over the last few hours. A lot of listeners, which is why we had some new people, like the individual with the name that I can't identify with any culture that I know of on Earth. But aside from that, I do want you to know plenty of other questions in chat. So do look.
I can answer questions.
Yeah.
Sure.
Basically, first off. When it came to the person asking what he did, Mark H. said, "You turned into the best radio show ever," responding to the person who asked, "What have I tuned into?" And Dylan West said, finding, before I go to the question from Trillion Phoenix, I do want you to know what people are saying to each other in the chat, because it's relevant. Dylan West said, "Finding any video on YouTube that is not prejudicial on the Third Reich is impossible, or any off-the-wall ideas, quote-unquote pseudo-history, pseudo-science. I, of course, would argue you've turned into the source for the truth on the Third Reich, but maybe you haven't realized that yet." El Nemo responded to him, at Dylan West, "Look in the Odyssey website. There are plenty of content spreading the historical truth of the Third Reich." And he said, "Thank you, Nemo. Also, thank you, Peter Moon, on your answer. I had never heard of that and have a degree in biological chemistry. So Merry Christmas to all." So, he appreciated what you said on the mineral science, the mineralogy. And then Nemo says, at Dylan West, "Just out of curiosity, why are you subscribed to Michael Aquino's YouTube channel?" At which point Dylan West said, "Just his playlists I found that corroborated a lot of the information on this stream Douglas has talked about." He says, "Trust me, not an acolyte or follower of his by any means. with the laughing emoji. And El Nemo gave the thumbs up. Actually, one of the people who recommended subscribing to Michael Aquino's channel, or at least reviewing it, was George Knight, because of all that Michael Aquino has on it that corroborates everything I say. Dylan West then said, I actually heard it mentioned here and went to check it out. I was unaware that he had a YouTube presence. In other words, yeah, he heard about it here, likely from George Knight. As for the question, Trillion Phoenix asks, why, how come, okay, he's basically saying, why did King Charles go, he says, the English here, Trillion Phoenix, got to do something about this English, but yeah, he says, why did, after his coronation, King Charles immediately went to Transylvania? Cute question. Why?
Well, I will tell you, is that he owns property in Transylvania. He heralds it as, you know, one of the last bastions of nature, because the food there is very natural. Everything's very natural. You know, you go there, like when I went there, I was drinking. I go up on the mesa and see the cow. Mesa is not a big mesa, just more like a hill. Flat hill. I see the cow, then I'd be drinking milk the next morning, and they say, yeah, that's from the cow. But I say, yeah, I was dreaming of the cow. So it's like I'm drinking the milk of the cow, I'm dreaming of the cow, I'm seeing the cow. It's like you're in commune with nature. Now, Prince Charles has had a long interest in the occult. He has so he purports that nature. Now, they used to promote him in the Romanian press as that he was going to abdicate his successorship to Queen Elizabeth, which he did not, and become the king of Romania. And that was all a lot of bullshit, because the king of Romania, King Michael, and had abdicated his throne. So he was no longer the king of Romania. He was respected. He was in his 90s at the time. He lived till about 93 or beyond that. And they used to say, oh yeah, Prince Charles is going to become the next king of Romania because he was related to the bloodline of Vlad the Impaler, which apparently he is. But King Michael was not. King Michael was a sort of imposter line that was put on them. So it was all a lot of press. But he does have a presence there, and he claims it's because of the native or the tradition. He'll dress like a peasant, which is supposed to be something royalty likes to do because they honor the peasant, and he'll go to his thing there. But he's very well known about. I don't think there's anything too significant about it, except, you know, maybe he belongs to some occult stuff that goes on there. I have no idea.
Fascinating.
That's what I can tell you about
well, that's
King Charles.
Yeah, that's very relevant, and I'm glad to learn that. I'm glad to. I knew elements of it, but thank you for putting it all in context. And Carl Lindbergh says, "Oh shit, live DD. Dietrich's take on the conclusion of World War II is provocative. Yeah, to say the least." This is that's because it's factual history running against a bunch of propagandistic indoctrination that the American state is putting out, because, as Peter Moon said, the people who committed all of these crimes are dead, but people have inherited their legacy, and they've inherited the crime, and they're maintaining the criminal empire, so to speak. And so they're interested in covering up the truth, or their lie collapses, and then.
What I will also say,
yeah,
and this really came home to me in my qigong education, is that people are so damn proud of themselves.
Yeah,
they're so damn proud of their knowledge, and they're so conceited of their knowledge. Now, let's take a guy who knows. Now, when I was a kid, we had 7 TV channels in LA, and you'd have a TV guide. And it was very easy to know what was on at what time that you watched. But let's say you could have a good handle on all the TV channels on cable TV, you know, hundreds of channels, and you know all the programs. When they're on what, and you even know what you're not watching. You know when the Home and Garden channel is showing how you to bake bread. Imagine being conceited about that knowledge. There's nothing to be conceited about. You've dedicated all this time to learning what's on when. You're very informed about what's on TV. You don't have time to watch all the shows, but you know what's on when. And you would have expertise in that knowledge. But what's about being conceited about it? There's nothing to be conceited about. It's just that you spent the time to learn it. Well, in life, I think most people who took the time to do that wouldn't be particularly proud of themselves. They might be embarrassed if they've spent that much time. But when it comes to general knowledge about life, people and what is common knowledge, people are incredibly proud, stupid and proud of it, in terms of, oh, this. And, of course, and I would see this with, when it comes to their health and their breathing, and you start to enter the domain of where you can help them with certain issues. They are dismissive of you. And it's aggressive dismissiveness. And it's not that they'll say, that's bullshit. They'll very seldom say anything like that. In fact, what I noticed, when you start telling them something, they'll start nodding their head as if they already know it. They're dismissing you by nodding their head. Yeah. Yeah. If you breathe deeply in this particular way for, 10 minutes a day, it will relieve your asthma. Yeah. Well, that's Kegel breath. It's not, okay, all right. It's like, okay. And they try to listen to what you say and then attach it to something in their data bank, when in actual fact, it's nothing in their data bank. Now, they might say, oh, well, that's what I learned in Falun Dafa. It's not what they learned in Falun Dafa. It might remind them of what they learned in Falun Dafa, but it's not the same thing. It's just a rejection that goes beyond time and space. It's like it's not a rejection that's even examined. I could present a theory to you that Joe Biden is a better candidate than Donald Trump, and vice versa. And you could take that information and you could reject it or accept it after listening to my argument. You might think either one of them is full of it, but you'd at least have the courtesy to listen to my argument, and you'd either reject the argument, accept it, or reject and accept parts of it. But when I'm talking about with Qigong, it's like, nope. Or they agree, yeah, or that they already know it. It's like it's not going to make a difference. And this not only applied to people just, learning about it or hearing about it, it applied to many of the students who would do it and go through the motions, but didn't get it, didn't take it seriously enough. Okay, so and then so you see the utter conceit of people. one lady said, I don't have time to do the exercises. She's dying of cancer. I got to go to work. I got to go to work and die.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
Well, it's true. It's like, you know what, you can't argue. No, I don't have time. I don't have time. I got to get to work in the morning. Well, you know, you've got cancer and you're going to die. You got to go to work.
I think I'd give up on work at that point. Jesus fucking.
You got to pay those bills for the last 6 months of your life. You know, you got to buy groceries for the last 6 months of your life. But you know, so you just accept the rejection and you say, okay, well, okay, I'm not going to bother, because you know this is universe teaching you where people at. Their mind is so set on what they know, and when it comes, and this is like really concerns their physical life. I need to change. Somebody says, I need to change. I need to change my life. It's not easy for them to change because they're addicted to behavior patterns. It's addiction. And I learned the paradigm of addiction through my girlfriend whose mother was an addict. And she knew addiction, alcoholic. She knew addiction backwards and forwards because she had to get us sponsored. She wasn't addicted to alcohol. She had a mother who was addicted to alcohol, and it's something called co-alcoholism. So you become like an alcoholic. You're not drinking, but you're having to deal with all the problems an alcoholic can get in. So, for example, her mother's not supposed to be drinking, but some guy would sneak in and get her alcohol. You know, a fellow alkie would, she'd pay him, and then they needed a tenant for their apartment, and she took a recommendation based upon the supplier of the alcohol.
Jesus.
This person was a disaster that would leave shit in the apartment. I mean, the person was a disaster. And so my girlfriend not only had to deal with her mother, she had to deal with what the mother gated in as this tenant.
Right.
They had to take her to court. They had to pay the utility bill for the person, because tenants have rights, even when they're not paying. They're treated like God. Where's this person gonna go? So anyway, the judge was very pleased she paid the utility bill because she's paying the utility bill to get the rid of her. So the judge has no reason, to keep her there. And the eviction did happen. And she kept that apartment empty for like probably 9 months until she found the right tenant because she wanted to find the right one. He stayed for like 13 years.
Oh.
Until she passed away. Well, no, he left before she passed away. But the thing is, it's like the alcohol, it's not just the alcoholic, it's what the alcoholic will gate into your life, and you're living with the alcoholic.
Right.
It's like, it's poison. Now, I see in Qigong people are addicted to breathing incorrectly. They're addicted to bad food. Burger King, have it your way. Qigong, do it your own way. Do it your own way. Okay, do it your own way. You're not going to learn anything except what you learn yourself. You're not going to learn from at least the tradition I was, because you're spitting on the teacher, and people would do that all the time. They wouldn't physically spit on him, but it's just. But then I'm parlaying this into the data stream of information, and people that watch the History Channel, that watch Ancient Aliens, that watch Alex Jones, that watch Sean Hannity, that watch Tucker Carlson, that watch CNN, that listen to Republican politics or listen to Democratic politics. You know, it's like, well, most people are pretty skeptical of that. Many are. But it's like people are so certain and so cocksure of what they know and confident. You see this in the workplace where people have worked at a job, so they think they know everything about such a job. It's like somebody who's been a mechanic and he's only worked with Mercedes-Benz. And then he goes to a Chevrolet dealership. He says, well, this isn't the way you connect a car. You've got no mechanic is that stupid. But it's as if they had that attitude, and people in life will have that attitude. Yeah. So you say, well, no, they're making these cars wrong at Mercedes-Benz. I refuse to deal with this. Or I mean, at Chevrolet, this is not the way you do it. And so, you know, this is the problem. People, their egos are huge. And then the problem is, the older they are, the more knowledge they've acquired and the more egotistical they are. Well, there's no cure for cancer until they read about it in the paper. There's no cure for this, that, or the other thing. They're just, all they do is accept consensus reality. And they're very egocentric about it. Particularly these people you see who are newscasters. If you were to talk to them about anything radical, they would have fits and starts. But, you know, most people who listen to this already basically know and understand this. So it's now Christmas. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yes.
For those of you who aren't offended by the phrase Merry Christmas.
Yes.
You know, somebody said Merry Christmas to me today. It was at football. He said, yeah. Gee, doesn't he know he might be offending me? He was black too, so it's like, you know, it's not Kwanzaa centric. As some of my black friends said in the chat, fuck Christmas, you know, fuck Christmas.
Interesting.
But they could say that about anything.
Mm-hmm.
But no, anyway, yeah. So anyway, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
That's right.
It's 1 week left, and this is one important thing, Douglas, I need to tell you, and I'll tell the audience as well.
Yes.
I'm planning, because we have a broadcast on Wednesday, but following Sunday, New Year's Eve,
mm-hmm.
I am planning to spend New Year's Eve at Montauk.
Okay.
And they're probably going to try and stir up a party for me. Not that I'm asking for it.
Right.
But it might be opportune for me to check in either on my cell phone or if I bring my iPad with me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't guarantee it.
Understood.
I don't know how it's all going to parlay. Or it might sound like a party with Mike Ringley in the background. You know, that was so ridiculous.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And so opportune, actually, because it actually provided the connection between you and me and Andrew Bartzi's, which you know, went somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
It actually went somewhere.
It did. Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
So it was good because we had our own private conversation as a result out of that, because you know we were the only ones that tuned in.
Yes, that's
or
true.
Whatever.
No, we because we were gonna go live. We were gonna go live, and then the fucker, you know, did his stupid shit. So we just talked to each other privately. That's right.
Yeah, and with Andrew, that eventually developed into the whole website I have for the Time Travel Education Center. So that was really, really opportune that he did that. So in any case, I guess you'll go into.
I want to thank Aristides while you're here for $100 United States dollars that he contributed. I want to thank him for that while you're still with us, Peter.
Merry Christmas. Yes, indeed. Merry Christmas. Anybody else that can contribute to Douglas, please do so. And from what I've heard from astrologers, we have an exciting year ahead of us. A very good year.
Yes. I mean, sadly, we are starting the year with 20,000 dead confirmed that we know of in Palestine. And these are Palestinians alone. And the overwhelming majority of them children. But, you know, these wars go on. And but nevertheless, it's a good year in terms of the opportunities presented for people trying to learn why things are the way they are. And
it's horrible for 20,000 people to be killed.
Yeah.
One would like to think that their deaths will become meaningful.
Yes.
Because the protests there's always people who are upset about these deaths. There have been times on this planet when there were, you know, hundreds of millions of people being killed either by the so-called Spanish flu.
Yeah.
Or by war.
Yeah.
Holocausts or mass exterminations of people. There's no shortage of things in the history of this world. And I don't want to minimize the death of 20,000 people. But it's low compared to historical standards. Don't want to minimize it. And because we have such a huge population, it's small by proportional standards. Like, and you wonder if massive deaths of people could be an evolutionary solution to too many people. I can't speak for that. I can speak for what happened in Transylvania. They considered that they had too many people. They would tell them, "We're sorry. We can't maintain you. You've got to go settle what's outside of the Carpathians." And that's how European civilization was spread, from that central area. And this developed into a concept, I think you say Lebensraum, living space?
Yes, Lebensraum, yes.
Yeah, you need space to live. And this is what the Germanic revolution in the Third Reich was about, is having living space. Geopolitics,
Yes.
having living space. Of course, the Japanese, their throats were being cut in terms of living space because of the embargoes placed upon them for oil. That wasn't space as much as it was survival.
Yes.
So I think, you know, my mother's wisdom of that, I think she told me that the Japanese didn't have enough space, so they had to invade other countries. You know, this is what she told me. What she.
That was the common perspective. Yes.
Yeah. She also told me that that the metal for the guns they had, they bought the metal from us.
Which is true, right? By the way, there's truth to
Yeah,
that.
she
Yes.
said that. You know, it's like it really makes you wonder. You know, it was like how stupid. But you know, there's so much. You know, and of course I grew up with the legacy of war. That's what we knew.
Yes.
You know, the baby boom era. It's like, you know, okay, we're living in the legacy of war. It was like, I was born in 1953. The war was actually only 1 year old, more realistically 8 years old. And you're living with this legacy of, you know, this great legacy. America winning the war, what you thought, America. And you're grown up into what is now historically called prosperity. It didn't seem prosperous then, it just seemed ordinary.
It seems catastrophic now. Yeah, go on.
Well, actually, you know, what would have been prosperous to me at that time would have been having, you know, a color TV.
Right.
the problem with color TVs, they didn't work too well.
Right.
Color TV, a dishwasher, a dryer. We had a washer. Eventually got a dryer. So we moved up in the world. But all of these, an electric can opener, an electric toothbrush, maybe more luxurious furniture. Bigger house. Prosperity. But you had all the fun and games you wanted.
Right.
It was an idyllic time in terms of if you lived in the suburbs.
Yes.
And it was idyllic for that time period. But in any case, thank you again, Aristides, for contributing to Douglas making his Christmas merrier. And we'll be back on Wednesday,
Yes.
which I calculate will be 27th.
Let me take a look at the calendar right now.
It's Monday. It's Monday already.
Yeah, it's Monday already, and looking at the calendar, the 27th, Wednesday, we'll be back. And don't forget, of course, today is Taiwan Constitution Day. And when we come back on the 27th, it will be the International Day of Epidemic Preparedness. Kwanzaa will have started, so we'll be into Kwanzaa, the second day at that point. First day of Kwanzaa is the day after Christmas, of course. And then, of course, we'll be heading towards the New Year's. And we'll see if Peter can come in from Montauk, which will be great if he can do that. And
we'll see, and for how long and whatnot.
Yeah.
But are you going to transmit all night?
I'll try. Yes. And so hopefully, of course, we'll get a bit of a roundtable going first, and then I'll go into monologue. I'll try and make it more theological tonight and talk about the usual Christmas fare, but maybe I'll go into different directions. It was what you were going to ask before. Questions were asked of you was, what exactly might I be talking about? I was thinking, going in the direction of the Star Child, Adam, the usual Christmas fare about the revelation of the Magi, but we'll see. We'll see what direction it goes into. It may depend. The one thing I should avoid is geopolitics tonight in general, at least as in a concentrated form. But who knows? Well, I think I'll stick with the. Definitely more theological if possible, and then go back to geopolitics on Wednesday for a bit. But thank you for asking, and God bless you.
We call it theopolitics.
I'm sorry?
Theopolitics.
Yeah, theopolitics. That's right. Metapolitics, as I say. Yeah, like metaphysics.
Meta is metaphysical. Theo puts the the God into it.
Yes, true. Good point. Good point.
Like theopolitics embraces metapolitics.
Yes.
Metapolitics could or could not embrace theopolitics.
Interesting. Thank you.
It's all a bunch of rhetoric, semantics. But yeah, it's like if you don't have account for theology in either metapolitics or geopolitics, you're not looking at the whole picture. As long as with occult politics. So it's like an occult stuff that's hidden, so you really can't know the full ins and outs of it anyway. But so be it. Anyway, have a nice night. Have fun with the round table and give everybody a Christmas message they will remember.
Okay, I'll do my best. We love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. And we'll see you on Wednesday, most definitely, at the usual time.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye for now. Thank you so much. Take care. That's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And we're now going to bring on the blessed Aristides, who helped immensely with his $100 contribution. Let's see. I believe he's on. Can you speak?
I'm on, and I can speak. I was feeling a little tired there. It's usually around the point where I kind of hit a slump, but now that I'm actually talking and I'll wake up and here we go. So
Okay. Well, Nemo's going to try and join us. He says he's going to try and make
Yeah.
something to eat before he joins the call. So he did send this to you then. Good. That message. Oh, that he's going to
I
try.
talked to him earlier. He said he'd be around.
Okay. Good. And we'll see who else we can call. Let's see who else we can bring on. I thank you for joining us tonight. Of course, your company is always a treasure. Of course, saddened a little bit that Marina SEREN couldn't join us. She certainly indicated to Peter she wanted help. But obviously she's always welcome. And we'll see when she gets to the point where she's willing to grace us with her presence. In the interim, I'll try and call Brendan, even though I don't expect him to respond. He should be unavailable at this point or incommunicado.
It just said he liked something. I
Interesting.
sent him a picture.
Okay.
He liked it. He might be there.
So he might still be online. Amy Como was in the chat earlier. Let's see if she's able to join us. And of course, Jennifer Hawkins, Mark H. We'll call all the usual suspects. And then if whoever is able to join us, that will be fine. Oh, fuck. I forgot to tell. What was it? I was going to bring up about Viviana Sanchez to dear Peter, and I was going to point out something about Nemo trying to talk sense to him, to Viviana, and oh god, she had that Ian West with her at the time, and they were all hailing. Oh, that was the point I was going to make. Yes, should have done that while Peter was here. Shit. Get caught up in different things when people ask different questions. So my point was, of course, remind me, this is a note to everyone. This is just a note being said on record so that we all remember it. And when I'm with Peter on Wednesday, let's remind ourselves to bring up where the children are going that the Russians have abducted. This is part of the insane, shall we say, infernal inversion being perpetrated by people like Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, of course, Peter brought up the fact that Vladimir is claiming he wants to help end the war. Of course, he's always been saying that, and it's all shit. But the point is that, I mean, just imagine the absurdity of this. The man's engaged in a war of aggression and wants to be a peacemaker in another part of the world. It's like... just the insanity is offensive in and of itself. All right, so I've got a whole bunch of people here that I've pressed the button for. Let's press that add button, and okay, Brendan seems to be out there on the loose, so he sent me something. So just so we remind ourselves on Wednesday, for those of you who are unaware of this, you can look this up. And this is not propaganda. It's not Russophobia. The Russians have been actively engaged in abducting children from the Ukraine ever since this war started. And they claim that they're saving these children from indoctrination into alternative lifestyles. And as I brought up before, this is quite serious. And people can look this up too. Vladimir Putin believes that this is World War Gay. He believes he's waging a war against gayness. I mean, this is literally his obsession. Meanwhile, he's sleeping with the Kovalchuk, one of the Kovalchuk brothers. And the Kovalchuk brother, in this case, has indoctrinated him into his brother's political cosmism. This entire ideology that maybe I'll articulate that tonight. That would be going into geopolitics again, but via the ideology. It's sickening and maybe disrespectful of Christmas, so maybe I shouldn't do that, but nevertheless, put that aside for a moment as a thought. So where are these children going? You would assume they're going into Russia. Vladimir Putin has proclaimed this to be the year of the family in Russia. This is what makes that so obscene. He's sending all of these men to their deaths in a meat grinder. He's breaking up families, calling this the year of the family. but nobody can afford these children. They're not going to Russian families. You might say maybe a few of them are going to Russian multi-billionaires, part of the oligarchy. Doubtless a few of them will be going there to be exploited as sex slaves. Not too many. The majority of them are going to fucking Israel, where they're, of course, being used in the flesh pots of Israel. That's what they were being used in until the war started in Israel, and tourism went to shit. So God knows what's happening to those children now, but this is what they were being exploited for. He sends them directly to the Jews. So at any rate, Brendan Zokit has joined us. Let me take a look at the photograph that he sent. And delightful. He has found himself fruits. These look like still life from a painting, but they're real photographs. Dear Brendan, do join us, and then I can refresh myself. And this will take a little bit of time for me to refresh myself tonight, probably a good 15 minutes, because I'm going to be putting my powdered drink together, my protein drink, so to speak, and along with the vitamins I'll be taking. So I'll be taking my supplements. I finished my sandwich, which of course, our man Brendan doesn't like to hear the ingredients of, but he hasn't heard them yet, but he assumes that they're awful. Not really the case, but then again, I'm not a vegan. So what is it, dear Brendan, about vegans and eggs? Say, for instance, caviar. Do you hold that? It's eggs, of course, but I mean, so is it a moral thing about eggs? This is what Brooke was asking. Brooke says eggs are not yet alive. So is it a moral thing? Is it kind of like a life will be squelched in potential when a person eats eggs? Is that the vegan attitude, or is it something different because of the yolk is just plain full of cholesterol or something? Because if it is he says no chicked eggs are fine. Okay. Because otherwise that would put vegans, ironically, on par with anti-abortionists if they weren't eating eggs because they believe it's a potential life. It'd be like, so that'd be weird. And but so Brendan, do come on and join us and say hello to everyone. Merry Christmas. We adore you for the fact that you're able to join us. And Brendan says, as my mom calls them, chicken periods. Yes, thank you. That's what they are. It's disgusting to phrase them that way, but yes, that's what they are. Ooh, disgusting. But I adore eggs myself. I mean, I love eggs. So, okay, enough of the texting. Brendan, let's hear your voice. Jesus Christ. There you are. It's the mute. He can't get off mute. Like what the fuck? Okay, so maybe because he's preparing himself something, or okay, Brendan, off mute, then join us. Aside from that, yeah. Hopefully Nemo will join us soon too, and then anyhow, I obviously can't go refresh myself until Brendan's able to talk. Once he regains his voice, then let me check the chat room, see what else is developing there, and of course then we can go into various other topics. BLVKOPVL, which might be like blue copple, maybe. He might be using the V the way the Romans use the V in place of the U. Blue Copple says, I'm voting and would love to hear the Christmas lore tonight. And Carl Lindbergh says, refreshments are good. Yes. I don't believe Carl Lindbergh knows the half of it. Okay, so I'll probably go into Christmas lore then. A bit of Christmas lore. I mean, God knows I'm tempted to go cosmism here, and bitch about that. Okay. Brendan, hello. And Aristides. So aside from all of that, Aristides, thank you so much for the $100. Honestly, it killed me just to go do that supply run and then spend honestly $100 like that that's the cost of hydration.
Navidad.
Yes. Feliz Navidad, indeed. And so, dear Brendan, catch us up on everything that's going on with you as well.
Yes, everything's going swell. I mean, I have more than enough fruit. Nature is so abundant and amazing that I have more fruit than I could ever ask for.
Excellent.
Which is good. All the good ones, all the best fruits.
Yes. And tell us about these fruits. What are they? Yes.
We got ancient grapefruits, pomelos, persimmons, chilies. I got chilies also fruit, so many things.
Excellent. I never knew chili was a fruit. I never knew that. Oh my God.
Chili's a fruit. Chili a fruit. Yeah.
Amazing. And tell us about the eggs. So tell us about the eggs and vegan attitude towards eggs. So you eat eggs, you can.
I could, but
Okay.
I don't like eggs.
Oh, okay.
Like, I mean, it's not. I mean, obviously, when you
Is it because of what your mother said? Is it because of the way your mother described?
No. That's just her. That's just her disgust with them. Like, she doesn't like them.
Okay.
But I personally just don't like the way they taste or like the whole vibe of them.
Okay.
It's just not good. Like, I used to like them when I was younger, but I don't use them. And I don't like that albumin kind of taste that it has, that weird kind of proteiny thing. I prefer just lentils and stuff.
Okay.
Like, I've just grown away from that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But if you're coming from just a vegetarian, classic vegetarian, like eggs of course are permitted, cheese is permitted, honey's permitted. But if you're doing like the modern so-called plant-based, aka vegan, then I mean, of course, or as I've seen recently on some branding, some packaging, it says animal free. So anything that comes out of an animal's orifice is just not on the menu, for those people.
And that includes honey?
Yeah, it includes honey because it bees have to absorb it and then regurgitate it. But I love honey. Honey's great.
So you eat honey?
Yeah, I eat honey. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, honey's great.
Okay.
I'm not like a militant when it comes to these kind of details.
Okay.
As long as you're respectful to nature and you use the energy wisely or properly, then it's fair game.
Yeah. And there's some music in your background there? Is that Christmas music in the background or something? Or
these are neighbors.
Okay. Great.
Neighborhood festivities, I guess.
All right. So you're in a happening site in California.
I mean, it's nice of them. It's nice of them, but I wish they would turn off. But whatever. Got to do it for the kids and all that shit.
Yes, and that's fine. Wonderful pictures from Aristides. Did you see these in the text box there? Hitler getting visited by Santa at Christmas. And these are actual photographs. I don't believe they're photoshopped at all. I think these are actual historical photographs of the Christmas celebrations.
I think looks like it.
Yeah, at the time, these look real. And so that's cool. Very, very heartwarming. And wonderful image there of the Adolf Hitler for Christmas.
Made a lot of nice paintings.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God. Yeah. And
what am I looking at?
Well, it's signed something else. But maybe he signed something
down in the corner.
Yeah.
Looks like it's
and then the second photo. Is it the second photo? Or is it the third one? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
The one. Where is it? It's the fourth photo. It's showing the Hakenkreuz in its original position as the swastika. So all that bullshit about the Nazis turned it sideways is so just cheesy. I mean,
thank you.
It's so dumb. I mean, when I hear people say that, I'm just like, that's so dumb. I mean, it's not evil when they turn it sideways. Like they're trying to say, Hitler inverted it, like it's a satanic inversion. But the swastika works any direction. It's an omnidirectional thing. That's why it's got four sides.
Yes, thank you.
Or not omnidirectional, quad directional.
Yes.
It's like it doesn't matter where you put it. Like,
Yes. Thank you.
and the Buddhist, it's clear in the Buddhist thing, like they use it on its side. They use it anyway.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Though at times it's angled. At times I've seen it angled, and so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like on
yeah.
on its point.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
I personally think they do that just for pure, like aesthetic reasons. Like
Yes.
the Nazis did it. You know, it
Yeah.
wasn't really like there was no philosophy tied to the we're gonna point it downwards or something. Like that's just dumb.
Well, definitely it's aligned to the direction of the Thor's chariot in the sky, the Hakenkreuz in the heavens, the swastika in the skies.
Yeah.
It's aligned to that.
It's almost like when I'm seeing this one where he's by the Christmas tree. It's like
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
actually see the lightning rune in it.
Yes.
So they kind of like did like a little bit of aesthetic tweaking to make it look like a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that's definitely something there. What you're saying, yeah.
Yes, yeah, and certainly so. And at any rate, so the painting beneath
Because it could be also rendered as 2 zig rune,
right?
like
Yes,
perpendicular. So
yes,
that's interesting.
Sigrunin. Yes, that's right. The two lightning bolts. Yes. Yeah. No. Thank you for that. And so beneath that, of course, is this painting that I personally, my intuition would be that I think unless Hitler was writing the German in there, can you read that? Is that a name? I believe that's a name, right, Brendan? Can you see that? The painting, the little winter scene beneath it, the painting. And
There's something in the left and something in the right. And the right looks like the signature.
okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. And that looks
The
like
other
it
one's
says
the
Adolf
title.
Hitler. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Okay, so the title for 1907, as in the Vignitis Bond. Help me out here, Brendan. Did he disappear?
I hope not.
He does this. He does this. It's a will-o'-the-wisp. He's theoretically still with us. Again, I'm not going to refresh myself until he comes back on and we know he's back on. Yeah. So once he's back on with us, hopefully they didn't get him, and then we will then I'll refresh myself. Aside from that, he's gone mute again. Okay, so he's dealing with something, and let's take a look in the chat room.
I got knocked off the call. I've been trying to unmute this whole time. Okay, I'm back though. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness! So there's a painting beneath those four photographs.
And the word you're looking for was Erster Freitag.
Kind of, but that's almost like free day, right? Friday or something like Freitag would be like Freikorps, right? Like Freikorps. Freitag would be like free day.
Freitag, first
Freya.
celebration.
Yeah, Freitag. Okay. And of course Friday's named after Freya, the goddess as well. But so in terms of Weichsnachtdispond or something. What do you say that, like Silent Night, Holy Night, Weichsnachtdispond?
Yeah, yes. Let me dredge it from my memory.
Yes. So I believe it may be something like that Hitler's saying on the left-hand side of this painting. On the right-hand side, it looks like it says Adolf Hitler. So one of my biological father's paintings.
Weihnacht.
Yeah. Weihnacht something Bond, right? How do we say that? Yeah. Heilige Night, Holy Night. So Heilige Nacht, that would be. So dear Brendan, so it looks like one of my father's paintings here. Beautiful. I'll download all of this. And while I'm doing that, join our man Aristides in conversation, and I will refresh myself. Then I'll come back and take a look at all of our friends in chat. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. You're there. Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Weihnachtentag, Christmas Day.
Okay.
Which is coming up here. So.
And Christmas night would be what? How would you say it?
Weihnachten Nacht.
Yeah, Weihnachten Nacht. Yes, thank you. And
Weihnachten Nacht.
okay.
But I don't think they say Christmas night. I mean, unless you're talking like nutcracker play or something.
Okay, and if you take a look at behind Hitler in these photographs, both the original photographs in which you've got the Santas coming to visit Hitler, behind him in both those photographs is an SS man who has this V hash mark, just this very plain and simple V like victory hash mark on his arm. And that is, you see that in the film Inglourious Bastards. And that's because the Jews are obsessed with Nazism, and they always want the uniforms to be actually historically accurate, or you know, this would be like the kind that obsess over Schindler's List. And Inglourious Bastards tried to integrate that to a degree, even though it's all masturbatory fantasy of Jewish macho toxicity that you see happening with their bombing Palestinian children and shit. But the V symbolizes that these men were in the party from the old days. It symbolizes the Alta Kampfe, the old fighters. So that means that that was only the people who.
This guy's an OG. Then.
Yeah. That means that they were in the party before it was cool. Before he was elected. Anybody who was in the Nazi party before Hitler was elected had that hash mark. So then they show all the Nazis have that hash mark, or a few of them do in the Inglourious Bastards, to show that they were there from the first. You know, in other words, the Inglourious Bastards is trying to show, see, these men are not just victims; they're all there from the first. They're in it because they're that's what they're trying to emphasize.
Well, wouldn't that be like a, wouldn't that be like a, what would be the word, like a get out of jail free card, like, oh, we were just along for the ride. Look what this guy did to it.
Oh, they're trying to show just the opposite.
That's their logic is kind of skewed there.
Yeah. Well, what the Jewish logic is that these men were in there from the beginning, so they're the guilty party because they're originating all of this. They're the architects.
As far as I'm aware, when they were like in the early era, I don't think they were that anti-Judaic. I mean, really. Were they?
They were never anti-Judaic throughout the fucking war, in the sense that they were all helping the Zionists, and that's why the Zionists helped them.
Or I'm saying the way they say it is like, oh, we didn't know this was gonna happen. Then he gets elected, like Emperor Palpatine level, where all of a sudden he's like, he gets elected, takes emergency powers, and then all of a sudden that comes out, like the skeletons come out, like from the closet.
Actually,
I hate Jews now.
It's.
Is that the case? Is that how it happened?
No. It's
or execute Order 66.
Right.
Emperor Palpatine shit.
Right. It's and don't forget, the order to exterminate the Jews never went out until the Americans started firebombing. And that was at the point that Hitler just said, okay, fuck it, go all the way and kill them all, because for obvious reasons. I mean, for those of you who don't understand, and this is like bizarre topic for Christmas discussion, but nevertheless, this is like what you would get here in this particular podcast. It's what people come here for, is to hear these elements of history, no matter what.
Didn't someone say, like, what kind of podcast am I on, or something?
Yes, he said, what did I tune into? And of course, then we had the other individual about, like, who's the kid in the photograph? They were like, I just don't like child exploitation. Child exploitation.
You should be flattered.
Thank you. Yes. Anyhow, but no, the way it happened was that.
Let's just say he's gonna be disappointed.
Yeah.
If he's into that stuff.
Yeah.
But I think he did say something about that, like, like he was okay with it being what did he call it, Thai ladyboys or something?
Something along the lines. Yeah, it's you can just look through it later.
I mean, that's not really offensive. I think. I mean, they're at least in Thailand, they're like, like you ask them, like they don't get into the politics of gender. They just say, I'm ladyboy. Like, there's no, like, like there's no, like, are you a man or a woman? They just say, I'm a ladyboy.
Right.
Like, that's clear.
Yeah.
You know?
No,
They're
femboys.
pretty clear about that.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. No, it's true. And it's an attitude taken throughout Asia, and that's what Xi Jinping was getting all fucked up about. And he's saying, no more femboys. He was saying, no more pretty boys. Remember Xi Jinping? Yeah. What a doofus. And
It's funny, yeah, like you were saying, like apparently Putin's on that trip now. It's like, I mean,
thank you.
as if they're any better.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Like they're basically on the Andrew Tate level. They're like, we want warriors, like strong men, that kind of stuff. It's like,
and they're just a bunch of useless bullies. Yeah.
yeah. When him and Putin are just like eating freaking steak and just sitting
Thank
back,
you. Thank you.
talking about men. Like, what do they know about real men? Like, they've never done plumbing. Like,
Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Like,
you.
what have you done?
Yeah, these guys have not done no combat, and no, it's a fucking.
Or they try and push that. Oh, Putin, he can, jump out of planes, and like they pull the Chuck Norris trip on him. Like, he does judo.
I remember that
jujitsu
shit.
and shit.
Yeah, that's been the trip they've been pulling throughout his career. I think they can pull it less and less now.
How much of that is true? I mean, he had to have had basic training to be KGB, but
he had basic KGB training. He had, but once he got into power, all that became pretense and show. I mean, this guy went up against the Russian hockey team, and they let him score multiple points. And he's boasting about, look, I scored against our hockey team and shit. And it's like they're gonna
that's the same trip when he would go to those karate tournaments and then he would get like first place. It's
yeah,
like, there's no way.
Oh yeah, it's just. They were all catering to him. It's all just a fucking joke. Right. It's just sad.
And Steven Seagal was there.
Yeah. It's just sad.
Kissing up to him.
Yeah, thank you. It's just sad. It's right. A desperate, insecure individual. I mean, look, just so people understand this, there was
And since Daniel Arola turned to the dark side, it's like, I don't have anyone to bounce this off of, but you guys would know about this. But Quentin Tarantino, like he wrote Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and he made Bruce Lee look like a total dick, right?
Right.
And everyone was against him, and he's like, oh, go fuck yourself. Like Bruce Lee was all the basically in subtext Jewish. All the American stuntmen hated him because he was like landing real blows, and he was like no one could keep up with him. So of course Bruce Lee was hating on them. Like compared to the shit he had to do in Kowloon.
Yes. Thank you.
So but they spun that and said, oh, he was just like this vindictive asshole, and he was just giving us sucker punches. And Tarantino like put him in his movie as this like idiot that does that, and it's like, and of course his daughter got upset.
Yeah, of course.
And Tarantino's defending that in an interview. He's like, well, he was like, none of the stuntmen liked him, and it's like.
Bear in mind, the only thing that Tarantino is good for is nothing. There is not a goddamn thing that Tarantino is good for. When it comes to someone like Daniel Arola going to the dark side, when I come back from my break, we'll just have a few more thoughts on that. Always because it's fun to kick Daniel Arola around because he's basically. I
just meant that in the martial.
Oh no! It's no! I get it. I get it. I still want to kick him around further beyond that because it's just so much fun to do so because he used to just so
he's
people,
gonna timestamp this. What's our time?
Oh yeah, he'll do that because let's get this straight about Daniel Arola. He was so fucked up all the while that he affiliated himself with myself. It was to do what they all do, which is just like what James and Reese did, just scare everybody away. Just make everybody and in terms of revolt everybody, offend everybody. And in terms of Daniel Arola, he made himself just as offensive as possible. There's no difference from Jameson Reese shouting, I want to kill everybody, every day that he's on. And Daniel Arola saying, where the white woman at? Just to offend every white person out there for no goddamn good reason. And just say it repeatedly. Like, okay, do you think it's funny after the 200th time? Like, is it like, it shows that he's senile already because this is what people with.
Well, he did have a brain injury, poor guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's no
I'm being
excuse.
facetious.
Yeah. No, I get it. And it may well be a factor. It may well be a factor, but it's you know what it does is it brings
Well,
out
the chronic LSD didn't help.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. He's marinating barbecued meat 3 times a day in lysergic acid. You know, and
So the holes in his brain are like basically getting parasites and acid holes,
yeah,
bigger holes.
Yes.
Basically, it's compounding the issue instead of helping.
That's right. But I mean, this was an individual who just had a need to consistently bully people who were the most helpless or inoffensive or minorities. For instance, when he wasn't insulting whites, he'd be like always saying, like he'd be showing a picture with a bed full of fat black woman and say, "It smells like fried chicken in there." And it's like, okay, this is stuff he would
Or
literally.
like that one cartoon he would always post. It was like a meme of like the black guy doing the Matrix dodge to like some job application or something.
Just in all fairness, that was funny. In all fairness, that was funny. But he would Tyrone.
Well, he didn't make it. He didn't make it.
He did not make that. He did not make that. But it would be this character Tyrone, and there would be some of the Tyrone memes that were funny, but he's just stealing those. And
exactly. Yeah.
And whatever he produced with his refrigerator art, he was just always stupid. And but when he was like, he would like attack the people like what was it? Indigo children. He'd be like stalking them on their website and attacking them, and it's like, why are you picking on them? And again, people,
the children that were heralds of love and light, supposedly.
Yeah, and
why would that be his target? Right?
Thank you. And people having to do with incest. He had this obsession with people who were committing incest. Yeah. Like, I'm going to attack. Remember, he had the memes about my ancestors built this country instead of ancestors. Yeah. He'd say incestors, and he'd be constantly shitting. And I finally told him, look, a lot of people have written me with these heartbreaking stories. They have no control over the fact that their father and mother are brother and sister, okay? They're just born of these unions. They're victims of circumstance, and they really don't appreciate you're doing this. And he'd be so pissed off. He'd say, oh, I need people to pick on. And I'm like thinking, what kind of freak are you? You are everything that Tarantino is trying to show Bruce Lee as. See, Bruce Lee is trying to show Bruce Lee as this Daniel Arola character who's just going around bullying people, sucker punching them, this asshole who's spouting philosophy but is following none of it. That's all that Daniel Arola manifests. And so when it comes to Tarantino, of course, Tarantino's envious of anybody like Bruce Lee because Tarantino could never be Bruce Lee. And when Tarantino makes something like Inglourious Bastards, all of these Jews go out and they kick ass and they kill all the Nazis, which none of the Jews ever did historically. So it's like, you should be embarrassed at producing a fantasy like that, because it's like, say for instance, someone like some incel, some involuntarily celibate, producing a movie in which they show themselves fucking all these actresses, like big time porn actresses or famous sex bombs, and they show a movie where they're fucking all these chicks, and it's a movie in which somehow they won the lottery and they got the finance to show themselves fucking all these chicks, and it's still just a fantasy. It's like, look, you never had sex with these chicks.
Here we go. Here's the kicker. So remember we brought up Tarantino in the past, and I was like, oh, he's not Jewish, like why has he had this trip? And then you said something along the lines like, oh, well, he's basically like an adopted Jew.
Yes.
That's why they always hire him, because he's like basically, he's a
contract propagandist.
Yeah, exactly. And he's down for it, because that's what if you look at his like interviews, that's all he ever wanted was to be a movie producer. And so of course he had to go that route. I mean, naturally. Yeah. They ran that business for years and still do. But I just was, out of curiosity, He's married to an Israeli singer and model.
Of course.
Daniela Pick.
Yes.
So
No
there you go.
surprise.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Exactly.
He'll also defend the entertainment industry Jews like Roman Polanski for raping that girl.
That's right.
He's
He'll
on
say
Howard
he'll say
Stern.
she led him on. He'll say she led him
Yeah.
on. That she.
Yeah,
He's-
which
he's a
tells you
vile
everything you need
scumbag.
to know,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
or everything you need to know about this guy.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And so when it comes to someone like Tarantino, that's one thing. When it came to Daniel Arola and with that incest trip and his desire to pick on people who are products of incest, that was something that was bizarre to me, and I could never grasp where that was coming from. And I still don't, other than the fact that he had this psychotic pathological need to feel superior to someone, anyone. And so he always needed a target to pick on, but it's the total opposite of his philosophy that he was posing. He's a posier, saying that, oh, a true warrior never gets angry, but he's full of spite and resentment. This is Daniel Arola. And Tarantino is a reflection of that. Tarantino's full of spite and resentment, and he contracts with a culture that's full of spite and resentment. And so he basically, it doesn't matter if Tarantino himself is not Jewish. Take a look at the people in Inglourious Bastards. All the people who are playing the American commandos are Jewish. That's emphatic. They emphasize that in the film. They're very emphatic about their playing Jewish people. But if you look at their actual backgrounds, they're actually all genetically Jewish. And they hired a bunch of Jewish guys to play Jewish guys. But what's the Jewish guy's fantasy is that they're killing all the Nazis before the war starts. I've never watched the film other than bits and pieces of it that I've had to suffer through. Like I said,
Which film? Inglourious?
Yeah, Inglourious Bastards.
A friend of mine tried making me watch that. I'm not watching this retarded shit. Fuck off.
Thank you. Well, it's so offensive on so many levels. And
There's one scene where the guy that's American acting as a German.
Yeah.
He asks for another beer, and he uses his index finger as counting, one more beer, please. And then all of a sudden, like, all the Germans instantly know he's a spy, because in Germany, the first finger is the thumb.
Yes.
When you say one more, you put your thumb up.
Yes.
So that's like that part's actually true. So,
right. Yeah, no, he did some level of research, but then there's other scenes I'm aware of where they show them torturing a female, but it's supposed to be okay because she's a Nazi, and they're torturing her and breaking her bones and shit. Yeah. And this is like
like you brought it up before, the stuff they do with Nazis, I mean, is so disgusting, like to the point where they're making them zombies and then you kill them infinitely.
Yes. And
like, it dehumanizes them to the point of just ridiculousness. I mean, so like,
yeah. And so Deep Space Pilot, who is the lead bandsman for the Deep Space Pilots, this is Ronald Stryney. He says, "Merry Christmas, Douglas," and thank you, sir. He provides a GIF. He says that Daniel guy was a jackass. Ever try arguing with him? He would reply with memes. I'm glad you don't talk to him anymore. Thank you. Well, this was again part of his absurdity was just to have fun with this, because it's always fun to vent. It's like a gift to myself to just vent at times. He would always have the same variation on a theme. Different memes to say the same thing over and over again. But he said basically that, always the same shit. Son, you're going to work all your life. You're going to earn money and you're going to marry some chick and she's going to ultimately leave with a total stranger after meeting him for a few minutes. These men are called musicians. He'd always have that same meme over and over again with just different imagery. And he was implying that he was that musician. And it's like he found a sugar mama adopted him. But it's like we said, I'm no musicologist. I'm deaf in my right ear. I'm the last person on earth to be able to appreciate music the way my mother did. But I can tell you one thing. There's a lot of sexy instruments out there that women are attracted to, but
it's not the ukulele.
Thank you. The ukulele is definitely the last. It's not on the list. It's just so far off the radar. It would be like my picking up a plastic kazoo and going, like blowing one of those party horns where, the rollout. What do you call those party? You blow the whistle and the roll comes out. It would be like my blowing on that. That's what the ukulele is like. There is nothing. Now, granted, I am biased. I am biased because I have trauma. I have trauma affiliated with the ukulele. I shouldn't even relate this because people find it so fucking funny, but this is like one of those horror stories. This is the problem men have when they relate rape. Is that women start giggling. But this is like when I was at one point in Sonoma State University stranded in the Samoan dorm of the Samoan guys who were all on the football team. And then one of them cornered me and started serenading me with a ukulele. And it was just, had to be one of the most frightening, suffocating moments of my life. To just be cornered by this hulking mountain of meat, intent on copulating with me, but trying to seduce me into it with this wretched fucking.
Were you like presenting as a female, or just this is just
me,
casual?
That was enough. Yes, just casual. Yeah. And that was enough for this individual, where, oh my god, it's I'm not gonna say how I got out of that one. Maybe someday. I'm still not ready for it. It was such a traumatic experience, but it's
name
just
in the notes.
no need to dwell.
Yeah, but it's like this is what I kept thinking of every time that idiot would bring up his ukulele, and it sounded like wet farts. He'd place it right at the crotch where they place it, and start. It's like he was strumming his one string meat guitar. Like he was literally jacking off, and it just produced all these wet fart sounds anyway. And this idiot thought that this was.
That reminds me. There was like another meme. Daniel always said, "Oh, the guitarist always gets all the chicks." Yeah. There was also a meme that says if you're the second guitarist in a band, or the bassist, it's like that guy's always gay or bisexual or something. Oh god. It's like
he would know. He would know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that was his meme or something, but I think he might have mentioned it.
Yeah.
But it's like that's probably true.
No doubt. But then again, But anyhow, I always think back to when that Paul McCartney once produced a album with a ukulele, and when asked why, he said, "Oh, well, my kids think it's funny when I play the ukulele," and that's when this one critic said, "My kids think it's funny when I pass gas. Doesn't mean I'm going to produce an album of nothing but my fart sounds." By the way, Andrei Numerzyzinski in Germany says, "Herrlich Nacht, Stille Nacht, Weihnachten." So Weihnachten is
Weihnachten. Yes.
But I'm sure there was this more complicated. I'm sure there was this more complicated term that I was thinking of, Weihnachtsband or something, but it's kind of like something to do with Christmas night. But no big deal. I want to thank our man Nemo very much for joining us, and so all of that being said, of course I'm gonna refresh myself. Do me a favor, Nemo. Of course, do participate, and I appreciate your coming on. I'll certainly enjoy speaking with you when I return. Just go easy, of course, with whatever is said concerning the protected population. Obviously, I mean, certainly the direction we've been going in. You would think, honestly, it's a wonder. It's a wonder. It's just a wonder I don't get. They've
eased up on it lately.
Yeah, thank God. What you heard what I said? You heard what I told Peter? They removed my content for the Roswell 1, and it's like
what?
Yeah, the Roswell 1. They removed it because they said because of what you said about vaccinations. Because I was pointing out.
But you were talking about 1918.
No, 1942. 1942. It was Battle of Los Angeles. And just so people understand, we're not going to go into that, but because I don't want
that's
to.
a whole. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah. So you remember the Americans responded because they thought the Japanese were deploying yellow fever at the Battle of Los Angeles. So what happened was the Americans responded and wound up with a lot of collateral damage. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
Read the book. Just everyone out there who wants to find out. At any rate, many Americans, you won't go into.
You would think the people that are against the V would at least bring that up.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not public information, but still.
Yeah, and but
Yeah.
these guys are trying to say you're taking the stance of an anti-vax activist. I mean, this is preposterous. I mean, this is. It's just like when I get dinged for Ian West playing a bunch of anti-trans shit, and I mean, oh my God, do you people not see the way I'm presenting myself in the goddamn thumbnail? It's just preposterous. You can't win. So Andrei Nemezhinski says, they Knoxbaum maybe, something like that. It was something like that, and but definitely we're on the right track.
I think you're conflating it maybe with Walpurgis now.
Yes,
that's in the
yes,
spring. That's in the spring.
But
That's when the witches come
kind
out.
of, kind of. But there's a German term very similar, but it's not that. Walpurgisnacht, of course, is what is exactly does that transliterate as?
Walpurgis. It's just the time, the time, the day.
Okay, yeah. And okay, so
the witching night, basically.
Right. So just so everybody knows, by the Roswell deception, read about the Battle of Los Angeles, and then what they're claiming is that what I've articulated about that historically, and this is
it's like a name, Walpurga is a saint,
okay,
etc. Yeah.
Okay.
Christian saint. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So it's their night. For got it. Okay. And all right, and Aristides, you're still with us, right?
I'm still here.
Excellent. So Nemo, you're still with us, right? And good man. Okay.
Apparently, it's the highest holiday on the satanic calendar, according to this
Anton
San
Zandor
Francisco
LaVey. Yeah. It's basically it's like.
But that's just, I mean,
that's modern shit. They've decided it's like they're picking and choosing, what they want to.
They just wanted a second Halloween. Basically.
Yes, thank you.
In other words,
thank you.
That's why all the goth girls like it.
Yes. And
they get 2 Halloweens. That's all they want.
Yes, it's true. And goth is great. Love the goth chicks, or dead chicks is what they also call them.
Yeah, I wasn't against them. Let's put it that way.
No, definitely.
I'm more than up for that. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. You gentlemen have got this. Before I go, one more check into the text box. Let's see now. Acid Kick 96 says good evening, and he said something about he thinks he may have solved the Skype problem. So let's see what he said here. He said good evening, Merry Christmas. And then
you're gonna bring on another acid head, Doug?
Yeah, I might. He says, I think I might have sent you another friend request through my new account. Much love, respect. Jesus, that's if I can find that. I'd have to take a look. I'll see if I can find the notification for that. Unless I catch it the moment you send it, then it takes some searching, and sometimes I don't succeed. But it's not like I'm trying to avoid you, believe me. Trillion Phoenix says, if you think caviar is bad, look up hot vit lon aka by belut. Yum yum. No, that's awful. No,
Belut.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember that idiot, Daniel Arola, kept denying.
Yeah, he would be the one to eat that shit.
Yeah, but he denied what I said about it. He kept denying what I said about it. And I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know what they do. And he was like so full of shit and saying, oh, no, that's not what they do. And I said, bull fucking shit. He's just, he just doesn't want himself to sound as gross as he was when he was eating that. For those of you who don't know, let me describe balutes. They're so bad.
No chick would ever touch you after that.
Thank you. They're so, it's like, this is what they're like. When my dad was in the Navy, and the sailors would make these bets to each other, let's go eat some balutes, as this macho thing. He'd say, to hell with you, I'm not gonna eat no balutes. And then one time, finally, because my dad was an alcoholic, he actually overcame that. Okay, I AA is great, and I people who go through that, that's great, but my dad just stopped drinking.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, he just stopped drinking, was how he stopped it. But anyhow, before that happened, which was like in his 60s, before that happened, he was still a sailor and he was still an alcoholic. At one point, they conned him into, we'll buy you enough drinks if you eat a balut. And so they paid for all his drinks, and they got him pig-faced drunk. And then when they dragged him towards the village, he could smell the balutes. And at that moment, he dug his feet, even though they were physically dragging him. He had shoulders being carried on either side by a different sailor. And even though they were physically dragging him, he dug his toes so deep into the ground, he somehow anchored himself, and they could not physically drag him into the village to eat those balutes. That's how he resisted even when he was pig-faced drunk. That's how bad these balutes smell. But for those of you who don't know what they are, they basically go into the backyard and they dig these little holes about 6 inches deep, and they take an unfertilized raw egg, something that will hatch. They take an,
fertilized.
Fertilized, something that's fertilized but unsterilized. What do you call it? It's not, whatever they do to sterilize them, or, it's fertilized but unsterilized. And they, it's going to hatch, but they, take it out of the hen house or whatever, and they put it 6 inches deep.
It's like a chicken embryo, and then they let it,
Well, they let the embryo, develop.
Mold.
What's that you said?
They let it, ferment afterwards.
They incubate it.
Yeah. But they they put it, for those of you who don't know, they've got these little 6-inch holes. They put it there under the sun, and then the hole gets filled with shit. I'm not kidding you. It's human excrement that they sometimes will take a shit into the hole. Literally, humans or the dog or whatever animal that's around, they'll just put the shit over it. It's got to be shit. It literally shit. And then it bakes. And so in the sun, it bakes, and it actually kind of develops to a certain degree. And just before it will hatch, under all that shit that's baking in the sun, they dig it up again, and then they crack it open. And the chicken at that point is developed to the point where it has claws. It has to develop to the point where it has claws, because they use the claws to pick their teeth. They use the claws to pick their teeth afterward, but the rest they just... Yes. The rest... It's like premature feathers and all. They try and bite it all on one big bite. They try to learn to bite it all in one big bite, which you'd almost have to, or if you try it slowly, you're just going to vomit. And, of course, any normal human would vomit anyway. And then they, swallow all that, except for the little claws, and then they use that to pick their teeth. It's disgusting. So this is... Oh, and you know how they get the shit off? They use these little wooden forks with these thick tines, the thick teeth on the fork, so when they scrape all that shit off and they crack open the egg, it still has all these little streaks of shit all over it. I know because I've seen this done. So
you're talking about, there's a variant there's a variant called the 1,000-year-old egg, basically.
Well, no, that's the Chinese 1,000-year-old eggs, but they're different. They're bad. You wouldn't eat those either, but but they're not like that.
This Filipino one is totally whitewashed. If you look it up on Google, they put nice clean ones with a white shell.
There might be maybe there's some mass industrial produced thing they do for tourists these days or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
That they might produce.
You're talking about the real one.
The real one, because I've seen Filipinos do this in their backyards. Here in San Francisco, and they don't like to do it here because
authentic balut.
Yeah, it's authentic balut, and like I said, they just
it's behind a paywall. You can't even read it.
Yes, thank you. They don't want to show you pictures of people shitting into this 6-inch hole they've dug on top of their egg and shit. Oh my fucking God. So when I was explaining this, then fucking dumb shit, Daniel Roll was saying, oh, it would never be chicken. It'd never be chicken. It's duck. He was saying it's duck.
Yeah, they're duck eggs.
Yeah, that's what he's claiming. I saw him do it with chickens. Okay, fuck. So fuck him.
Let's put it this way: it's not going to stop him if it's a chicken egg.
Yeah. Thank you. I saw him doing it with chicken eggs. Okay, so it was. I know they do it with chickens. So it's like, and that's what my father saw too. So it's like they do both. I'm sure they do both. You think they give a shit?
Like as if they were, like they were cold, like what would be like culinarily refined enough to be like, oh, it doesn't taste right, it's a chicken, like they don't care.
Yeah, thank you. No, it would just be a different taste to them. They'd say, oh, here's a chicken balut, here's a duck balut, right? I mean, it's
exactly,
that's be like. So the idea that one would be forbidden is preposterous.
Oh yeah, this is disgusting. According to them, it's considered an aphrodisiac or a sexual stimulant.
Oh God.
I mean, if that's what it takes, then what?
Yes.
Then it's not worth it, man.
Yeah.
Like, what chick's
Why not just stick
go
with the
up to
oysters?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many herbs and stuff that help. I mean, ginseng. But that's just their excuse. That's not real. I mean, no chick's gonna go up to you with a freaking.
Thank you.
Like, you have fermented egg breath. That's there's no way.
There's no way. Thank you. I mean, not only that, but what you intake, it does affect the taste of your sperm. So, I mean, God. Women appreciate men who eat a lot of fruits because the sperm tastes better.
Right.
Yeah, etc. Yeah. But, it's like, it's like, imagine what that does to it.
I just ate an entire pineapple.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Take a hint, ladies. At any rate. Toxic Male Gamer said, just had this convo over dinner. Apparently veganism is about consent to the animal to grant assets to itself or products. For instance, honey is not vegan because the bees did not consent. Of course, if you're a beekeeper and you're raising the bees, then isn't that kind of like they're dependent on you? So,
yeah.
I mean... Yeah,
see, the bee thing is a very... I would, like, that's a very gray area because the bees themselves, like, if it's an honest beekeeper, they're going to do everything they can to protect the hive and ensure that it survives. And, they'll even split the hive and help the queen and all that stuff. Even to the point where they grow entire fields for the, and they help us fertilize the crops, pollinate crops, right? So with the bee thing, it's like, without bees, we wouldn't have crops, and then they wouldn't have honey without, like, without all these, crops. And so that's a more gray area.
Yes.
And so, and there are ways to harvest it without killing them, of course. Like,
oh, of course.
So that's the difference with it's like in Ayurveda, it's actually not considered himsa, like a violence, as long as you keep the hive intact. So most beekeepers have a catch that where the honey can drain and they can pull the honeycombs and the bees don't get killed or anything. So it's kind of like, like you don't want to kill your hive if you're making money off the bees.
Of course not.
So that's why it's like a gray area. It's like there's how harmful is that? That's to be just,
Yes, and besides, more and more people are trying to protect bees. This is one of the reasons why they are so afraid of the spread of Africanized bees that are basically hostile to other bees, and they're also afraid of the spread of these Japanese monster wasps that
hornets.
These hornets that will wipe out beehives. And
those things are ruthless. Yeah, I've seen people like online. It'll show like the beekeepers, like they'll see one of them by their hive and they'll like hit it with a stainless steel bowl.
Oh yeah.
And like the ringing of it like breaks the hornet into pieces.
Yeah.
And then people will be like, "How are you so cruel?" And the beekeeper will respond, "That thing will go in and massacre my entire hive in 5 minutes." And,
oh yeah.
So like, there's like, I mean, it's just a matter of attack and defense. It's just like a Martian thing. Like, people are too sensitive nowadays. There's no, like you said, when it comes to Martian faculties, like warfare and stuff, like that's actually necessary. Like, you have to have the ability to defend.
Thank you.
That shouldn't be seen as a bad thing. Like,
thank you.
I saw a video of one of these beekeepers. They captured one of the hornets that would come to their beehives to attack them, and they tied a very light white stripe of silk or some fabric around the big wasp, and then they'd have a drone to track it to follow the big flying white stripe to lead it to the hive of the wasp, and then they'd be able to locate where it is after tracking it with a drone, and then they just burn down the fucking hornet.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah. No, understood. Understood.
pretty clever.
And as well, the Japanese have also tried turning those into a food. They do take the hornet and they do fry them up or whatever they do to make them edible. So, and they're big enough to eat. This is what's so frightening.
They're huge.
Yeah, they're
they'll fuck big spiders up and birds and all that shit.
Yeah, no, they're awful.
Yeah, you know about that stuff, Nemo. Like you're in Australia, but I've heard in Asia the bugs are like huge.
Yeah.
Like beetles are bigger, bees are bigger, spiders are bigger.
Yes.
Like we're actually lucky in California. There's only like a few big ones, and even the tarantulas here are nice. Like even if you see them, they're really sweet.
Quite docile. Yeah, they don't go out their way to buy you or nothing.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Very, very true. Our man. Here we are. Aristides just put into the text box. Flow Hive lets you extract raw honey. Fascinating. And so I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes.
What's
you
the
guys
flow
got this. Oh, take a look in the text box.
A special design where they don't even have to open it to get the honey.
Yeah.
They've come up with these.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some kind of trick that they use there, but yeah. So
one of my
it's like
coworkers,
having plumbing inside to get all the honey out.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah. Yeah, see, those are the ones I'm talking about, where like you don't even have to disturb the hive. And bees are so like diligent that like they definitely have plenty of food. Like they're not gonna like starve or something. Like that's the implication when people like the vegans are against it. They're saying, "Oh, you're depriving them of food." But the thing is, these bees, I don't know. There's something about them that divine has allowed them to have this abundance. You know. Like they produce more food than they need as a colony because they're just constantly working. So there's this kind of, there's some kind of reason why divine allows them to exist. Like they're for humans, partially for like creatures, like, and bears and stuff will eat, like they'll just straight up smash the hive up and eat them.
And they don't even care about getting stung because their hive's so thick.
Yeah. Like, I can't imagine being, like, in the past, like, when there was no refined sugar and stuff, and, like, imagine tasting honey. Like, you've never had sugar, concentrated sugar. Like that would be, like, a straight magical freaking item.
Yeah.
Like, there are these, like, bugs that take flower nectar and concentrate flower nectar. I mean, that's, like, magic. That's, like, real magic kind of thing.
Like alchemy for insects.
Yeah. That's... The bees are considered sacred to the Egyptians, and like the ancient Vedic peoples consider them sacred. And as per Ayurveda, it's considered like it's one of the most potent medicines. This, like, the honey itself, it's used to potentiate herbs. Like you would use, like, say triphala, for example, which is like a blend of 3 fruits, and you would take it with honey, and the honey would slow down the absorption, and the enzymes in the honey would make it more bioavailable. So this thing was considered to be a sacred thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it can have medicinal properties, like for fighting off infections and shit on wounds.
Yes.
I had a horrible toe infection from smashing my large toenail, and a mother of a friend had medicinal honey, and she just told me to put it on that sore, and it'll kill off the infection.
Did it work?
Yeah, well, it helped, but it took a while to go away. It was pretty bad.
Right.
I fell on crack. I kicked something real hard, and just the middle hard part of the toenail just jammed right into the flesh.
Right.
I couldn't even pull it out. I just had to wash it and just let it naturally heal.
Yes. Yeah. The body's able to heal that. With some help, from but did you use like Monica honey, or was it just standard?
I think it was something might have been done to it because it was in a container. Like she got it from a store, a medical store. But
Okay,
it was
yeah.
edible though. It was still edible because my friend says, "Oh, I put it on my toast." So yeah.
Right.
It could have been that one you just said, the Manuka honey.
All right.
I was
Yeah, I
about
didn't
to,
look at the name.
yeah, I was about to bring that up. It's they harvest it from, I'm sure Brendan knows, from a special plant, special flower, and it gives it like antiseptic properties.
And it was
Yeah,
darker than regular honey. It looked like dark
Yes.
brown.
Yeah. So most likely it's Manuka honey. It's from New Zealand, and it's basically a relative of the tea tree. So it's like tea tree honey.
Oh, nice.
So you guys know about tea tree oil, that kind of stuff. So it's like
Yeah.
infused into the honey essentially. Antiseptic.
Yeah.
More antiseptic than honey. And honey it's like one of the substances that is so powerful in its preservation that they've dug up honey in Egyptian tombs that is still edible. So 3,000 years, imagine a food that's good after 3,000 years. That's the power of honey. Like,
God damn.
yeah. So like the real survival food is actually honey.
Yeah.
So like you can put it in a fallout shelter and you'll be good. Like, you'll at least have some sugar and enzymes and the bee pollen. I actually just recently obtained some bee pollen, which is like when the bee, like some of the beekeepers, they'll put this little thing on the front of the hive. When the bees go in, it scrapes off all the pollen that builds up on their hands or their little, forceps, their fingers, or on their arms or whatever. I don't know the actual term, but like they get these like balls of pollen, and the pollen will build up, and so they get scraped off the bee, and the pollen is really good for like men's health.
All right.
It's full of different enzymes and amino acids and plant particles that when it's digested, you get all of those vitamins, minerals. So bee pollen is very beneficial.
Yeah.
It basically
nice.
has all the building blocks for cellular life. So
And
you
they
can
have
live
like
off of it.
they have like what is it? Is it a fermented version of that? It's like bee bread.
Oh, really? I don't know about that. Oh, yeah. Like you're saying inside the hive, they do make it.
It might be from yeah, it's might be something the bees do themselves, but like yeah, where they fill they fill some of the cells with the pollen,
Mhm.
and it just like kind of ferments.
Yeah. So that's what it is. Bee bread. Yeah.
Which is
I
different
like
than
that.
pollen. It's like
Yes.
their own little fermented stash.
It's
or
like their version. Yeah, that's so
something.
sweet. The bees
You
are
can
sweet.
get it.
Yeah, it seems pretty beneficial too. Yeah. There's also like royal jelly, and
What's that like?
royal jelly. So
Yeah.
royal jelly is what they feed. So they pick a bee and they feed it royal jelly, and it turns into a queen. So this royal jelly is like a different substance that they can make. And it's very beneficial for like immune system and energy. It can, like, a lot of athletes take it. Like royal jelly is very beneficial.
All right.
Yeah.
I bet
It's
it's
a-
expensive.
Oh yeah. It takes a lot to harvest. It's a honeybee secretion that's used in the nutrition of the larva as well as the adult bees. So yeah, that's what it is.
Can
It's like
bees
their
gather?
version of milk.
All
That's
right.
what I would say.
Can bees collect the resin off fucking marijuana plants and make THC honey?
I think
Yeah.
they do that.
In Colorado, we can get it here in California, but in Colorado they have a lot of that, and you can buy it. And it's more like, I would say it's not like super THC. It's more like a CBD kind of. It's more herbal and like it's more mild. I've tried it before.
All right.
It's not like mad honey or something where you get stoned. It's just a little something.
Not like eating a pot cookie.
No. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I
also
adore-
another substance these things make on the bees.
Yeah. I adore the bees now. Because
Yeah,
when you
that's
get
so
older,
strange.
you just learn to appreciate animals and shit. When I see
Yes.
bees like gathering pollen from the flowers in the backyard, I like watching them.
Yes. Yeah, without bees, we wouldn't have, any food basically for all intents and purposes. Like,
Yeah.
that's not even including the honey, the bee bread, the beeswax, you know, the propolis. That's another thing they make, propolis,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
They're just,
Uh,
vital to the ecosystem. They go extinct and kind of fucked.
Right. Yeah. And every region, so this is another thing that's interesting. The one we're talking about, these like honeybees, are European honeybees, which
Right.
are now like they're all over the world, all over Asia. Now in America, they're all over the place. But there are native bees in every region on Earth. So there's something that the bees, like the biosphere, has to have this kind of creature to propagate. It's like pollinate and with the plants. So they're definitely very special.
Why is
And
it
like
the African bees are so more aggressive than the other bees?
yeah, I don't know. Well, it's just they live in much more harsher regions typically. Like they're from like these kind of harsh regions.
More danger in there.
Yeah, there's a lot more predatory animals. Like there's less they come from kind of like the steppes of Africa, these like very harsh regions. So that's
Right.
my guess as to why they're so aggressive. It's like they have to be offensive. Whereas the
Yeah.
European honeybee, it's like if you go to parts of Europe during the summertime, it's like there's so many flowers, like Switzerland, and
Yeah.
you've seen photos of these, like they're huge
Mm.
meadows. It's like they don't have to fight. They just kind of just buzz around and pick up honey. It's like
All right.
so I feel like that's part of the reason.
Makes
That's
sense.
why they like America so much. I feel like because there's huge fields or there were,
Yeah.
just open fields of lots of flowers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting worse now because all that land is being destroyed for industrialization establishments and mining and all that shit.
Yeah. And even the open land here where there's no people, it's like it's not productive because humans are not like, I was telling someone this earlier, is like the actual land, if you're respectful to it, it produces more. Like I have like there's this tree that I have access to that's like a lemon tree. And during the summer I took care of it and like gave it water and like, said I appreciated it and stuff.
Yep.
And I was like, we're respectful to it. And this season it has like literally thousands of lemons. Like it's an unreal amount of lemons. It's like
How big is this
mind
tree?
boggling. It's actually just like just a normal citrus tree. Like its total diameter is probably like 25 feet, but it's like it's not huge. It's not like towering or anything. It's like,
All right.
but it has like literally thousands of lemons, like more than I've ever seen it have. So it's just, like there's a reason why like the Aborigines and stuff, they all did like song lines, right? They would sing and dance and, say praises to the earth because that would increase the production of their whatever they were harvesting.
All right.
And that's the Druids did the same, like in England and stuff. Like the Druids would, they would never use a knife to cut any plant. Like they considered it, that was like the most egregious thing you could do. Like they would never use a sharp implement on anything that was green or plant like. They would always just pluck it, or harvest it when it was ready. And even to the point where they wouldn't even walk underneath an oak tree without its permission. This is how they put it. So they would have to ask permission for the oak tree to even walk underneath its leaves. So it takes this kind of communion with the environment to get production, abundance, to get abundance, to be able to survive on this plane. Like
So
nature is very...
they acknowledge the spirits of nature and they try to appease them.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. like as a being, yeah, it would like, you know, they would consider each tree to have its own spirit. Yeah. And
Yeah, I
nowadays,
heard about Native Americans having that belief too.
yes,
Like certain trees they wouldn't dare touch or go near or disturb. Otherwise,
yes.
you'll be fucking cursed.
Yeah.
Something bad will
Yeah.
happen to you.
Yeah, yeah. They had that about like the sycamore tree and stuff like that. You know, like these more powerful trees. I mean, and there's like a certain knowledge, like in the Tolkien mythology, it's like they had the Ents, right? Like those beings that were trees that could, at one point, the elves taught them to talk. They were able to speak and move on their own. And then after the elves left Middle Earth, apparently because there were no more Ent wives, the Ents reverted to become just normal trees again. So like Tolkien got that mythology from, you know, the Druids and like these actual real mythologies that he had access to in the Oxford libraries, where they had actual firsthand accounts of these talking trees and stuff. Like they called them spriggans and different creatures that lived in the woods. That, you know, that these trees could talk and communicate. And you can communicate with, if you go to ancient forests, like you can communicate with the trees if you're sensitive enough and respectful.
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I saw a video of this one chick. She has a real long hair. And I don't know what type of tree it is, but it has these very long strands branching off the tree, these thin, long, stringy things. And she's wrapping her hair around these long, stringy strands of the tree. And she's like, just in a real happy state, as if she's trying to be intimate with the tree.
Something she's trying to pull like an Avatar.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's
seemed like it was
good,
working.
Yeah, there's a lot of techniques, like even in Qigong and stuff, they use, you know, trees as this kind of energetic support, because the tree, because it's so fractal, it's like, I mean, it's a completely fractal based, you know, golden ratio based item, object / being, that it can transmute, like, you know, heavier energies into lighter energies. Like it's something that it can do quite easily if you communicate with them. So, I mean, there's some truth to that. Yeah. Like grounding, it also grounds you when you touch wood, like on a tree bark, like it can ground you into the earth. If it's like too cold to like put your feet on the ground, you can just touch a tree. But then they kind of, nowadays they like bastardize it and they say, oh, you're a tree hugger, like it's some kind of put down. But in reality, it's like that's like the sensible thing to do, like the scientific thing to do,
It's
to like
good thing
balance your mind. Yeah, very good thing. Yeah, like even the Buddha, like the story of the Buddha, like he got, you know, enlightened under a tree, like, and the structure, like if you see an oak tree, like the structure of it is the same as the nerves in the brain, the cerebral tissue. So there's very much truth to this connection. Yeah.
I wonder if that has anything to do, like why children just feel the need to want to climb a tree, is they're more sensitive
definitely
to the energy of it and just subconsciously feel like connecting with the tree. Because when I was a child, I just loved climbing trees. When I went to visit my grandfather, he had this massive tree in front of his place that I loved climbing all the time. It was very satisfying just climbing.
Yes. Yeah, same with me. I used to love, just even being around trees or climbing. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Like children have this connection to them. And they, you know, there's even like in America, there's like that, like in the 80s and 90s, like all the films, they would be like, the parents would be mad, you know, like you would see like the parents would get mad when the kids would climb the tree. Oh, you can't do that, you're gonna break your arm, you know, like they'd immediately, like it's like some Matrix shit out of the Matrix, like, oh, you can't do that, like that's wrong, you know, like they want to like indoctrinate the kids against that immediately. But then you go to places like Africa, India, you know, these kind of places where people would say, oh, just tribal, like primitives and stuff, quote unquote. But those people are around trees all the time, and they, you know, they know what value they have. So, That's
The kids are
fact.
like monkeys anyway, so let them climb.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like it's good for their coordination, and even if they get hurt, it's like you learn something. Like,
Yeah.
what
Just
doesn't
don't go
kill you
too
makes
high.
you stronger. Yeah, and I mean, there's like that. Most people have that built in. Like when you get too much height, you get scared. You know, it's like it's not a nice thing to be like dangling off a tree.
Mm.
Like, you know, it's just makes you more natural.
Michael Jackson knew this. He must have had vast knowledge about occult related stuff and all that, because all the kids that would come to his mansion, his park, he encouraged them to climb this special tree that he had, because he believes all children should experience climbing trees.
Oh,
And he
interesting.
just encouraged that a lot. Yeah, you must climb a tree. All, like every young boy and girl
Right.
needs to climb a tree,
Was
experience
it a real
climbing
tree
a
or
tree.
was it like a jungle
Yeah,
gym or
yeah.
something? It
No,
was a
just
real
a
tree.
big real tree. It was his favorite tree to climb. He'd climb it, and
Oh wow,
he'd get inspiration from it for songs he made.
interesting. Yeah, that's it's
He,
nice on on paper, but obviously he was disturbed, you know, or deranged.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was horribly tormented and abused and all that. I remember
Yeah,
him
like I'm
talk.
not, you know, yeah, I'm not saying he was like evil or something. I mean, it's just his situation was just exceptional.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
pushed to the extreme psychologically, and
Yeah.
that probably tapped him into some things of being aware of the unknown and learning about
Oh,
them,
yeah,
being
for sure.
sensitive to them. Like he
For
said,
sure.
he strongly believed in magic back in the early 80s, and he used to practice it. And he said he had a guardian angel, a spirit that would contact him and communicate with him. And he'd have a room that was all mirrors all on the wall. I don't know what this mirror thing did, but he'd go in there sometimes, and I mean, he must have done some rituals in those rooms.
This is MJ, you saying?
Yeah, Michael Jackson.
Okay,
He
interesting.
had a special mirror room. All the walls had mirrors. I don't know what you do with the mirrors relating to spirits and.
Yeah, mirrors are definitely magical. I mean, especially if you have a lot of them, you can. Like, I'm sure you've seen when you have two mirrors opposing each other, you can just see like infinitely, like the reflections within reflection.
Well, like you get a 360 perspective field of view.
Not exactly. It's like you can just see like it's hard to explain. I mean, I'm sure if anyone's done it, like you can see it, but it's like you just keep looking and it's like a bunch of copies of you going into infinity. It's very interesting.
Right. Like a screen in a screen in a screen kind of thing.
Exactly. It's like that. Yeah. So it's very.
No, I've never tried that.
Yeah. It's very strange. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to find this thing about the Hopi elders and the trees. Like he had something.
All right. Yeah, one thing I noticed too, he was very obsessed with animals. He'd have animals from all over the world on his property, like fucking, llamas, camels, and elephants and apes and shit. Like he's just very in tune with nature. Very strange. Not in a bad way, just he's very interesting individual. 'Cause I've watched shitloads of interviews of him.
Yeah.
Everything trying to figure him out. And I still can understand everything about him.
Okay, I'm back for
It's
now.
a lot of strange things.
So go on. Who is this individual? Just catching it.
Oh,
now.
Michael Jackson. Yeah. He just has vast occult knowledge and understanding on nature and all this stuff.
Oh my god.
And he became very militant themed. Like you'd always see him in military fatigues.
That's true.
As if he was going to be the new Führer.
That's true.
That probably struck fear into the Jews and the entertainment industry, the way he developed himself.
It did. No, they were very open about that.
He could have been like the next new world leader because he had so much influence and so many people loved him. They would have done anything he said.
Well, That I'm not quite sure about. The biggest problem would have been he certainly had a lot of people who loved him and a lot of people who might have done what he would have said, but he unfortunately just didn't have a real structured agenda. There wasn't really a structured agenda there. The one thing he did do was he presented himself very fascistically, and aside from that, he presented himself fascistically, and he also incorporated words like kick me, kike me, say you don't like me. They don't really care about us. These were taken to be direct assaults on Judaism or on the Jewish community by many people in the entertainment industry. Do you feel he might have been assassinated?
Either that or he faked his own death, because he said himself to his one of his sisters, Latoya Jackson, or what he said to her, that they're trying to kill me, they want me dead. Mm-hmm. He said that multiple times to other people, that people are trying to kill him. So if you know people are trying to kill you, and if you have power and connection, you'd probably try and fake your death and hide somewhere on incognito and just live out the rest of your life whatever way you want. That's a possibility because of that logical reason. But yeah, if he did die, he was most likely assassinated. It wasn't just from a random OD.
It was.
Yeah, no, they definitely.
Go on.
Like if it's true that he died, then they definitely killed him. The doctor straight up just dosed him.
Well, they convicted the doctor essentially of murder. So
and he's also a Freemason too.
He was a black guy, right?
No, Asian Indian. Wasn't he Asian Indian?
No, he's black.
Okay.
What was it? Conrad Murray, yeah. He's part of the Black Freemason Lodge. There's pictures of him wearing Freemason regalia.
Yes. By the way...
If he was Jewish, they would have just put a crack pipe in Michael's hand.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man. Like, there's a Dave Chappelle shit about that. He's like, when he was younger.
Sprinkle some crack on him, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, how come every time a black guy gets shot, there's crack sprinkled on top of him? It's like, he's like, when does someone die and then sprinkle their last bit of crack on their head?
Yeah. Just planted, yeah.
And
but I reckon he faked his death somehow.
Maybe.
I've always found that fascinating, where people say, "Oh, like Elvis didn't really die, John Lennon didn't really die." I mean,
well, I can't find a good reason why they would fake their death, because they weren't being threatened to be killed and fucking targeted and all that shit. They're just regular famous celebrities.
Was like, he was more communistic, and they didn't like that. Elvis
fuck him.
Was kind of just...
He would say the most retarded shit in interviews. Being interviewed by a little kid that went to his hotel room, and he's like, "Yeah, nice enough. Come in my room and I'll do an interview with you."
Yeah. That was Elvis?
No, John Lennon. And
oh, that's right.
Tell us about this.
I think he was being asked a question, about human nature and the way the world is, and it was on the topic, something like that, but he says the stupid thing, "Oh, we all have Jesus in our heart and we all have Hitler in our heart." Like, he relates Hitler to Satan. Like, that's the most typical brainwash communist bullshit I've ever heard. Saying that Hitler is the counter.
No, I get it. I get it. But by the way, he was worse than communist. He was nihilist. He was a nihilist. If you ever take just listen to his stupid song about imagine there's no nothing, ain't no people, ain't nothing. I mean, this is all nihilisms, just straight up.
And most of his, if not all of his songs had reverse messages in him. He used to boast about mastering reverse speech from studying Aleister Crowley in his books.
Yeah.
All those Brits did, like even Jimmy Page and all these people.
Yeah. And they were probably all just being assigned to be musicians from the intelligence agencies as a psyops to psychologically manipulate the mass public. by listening to that music, the subliminal messages and reverse messages and whatnot. Kind of mold society through music in a way, as an experiment.
Well, if you remember what Peter Moon said.
Imagine all of you were dead.
Yes. Oh, well, welcome aboard, dear Brooke. Oh, so happy to have you with us.
Imagine if any of you had lives. We have conspiracy theories about every fucking thing. Imagine if John Lennon had a bigger life than you, and you are so jealous, you just continue to repeat.
He didn't really have a life. He was being controlled by
You're
that
right, it was
fucking
taken
skinny
out.
bitch. No, Yoko Ono controlled his life.
Yes, he actually had sex.
Douglas,
He
I had
actually
a question about
had
that.
sex.
Like, she was supposedly from the royal dynasty, but she's acted like a total asset. So,
Right.
Ooh, you
The
probably...
two
the
men
trip
on
with
this show
Yoko
that
Ono?
did not have sex at all are discussing what fucking John Lennon's sex life was about. I mean, I think you should.
No, I'm
I
talking
think he
about
was
Yoko
just
Ono.
getting
She was
paid.
supposedly related to Japanese royalty, but was that just fabricated? Like, or was she just from a rich family? Or I don't see the Japanese royalty like stooping to Yoko Ono level, really.
There's probably a rich family and spoiled.
Stooping to a level. That's
She was so talentless too. She provided
She's
nothing
probably one of
musically.
those Black Lotus fools or something.
Right.
No, I actually have nothing particularly against Yoko Ono. I always was kind of took satisfaction in the sense that she jacked the Beatles, and everybody hated her for it because she was so brazen. So she just she had balls. She had elephant fucking balls.
I just can't stand that she thinks she's an artistic musician because all of her music is fucking garbage.
Is there a woman out there you can sing? Because I have yet to hear you say anything positive about one female. And that's not for the entire time you've been on this show. I have yet to hear
No,
you
it hasn't.
say
Most of the bands I listen to are European female singers. You don't know what you're talking about. Yoko Ono is just talentless hack.
Nemo. You may have very well positive, but I'm just saying what you have said that I have heard on the show. It's always been pretty negative towards females.
Yeah, but you usually take things what is said from misconception or
Yoko Ono did some bullshit with, like, when John Lennon was playing with Chuck Berry. She just like
she was screaming in the fucking mic. Yeah, Chuck Berry was like, "What the fuck?"
Like, imagine meeting your childhood hero and then your girlfriend's like screaming on that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Brooke,
fuck Chuck Berry though. He's a big creep. Did you ever see his home recorded videos in the 80s of him pissing and shitting on this fucking hooker sex
I
slave?
don't particularly would want to see that.
How did you manage to see that? Where is that?
I heard about it on a podcast and I'm like, I gotta see the footage of this. And he had a white hooker. It was most likely a mind-controlled sex slave, and he had her in a hot tub, and he's just pissing on her, and she's enjoying it, like rubbing it in her skin and face.
Wait, if you pay him enough, anyone would do that almost.
Yeah, you don't know, but I didn't know for sure if she was just a high-class hooker.
I mean, she might be either one. She might be either one.
Because these musicians, these famous musicians, get access to mind control sex slaves as rewards.
Yeah. The one thing that John and Yoko did that was cool. That they screwed over Frank Zappa once. They did some kind of live jam with him, and then they swooped the tape, and then they published it as live jam rag, like a rag, like a trash jam with, and they didn't credit him. So he hated John and Yoko after that, But I mean, Zappa was a total asset. Like, his dad was in the military.
Yep.
Like, Zappa is totally, like, he claimed to be anti-hippie, but he was totally sketch.
He'd pretend that he was waking up the public with his music, but he was doing anything but. He was further programming.
Like, it was like, it would melt your brain and shit. Like, I don't think that music's good.
And not to mention he was running for president. he was running for president at least once, from what I was told, or he had this big movement that was trying to make him president. That's there was this one woman who was on my Facebook timeline the time that I was on Facebook, and then she was like, Frank Zappa for president. Apparently, it was something that was encouraged by him, though he may not have been public about it. He was kind of like encouraging his people to put him on the ballot, his followers. So obviously he had ambitions. So dear Brooke, Brooke, thank you for gifting us with your presents. I notice you're mute now. So are you hiding hiding the sounds of something? Let us know.
Don't get too excited.
I just
I
want.
don't know. I was rubbing in cum all over my body.
According to Nemo, it was urine. It was urine and fecal matter. Is what according to Nemo.
Well, he was farting.
We haven't gotten it. They haven't paid enough for that level yet.
If there was enough money involved,
Just the way she was reacting to it, it was just so like mind controlled. Because he's laying on his bed and just spreading his ass cheeks, and he's like, "Put your lips up to it."
Yes.
Right in her mouth.
You watch this?
Yeah. Because after hearing about it, I'm like, I gotta see this shit.
Where's the problem? The mind control person getting money, or you just randomly
She
looking
wouldn't be getting money. She's a sex slave. She wouldn't be getting money. A sex slave is not getting paid.
Just to put this in perspective, if someone's paid enough money with the combination of drugs, which he probably had in abundance and made readily
He would have
available,
drugged her up.
No doubt.
yeah, then it's easy to kind of handle that and go through it with a smile. And so I'm presuming she was likely. I'm hoping she was paid.
Off her fucking head.
Yeah, but if it's
You want to hope she would be getting paid for that.
Yeah. But if she's a sex slave, then that of course is tragic, and that is so. But at any rate, dear Brooke, so how's your Christmas going? Tell us about your holiday season so far, and whatever you're willing to share in terms of gossip. Oh my God, I so regret not having the time to talk to you personally. I really wanted to, believe me. Honestly.
God, where?
But I should have a few minutes to call you after transmission to speak to you about.
Should you?
I could try, but it'd probably be too early. I'll probably leave about the time you're waking up.
Fuck you! Quit pretending you have this stupid mansion party shit to go to. There's nothing going on.
Anyhow.
I'm just trying to make me
How's
jealous.
the squirrel? How's the squirrel? Braveheart! How's Braveheart the
All
squirrel?
the great sex I will be having.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make everybody here jealous. We already have sad enough lives here, okay? You just have to rub it in.
And they smile when I piss on them, yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, like Nemo said, yes.
That'll be your next Christmas card next year. You send that out. Just pissing on it.
Oh, so darling, how's Braveheart and Noah and Lola? The enemy already knows all their names, so you don't need to worry about exposing anything.
Okay, Noah and Lola are fine, but how dare you say Braveheart? Like, that was personal. You did not need to go there.
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Oh my God.
He makes me so freaking happy looking at her. Like, oh my God, he's so perfect.
Yes, for those of you who
the
don't know,
hate him.
she's had another child.
He gets in my hair in the morning, and like I gets in my hair, and like he's got one color, and he goes behind the bed, and he'll come up on the hair, and he'll just cuddle, but then he starts eating my hair. I'll feel him just get on top of it while I'm sleeping still, and he'll just he'll like kind of dig on my hair for a minute, like he's above it, like grooming me.
Yes.
But then I felt him kind of like licking and chewing, and I did not realize. And I went to my daughter today. She's like, "Your hair looks better." Meaning I had colored, a few months ago, and it was gotten dry. Like when I had, I highlight it, so I do highlight.
So the oils from the ferret are like coloring your hair. Or?
No. So that was the point. So she was saying. So I had been putting this conditioner stuff on it to condition it because I had left the highlighting when I'd done the highlights in too long and it had dried it.
It's
So
not
she's
Chuck
telling
Berry
me it looks
conditioner,
better.
it's like actual conditioner.
No. So she tells me it looks better, but then she's like, whoa. And then she's looking here, she's like, wait, but on top you've suddenly got all this like breakage, little hair sticking straight up on my head. And I was like, what did you say? And she touches her hair. I'm like, where are they? And she's touching them. And I'm like, oh shit, that's where I felt him chewing. Like I felt him nibbling the whole time on my head. But I didn't think he was actually eating hair. So he was apparently eating at the top of my head, like it was actually breaking it off. So she's like, yeah, your hairs are sticking straight up. Like so yeah, I've got to stop him from eating my hair. But other than that, it's been great.
Wonderful. Oh, it's so touching. And let people know this is not a ferret.
It's not a ferret. He is not a ferret, by the way. Don't insult my little squirrely baby boy like that. His little bushy tail. You know, that stupid little ferret that runs around and stinks up places. He is a nut, just like his mom, though. He's nut. He's very so cute.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
So did what did Brendan say? Did you say Brendan?
I hope I heard that wrong.
Heard what wrong, Brendan? What did you think she said?
Never mind.
He is
late
a
over
nut,
here.
just like his mom. A nut, like his mom. Okay.
Yes. So did you have a chance to review any of those Squirrel Girl videos? Those links to the videos?
I know I forgot because you had sent me another video. I mean, not video, but like the timestamp thing that I ended up listening to.
Oh, you did?
We
How did
talked
you?
about-
What did you think of that? Yeah.
Oh, you know, I was great. Other than when you went and talked about me, and I was like, "Fuck you, bitch." I gotta
what did I say? What did I say that
You were like,
was wrong?
well, at least you didn't go as hard as like you weren't as bad as Brooke. And that fucking bitch was like, yeah, when she was on here, wasn't she always drunk? And I was like, bitch, I was drunk. You fucking don't care you drunk. I can say I was like,
Yeah, she became worse than you after that. I hope that's self-evident. She became worse than you after that. Shortly after that, when she started like, "Fuck your mother." Like,
Wait, who was that?
you know who? Jesus Christ, our favorite dominatrix prostitute who says she's a virgin, who identifies men by their
Oh, yeah.
dick size, who identifies.
Yeah. When that chick was on, I was like, I hope Brick shows up and fucking checks this bitch.
I wish I had fucking. I
But
wish I
you
heard
left
that
us
one.
hanging.
Yeah,
It would
thank
have
you. I
made
wish
the
I.
show way more entertaining.
Yeah. So, dear Brooke, what did you get? What did you get for
Okay,
Christmas?
so-
For everyone,
for
and
Christmas?
what did people give you? And what about our? I'm not gonna name him. But there's.
She got a really big rock.
That's a good one.
Uncut.
That's fucking good.
Uncut. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
no, okay. Motherfucker couldn't afford uncut. You're talking about shit that was
Pure-
very bad.
A pure, the quadruple C, cut, clarity,
Yeah.
crack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like every,
I didn't,
every-
unfortunately, I didn't even
every
get
girl's
that. Like,
best
there was
friend.
nothing.
Oh shit! Oh, so when, like I said, again, the nightmare for any new listeners here. What happened was there's this individual. I'm not going to go deeply into this, but he bumped or basically bumped into the car of our lovely Brooke the other day, and I happened to call her at the time. She said, "Somebody just hit my car. Can't talk right now." And I was like, "Oh, okay, call me back." And then she never got back to me. Then I called again, and this person picks up the phone. And I was like, "Oh my god, Brooke?" And I said, "Oh my god, this is bad." And then Brooke started shouting, "We're in the hospital! Hang up! Hang up the phone! We're in the hospital!" I said, "Oh my god, okay." I hung up, and then I thought, "Oh my god, she was in the car with Noah, and they got hit, and now he's brain damaged, and now he's gonna turn into Brandon Young. Oh my god!" And I said, "Jesus Christ, I thought that was him. I thought that was Noah had picked up the phone. It was just brain injured for life and shit." And then from now on, he was gonna just talk about his girlfriends growing hair on their tits and having acid spilled on them and shit. and I was just saying, this is so horrible. Why does all these terrible things happen to Brooke? And then it turns out that this dude who was trimming her hedges nearly cut his index finger off. Or rather, what happened was Brooke just got so tired of his shit, she took the hedge trimmer and she almost cut his index finger off. She was aiming for his dick, but he put his hands in front of his zipper, and that's how she got his index finger instead of his prick. But otherwise, he seems to use his prick to fairly good effect because he watches a lot of porn and to train himself and inspire himself. It's kind of like, I guess, yoga exercises where they do it to video. But, you know, it's just whatever other parts of the story you're willing to share, honey.
Hey, everybody's got to be good at something, apparently. Right?
Yeah, that's right. And hey, I think that you've been needing it for a long time, and I'm not around to give it to you. Physically, I'm just too far away.
Man, you're such a fucking like I'll offer to fly you here even, and you're just like, it's the weekend. It's happy National second of the month of 1974's Gay Pride Parade. It's like, not come, Brooke.
Honey, I have to drink blood. It's not easy for me to get blood.
As you heard, I have plenty of blood. I can use blood anytime. I can do it just with hedge trimmers. I mean, you can take fingers off. So whatever you need, I got.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, I have some blood you need to take care of right now. An entire body's worth.
Oh, darling. I adore you. I really do. You have no idea how much you're in my thoughts all the time. Really. You have no idea. I feel guilty for not calling you. You've got me to the point where I feel guilty for not calling you.
You should fucking feel guilty. You send the fucking cops to my goddamn house for not answering your call for 2 days. You should feel fucking guilty when you then don't call for 2 days.
Thank God they called you instead.
I send the cops to your fucking house. I don't know. He was online. He was sounding weird. All I know is he was. I think he. What do you think he was? Maybe suicidal or not? I don't think he's in his right mind. Well, why do you think that? Well, he was saying he was a vampire, and he was saying it out loud, telling me he was a vampire. Also, that he was the son of Adolf Hitler. Think he was your fucking house.
Well, like Brooke was disgusted that I never did anything about you when you went missing, dear Brendan. I assure you.
Right, I'm like the only person that was wanting you to fucking look for. I don't know why, Brendan.
She should be honored that you called after 2 days.
And I tried to
Brendan,
get.
I know you've never been called. Did Brendan say I should be honored?
When Brendan was supposed to call you when I told him that you had blocked me. Also Aristides.
Aristides did try to reach out.
Yeah.
And I saw that on the missed calls, but there was no miss fucking Brandon.
Hi, bro.
You didn't answer. Sorry.
That's what he said too.
I ain't gonna keep trying.
So Aristides is on with us. Say hello to Aristides, Brendan. I mean, Brooke.
Aristides fucking cares. And you know what's the point? Aristides has never had a personal conversation with me. You have when my house was fucking all that. I guess you just assume, the demons got her. And we must have been.
Oh, that's right. That Marina Seren was calling Peter Moon. She's under heavy assault, and I said Marina Seren needs to talk to Brendan Zoget, and then Brendan Zoget could give her advice. Honestly.
No. She doesn't need to talk to Brendan. We will bypass that move. She can call me directly. I will tell her. I'll send her the
I'm up to assist. I don't mind.
Yeah. That's right.
No, don't say that, Brendan.
Tell her to bring you to Spain.
You want to hold it. You have to hold it in. Hold it. Remember, you're rising to the third eye.
Oh, that's right. Gotta hold that sperm in. That's right. That's what Brendan was saying. I retain my essence. Yes. Yes, that's right. Part of enlightenment, you see. Yes. But
I was just referencing. I was just referencing that.
Yeah, referencing. Yes. So like that guy references the porn. That's how he does it better, he says. Yeah.
I guess those guys that cannot ever get laid, not that anybody is on the air like that. They say that's what they're doing. I'm holding it in. I guess. I'm very
I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's a noble purpose.
No, why? Why? Why is it a noble?
I think he was joking. I think he was making a joke. it's brushing your teeth. But technically, if you were even going to go by that, which I know what you're referring to, that is what you're not supposed to do, is have an orgasm on the days of the month that your moon is in. So therefore, like where your sun is. So if my son's in Capricorn, right? So you would not have orgasms when the moon is there in Capricorn. That is what that refers to.
Oh my God.
Whose rule is this?
You know, when she said my son's in Capricorn, I thought she was talking about Noah.
No,
oh my God, you gotta relegate. You gotta
S-U-N,
relegate when
S-U-N.
you gotta relegate when he does it too. Oh my God.
I do not want
That's
to know.
not how that works. I don't think.
I've already found those hard ass rigid socks under his bed when he's going through puberty.
What was it about the socks again?
They're like you reach under there, they're going through puberty. And it's like hard as a rock. Sock.
Oh my
You're like,
God.
no one does.
Oh my God. Oh, that's right.
Like, who does that? I mean, that's old school.
For some reason, that's a thing. I don't know why, but a lot of guys do this. They ejaculate into socks because it's something like being inside a vagina or something.
I'll be honest. Technically, I'll make that a fun joke. I never did that. But I heard someone saying like, "Oh, if you start finding hard socks in your kid's bed, you know," and I was like,
"No, apparently it's common."
Here's what I found. I got one better. The way I found out my son was having sex, he's a stupid fucking girlfriend. He was like, he had her over. He's fucking 15, and he's like, "Hey, can we go in our room and watch a movie?" And I was like, "Yeah." But I don't give a shit. I don't he's fucking my son. I already had one kid, a girl, right? So I. A little more protective. I'm like, go watch a movie. I don't care. I mean, it's fucking middle of the day. You gotta go watch a movie. And she goes, well, and they were actually weird about it. And she was like, well, but her mom did call the time. But if her mom calls, don't tell her we're upstairs in the room. And I didn't get it. I was like, well, okay, whatever. So then, fast forward a few days later, the mom calls me. She said, I need to talk to you. She said, do you know they had sex at your house? And I said, what? No. What do you? Well, so whatever her fucking name was, whore ass, stupid hoe ass is what I said. Fucking crazy stupid ass. Because what she did is she fucked Noah, then she went home and cried to her mom and told her, I had sex, I disobeyed you. Because she thought she just came home and she decided she wanted to tell me. She wanted to tell her mom that she did it, right? So she cried to her mom, not that there was no rape or anything, but just like she wanted to cry to her mom, and then the mom then wants to call and tell me. Well, I'm a bad mom for letting them be alone in the bedroom. And I'm like, I think my tongue the whole time, I called him, and I was like, you had fucking sex, Noah? And he was like, yeah. And I high-fived him. I was like, well, I mean, stupid bitch, like, I've got a son. He fucked your daughter. I don't think I'm feeling too bad about it.
Like, the parents didn't, like, there's no, even if they stopped you, we would just go somewhere else.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like, that's what I.
There's a world, there's a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
what I think is even worse is a stupid girl going home like, wah. I never like, wah, I had sex. Like,
was her mother a religious fanatic?
I think my son's fucking, like, obviously my son's a player. I knew it the whole time. He fucking your daughter. Like, I don't know what you're calling me for.
Oh my God.
You want me to get on to him because he fucking got laid and he's a boy?
I remember when I was in high school, my girlfriend's parents at the time, we were like, no, of course, we would never have sex when you guys were gone. And then one day she just came into the room and gave us a box of condoms, and she's like, I don't want to see any children. And it was like, and we had to act dumb.
That's a good mom.
We felt
Yes.
like we had to act dumb and be like, we would never do such a thing. How could you? It was so obvious. It was so obvious that she was concerned.
Yeah, that's no.
Stretch these over your head and blow them.
One time she came home and she came home in the middle of something going down, and the parent
going down. Where are you going down? Where are you going down?
Yeah, something was happening. There was something happening, and then we were both on separate sides of the couch after she walked in the door, and she's like, "I'm not stupid." She's like, I know what hell was happening. And we were just so embarrassed.
In all fairness, it is so much better that...
It was just obvious, obvious.
Yeah. It's so much better that kids would be having sex in someone's house rather than out in some horrible environment like their automobile.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. Like, you're going to do it either way. Like, I remember being that age. Like, it'll be in the backseat of the car. under bleachers. I mean, I don't fucking know, but the kids will do it, right? I'm not gonna name where I did.
As soon as they hit puberty, they're ready to fuck. So might as well just let them do it in a safe area.
Yes, so true, so true, so much better than.
I don't know if I would word it like that exactly.
Yes. Yeah, as for the mom, you know, telling you about this as if she's complaining, you know, I say.
Well, I don't know what she wanted me to do. I took everything I had to say to can I tell to your daughter and then say, hey, stupid bitch, you're going home crying to your mama. My point was I didn't want to get in trouble, so if I did fuck and I didn't want my mom to know, I didn't go home and tell her. Like, what? Like, hey, mama, I think that's why did you have me covered for you? I could have called her and told you, hey, they're upstairs fucking right now.
No, that is bizarre. Well, yeah, why do people do that?
It was probably some like religious guilt.
Yeah, I was asking if she's from a religious fanatic family.
Oh, okay.
I didn't ever trust her, and Noah broke up with her, and he didn't. And in his defense, he didn't break up with her right after that. It wasn't like his, but he broke up with her, and I'd never liked her, you know, and that's the only girlfriend he's had that I really just didn't like. But it was something sneaky. It's what do you call that? You know, like the undercover, like they're manipulative, like a covert narcissist almost. Like they try to be the victim on everything.
Yeah.
To get attention. Yeah. So I feel like it was more like an attention victimhood. Like, I think I did it wrong. I'm sorry, that person. But like really to get, you know.
Yeah, that's what you call.
Good thing she didn't accuse him of rape.
Yeah.
What?
Good thing. What was that? Brett, I heard. Yeah.
I heard Brendan say that's what you call it.
Those kind of chicks, it's called hit and quit. Good for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, man.
But you know what's funny? I was cleaning his room not too long after that, and I was cleaning it, and I picked up a hat. Like it's one of his baseball hats, and like he keeps he got awards for it. And anyway, I picked up the hat. It was on, you know, the bookcase. I pick up the hat and there's a fucking used condom right fucking there. And so fast forward like 2 or 3 months later, and he's in his room with like 2 other guys where they were like, they were back. It was actually like Christmas time or whatever, or holiday. One was back from college. One was friends that was like 2 weeks older, and I had said I'd gone up there and was kidding them, and I don't know, we were kind of doing jokes like back and forth. And I said, all right, well, I'm leaving you guys alone. Can I trust you alone? Y'all don't be doing anything now. 2 boys. And he said, anything? I said, well, you never know Noah. I said, I was cleaning his room. And I told Noah, that was the thing. When I cleaned his room and I found he came home, I said, I see that fucking shit in your fucking hat. Take care of it. And so I assumed it was gone, right? I assumed because it'd been months, it was gone. And I'm telling this story to the boys in the room. And I said, I was cleaning his room last time and I found a used fucking condom right under this fucking hat under here. I go to pick it up. That used condom was still there, and there was fucking another one. And they were just start dying because now there's 2 fucking condoms under there. My story got proven correct because it was still there, and the motherfucker had added to it. And I'm like, then I just looked down. I was like, no, we need to talk. Like, are we keeping for accurate?
Yeah, that's getting out of hand, let's say.
That, and I don't ever remember him having another girl in his room, so I'm wondering what the second he's going to do.
When you mentioned he had friends, I was thinking something else.
I'm sure you were.
I heard a story like that where the person had a roommate and they kept finding them in the shower, and they finally confronted the roommate and they said, you know, I have kids. You can't keep having women over in the shower and leaving these in there. And it turns out that he just had some kind of fetish with the latex. like that was the only way it could happen. So that's bizarre. I don't understand that. Maybe Douglas.
No, well, also, as a mom, the worst ever though, I'll be honest, was my daughter who had. I mean, she was like in her. She's 23, so it's like 2 years ago she was 21. I knew she had sex. She told me, but it wasn't like, oh man, she tells me when she had sex the first time with her boyfriend, and they dated like 4.5 years. So now, granted, at this point they were at the about 4-year mark, and I knew they had sex and they had been in her room before, so I was never worried about that. She had jaw surgery. No, it wasn't jaw surgery at that time. They were locked in her room because they did take her. It was snow. They had been locked in her room. It snowed here, And so we had a big snow, and so I'd let him stay during the snow, and I cooked. I'd do this big soup thing every time it snows. It snows like maybe once in Greenville, and by snow I mean like it gets like a quarter of an inch of snow, but Greenville shuts down. So there's like a dusting on the road, and we don't go anywhere for a couple of days. And he had been here for like 2 days, and I go up to their room, and I was like, I had the soup and was cleaning up and just talking to him. They in the room, laying in the bed watching. Not in the bed like under covers, just laying on the bed watching TV. And I'm talking to him, and I said, all right, well, I'm going to take the stuff down. Where they had eaten some cornbread and soup, the vegetable soup and all that I cooked. And I go to grab it. And when I go to grab it, I thought I was grabbing a napkin next to the bowl on top of her dresser. And I pick it up, and as the napkin extends long ways, and this wetness on my hand, I realize as I see the shape of the napkin, that it was not a napkin, and my fingers were wet. I just screamed. And I realized I was holding a condom, a wet, very recent condom that had been used by the boy across the room from me in my daughter. I just dropped it, screamed, and ran.
Finger licking good.
No.
Anyway, that's just something you're like, oh my God, what am I holding? You don't want to be there. Like, I didn't have any problem with what they were doing. I just have a problem as the mother. I'm finding in the last hour, this condom has been used, and it is now in my hand.
Welcome to the Christmas edition of Douglas Dietrich Show.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Honestly, no, this is fine. We're doing great.
Entertaining.
Yes. Informative. Not only that, it provides people with a
peace of mind.
Yes, yes, all of it. And so while you people are covering this, I'm just kind of like looking around, gathering some thoughts together for if I do go into monologue, eventually. I'm not anxious to do so. So believe me, let's speak for as long as possible. In the interim, dear Brooke.
I think I've had enough. I have to retreat.
No, really.
Every fucking time I come on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Brendan, how could you be like that? Brendan, our dear Brooke, you really.
I told you why. I'm still salty about the millets. You slandered them while I was on air. Waited till I was gone.
Look, I'm making. Every year we have Italian for Christmas dinner. Tomorrow night we will have Italian, and I fucking forgot to buy pasta, so now we're gonna have Italian millets. So my point is, I won't be just the one slandering you. There will be 6 other people in my family that will be slandering you when they taste this beautiful sauce. Which, by the way, I don't think I buy it from the Italian place and pretend like I did. And I do, but I bought it from the Italian restaurant. And I'm like, I didn't buy pasta. I'll do the millets. I have millets.
Okay.
They will fuck you. You're gonna have like a voodoo doll, like by 6 people when they taste your fucking millet.
That sounds
Did you
delicious.
make sure to buy the millet from a different store this time?
No, you're still the same fucking coat of fucking bullshit millet.
That sounds delicious. Great.
Barnyard millet. I guess a barnyard. It tastes like a barnyard. It tastes like you went out back. There were a bunch of pigs and chickens and a few Nemos and Brendans and they were all sitting just
good.
right on the ground. And you're like, you know what? Let me lick this ground. Let me lick it.
You're making me hungry.
That's what that fucking barnyard millet tastes like. Stick your tongue right in the shit. A little bit of get a little earthy
Better
dirt.
than Chuck
Get a little
Berry
earthy
shit.
dirt. Combined with shit. I'm sorry, Brendan. I don't mean to insult it because you're right. Because to me, that may sound insulting, but it's really not, because I believe the earth is, Mother Gaia, right? So I was trying to build it up. I believe your body, and as well as Douglas's, is a beautiful creation. So when I say your feces combined with the taste of earth, I'm actually promoting the millets, obviously.
Oh my God.
That's offensive.
What did he say? Offensive?
He said, that's offensive.
Oh my God.
I mean, he must not like the taste of his own feces. That's what he's trying to say. I didn't put your feces taste down. I'm just letting you know what barnyard millet tastes like.
Oh my God. Oh, so honey, what did you think? While Brendan is still with us, because he was here that night, so was Nemo, so was Aristides. What did you think of what you heard?
Shut Aristides up. By the way, Aristides came on and said hi, and then
Yeah, then
I don't think he ever said another word.
He's very shy. Draw him out, honey. You got to coax him out like a cat. Do it, honey.
Oh, this sounds like he did a bunch of like meth, and you can't get him off, and you're like, let me coax him out.
No, that was someone else we know.
Right.
And
I'm right here. I'm just letting everybody get caught up.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Eric does a very calming, nice voice. What were you gonna say though about when Brendan was here and they were all here? Something I did? What did I do?
No. It's what did you think of that? The crazy lady that now I don't know if anyone has noticed this consciously, but Victoria, the young lady who brought this lady on, has not been back on since. She has checked into the chat room, and I've had some private exchanges with her on the text, but we haven't had a chance to have a phone conversation since that time. And even though she's indicated that she doesn't seem to be hostile, and she actually acknowledged that when I said on air, because what happened was it was right after that, around that time, both Jennifer Hawkins, the young lady who reacted with that incredibly funny tone to what Brooke said. And just so everybody knows, basically Brooke brought up the fact that she had a pet squirrel, and then Jennifer Hawkins responded with this, as if her, this is the way people usually have this tone when their sensibilities are under assault. And like I said, the example would be like if without context, I suddenly said to Jennifer while she was on with us, hey, in October, I contracted a yeast infection on the head of my penis, and just started talking off on this subject.
What she said, with the way she responded to me after I finished the story, it would have been more normal. Like if Brendan had done it to me, because we have that relationship, he'd be like, it's okay, Brooke, like, you shouldn't feel bad about yourself. It's okay. Like, but she didn't know me, and she was like, it's okay. I mean, these things happen. Like I was saying, I was 12 and pregnant is what basically the tone she responded to.
That's what you said on air. Yeah, on record. This is what Brooke said. She says that's the kind of tone you use if I just suddenly told you that I got pregnant when I was 14. But here's the way that Jennifer said it. Jennifer said it like this. And by the way, Jennifer, if you're listening to this, believe me, yeah, we're fine. I think it's funny. I thought what you said was great. I think it's cute as hell. But this is the way she said.
I didn't have any hard feelings. I just thought the tone was funny, or in the way she worded it.
It's the tone that one uses when one's sensibilities come under assault. Like I said, like if I had suddenly come up with, hey, in October I got a yeast infection on the head of my penis, but this was how she said it. She said, these things happen. She said, like you had just told her something that was just way out of this world. Like you can't believe the person is saying this. Like you're confronted with, oh my God, what is this person saying? Why are they saying this to me? And then so it's like, these things happen. This kind of. So, but she says she didn't mean it that way. She loves squirrels. She did leave all these things in the chat room for you to look at that. But, basically my point was that Jennifer Hawkins, at the same time, after this chick came on a show that started telling me, fuck you, fuck your mother, all this shit, fuck everybody, that's when Jennifer Hawkins got deathly sick, and so did Victoria, who had brought this young lady on our show. Now, Peter Moon was convinced that Jennifer Hawkins came under attack because of her affiliation with myself and her recent interview of myself. And as for Victoria, I said,
you better watch out. When she said fuck your mother will show up on her. Your mother showed up every time. She's very nice. But I would say I never said anything bad about your mother.
Yes, thank you.
She might want to watch out.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. No, this young lady was...
Something obviously happened because the boyfriend had to pick her up.
Yeah, no, what had happened... Yeah, go on. Go on. I mean, what had happened was she just wanted to stay true to her ideology, because I pointed out to her, she's just saying, oh, the Chinese are Nazis, fuck them. The Japanese are Nazis, fuck them. Whoever's a Nazi, fuck you all. And I pointed out, honey, it's a Nazi who's giving you shelter in the time that you're trying to detoxify and rehabilitate yourself off drugs. And that's when she said, well, then I'll pay her rent, or something. First off, she just said something like because she didn't think that Victoria was paying rent. That was the big bizarre thing, was that she thought Victoria was just fucking the landlord or something. And I said, no, she pays rent. And then she says, then I'll pay her rent. And it was like, that's when she realized, oh, I guess I'm being hypocritical. I better be true to my ideology and just leave this place. That's when she called the boyfriend, who had sex with them both, had a former intimate relationship with both of them simultaneously. And that had to be stressful when he came and picked her up. And then, so after that, Victoria got deathly sick. And that's when I said, look, those two people stressed her out so much, her immune system got compromised. And she acknowledged that. She said, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what happened in the chat. But then after that, she dropped in a few times and then just is kind of faded. And so my best wishes to her. Hopefully, you know, she comes back in my life. But for the moment, it seems like she's faded. And it obviously, this was really...
Maybe she's out in the desert waiting for the next Burning Man.
She uploaded an image of herself on Facebook with that.
I mean, didn't she say she was into Burning Man? I'm pretty sure she did.
Yeah, she did. She did. I'm sorry, Nemo.
And
What did you say?
The meth.
Yeah.
She was shooting up meth, and I'm not putting her down. Like, I'm saying that to show she was very open about her shit.
No. The crazy chick who was saying "fuck you" to everybody was definitely, what was it? It was heroin.
She shot up heroin, but then what's her name said she used to do drugs. That's what she was saying.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Victoria used to do.
But hers was meth.
That's right.
Was...
No, that's right. That's right. Meth was among them. That's right. She did everything. Yeah, but...
she did, but that was her drug of choice. I believe.
Okay. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. But
obviously, I keyed into that being some other people I know recently.
No, you're right. I'm sure. But in all fairness, Victoria now it's basically pot, and she really likes the what do you call it? The stuff you took combined with Tylenol, the Somniquil. What is it? Unisom. The
Benadryl.
Benadryl. The Bennies. Yeah, it's basically Bennies. It's pot and Bennies. So
you would take Benadryl to get off stuff. Why would you take Benadryl daily?
When you say Bennies, that's not Benadryl.
Yeah, that's benzodiazepine. Those are called Ativan and Xanax.
Yeah, see, Brooke already knew. I wasn't gonna say it.
I know them. Xanax Ativan. I have Ativan personally. And then what's the other one? Pilates.
Oh my god. No, so I mean Benadryl. So
that's what she told. She told you I'm on you thought it was Benadryl.
No, she said she calls them Z's, but she'll take like 4 of those gel caps at a time, like Brooke did, with combination with Tylenol, no less. So both of you ladies really need to learn how to sleep. But in terms of both of you are just amped. But with Vic, then she gets on the pot and it slows her down. So you at any rate,
I need to know how to sleep.
Speaking of slowing down, I'm gonna go to sleep. Everyone.
Must you right now? What about? Don't you want to hear what Brooke responds about? I want to hear what Brooke says about the crazy lady who was on here. Don't you want to hear that before you go to sleep? Or are you just gonna review that tomorrow? Because you're the person who was witness to that. You were witness to that train wreck. And so...
Yes. Okay, Brooke, what was your thoughts on this?
Yeah.
I think would be better is to hear your thoughts. Because I think you've already knew mine.
No, we don't.
I was on air with her. I was the one who was having to, deal with her. I mean...
Well, tell Brooke...
I will say, it was very what I would say, that the soul, just a light in my soul, hearing you have to deal with after you do me. Like, I was like, oh.
Yeah,
go ahead and then say something else.
I had a feeling you would feel good about that shit.
There was just a little bit of lightness. So the whole thing is kind of cathartic.
Let's put it this way. I was really like, I really wanted you to be there. Let's just, not in a negative way. I was like, because you would have helped me out,
Yeah, it was cathartic, and I
needed you. Where were you?
I don't know. Probably high on meth somewhere.
That's basically what I told Douglas. I was like, if Brooke wasn't freaking on a bender, we would at least have some backup.
Yeah, and that chick, like Brendan said, she's basically talking to a panel of Nazis. Brendan, Nemo.
Yeah, exactly. Like a reverse Nuremberg on this bitch.
Yeah, and
We're all being cordial and polite to her.
that's right. We're just giving, but so
Yeah, you were feeding her exactly what she needed. You know, the one time you've been told that.
Offering her solutions that were cheap and free, and she was like, "No, I can't do that. I can't get off drugs."
That was essentially, it was essentially like she was just going through the motions to make everybody acknowledge that she's trying, but didn't really want to accomplish what she was claiming that she'd set out to do, right, Brendan?
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah. She was saying, "Oh, those treatments, those herbal treatments are too expensive," and I said, "Well, nowadays they offer."
Well, she's making killer money. She's making killer money whipping guys' cocks and balls.
Well, first she was saying, "Oh, I have so much money. Like this dude bought me a house and stuff," and then and she was like, "I make more money than all the Instagram or the whatever those things."
Yeah, when she had this asinine idea that the cam girls are making $5 an hour, I said, "Yeah, with each customer, but there's thousands of them."
And then when I brought up the drug treatment, she said, "Oh, that's too expensive. I can't afford it." This is like totally bullshit.
Yeah, that didn't even make any sense. I said you would be one of the first. You'd be one of the few people who could afford it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
but
but
then I said, well, there's like, you know, you can get it in tincture form that's like on the open market, much cheaper. And she totally was like, "Oh no, I won't do that."
No, but tell Brooke about how the drug she was using. She was on a cocktail that acted like a truth serum. So tell Brooke about that.
Okay. So she was with, you know, she was cold turkey off the dirt, but she was taking a bunch of benzos and mixing it with alcohol. So like she had no filter at all.
Yeah. But this is what
she wouldn't even remember that conversation. I'm going to show you. She
didn't remember. No, yeah, I guarantee you she didn't remember.
No, but she remembered it because it was on record, and that's why she left Victoria. Because she basically said, "Oh, I gotta live up to what I said, and you're a Nazi, and I'm a Jew, and I gotta get out." But then Brendan was telling her, tell Brooke about how you confronted this one, said, "By your definition, I'm more Jewish than you are." I mean...
Yeah. Yeah, if that 1% of Sephardim makes her Jewish, then I'm like super.
Dude, it wasn't 1%. She said it said 0.0.
It was a fraction of a percent.
Yeah.
It was a fraction of a percent.
Yeah.
So by that logic, then I'm the most Jewish person on this show right now.
Like, yeah. Because you have
from
more.
A 23andMe test.
Because of like what those have said, that, you know, Semitic people who are all Hebrew and Arabic are of the same bloodline.
Yes.
That would make me Semitic.
Yes. That's right. That's right. And so
by extension, that means I'm one of the people from Abraham. So there you go.
Yeah.
And you get the K-word pass.
Yeah. But I think, Brooke, what stood out to me that was the lesson of this young lady was that we think she was indoctrinated by this crazy, worthless welfare bum from East Germany who was just some communist indoctrinated, self-loathing German who just took her all over the world and showed her how to grift on welfare.
Right.
And then she assumed everybody's on some kind of welfare. That was the weird thing, was like when our man George Knight showed up and she said, "Oh, you live in council housing?" I mean, this guy is just working his ass off. And it's like, "Oh, you live in council housing?" Her automatic assumption. Just like she was assuming Victoria didn't pay any rent, and she's just sucking off the landlord. And she assumes everybody's grifting. We're all grifting and shit.
Projecting yourself on everyone else.
Well, she's working for a living. It's just a different kind of job. But it's like her insanity was that she's claiming that she's a sex worker who's still virginal. It's a particular pathology I've run across with several different women where they're saying, "Oh, well, I'm like..."
If you're a sex worker that's still a virgin, I'm pretty sure you were broken bad at your job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, it was beyond that. She was saying that her whole her trip was to tease the client, and she would never do anything with them. And it's just like, that's so absurd.
No. Granted, that dominatrixes can do that. That this is what dominatrixes are often paid to do.
They don't fuck their clients.
Yeah, often. I mean, some do, some don't. It depends on, what the
Yeah.
client's paying, what the request is.
varies.
And certain dominatrixes have a certain kind of specialty, and where, some of them may never have sex with their clients.
It's just commonly them doing stuff to
But this was the insanity.
What a rip.
This was the insanity, where she's obviously had a lot of sex, whether it has to do with her work or not.
Yeah, that was the trip. Is they were like literally naming these guys off, like anatomically instead of as like a person. It was disgusting.
Yeah, 9-inch Dick Preston. I remember that because I think Preston Nichols. So she kept saying, but tell Brooke what she said. She said she had this guy's cock like in a mold or something. She had it molded so that they could base it.
Yeah, there was like multiple people they were referencing, and then one of them, she was like,
I missed this whole thing. I did not hear any of this.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was like a horror show. It was like a train wreck. And then she was like, yeah, he gave me a like plastic mold of it, or like some kind of glass piece that was like molded off of it, and it was just some bullshit. I mean, that was just
off his cock. But when she was talking to Vic about this, obviously Vic and her had hit the same guys repeatedly. So she was saying, "You remember 9-inch Dick Preston? 9-inch Dick Preston." And this was, she's referencing that as the point of memory, the point of reference with Vic. And so it's but then how could you miss this, Brooke? How could you miss this? It's like this was the part that made it. Because
honestly, when I heard you start, so I guess I'll be honest with you. Once I heard the first part, I thought we were done. I thought that was as crazy as she got. And they made fun of me, and then I got kind of pissy, and I just hung up. So I was like, "Fuck him, saying that shit about me and her." I was ready to beat that bitch's ass. You can talk about me, when she was like, "Yeah, she was not much drunk in the night," I was like, "Bitch, oh god, you're lucky I was on this goddamn show." Right then, I'd already been fucking done with Victoria, who the fuck she was that said that shit. So it made me a little pissy.
Oh, right. Because Victoria did say that. Oh, but don't take that personally. But yeah, Victoria did say that. That's right. She did say, yeah, she does kind of remind me of Brooke. And then, but you didn't hear then that she
didn't say it in the nicest, sweetest way. Okay, anyway.
But I do hope Vic is okay, and of course I adore you, bro.
I agree with her, and I said, yeah, she's spicy. I don't know if that's offensive.
Well, you are spicy, Brooke. You are spicy.
I am spicy, and Brandon, you'll be proud of me. You know what? I muted y'all just then. I was listening to everything. The reason I was muted is because I was salting and peppering my vegan turkey roast. I'm doing a turkey roast. It's vegan. Yeah.
Cool.
It's corn. It's made out of like fermented. I don't know what they call them. Whatever corn makes.
So, wonderful.
In your defense, that is your redeeming feature. So I appreciate that a lot.
There we are.
I know. Thank you, Brandon. I know that you have one, Brandon. I'm just still looking for it, but we'll find it.
Well, I don't want to be referenced by my body, so I won't mention anything.
So then this chick though, what did you think, Brooke? You didn't hear the part where then she said "fuck your mother" to me and fuck.
Yeah, no. So then I just kind of was like fuck it, and then I'll be honest with you, I heard that shit. I'm gonna piss. I did keep it playing while down in the room. Came back down, laid down on my little squirrel for a little chatty chat, and then I went to sleep. And I woke up to some more shit, and I was like, shit, she must have been on there a while. Because I knew I was asleep for like an hour and a half, and then you're still talking about her, and I was like, "There's no way." Like, did you hear what she just said about whatever you said? So I heard your monologue after she'd been on, again, like you talking about it, or you guys, whoever it was. But I heard some of that as I woke up. But apparently there was a time she came back on.
Yeah.
That I was asleep for. Which basically just lets you know that the bitch is stupid. I mean, like, I've slept right through it. It was boring. As a drug addict on benzos. I mean, like, I've been around enough of those fuckers. Like,
oh my god! Well,
I'm going to get sober too. Oh my god, I can't because you know what? Like, we were dating. Like, if you ever want to marry me, I would need you to sign a prenup because I'm so rich. I have some insurance. And they're so fucked up. And then later on, it's like, hey, I have no money for McDonald's.
But we think that the primary psychological textbook case study here material involves the fact that she hated herself for being white. that she called her blue eyes, she referenced them as pig fucker blue. She'd say, "Oh, my eyes are pig fucker blue." So
maybe her dad raped her, and I'm not even saying that. I shouldn't say that in a bad way, but I'm saying like it sounds like she didn't like somebody.
Interesting.
Like that sounds. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, because you got sex going on there, right? So,
she did say she hated her parents, so I mean it makes sense.
She was definitely abused as a child.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so there could be some abuse there where somebody she associates with her blue eyes could be, you know.
It was that boyfriend from Eastern Europe.
I'm sorry, what was that from Eastern Europe?
It was that boyfriend from Eastern Europe, like, taught her to hate that.
Yes.
Actor.
Yes. And
according to her, this is according to her.
Right. But the point was that she grabbed psychologically. She grabbed as this tether, this anchor. Her mom takes this stupid little 23andMe test, which is all shit anyway. And there's this like notional strand of Sephardic DNA that probably doesn't even exist. Yeah, honey.
I was doing my Cherokee dance because like everybody. Seriously, like if you do the tween, like we talked about, now they don't. But everybody, I kidded somebody else yesterday. I can't remember who it was. Probably been a fucking method, Larry. I said, so how much Cherokee do you? I said, sir, how much? I said, sir, I want to see if you fall for it. So he did. I said, so how much Cherokee Indian do you have in your family? You got any in your blood? And immediately, like, oh yeah, my grandmother was Cherokee. There is not. I'll tell you that the joke is, if you come to Greenville, South Carolina, upstate, there's not one person you can go up to and you're like, you got any Cherokee? And everybody will say, oh, your grandma was Cherokee, native Cherokee. Everybody has a great grandma or grandma. Maybe a grandpa, if you want to be like the Wild Winds will say grandpa.
That was what I was telling Douglas about the 23andMe. Is like with Americans, it's like they see one little like I'm 2% Irish, and they're all of a sudden they're like waving.
They fully identify with that, yeah.
Oh yeah. They're Scottish. They're buying a kilt, you know, the next day.
Literally. Kiss me, I'm Irish and shit, wearing that.
Americans just have a big mix of everything now these days.
Oh my god.
Yeah, as my dad used to call it, Heinz 57. It's like
I have a Heinz 57 dog right now, but yeah.
Yeah, see, it's like that's American slang for like you don't know what it is. You're the mix.
Oh my god.
I just claim shit as it's relevant to me. So like if somebody's like, why are you drinking so much? Like I was drinking, I'm like, my grandma was Cherokee Indian and my grandfather was Irish. I'm an Irish Cherokee. I mean, what do you want? Like that's destined for alcoholism there.
That's some cheese, dude.
And people do that. People actually do that, and so
I mean, when I fucking commit crimes like steal a car or just get caught thieving of some sort, they're like, I'm Australian. I mean, what do you want? It was a penal colony. Like,
I thought you were gonna say something else.
Hey, black guys.
1% sub-Saharan African or something.
No, when they're like, why, you look like you're a guy, you'd have a huge dick. I'm like, of course. I'm like 50% sub-Saharan, you know.
I literally heard people say that.
I would take your bitch from you in a heartbeat.
Oh my god.
You do what?
She said, I'll take the bitch from you in a heartbeat. Yeah,
that's why I've got that BDE, you know?
I don't think that's really how that works.
BDE? I was just playing up the way you said it.
Yes. It's just, it's just a joke. But Brandon knows that. He's just saying, I don't think how that works. Yeah. It's just, but we think that this woman had indoctrinated self-hatred, but then she wanted to latch onto being Jewish because somehow this made her feel as if this rationalized her entire identity. And then she began to take on this attitude of a chip on her shoulder, where therefore if you're a Nazi, then fuck you. And so this is where all this came down to. And so she was just, it's all based on this notional sense of self-identity that's completely false. It's like, it would be one thing if she simply said, I'm liberal progressive and I am indoctrinated. She would never say that. No liberal progressive would say that either, but you get my point. Basically just say, I'm liberal progressive and I hate Nazism or I hate fascism because I'm liberal progressive or something. But instead, no, it had to be rationalized by this notional strand of non-existent Jewish DNA. And so that's what made it so bizarre. Instead of just being an ideological issue, she made it a personal issue, and then there was the reason we're all being kind to her is obviously she's female and she's obviously attractive because she worked in the adult entertainment industry and was a stripper and everything else. So she obviously has a body. So we're all going to great lengths to be quite tolerant with her because men do that. But when we are like trying to...
Whoa, was she showing her body? Or were y'all getting to see pictures of them together?
No. The one thing I do know for a fact from Victoria is that this woman was a sex worker, and Victoria herself is...
I can show you some sex. I don't know if you've been... Maybe it's different in the South, but just because they're a sex worker does not mean...
No, good point. No, your point's well taken. Your point's well taken, but from what Victoria told me, and I believe Victoria... Victoria herself is attractive, and attractive girls usually tend to hang together. Usually attractive girls don't.
I'm just saying, if you fucking had her on and they were fucking naked laying there.
Victoria sent me a picture. Let's just put it that way. So I can guarantee you one thing.
And you shared it with everybody but me. Fuck you.
I didn't share it with anybody. I didn't
share it
with anybody.
I want to say it.
She's got a body, and she's got a pretty face, but
a full faked body.
Yeah. But
according to her, she said she was flat chested and she didn't like it or something.
Her breasts are not Her breasts are not enlarged. Her breasts are not enlarged. They're natural breasts. But so I guess she feels.
I had a feeling it was like self-imposed kind of thing.
Yeah, she's very obviously she's insecure as hell. And this was the other funny thing about it. She's projecting insecurity onto all her clients, which is probably true. But then she said I was insecure. That was the part where I actually said to her, "How am I insecure? I have you on. You're basically here, basically saying whatever the fuck you want. Obviously, I don't have, I don't think I have any issues. I'm pretty much not somebody who trips off these gender roles or some shit like that. So it's like it's just bizarre. But so she was just a very hostile person, just as intrinsically.
Actually, people project. Like I realize that, everybody projects in some
Most people
role,
do
whether
that,
they
yes.
realize it or not.
Yeah.
But like when you saying that made me think of when you were making fun of the hospital call earlier, and you were like, they get people like, blah, blah, blah. Here's the problem. I understood what they were saying because that's a better form of talking than I've heard them at other times. And I'm like, I cannot understand anything you're saying. What are you? And they repeat it like 12 times, and I'm finally like, I don't fucking know what you're. And they would tell me, they were like, I can understand you. Nobody can understand you. You talk way too fast. I'm like, I do talk fast. You're correct. But no one has ever been like, meh, I cannot understand anything you've said at all. Continually.
By the way,
every fucking time. But it was like, I'm telling you, what you heard was like, it was all the time. I was like,
oh my God.
I can't understand shit you were fucking saying. And then I would get yelled at for it being me, which you have bad ears. You have bad ears.
Right.
You can't talk. You talk. I'm like, I do talk fast. I do I talk fast since a kid. And obviously at that time I was talking a little faster, I'm sure. But
you were. There was a period of time there when he was offering you the meth that your voice was. It was hard. It was almost impossible to keep up with a lot of what you were saying. But thank God you got over that. It's like you said. It's like you said.
Brooke, are you at least selling the Adderalls or what?
You know what I said about you on air? You know what I said about you on air the other day, Brooke? I brought up I was bringing up the movie Halloween and how it was written by a Muslim and how the Muslim guy Mustafa Akkad was Syrian is what Brendan found out. Brendan found out he was Syrian and that he was trying to portray an honor killing, but he couldn't sell that in his country because people would kill him, and they wound up killing him anyway. But he wound up selling it in America as a Protestant kind of reactionary killing on some young kid who was all uptight sexually. He sees his kid. This is what happens in the movie Halloween, the first one. He sees his...
I've never watched Halloween, so I really do not know.
Oh, just so you know, the woman in Halloween who plays the maid, or the babysitter who's the first one to die. She's the babysitter and she's the first one to get killed. That woman was raised in Algeria and Morocco. So she's very familiar with Muslim culture. And when I called her up on air and I questioned her about Mustafa Akkad, because he wrote the movie Halloween based on a Muslim's honor killing of one sister, and how he got killed in turn by suicide bombers who blew him up at his daughter's wedding. when I was bringing all this up, I said, and then after that, John Carpenter stole the film, and he re-released it as John Carpenter's Halloween. I said, don't you find that you were involved with the whole production? Don't you find this offensive? And then she went on to defend John Carpenter and said I was living in a world on my own. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You know what I'm saying is true. And Brendan, is Mustafa Akkad not the producer of Halloween and the guy who wrote the script, right? Yes?
Yeah, he was the producer. He was the producer up until he got killed.
Yes.
Much.
Yeah, thank you. And then John Carpenter...
Up to 2005. Halloween 1 and 2.
Yeah. And so when I was bringing this up, she was like in denial, and I couldn't understand why, but I figured she was sleeping with John Carpenter. He must have got her that chicken shit role because
I sound bad with movies. I just want to interrupt real quick.
Yeah.
Because I don't know this movie, obviously, but isn't there a movie called John Carpenter where, like, isn't he like I thought there was a movie where didn't see it. He's like a superhero.
He just, there's plenty of John Carpenter films. I don't know if there's any superhero one, but there's probably some John something.
It was about a John Carpenter.
Oh, you're talking about John Carter, Warlord of Mars.
Carter. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's what I don't know.
But by the way, John Carter as a literary figure is a Confederate States war veteran of the Civil War between the states for rights. So that was based on the novels by what's his name? Help me out here. The guy who wrote Conan. Fuck. The guy.
This is somebody who doesn't even know what that John. But I did not know that. So it was actually So they turned it because they. I only saw my son watched it, and I only saw the previews for John Carter.
Robert Howard.
Yeah, Robert E. Howard, Robert Irvin Howard, good friend of H.P. Lovecraft's, by the way. But anyhow,
yeah, they were Pulp Fiction writers. That's right.
Right. But in the film, they still portray him as a Southerner who's a Confederate States war veteran. They acknowledge that in the film. They don't dwell on it over much, probably because they don't want to offend too many sensibilities. And that was part of the problem of the film, is that in the novels, he was always referencing that as why he gets transported to Mars and how he survives was based on he was working with some of those guerrilla warfighters.
You live in a southern trailer park. You can handle Mars.
So at any rate, when it comes to the film, that why this was like, so we started talking about serial film, slasher film serial killers, and I said most of these are underdeveloped psyches where these men are like stuck in childhood. They're like what do you call it? An undeveloped permanent childhood state. But one of the only
I think like a narcissist is as well. Like narcissism has become
they never get to that point. They never get to that point of self-identity. It's the one who might kind of be like that. Like I said, the only real intellectual one is Freddy Krueger, and Freddy Krueger is a child molester. And yet he's this guy who's in these films and kids dress like Freddy Krueger, but he's supposed to be a child killer, child molester. But Freddy Krueger is basically this, he has this prison culture imprint, so he calls everybody bitch. And I said...
I call it Freddy.
That's what I said. I said, you know who talks like Freddy Krueger? Brooke Gibson. So I brought that up on air. I said, Brooke Gibson talks like Freddy Krueger. She basically talks like some hard ass who's been in prison and shit, and calls everybody bitch. Hey, bitch. And but I gotta admit, you fucking intimidated Meth Head Larry. He was confronting you about that and saying, don't call me bitch, and you just started calling him bitch.
I was like, little bit. You know what I did for like there was like a week there, so, and I was like, I tried to not do.
And by the way, just so you guys understand this, Meth Head Larry has done time in the clink, so it's like he's like that's why he's offended by this, because Brooke is on top, and Brooke still you still talked him down. You still kept bitching him down. Go on, buddy.
That's what he couldn't fucking handle. He has narcissism. He has narcissistic traits heavily. And anyway, right?
Yeah.
So when he goes and he starts to go, so I cuss. I'll be like, bitch, what? I didn't realize at first. Like he tries to go for your jugular. Like he'll try to find out what will get you set you off, and he'll go there. And I was, don't do that, because I don't do that. I'll be like, fuck you. Apparently, I was going for the jugular, and I didn't even fucking know. Just start calling him a bitch. And also, don't mention he was gay. Oh, fuck you fucking want to suck dick or something. Dude, I don't. Apparently, doing time in the clinic, you don't say bitch or you're gay. And so then he I tried to refrain for a little bit. I tried to be nice, like a really nice me, which is extremely nice to only say bitch occasionally and maybe even apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say bitch. But then after that, I realized this fucker is fucked in the head. And so every time I talked to him, I was like, he fucked. I mean, it was bitch every other. He is a bitch. I mean, he's a little fucking gun ass bitch. And he couldn't handle it. He's like, hey, how do you talk like that? I don't understand why you can say these things. And I was like, oh my God, you little crybaby bitch, shut the fuck up, quit crying. Like, I thought you did fucking hard time. Like, what is this what you did in prison?
No, what did he ultimately, I think, I never really bothered to ask because I didn't think you really found out, but at some point you found out. What did he go to jail for? You said it was beating a girl? Was it?
So, he was new. He already had charges for a girl before he was with it. She was going through a divorce, right? And she had money. Look, I'll be honest. The guy, he's a nice looking guy. Okay, he's nice looking, and
not to mention his parents give him all the money he fucking needs when they should be.
I would not. I probably wouldn't have liked him back then because he's like would look like a pretty boy to me in the face. But what I liked was the fact that he had also, which I found out later, like entire. Like his chest was sleeved. You see what I'm saying? He has 2 sleeves. Those are all prison tattoos. They were done well, but those are prison tattoos. But I've never dated very tattoos, right? So I actually found that attractive on him. Made him look harder. I found out he's not hard. He's a little pussy bitch. But just made him look hard, right? Because of his time. Well, back before when he was just a pussy bitch, he was dating this fucking rich girl that was gone through a divorce. He's going through a divorce, like in early 20s, mid 20s, and going through a divorce. And her ex, and they had a big house in Clemson, and he had a room. This guy had a room, one of the rooms in the house because he had left. They were going through the divorce, and this meth head Larry's staying there, and he's got one of the rooms was the ex-husband's, and it had all this shit in, like, like I don't know, like shit he collected, collector's items worth some money, right? She's bitching to Larry, like to him. This guy, she's bitching to him about how her ex-husband's like blah blah blah, and he's trying to take the kid, and she's just hating him. Now, his story is he was doing her a favor, but he didn't tell her he was doing her a favor. What he did is he hired somebody, one of his other friends to break in the house, right, and steal all the shit. And he pretends like he's doing this as a favor to me. Like I'm reading right through the story, but he's like, so I just told him to break in the house because. So basically, they made it look like that the ex-husband had come in the house and stolen the shit. Now, in the meantime, Meth Head Larry and the guy that actually stole the shit had got all the money for that shit. Now, this bitch calls and she's like, he's out somewhere, not at the home. She calls, oh my God, the stuff's broken in, and it must have been my ex-husband. He's like, yeah, you need to call the police, blah, blah. She does. And police magically. This is how stupid the fucker is too. They wanted to interview him. A few days later, they were like, well, she tells him she's got a boyfriend, blah, blah. They said, well, we need to talk to your boyfriend. They want to talk to him. He said, I was cool. I went downtown and talked to him. And he said, I didn't know that you legally can say you don't have to talk to him. I found that out, after doing time in prison. But he basically, then they're like, well, we were like, obviously his lies are so bad that they were like, we'd like to give you a polygraph. He didn't know he could deny that either legally. He didn't say, I'm like a lawyer now. Like, let me call my mom. No, he did the polygraph. And then when he fails it, ends up admitting he hired the guy.
He incriminated himself. Go on.
Yes,
oh
completely. So he already has these charges now, which they call, I forgot what it was called, but it was called, something for the word, I mean the word. So he has these charges pending. Now, they're pending for a while. Fast forward, of course, this girl's finds out, and she's like, I can't believe, you shouldn't have done that, you lied to me, and, she basically, whatever.
She should have been saying, I can't believe you incriminated yourself, this is white privilege.
I can't believe you're such an idiot. That's what I would say. I do not want to date someone who's so stupid.
Yes.
I don't answer your questions. Also, I don't answer your questions. Have you ever watched 1-20-20 or Dateline special? I would like a lot. I'll take the polygraph.
How did he not? This is incredible to me. I mean, it's for the police to take advantage of that.
I kept saying when he told me the full story, and I was like, was I fucked up when you told me this the first time? Because I don't think I would have still been fucking. Like, this is horrible.
Oh my God.
I said, did you truly, you thought you had to take a polygraph?
Oh my God.
And then after the polygraph and you failed it, you decided, you thought that was admissible and you were going to self-incriminate?
For our listeners who do not know, just understand this much. A polygraph is actually inadmissible in a court of law. And so it's astonishing to me. This is astonishing. So go on.
No listeners don't know that. I feel like a 13-year-old knows that. But somehow this stupid criminal did not know that. So then he fast forward. So the part where he has these charges pending. And then what happens is he's dating this other girl. They have been dating like, I don't know, 6 months, a year. She actually had gotten pregnant, and she was pregnant. And again, he said some crazy stuff about her. I think she was probably a little crazy. I think I'm a little crazy. You'd have to be a little crazy to fuck with this fucker anyway. But so she had been on, what do you call it, antidepressants, and I think benzos, like before she got pregnant. So she quit those, like cold turkey, right? When she got pregnant. Then
that's admirable. I mean, that's hard. So that's admirable.
Hard. But what I'm saying is, so her mind probably wasn't the best either. So I can like see this as far as it was New Year's Eve. She had found out she miscarried, been there and had to do DNC on like December 20, like 2 days before Christmas. So, and they had been excited by the baby. She was like, 3 months along. So she was already depressed about that. They New Year's Eve, she wanted to drink. They drank. Apparently, the story is they came in, sex happens, like it was just like they get in the shower together. He says he just jumps out and wraps in a towel like just normal because it was cold, and she just started screaming, you don't love me anymore, blah, blah, blah. And they get in this fight, altercation, which I can see now how he does. Like he doesn't know when to back down either. So, and I can see it in his eyes, like he's learned from 7 years. I told him every time, I was like, fuck, hit me, bitch, but you better fucking kill me. I'd get in his fucking face every time. He'd be like, I was like, hit me, bitch, hit me. She better fucking kill me.
How did he wind up almost cutting his index finger off? I mean, get back to this point. I don't want you to lose that, but did something like that happen when he like?
No, he did that himself. No, he did that. No, he actually did that himself. He was cutting the bushes, just like, and suddenly comes running to me. He's got his finger cut off.
What an idiot.
I was like, maybe you should stop doing drugs and cutting bushes.
I was about to say, how does one do that? I mean, I got
especially when he was a manager for a professional like landscaping place that does professional landscaping. Somehow he randomly just cutting a few bushes with a hedge trimmer. I don't know.
But get back to where you were then about, so you tell him,
and by the way, that exact same day, that was the only time I've ever met his mother. She comes by my house because he's there cutting the shit, and he broke his phone, and his mommy, because her name, she needed to come get the phone and take it to the Apple store. Because
and she's still doing things for him like he's a kid, and she's giving him money.
He knows that's the thing. He gives money every fucking day from her. She pays for his fucking.
Where does this money come from? What is the source of their fortune?
They don't have that fortune. He tried to sell it. I mean, she had some money. Well, her husband, because his dad was a firefighter and a police officer for a while. His actual legal dad.
Blue collar mafia shit. So he was part of the blue collar mafia.
So then the one she remarried, she's been married to, his stepdaddy goes there. He's also was in that. He works for the government. So I don't know. They've got some of that going on, but. Anyway, yeah.
So, that's right. So he does some of that conspiracy shit too, right? Doesn't he try to tell you?
Oh my God, the conspiracy is unbelievable. That's a whole other side note. I could go off the tangent of that. But she comes up. I'd never met her before. I heard her voice once twice. I was just listening to them talk, and I'd spoken to her briefly on the phone, and so she pulls up, and he's walking away. And I mean, I'm already like trying to be done. I was letting him, like we said, like let him do my fucking bushes and like try to deal with this, and really hope that he could fucking, to be honest, like I hoped he could get better, because he has, like, I try to see the good in people, right?
Yeah.
So like that was before I was like, you're not gonna get well, like you're not gonna get better, but
not when he's being enabled by his mother every goddamn day.
She looks at me. He would, this was before he cut his finger, but he's over there with the bushes, and he had to run and get from his car for his phone. And I'm standing there in the driveway with her, just met her, and he says something where he, the name thing, where I said, like, he'll...
Whenever Brooke says anything, he thinks she's mentioning some guy's name, and it's always a different guy's name. Who's Joe? Who's Dick? Who's Tom? Who's Harry? I mean, is that part of that? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
like that?
yeah. So, like, if I'm like, oh my god, like, I just, like, the dog, I just pulled a hair off him. He'll be like, who's Harry? You're fucking Harry? you know, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm not fucking Harry. Like, why would you even say that? Like, that's, you know, and then I would say,
not only that, when
randomly...
did he own you? When did he become your owner? That's the bizarre ass. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. And, but then the continual thing is, like, he never, because he would say, he would, at some points, he would try to excuse himself and be like, I have some hearing loss. Like, I do have hearing loss. And I do believe he probably does have some hearing loss. But I was like, that's not why you fucking don't hear what I'm saying if you do. Because here's the thing. Only time you ever don't hear what I'm saying randomly comes up is when what you respond with is, oh, you said you just fucked him last night? What do you mean not? Like, who's looking at me? It was all negative. It was always like he responded with a guy's name.
Right.
You must be fucking him. Or last night you were, you know, what did you mean by, it was, I said, you never respond with a random, like, oh, did you say, I'm wonderful? Or like, you know, there was never a positive response. It was always something to put me in, like, where I would have to say.
It's not even a neutral response. It's always,
no, it's very negative.
It's always something where you're playing behind his back.
Yeah, I'm either, actually, it was normally like, he's so insecure he thinks somebody's fucking behind his back. Or he's doing it as a tactic, which I call gaslighting, right? To put me on the defensive. Well, why would I?
I don't give him that much credit. I think he's completely insecure. And
well, that's what his mom said. So he had just said something. This is my point. So back to that. His mom said in the driveway, he had said some stupid name. I don't fucking know. He'd gone off, and I said, you know, he says those names all the time. He'll say. She goes, that's just the drugs. I think that's just what's destroyed his brain. Just the drugs that he's doing. This bitch is at my house getting a phone to take to the Apple store to give him an iPhone. Just gave him when he called last night. She dropped by. He didn't have to see her. She'll leave $100 under the mat for him. You are giving him meth. He tells me she knows that he is getting meth with these drugs.
She needs to be taking that money and putting him into a rehab center and just locking him down for the months it takes for him to rehab instead of doing what she's doing, and she would spend much less doing that, even if it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. She'd be spending much...
I think she's the covert narcissist. I think that if anything, because I've looked at it, I can see where he has narcissistic traits. What I'm saying, and with the drugs especially, then you've got this.
So she needs him. She needs him dependent on her.
She's a controlling, and one of the biggest things, like I watched the video and it was saying, one red flag, one sign. How can you tell a narcissist in the beginning? It was like, if they have any parent in their life that is their parent as an adult, still a prominent figure in life, especially if they're prominent in their business relations, like money and controlling, like in some way they need their opinion, or he needs mommy to do this. I swear to God, any fucking thing, I'd be like, fuck, he'd leave a tool here, right, whatever, and I'd be like, fuck you, you're getting your fucking tools so you fix my fucking car, right? Yeah. And
which he broke, which he basically
call
did.
Mommy. Yeah. My mom's gonna get you, and then, or like pretend like he sent a text to his mom. This is mom. Brooke is doing it. And he thought, and that again, that's psychological warfare. He would send the text to me, pretend that it was typed to his mom, but he wanted me to see it.
Okay, that's intentional.
Do something.
Yeah.
He thought, it was very intentional. And so, but what I thought, I just laughed at it. I was like, that's
why would he think? What does he think that would guilt you out?
Because he said you need to go ahead and have what? Because he'd played a stepdad, you know, or could have the cops at my house or could do something, you know what I'm saying? And I would just laugh. I would just be like, first of all, if you think that I am scared of the cops coming to my house, okay, with your fucking record and your bullshit, right? And you're in my car, you think I'm scared? Even if your mama and daddy know them, I'm pretty sure I got a good standing here, okay? Secondly, what's funnier is that you are calling mommy when you get in a fight.
No, it is pathetic. And at the same time, this is Norman Bates territory. This is like, you remember the Norman Bates film Psycho was his mom's dead, but she had this incestuous dominating relationship with him while she was alive. They actually made a television series about that. But in terms of, this is Norman Bates territory. He's basically, it's his mom. Yes, it comes down to his mom. That's her only child, her only son.
Oh my God! Right, so you've got that going on. So she is like only child. He's the only child, and that's her baby. And he apparently but I say it's very much because I've heard her she plays the role of everything's okay, and then I read a text later, and she heard me in the background. I'd be like, you need to get. I would be saying you need to he'd be calling his mom. I'd be like, you need help. You need to go in treatment. You need treatment. Are you going to stop doing it? She knew the shit I'm saying. Next text I had ever seen on his phone, she said, I don't trust Brooke.
That's right. No, this is what disturbs me. She was basically telling him that she doesn't trust Brooke and wants in other words, it's the control factor here is obvious. The manipulative factor here is obvious. Yeah. But what's disturbing to me is that after I called you and we talked for a few hours, and then what happened was my earbuds broke. I found out it was my earbuds broke. Remember, I was trying to call you and you couldn't hear me, and that was because it's something to do with the earbuds are fucked up, and when I take the earbuds off, people can hear me. But the point was that I didn't know that at the time. I thought it was wireless. But after I called you, you texted me back and said
I told you I wouldn't talk to him anymore and blocked him, and then I texted you and said, you won't believe this shit. He just had his mom message me.
Yeah, and what was that? I mean, here she is saying.
Okay, here's the thing. I still am assuming that it's not like even.
So she's manipulating you to do something for him.
First thing I assumed was it was just him because he goes by our house. So I said, you know what? I thought he's messaging. She said, hey, she calls. I don't call him. She says, hey, Larry wants you to call him. We'd like you to call him. I was like, this is fucking like Larry's just at her house borrowing her phone. There's no way this bitch is so. I still am like. There's no way this bitch is so like gonna message me, right, and be like, Larry, don't you call him? Because I said, I tried to call because I assumed it was him calling. I assumed he just got her phone, was texting me, and then gonna delete the message, right? That's what it seemed like. He did there were a couple messages because I had a message back. I was like something, I don't know what I said, but I assumed it was him, and I can read it, but it ended up being fucking her. It was her, and that's what is mind blowing. She's a son. He did 7 years in prison. She knows he's own fucking man. She knows he's giving money every day. She knows that he has done multiple things again while he was in prison for assault on a female. Okay, right. Yeah, she's going to message me, and I'm like,
how did this all happen again? You said basically he got out of the shower.
They got out of the shower. So then that's the part where I assume. That's what I always assume. Like his story probably is leaving a little something out.
No doubt.
Well, she, he has a scar on his back. She came back. She hit him in the back of.
Is this the girl who kind of calls him every once in a while and says she'll get married to him?
That's his ex-wife that he married when he got out of prison. Because this is how smart he was. I told him, because I finally stopped holding back on that shit too. I was like, you know what fucking idiot you are? I was like, you're like, oh my God. One of us is like, I can't get sober because one thing I'm scared to get sober again because I'm scared of messing up again, right? And I'm like, well, here's the thing, dude. And he's like, talking about his ex-wife, and I'm like, you're both fucking idiots. You were in prison for 7 years. First of all, you went into prison a spoiled brat. It wasn't like you went in like, at 19. You'd already done hard time at 19. And before that, like, you were raised in the ghetto where you were used to like I don't have power and we don't get Christmas presents and like hard fucking thug life. It wasn't like you went in like a preppy boy, spoiled brat, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this guy had no streetwise whatsoever. And
what happened was that assault happened January 1st. Like it was New Year's Eve, and that happened, and they got in a fight. The girl ends up in the hospital. He's injured as well. He's called the police. But,
oh my God! This guy just can't stop. He's like begging for the holy shit.
So he ends up in jail. He did not get back out because for multiple reasons on his part that do make sense. But I'm sure the assault was pretty bad. But regardless, he doesn't get back out. Did that when he got arrested for that. That was he didn't get out because they held him because he already had a charge. Those charges pending from that other thing, and now they charged him. And one of the things they charged him with, because it ended up the solicitor. He fucked himself too, by the way. He had also, I forgot to say this, that charge with the other guy where he stole the shit and he can't shut his fucking mouth. He got arrested for that because he opened his little trap hole. Oh my God, tells them because he's got that. Then when he's arrested in jail, he starts saying shit on the jail phone, threatening to fucking kill that solicitor bitch. They charged something. He's in the courtroom. He's like, fuck someone. They charged him with his mouth because he threatened the solicitor in the courtroom. So then they charged him with threatening a state's witness, which is a federal charge.
Oh
he had those
God!
So he had all that pending when he goes. Now he's been arrested for this assault and battery. I don't know if they did it, but of higher nature. She was in the hospital. And now he was very injured too, but because she hit him with a couple things. But I will say that because I can.
And she's 3 months pregnant. Did the baby come out all right?
No. She had miscarried. Like that was the problem. Like they were like they miscarried. Like I don't know, 21st or something of December.
Okay.
This was
prior to his beating her. Okay.
Yeah, prior to that. Yeah. So anyway, we're going that him beating her. Then they held him, and they also held him with kidnapping. Kidnapping is what the kidnapping was because supposedly, like, he, like, told her she couldn't fucking leave or whatever she was trying to go. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking story was. Now, in South Carolina, legally, we can get charged, and I could be charged with kidnapping. I've done this. Like, if you stop, like, I had that bitch I was with, when she was drunk and trying to leave, and I was, you know, it was 2020, bullshit, you're locked in the house. I was you know,
got
whatever.
It.
Too.
It's basically it's basically detention. In other words,
if you stop, like I stopped her fucking tire. Like so if you do anything to stop her from leaving, in South Carolina we have it where it is a kidnapping charge, and they've been trying to change it, but it can.
You know the way to counter that would be to claim that you're conducting a citizen's arrest. That I conducted a citizen's arrest.
Yeah, on that.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
but,
you're
but
smart
on.
and you would do it that way. But the charge then depends when you get that. You can get like basically probation 1 year. Or 1 year, but all the way to 30 years or something.
Right.
You know, it's a very wide ranging.
Yeah. It depends on the caprice and whim of the judge and the what kind of attorneys you have, etc. But this guy's just fucking himself up every time.
He did. So he fucked himself. So anyway, that's how he got his time, and regardless, and he's still a little bitch. But I said, you know, you did 7 years. You went in like, well,
wait, I'm just curious. Did you get the impression that he was sober in prison, or that he had access to drugs?
He was sober. Actually, here's the scary thing, because I kept telling him he's sober, and he's like, you know, every time I went to jail, these times he's telling me about when he was stupid enough to do the incriminate himself, and then the time he beat, he's like, I was sober, all that. Like he was sober, and he had done cocaine at some points in there because he had told me stories. But like, I forgot. I was sober, and he was sober the first basically 5 years. He was there 7 years, between jail and prison total. 5 years pretty much sober was the last 2.5 that he got on drugs, heavily on meth, and thousands of dollars. His mom would send him, went through so much money that she would just send
in prison. She was sending him thousands of dollars in prison.
Yeah, but now he played it. I mean, he played her for a while. I guess told her he was like I said, well, how did you get her to send that money? And
but how do they allow him access? How do they? I mean, I know that you can send a certain degree of money, but I guess
I didn't ask. I didn't know if there's a certain dollar amount how they're doing that. But I mean, obviously, we all know drugs are heavily. You can get drugs.
Right. But I'm also presuming he must have also been bribing the guards to a degree.
I don't know all the guards.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Depending. I mean, but nevertheless, I'm impressed. I'm just impressed. In other words,
he would tell his mom like there was a hit on him. He was like, oh God, these like, you know, these bloods are gonna take me out.
Oh my God, his mother and him deserve each other. His mother and he's manipulating his mother, but his mother is allowing herself to be manipulated. I mean, this is like, go on. Yeah.
At some point, I mean, if I can read through him like in a month, like or a few weeks, like it was like, okay, she knows this is her son. She raised him. She knows he's manipulated. You know, so at some point, but she allows it and she does it. That's why I said she had only heard me say, you need to be on rehab. And then she's like, I don't trust Brooke. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't trust Brooke because, you know, Brooke tried to get your son sober if she could. And then maybe he would be like,
now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting the dynamic. I'm getting the dynamic is she doesn't trust you. You're a threat to her because you would get her son off drugs, which is how she maintains him in total dependence. And his rationalization is, if I get sober, I'll get in trouble again, which is the most, you know, we all know what that is. I mean, that's so transparent.
It's part of an excuse to not get sober, right?
That's so transparent. It's laughable, but it's oh my God, it's So do go on. Yeah, no, this is outrageous.
Yeah. So then so the other person sending him money is the person that he marries. This had been a childhood friend he knew from childhood, right? While he's been in prison 7 years. This is who he starts talking to at some point during that 7 years. I guess. Actually, no, it was the last 2 years. Because he said the exact same night that he had talked to her on the phone the first time, he ended up getting high on meth the first time. And that entire 2 fucking years that he's dating this woman from prison, and she's coming down to see him on the weekends, driving 4 hours. he's fuck. He said sometimes he would be so high on meth he would sit there for like 3 or 4 days not sleeping. The guards, because these guards know these guys are fucked up, and they'd even call him. They'd be like, "Hey, dude, call his name." Be like, well, you gotta come get together. He'd be sitting on the bed like fucking staring off and seeing whatever the fuck he is goddamn seeing after being up for 4 days.
By the way, the funny aspect of the Halloween films is that Michael Myers stares at the wall and he's quote unquote staring through the wall. So that's kind of like Michael Myers, except it's not as intense. So go on. In his case, though, it's just lame. It's just awful. Just pathetic. Go on. I mean, so was he ever raped or abused in prison? Any hint of that? I'm just...
I mean, not really. He didn't. He never hinted to that. I would not say that he was, because he never hinted to that. I would say I think more than anything, he shows that big fear of how if I would say anything that would hint at like, oh yeah, you fucking queer gay ass motherfucker, you probably sucking dick in prison. It was very defensive. Like you would think, well, maybe he did, but it was almost defensive in the way that like. Also, you just know because you were in prison, people say that, so, because I did look, like, trust me, I'm not holding any love for the motherfucker. So I'm not holding back for that. I don't know. I would never say that he was, because I also wouldn't give him credit for that. Like, that's not, you don't get another credit. Oh, you were raped in prison, blah, blah, blah. He was assaulted before like a week or two before he got out, by the gang. I believe it was people that were, he was stupid enough, he can't shut his fucking mouth. That's what I told him with me. I was like, I've never had a man was stupid enough to say the shit you fucking say anything, you're gonna goddamn get away with it. I mean, I took his fucking mic.
So is that why they assaulted him? He said something to was this
he
ethnic gang? Ethnic
one
gang?
of the guys there was a blood, and he did some stupid shit, and was saying shit, running his mouth, and then fighting.
Did he get the Lenny Dykstra?
Well, he had somebody else grab him when he was doing that fight and grab him, so you need to stop, like, because he was, basically like. Gonna get himself killed. I don't know if he realized that they were Bloods, like whatever, but one of the other people that had been there while grabbed him, they waited, but apparently, and I'm sure, oh my god, I can't imagine his mouth in there. I'm sure, man, a bunch of people hate him, but whatever, he went to the bathroom one night before he was getting out and walked in, and he said the only thing he remembered was like just walking in, like turning around, I guess, to go, and then just he felt something over the back of him, like hit him, but he went out. He woke up. He said he couldn't speak. He was trying to call his mom's name. He was trying to say "mom," obviously first word.
Oh my god, that's so fucking pathetic. But go on.
And he said he couldn't speak though. He couldn't even get the word out. Mama and Carlos is the girl he was dating. He couldn't even speak the words, and his back was pretty much almost broken. And
holy shit!
Yeah, they beat the fuck out of him. And so I think he has some trauma from that as far as like PTSD, because you could tell when he would get into that story that it was true, some PTSD there, like that he.
No, I get it. In other words, it's obvious that much is true. Another curious thing comes to my mind. Why didn't he join a gang for safety? Did he not become a member of?
He hinted that he kind of did. I don't think he did, but. He hinted like everything's about race in prison. So, I mean,
of course it is. Of course. Yeah. So I mean, but the thing about, from what I understand about the Aryan Brotherhood is that you really never leave that. Once you get out of prison, you're a member of them for life at that point. So you're running things for them out of prison at that point, or they find someone who's recently released who will strike out at you for not participating, so to speak. So it's kind of like this is how they extend their power in prison and out of prison. But there are other gangs, of course, but they're all basically ethnically enclaved. It's not like you're going to get multiracial gangs, but it's I'm just this is one reason why you never want to be Asian in prison. There's very few Asians in prison, so you're God knows. I mean, I don't even want to think about it, but it does happen, obviously. But yes, so by all means, go on. So then he gets almost.
I'm thinking that he didn't. I think that probably he looks very white, right?
Yeah.
And but I said that would be like, but his last name is a very Spanish. His father was from Mexico.
Interesting.
Mexico. His last name is Spanish, obviously. So I would think maybe that was able to hold. Like that's why he held him off, because he seems to, from the few things he said about it, like. Because I've accused him of being racist, I'm not racist. And there's been something said that, leading that way, obviously. and I didn't like. And then he says he's not, later, he'll go back and forth with that. But again, like you said about prison, there's very different, there's lines there. And so he seemed to be like, he mentioned the Aryan Brotherhood a few times, but he was tattooed in prison. There's nothing about that. He had never said enough that he ever, like, he affiliated with that at all. Okay. That he was a member of it. So I'm assuming there was some affiliation. Probably what I'm going to guess is they were like, yeah, well, you fucking also have Mexican. We don't fucking want you. So,
Thank you. Also, if he had been a member of them, there would be some tattoos with swastikas or some neo-Nazi symbols, and apparently that's not what you see, right? I mean,
yeah, there was nothing related to that. Everything.
Interesting. Yeah. So he definitely, they didn't want him. So they didn't want him, and so he was kind of left swinging in the wind. His ass was swinging in the wind. He's lucky he got out alive. It would have been different if he, was a quiet guy and just kind of keeping to himself, but like you said, apparently he mouths off, and, no, this
hide
is
in the library every day.
Yeah. It's well, you know who does that is the child molesters. Child molesters will hang out in the library.
That is very true.
Yeah,
and they get targeted.
Yeah. Well, no. You know what? No, I had a man who had been doing hard time on my show once. It was Michelle Carmela Saldana's brother, and when he was explaining is that the female guards protect the child molesters. They become like their big sister, big mother figures.
Yeah, they are protected.
Yeah.
But some of them, like, if a prisoner really wants them dead and they're good with the security guard, they'll let them in to beat up the child molester to death.
Yeah, sometimes.
That's happened a lot over here.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time...
The cops are real corrupt.
Security
guards.
Yeah, most of the time, the public wishes that were the case. They want this to be real, that the child molesters face ultimate justice, but it's not. The child molesters are, it's like this guy described. It was basically, there was this one case where this father had raped his daughter with a carrot, and she was an infant, and he had raped her with a carrot. And then what happened was that this other prisoner came up to him and dumped a load of carrots from a tray onto his lap and said, "Here's your carrots, motherfucker." And then the guards put that prisoner in solitary confinement to punish him for months for what he did to that poor child molester. And it's like, how dare you offend that man, and all that shit. So it's like this is how much they're protected. So he said that this guy was saying that the child molesters are top tier, protected by all the prison guards, but they're he's talking about they're all female prison guards.
Most of them.
Yeah, they'll do that.
When my dad was in prison, he said one of the protected child rapists, he got his face caved in to death by a big white cunt named Rhino. He was the guards let him in the protected.
Okay, but this is Australia.
Area.
This is Australia. Yeah. Different culture. Culture. So the male guards.
So you're less protected over here.
How many years was your dad in prison?
Oh, just 2 months.
Oh, 2 months. Jesus Christ. And may I ask why?
But he said it was pretty bad. I'd rather not say. But yeah, it was just going there for 2 months. Cunts were trying to start a fight with him for no reason. There's a lot of fuckheads in prison. But yeah, the guards don't give a shit about you. Yeah. They'll let you get beat up.
Oh, well, it can be worse. I mean, there are cases that I heard one case on a public radio where one poor son of a bitch was white-collar crime, and he got placed in with blue-collar criminals, and that's a really big problem because the blue-collar criminals will victimize the white-collar criminals, and basically, in his case, the guards pimped him out. The guards pimped him out as a bitch. I mean, oh my fucking God. So Brooke, do go on. I mean, the prisons run the gamut in Western civilization. You get some that are like hotels and others that are just like, Papayaan, Devil's Island and shit. So Brooke, yes, continue by all means. Oh my God, I'm just appalled. I'm appalled at this individual. With
the prisoners, prison guards, I think when he got assaulted, he again hinted some of that as far as mentioning that the prison guards were in on that, when he went in, they know.
Oh my God! So basically, the prison guards were bribed by the Bloods.
No, nonstop, and they're bribed all the time. They know the drugs are coming in. I mean,
Yeah.
Like I said, if somebody's like a really drug addict and they're like, I can't get any drugs, just get arrested, go to prison. I mean,
yeah. Thank you. Yes. Yes. It's so true. Oh God.
But also, the prison system in itself, I mean, I've always been against that. Like, the majority of the prison system, while some of the people need prison, the way we have ours set up in the U.S., I mean, it's a money-making scheme. They get paid, our state, for him being in prison, by putting him in prison, our state gets paid, $50,000 for each person. It goes to the state. So they have in prison. They're not feeding them probably $50,000.
Yeah, private prisons too. Yeah, it's a profit to gain from them.
Yeah, and got free labor. I mean, there's all this that goes into to keep them. It's an industry. Prison system is just industry. It's like pharmaceuticals or anything else, but you've got an industry going there. I'm sorry if y'all hear my dogs. I'm trying to walk back up the steps.
If you're going in for a long time of life, you're just best off committing suicide because it's just going to be hell.
Well, some people thrive there.
Oh yeah, of course. Like if you're not in a big gang or have connections and you're just by yourself and you're in for a long time, you're just better off committing suicide.
Well,
you're just gonna get raped.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're a bottom man, yeah. Go on, Brooke, and then I'll bring up some other anecdote about what Nemo just said later. But go on, yeah. So, like you were saying, so in terms of the prison guards, where obviously the Bloods got him, and then you were going on another train of thought after that concerning the prison system. Yeah. Oh, about get arrested if you want to get drugs. Get yourself arrested and get into prison, and the drugs will be readily available. It's an industry. So you were talking about prison as an industry, and the state gets money for each of these prisoners. So yeah, obviously there's a motivation to have people in prison, which is why the police essentially worked at him and took advantage of him. It's not like his white privilege. Yeah, his white privilege did not serve him. Yeah, go on.
Police are paid to basically arrest people, right? And so you don't they have numbers. Like it's just like tickets. Like you get a speeding ticket. They have so much they're really supposed to get. Now they're not allowed to put that out. But they know they get more tickets, right? Somehow they are benefiting from that. Meaning they know that look at Johnny got 50 people pulled over this week on East North Street for over 40. He's gonna do better than the guy that didn't pull over. He only pulled over 20 people, right? It's the same thing with all these arrests. So the cop may not realize he may not, if he's an idiot, which probably most are, and I don't mean I don't mean they're just idiots. I mean, a lot of people just don't look into the nuances, right? Of how am I contributing? Mm-hmm. You may just arrest them and think, I'm arresting somebody for drugs or whatever. And not realize, well, then the next person paid in the system, right, is the solicitor, right? The person prosecuting. And again, they're paid in the same way, right? They're how many people are going to get in? How many? So they're being manipulated in the way that it's manipulating people into the system, because at the end of the day, it is a system that, just like if your doctor says, I think you're a little depressed, why don't you try the Zoloft? Right. And they don't know that the Zoloft rep was in there last week, buying them, telling them, hey, by the way, here's your free trip to the golf resort in Aruba. Yeah. And now suddenly everybody's being prescribed Zoloft. Yeah. So I look at the prison system like that. I think it could be that same money that we're paying, if they really wanted. I mean, drugs are people's addictions and people's mental health are 80%, a good 85% of people in prison could be at least we could do a lot more rehabilitation, right, with mental health and drugs if we spent that money correctly. That's not going on there. You put them in there, and what you're actually doing is making, like he went in. Probably needed some mental health, probably had anger issues, maybe some had done some drinking and drugs in the past, but never had done meth. And then you put somebody in there, and now 7 years later, 5 years later, now they're doing meth, and you send them out 7 years, and they're fully addicted to meth, right? Yeah. So what have you done as a prison system? You did not only did you not rehabilitate, he also talks about how he learned some of the best, like, cons and scams, like manipulation tactics. Like with these people in prison, that's what they talk about, like how to manipulate people and shit, right? So
No. I mean, it creates criminals. It's basically an educational system for criminals. It creates criminals, career criminals. This is, and of course, these are people who are hardwired to basically get arrested again to keep the prison system.
I have to say. And this isn't defending him. This is just in general, because this is how it felt to begin with. I say that they're not necessarily hardwired. I say that we have people, unlike him, that probably were put in the system very early, even in juvenile, just from the juvenile hall, from the families they were in and their dynamics, maybe didn't have the best upbringing. My point is, if you and I can realize it's a system, you and I can say they're not rehabilitating, right?
Yeah.
But that it is making criminals harder. If you can say that, or I can say that, you know, and you have more experience with me, but neither one of us has the level of experience that someone that works in this system, especially someone higher up that has worked here in the government, that's their job, is to know this. They all know that. They know exactly what you just said and I just said. That's a known fact by them for many years.
Yeah.
Years. So then you would say, well, why aren't they doing anything about it? Why? Because they need it that way. They want people to come back because, again, system rolling.
Yeah.
So they're keeping the criminals, make them harder. They come back, keep us going, right?
No, it's absolutely true. Absolutely true. By the way, in the chat, Amor Fadi in Mexico says, thank you, with the prayer hands, says, thank you, Brooke, for talking about, quote unquote, covert narcissism and narcissism in general and rehabs. Merry Christmas. So, by the way, do me a favor, continue speaking about that. I'm going to go mute for just a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to, I finished this Coca-Cola can of liquid Coke.
Your regular Coke.
Yeah. No, I need to rinse the taste of the malted battery acid out of my mouth. It always feels like it's eating away at the porcelain of my teeth. So let me go handle that. I'll be back in just a few moments. But let me go mute for a few moments. But continue speaking about the narcissism. Obviously, this is important to people. And I think you hit the nail on the head. A few things to bring up that come to my mind. Max Spears, who many people are familiar with and many people are fans of, his mother's name is Vanessa Bates, just like Norman Bates. His mother's name was Vanessa Bates. And Norman Bates was, of course, the character in the Psycho film. And that was the same name for the actual true name of the mother of Max Spears. And there's a level of narcissism there. And Max Spears was, of course, to a degree, there was some dynamic going on there that was enabled him in his own drug abuses, his self-abuses to a degree. And other than that, the other thing that comes to mind is that Richard Speck, who I brought up the other day when I was speaking about the American use of firearms in annihilation of the Native Americans by making certain every man had a firearm, and that this was considered a weapon against the savages, quote unquote, and that this was the model for Israeli expansion, where everybody's allowed to carry a private firearm and kill Palestinians when they settle in the West Bank and shit. So when I was bringing that up, one of the points that I brought up where I became acquainted with certain things going on in the world was Richard Speck. When I ran across the phenomenon of Richard Speck that burned itself into my mind, he used his firearm only to threaten people, but basically never used it against the nurses that he killed. And basically Richard Speck, just so people know, Richard Speck was one of these rare individuals who was born with an XYY chromosome. In other words, women are a double X, men are XY. But every once in a while, a man will be born where he's got the extra Y chromosome, and he becomes like a super toxic male. He breaks out in super aggressive acne, and is deformed by that generally. This is what happens to XYY men. But they have like triple the sex drive or quadruple the sex drive. And they're like on natural Viagra. It won't go down. And so Richard Speck raped 8 nursing students at once who were living in the same home together as a group home so they could afford to go to medical school. And so he broke into this home of 8 student nurses, raped them all, and then killed them all with either his bare hands or a knife. And Richard Speck went to jail the rest of his life, of course. But when I and my dad saw Richard Speck secret footage of him taken that was exposed on television shortly before he died. He basically, because of his XYY chromosome syndrome, they were putting him on all kinds of hormones to keep his sex drive under control. And obviously it didn't help worth a shit. But what these things did, I think they were giving him estrogen to try and feminize him, to keep him sedate. He wound up growing, as people who are put on estrogen do, men who are put on estrogen do, he wound up growing this big pair of tits. So he had tits like Mamie Van Doren at that point. And he was being secretly filmed, and he said, man, they'd all be really pissed off if they found out what a good time I've had in here all my life. And all the guys going, yeah. Then he just stripped down and started fucking everybody around him. And all these guys are stripping down, all fucking him, sucking him, taking up the ass and shit. And my dad and I are just jaws hanging open at this on television. They blotted out, blurred out, digitized out certain, you can see what they're doing. And they were pointing out that he did not receive justice. He loved prison. He was thriving in prison. I mean, this goes to an example of, you know, there are men to whom this is a reward. And to him, it didn't matter. Friction's friction. He learned to adapt really quickly just to using men as his meat. And it was disgusting. But such being said, I'll be back in a few minutes. I don't know. I think Nemo's the only one cognizant right now who's a male. Nemo, does that bring up any thoughts, what I've just related?
I don't know. I mean, you still male and cognizant.
Yeah, both of you speak about this. I'll be back in a few minutes, but I'll be anxious to rejoin the conversation. I'll be right back.
How many people you personally know that had to go to prison?
I don't know. Pretty much everybody I've ever dated.
Just that one guy you're talking about?
I mean, you mean people that are alive still? People that are still living?
Yeah, sure.
Probably the ones that are still living would be, I don't know. I mean, how well do I know them? I don't know, like 2, 3.
All right. Yeah, I know that the prison systems in America, yeah, like a lot of the big ones, fully ethnic enclave based and how they operate, and yeah, they easily get drugs around. Like one of the techniques they like to use from passing one drug to another, from one cell to another cell, is making kites, like handmade kites to pass them around, and notes, obviously, to give orders to gang affiliates on who they want killed or bashed or whatever, who they should see to hook up on getting drugs. You know what I mean? The kite technique. They make a kite and tie it, the letter or the drug to it, and they're able to fling it to another cell across the room.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Obviously, they show that on TVs too, but yeah, that's like one way that they do it. I mean, there's so much apparently that goes on there that I didn't know about, but that would be one way. I mean, you know, they'll basically like kill each other. Like if there's 2 guys in the room and they get in an argument because they're both high or whatever, and they beat the shit out of each other, be blood and everything. And the other guys will come running up because they'll hear the fight going on because you only got so much room in there and they're killing each other now. And so the prisoners first will run up because they're like, oh, what's going on? And then the guard, you know, will come up and they'll stop it. The other guys will let them know before the guard's coming. So they'll stop fighting. I want to be back bloody, you know, about dead. They'll try to hide it. Even the one that's hurt. Because if once they are accused, they fought, they both go into solitary confinement. So you're punished for fighting either way, even if you're the hurt one. So then they both try to hide the fact that they're, you know, you're getting your ass beat or whatever. So it's a horrible system.
Nothing like the European prison systems where they actually try to rehabilitate the incarcerated. You've seen some of the prison systems in the well-developed European countries. They get like motel rooms for their cells, like they're on TV, and some well-behaved ones will get access to computers in their room and their own private bathrooms and stuff. Like I remember watching a video of this one, I forgot which European country, but this dude was incarcerated for murder, but it was manslaughter. I think it was self-defense, but yeah, they just put him in like a motel room as a prison. and he just had to work and study and prove that he was rehabilitated, and he didn't have to serve much time there. But yeah, it's just like it's like night and day comparing American and European prison systems. Obviously, not all European countries have the same top quality of prisons.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, it just really shows that what is your prison system designed to do? Is it designed because you're really wanting to rehabilitate those that can be rehabilitated? You know, obviously, if you're a serial killer, or, you know, you're a child rapist, you know, like there are certain things that you can say, okay, we don't think there's a risk here, and there's risk anyway. But most people that are in our prison systems in America, the majority of them, even if it was a violent crime, like they robbed somebody at gunpoint, even there are cases where even we could say even rape. I'm not defending rape at all, but what I'm saying is so many people were raised in a maybe a system where they weren't taught that, like, you don't have sex with a drunk girl, right? And they've already have drug charges, and they're high, and they, you know, whatever it is, there's just so much. If you look at the majority of the nuances that I've seen, they're always tied back to someone with mental health issues, or someone that's on drugs and alcohol, which is mental health. And many times it's people on drugs and alcohol that are self-medicating in the long term, especially people that are longer term, with drugs and alcohol, you know, that they can't get off. So all that's tying back to one factor: mental health, and getting people, instead of maybe teaching algebra when we're in fourth grade, or, you know, all these things that we teach, we never teach, like, how do you regulate your emotions? How do you, the things that are actually important that will help you in life, like meditation, getting in touch with your feelings, like breathing through things, teaching anger management, all these things we could be putting in our school systems to begin with, which is what we should be doing, instead of, you know, home economics. I mean, like, you know, or even, I mean, I would say home economics. I would say balancing a checkbook or whatever is more important. It's going to be used a lot more than I'm going to use, you know, algebra 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Money investments. They should be teaching how to invest your money and make a good living.
Invest your money, and then how to regulate your emotions. You're going to deal with things in life like anger and things like this. You're, you know, nothing's but like how you can rise above it. And so emotional regulation, emotional maturity, things like that, and all of that, you know, like I said, breathing techniques. I mean, we know breathing techniques, you know, not to promote Peter, you know, but like breathing techniques are true, like in yoga, and things are so fundamental that they're fundamental, but we were never taught them, and most people don't know them. And so it is, you know, and I don't know a lot of myself either. There's so much I don't know, and I'm trying to learn. But I wish I had it, you know, when I was 20, instead of waiting until, you know, I'm 40 something and trying to be like,
right.
So to see that, and I came from a family, I came from somewhere where I didn't have, you know, I had more than I guess a lot of other people, meaning like I wasn't, you know, my power wasn't getting cut off. I wasn't living in the ghetto. I wasn't have parents that were on drugs, and, you know, so many things that could take another child who was just as good or better than me down a different road, right? Just because they had circumstances. Those circumstances, if I know this, the government knows this, those circumstances could be alleviated, and not with a monthly check to their parents that they're using for drugs, but maybe by also teaching these things to the children, also by the parents, instead of using your money to put them back in prison, right, or jail, and then let them out and never give any help. Maybe give help to those parents to get them actually do the things that need to get them off, and also teach the children in school how to regulate their emotions. Like there's just so much that we're just, and it's not anywhere near something that the government doesn't know at this point. Because again, if we can have this on this show, have this discussion, if I can know it, government has known it. The governments have known it for a while. They've known it for a very long time. So that has to then be intentional. You have to look at what, I don't know, you know, what you could, there's multiple conspiracies. You could be like, oh, it's people above government, right? I don't know who and what and why they benefit. But obviously, we know there's benefits in multiple areas, financial being one of them. I think there may be other benefits there. But for the fact is, they're doing it purposely, you know, to keep people down, to keep people in a position of, you know, non-power and negative emotions, feeding on those.
Yeah. And when you're in prison, too, your spirit just bleeds to death, and you just become that bitch. That's how they see you as a prisoner, just a little bitch. Make them money and feel nothing to them. just a caged animal.
Yeah, well, that's how you're treated when you're there, and sadly, when you get out, and that's the only thing I would give anybody I know that's had a prison sentence, a sentence like that. When you go to apply for a job, imagine that. I had a ticket pending, and I remember thinking, just for a traffic stop, and I remember thinking, oh, I don't want that because I don't want them to see, and I ended up getting it gone. But in that time, I would think when I applied for a job, oh, they're going to see this. So imagine if you have something like that. It's just like, the guy I talked about, he's kidnapping on his record. It says kidnapping. Now, it doesn't go into the details that I went into, and I'm not saying the details that all I said were good. It doesn't matter, though. You run a record, you apply for a job, you run a record, you see somebody's got...
I'm back, yes. So we're talking about this guy trying to get employed, right? Go on.
No, well, we were talking about the system. We weren't talking about him. Okay. I was just saying the system in general is financially, corrupt, and corrupt in many different areas, that they obviously know this. And so then I was just saying that, well, you have to think about, too, if you go to get employed, these people that go, because he was saying that they're treated like animals. Well, obviously they are, I guess, but I don't really look at that as much as the system itself also sets them up to come back.
Yes.
Because they get jobs.
Yeah.
Who's going to hire? They're not hireable.
You're forced to succumb to criminal activity if you can't.
Yes. In other words, so people understand that when you go to prison and do hard time like that, by the time that you get out, you're not allowed to vote. You're not allowed to own a firearm legally. You also just wind up to it's as Brooke said, anywhere you go where you apply for a job and people check your record, it's going to be readily accessible. Various elements of your criminal record, albeit sometimes it will be unclear as to what exactly you did. The fact that you've done time is not going to be missed by anyone who bothers to check. So the only kind of employment you're going to get is where people truly do not give a shit. Like you're just doing something really just at this point, all I can think of is flipping burgers or something.
Collecting trash.
No. Collecting trash is in America union, and it's like
right.
some of
City, you make like $100,000 a year.
Thank you, honey. Yes, people. Just to give people an example of this, I can't resist this anecdote. But for what it's worth, in San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, it's a monopoly known as Recology / Golden Gate. It was a merger. But of course, it was all run by the mafia because they would use the landfills to dispose of bodies, and so it was originally just literally a criminal enterprise where they monopolized the garbage industry. But
yeah. I can't resist this. Let's just say what you're alluding to now is also how our government works. And when I said mafia, that's all we're being run by. Another version of the Italian mafia people think of.
No, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. No, I mean, everything you say is true. I'd be the first person to state that. I mean, it would be like, this is, that one silly series of novels that Daniel Arola said that his dad used to read while his mother would read Harlequin romance novels, but this guy would read all these action novels about this guy called The Executioner, who was the model for the stupid Marvel Comics Punisher that became such a big hit, though I don't understand why, because I thought that was the stupidest, most one-dimensional piece of shit in the world. But at any rate, when it came to this fantasy character, in both cases, it's somebody who's an Italian guy. They had to make him Italian so they wouldn't look racist. And in other words, since the mob people associate with ethnically Italian people, they had to make the guy who's going out and killing mobsters an Italian guy, or otherwise it'd look like some anti-Italian trip. So, but anyhow, so the Italian character's going out and waging a one-man war against the mafia and determined to take the mafia down because his family's wiped out by them and he doesn't care anymore, and so he's gonna take him down and he's gonna kill as many as he can before he goes down. And I remember this one guy I knew who was very cynical, He said if he was really taking down the mafia, he'd be taking down half the United States government. Yeah, and yeah, I mean it's so true. But what was the other thing that came to my mind? Oh yes, the horror story about the guy who was being pimped out by the guards, who I heard on public radio. He was dying of AIDS because the guards had pimped him out at that time when AIDS was still the death sentence, and he came in clean of STDs, but all the prisoners, half of them had AIDS, and so he was pimped out to a bunch of AIDS-infected criminals who fucked him until he contracted AIDS, and now he was dying. So he got a death sentence for a white-collar crime going into prison because of the guards pimping him out. I mean, this is just... talk about a horror story. I mean, a true miscarriage of justice, or you know, oh my God. But then, but then again, some white collar crimes. There's now what they call gold collar crimes. Just so people know, and these are like Bernie Madoff level, where you got guys ripping off hundreds of millions of dollars and leaving people without their retirement money, and they're basically killing people indirectly. So, I mean, these people would deserve that fate. But they don't get it because they go to prisons that are like hotels. But all that being said, what was the other point?
Oh,
yeah, go on.
You get the time where we'll take you to the treadmill at 5 p.m. We'll chicken your rotisserie chicken will be ready at 6. That'd take me to one of those fucking prisons. I swear to God.
Yeah, no. I mean, I remember one guy who I can't remember what his crime was, but he was some CEO, and it was some gold collar crime shit. And either that or he was a politician. He had to be a CEO. Politicians almost never go to prison, you know. In fact, almost never do, to the point where you can almost say they never do. But when it came to this one guy, he was being interviewed in prison, and he was bitching about how horrible it was, and he was in a tennis outfit on a tennis court, and they were interrupting his tennis game when he was saying how hard... This was in prison! Well, he was in prison.
That's funny.
Yeah, on a tennis court. And, oh my God. It's like, yes, people would pay to be going into, you know, most people would call those places rehab centers. But,
Yeah.
except the difference is in the prisons, you get access to drugs, like Brooke said. So it's like you got all the world, you get idiots. So there you go with that.
If you ever want to fuck somebody over, that's like, and you want to fuck them, the only thing, like, prison, you know, sending them to prison, obviously, I don't ever bear false witness. Like, never actually, just because you have an enemy, say, you know, like, I wouldn't say, hey, dog, you know. But I'm just saying, like, if you have a choice, if you're like,
you do realize, Brooke, most of the crimes you would accuse me of, you wouldn't be bearing any false witness.
That's also being true. Well, so yeah,
God.
that's very true. But if you have a choice, if you're like, we can send him to prison, or we can send him to a mental hospital. You may think prison would be worse, but I dare venture not to a mental hospital, because the only
mental hospital is usually worse because they try to chemically lobotomize the people in there.
That's the only drugs you can get. That's the difference. You don't have any criminals there with masterminds and guards who paid off, because most people there are lobotomized, or they're not criminals. Nothing's coming in. You're not getting any Coca-Cola. Or
none of the good shit. None of the good shit.
Yeah, but if you maybe want some Haldol, right? Like, that's what they're, you know, like, that may be what they end up putting you on. The nurse, you know, they'll put you on Thorazine, right? But that's pretty much it. And then you're stuck in this place with people putting shit on their heads, right?
Yes.
That's horrible. Deciding if you're going to be like a crazy person like them and go on the Thorazine, or try to get through it and just kill yourself, like, because you're not going to get through it. Like, so I just say that if you went to prison, like, you would, if you had to do it so long, I would kill myself. I'd kill myself. I went to jail for, you know, for driving, like, 6 hours I was in a jail. I was literally like, I'm going to kill myself. They were like, are you threatening suicide? And I was like, yeah, I found out you don't say that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh
That
my
put you
God,
on suicide
so
watch.
much better. Put me in the jail. So then, you know, another 8 hours later after arguing, I get out. But I would say, knowing that, I would kill myself in either one. But definitely, like, the place with the crazy people makes the jail, which is also crazy people, but you get them because they're just, oh, that person's hungover. That's just a meth head, whatever. And this is a, you know, trailer park Joe. Like, they're there, right? But different in the mental hospital. And also, you're not going to get, you know, anything to make it. I just would say that
No. By the way, I'm trying to figure out what is with this. Beaver was telling me, my gang brother Beaver was telling me about when he was really into alcohol himself and was hanging out at certain sleazy bars for extended periods of time, and he finally got over that. But during the time that he was into it, he said there was this one guy who was got on welfare, a crazy check, got himself a crazy check, but he said for years the guy was putting shit in his hair until they finally said, okay, you're crazy enough, and they gave him the welfare check and said, you get the crazy check because you keep putting shit in your hair. But he had to keep putting shit in his hair to convince them that he was crazy. Now, Beaver gave me the impression that he stopped putting his shit in his hair after he got the crazy check, so it was like maybe all an act. But what I can't understand is there seems to be a pattern where they recognized it as a crazy pattern that crazy people do, but Brooke was personally witness to this. So the time, and just so people who don't get the story, Brooke didn't describe it very well. My impression was that Brooke was in some kind of like, I can't remember, after a fight or something? And then basically when the cops arrived, and then what happened was, you said...
They were like, I'm going to take you to jail. It's for disorderly conduct. They're going to take me to jail. And
you said we were taking you to jail, and you said, I'll kill myself.
I had gotten arrested the week before. This was 2020 shutdown. I got arrested before because I did a DUI. I had the DUI, so when I was going through the breakup, I got a DUI in my neighborhood, hitting a parked car across the street, and then went in and got drunk. Because I had 2 beers, but I was not drinking and driving. I was driving a drunk person home. But I went in. I didn't think anything about getting DUI. I went in. They're drinking vodka. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I hit the Suburban because I overcorrected. So I just drank. The cops showed up about an hour later. They're like, come out here. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what happened. I hit the Suburban. Neighbors, when I came around the curve, it was parked in the street. Parked car. So I hit a parked car. I did not. They were like, well, have you been drinking? And I was like, can you do a field sobriety? I'm like, I've been drinking for a while now. But I was drinking in the house. So it got dropped. But in that time period, I get arrested for that, and I go into actual jail, and they held me for like 6 hours because it's for DUI, and then get me out. In that same time period, I come out. Obviously, I'm not happy. I've now got DUI. So imagine that week. Again, you're in lockdown, not in a good relationship. There was some more drinking went on, and we get in a fight, and there was fighting going on, and police were called because arguing. I actually called them. I have to admit, I am the person that called police on myself. And then they come, and they were like, well, we're going to have to take you both to jail. And I'm like, I'm not going to jail because I remember thinking I was in jail. I know what jail is. I'm not going back there. She's like, I'm not going to jail. He's like, I am taking you for disorderly conduct because you were yelling in the yard. I was like, you can just fucking leave. You can imagine my language, right? So that's me. No, you're not fucking taking me to jail. And he's like, I am fucking taking, so I'm like, I'm not going to jail. When I finally realized he's putting needles in me, I'm like, I'm not going to jail. If you take me to jail, I will kill myself. And he goes, did you just threaten that you would harm yourself? And he said, are you saying you would hurt yourself? And I said, yeah. I will totally kill myself. I'm death's door. That is what I'm going to do. Like, threatening to the teeth, thinking, oh, you found your way out. You didn't find your way out. She just found her way in somewhere else. Which like I said, I would have been out in jail like probably 2 hours, like, whatever. And instead it was like 48 hours.
Oh my God.
Actually would have been longer. It was because we have a 72-hour minimum hold for mental health here. And then I found out it's held then based on your insurance is what I actually found out while I was in there by the psychiatrist that I saw. The reason I got out was, I will say, for the same ex I was arguing with is an RN, and was able to call up there, talk to the doctors, and so she doesn't need to be there. And then the psychiatrist, you have an actual doctor, and you have the doctor and the psychologist. You have the psychiatrist or whoever, the doctor, whatever doctor degree they have. They don't see you very much, the actual doctor. And then you see this psychologist guy like 3 times in the 24 hour, a 12-hour period, you go like 3 times. So I've been there. I went in, they took me up there. It looks like, I swear to God, even my ex broke down on her knees, like crying when she saw the place. It looked like a Freddy Krueger, or Jason thing. It was an old elementary school, long, that had been closed down, that they had reopened as a mental health facility.
Oh my God.
And they hold people in there. It was so scary. And you imagine going at night. Like, it's so, yeah. Like, it is bad. So, anyway, so they, you see, like, during that period, you see, but the psychologist had not worked there, thank God. Like, he only worked there, like, I guess he was already wanting to get out. He'd been there, like, 12 months, and he said, and he was older, he had grown kids, he wasn't like a young buck fresh out of school or anything, that he didn't know kind of what he was getting into with mental health. But, like, he told me, he took me in there, like, I'm trying to get you out of here as fast as I can. Like, he said, the problem is you don't need to be here. He told me this in confidence in a room, because you could do group sessions and you do a private one throughout the day. And he said, you don't need to be here. He said, you and I both know that. Like, obviously, I just is stupid. I don't want to go to jail. I'm going to kill myself type shit. He's like, but, like, the guy out there, like, the guy putting shit in his hair, or the crackhead that came out and was like, the veteran, who was an older older gentleman, that was very, you can tell, like, he was very skinny, like, he had been there for a while, very, he needed some mental help, like, seriously, right? And he came out one morning, he was not, you didn't talk to him a lot, he was very nice, but he came out and this is horrible, because you also have to get up, by the way, spend the night. You get up at 5 a.m., 4:30 they start, and only because they want you out of the bed and to come down the hall after you've been sleeping in one room where somebody's snoring like this all night. At 4:30, you're going to come down freezing fucking cold to sit in a room so they can take your blood pressure and your temperature.
Oh my God.
And your heart rate. And at that point, you're awake because so this guy, just imagine sitting there, like, it's 5 in the morning, you're freezing. Like I tried to forget this place existed. I could not go to sleep all night. I finally got like 1 hour. I'm in the sleep, and you wake me up, and now I'm sitting out here freezing. So, and with this blanket, and you're looking at all the other crazy people, like, how many of you deserve this? I don't know, but you don't. And then this comes out to a hall, and he's like, "Hey, somebody help! You may come in here, get a nurse." Because on the hall they're not sectioned by male and female. That's the other thing. So you've got men and women on the hall. The rooms are your room is, but you're the hall. So he comes out. He's like, "So my nurse," and she's like, "What is going on? What do you need? What is going on? You need to come in here and look. You need to look in the toilet." What are you saying? I just look in the toilet. You need to look in there. I just bathroom. There's worms. Crawling. And she's like, "What are you saying?" He's like, and then he went in more detail of the description of the worms. Right. And I'm just hearing this across in the main room. Mental image, like, way more than I ever wanted to know about anyone in their life, period, or what's coming out of his body. But even the nurse, you could tell, was like, I'm a nurse, and I don't want to go to this room now to see what the fuck is crawling in this toilet. And when she came out, you could also tell she did not want to see what the fuck she saw. So, obviously he had some worms he had shit out into the toilet that were crawling all around. Luckily he's not the one that was putting shit in, because you had to remember, this side that I was on, that was the good side. So to lunch, what they had to do was open these doors. You can't get through them, you got to put the card up. They would open these doors, and there was a brief period where you would walk through the other main room on the other side, the bad side. And we had to walk through there, and you wanted to get through there quickly, because that's the bad side and that's their main room. And, you had to get to the next door.
Oh my God.
That side, you realize, I didn't think it get worse, but I guess there's a worse. It's just like jail. You didn't think it get worse. You don't think it get worse there. There's a bad side to here. So when I come back that night or whatever from, like, the dinner, or whatever they call dinner, all of a sudden this alarm starts fucking going off. And they're like, "Oh, it's a lockdown. It was because somebody from the bad side that escaped to the good side was putting shit in people's hair."
You mean other people's hair other than his own?
Yeah, he was rubbing the shit in his hair, and then he was trying to touch people.
Oh my God.
Apparently, he had done this before. I found out later, because I'm like, "Oh my God, that happened," and they get him in a room locked down, and then I'm like, he's like, "Oh, he's done this for us. It's late, it's Johnny, whatever." Like, I'm like, "Oh, this is like their normal Thursday night thing, Johnny." I'm saying, there's always something. I don't care where you are in life, there's always something worse. So I'm like,
yes.
Like, anytime I'm really down, I'm like, "Look, you're not doing the holding cell for 6 hours in jail, and you know where you're not. You're also not in a mental hospital. Fucking that was a good 20 some hours that I was there." Yeah. So no.
Oh my God! And like you said, you only got up early because your girlfriend was a nurse, right?
Yeah, she called and she talked to him, and she was able to talk to the actual doctor. So you don't. So that's the other thing. The doctor's the one that has to sign your release, and but you don't really meet with the doctor. But like, my doctor wasn't even there when I got there. You know, of course I came in at like 3 a.m, but he wasn't there until like, and he only met with me once. He'd only seen me once. But you meet with a psychologist like all day the next day, because I didn't get out to the next morning. So technically it was 2 nights there, but I came in at like 3 or 4 a.m. And then I had a full day there and a night, and then the next day. But the psychologist, told me, or I think it was psychologist, not psychiatrist, not that it matters. He said they hold people based on their insurance. That's what I was going back to. He said, Brooke,
and by the way, that is so exploitive. That is so it's just awful. Go on.
So he was working hard. He was a wonderful guy, and he said, to the point that even my ex was getting me out, said, I think your psychologist has a crush on you. Like, she's very, very jealous in that regard as far as, relationships.
Cool.
Yeah.
That always helps. Yeah.
I'm glad that helps. If he did, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I would have sucked his dick. If he got me the fuck out of there. You bless that. He could have put shit on his dick, and I would have sucked it to get the fuck out of there. He flirted with me or not, I don't care. I was in a mental institution. I'd leave the fuck out. But no, he was just saying, we know I'm talking to with the doctor. He's working, he said the problem. He said I've signed off on the papers. Like I told him you need to just get out, even though the 72-hour hold was there. I would have still had 72 hours. The only reason the 72 hours got bypassed was because it was like I said, we had COVID going on, so they had done a shutdown, which is why we've been out like that night. They had done the shutdown in Greenville, but they had not started shutting down like government institutions yet. Like a lot of restaurants here had started saying they were shutting down. So this place was getting now really nervous about COVID, because it was like right when it was like, okay, we got to figure it out what we're gonna do. And so they were starting to test the nurses coming in, and they were saying what happens. Then they wouldn't let anybody, because like that night I was there, that first the actual full night I was there, that was visitor night. So technically, I was thinking, she's gonna come see me. Well, the problem was they didn't even know they had all those visitors come. They didn't let anybody in because, again, COVID. They realized that we can't, we got to do COVID testing and so she was able to use that too. Like, what if? Because we had been saying, well, wait a minute, what if even one person at that point had tested positive for COVID, or a nurse, right, that's going in and out, had tested positive for COVID? Then I would have been you wouldn't be talking to Brooke. Brooke would have killed her. I told her, I had already marked my window with like little drawings behind the thing. I had done little drawings, put them behind the blinds where they couldn't see. I was like, if you ride by that road, you will see my window. Because again, these just like, imagine an old school fucking 70s fucking elementary that's long, right, with those stupid windows that you turn to push them out. That shit. Okay, so I put it on the front, like, that's my window, right? Where in my car I keep one of those things you can bust glass in case you go underwater. You can bust the glass punch. I said, bud, punch that glass and get me the fuck out of here. I said, I'll go on the run for the rest of my goddamn life, or I will kill myself. But I will not stay in here another 24 hours. Like, that was a known. She knew I was here. I was like, I will find a way to fucking hang myself in this fucker.
Oh my God.
So just listening to that woman snore that first, I was like, and anyway, so all of that got out, but yeah, the doctor had said, the doctor had said, Brooke, they were able to get me out, but he said, they want to hold you from higher up. He said, here I am, I know you need to go. He said, but with his emails, he said, as I have other patients, like I've got one right now, and I knew who he was talking about, because I knew it was the worm man, because I'm crazy. And he because he's on the good side, so I was able to like kind of interact with him, like as far as see him, and he would say, "I'm getting out of Leo. They're taking me tomorrow. I don't know me my."
Who? Wormman? Thought he was getting out.
Worms. He was a veteran. They were going to take him to Columbia because we're in Greenville. That's 2 hours away. But he didn't have his Social Security card and all this. He didn't know how to get anything and where he was going to stay and like all this. Very sad case. I won't go into it. But you could tell he needed help. He needed help, and I knew he was getting out, and I didn't understand why. Like this man needs to be in the crazy place. This man needs some help, okay? Not that y'all can do it, but at least better than nothing. No, he said the psychiatrist in the private room with me. He said, I've got another patient of mine, and I knew. He said that they're making leave. He said I requested for them to hold him longer, but they say his insurance, Medicaid at that point, so it's Medicaid state, whatever it is, it's run out. They said they're making me release him. He said, but you guys, he didn't. He was careful. He didn't say you. He said, but people like yourself who have good insurance. He said they will push us to hold them as long as possible.
Oh my God.
And so that's what I was pushing against that.
Yeah. That corruption, that intrinsic, inherent state corruption and exploitation of people who are trapped in the system. Go on.
And so that's where I say I was really lucky to be able to get out, because I was able to show, that I was not only fully sane and didn't need to be here and have a legitimate story, but even a legitimate story, whether it was COVID playing into it, or maybe the guy did have a crush on me. I don't know. Like I said, if he'd been smart enough, he could have stuck his dick in my throat. Anything.
Yes.
Oh my God. He was a legitimate, actually really nice guy. Like what I'm saying, but a place like that, there could be corrupt people that would take advantage of people like that.
Right.
The point is, it's sickening to think, there you had one person, and they would have held me. If it was up to the people making the money, they could have held me there a month or whatever my insurance would pay, that they could legitimately write some more stuff. Say, we think she needs to be treated another.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. That's and it's horrifying. Go.
Oh, they have worms in their stool and putting shit in their hair. But
oh my God. Oh, so you're glitching. Everything was perfect with your audio.
Okay. I did. I put it on speaker.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Everything was perfect until you put it on speaker. Yes. So go on. No. This is like I'm so glad that you got out of it alive, and it was the only one of the few useful things that X ever did. Thank God you've gotten over her, and honestly, in that sense, meth head Larry has been almost healthy in the sense that he's far less how would I say it, sinister than she was, because she was just so overwhelming. She overwhelmed you and basically suffocated you.
She was manipulative. They're both manipulative. I think he's manipulative. But
she was worse than that. She suffocated you. She suffocated you.
She was very suffocating.
That was awful.
And again, it was kind of manipulative in the way that, whether she realized it or not, just like suffocating, and the fact that it's, you want to please someone, and I am like, even I come off as the bitch on here. Like I literally, truly.
But by the way, hold that thought. Nemo's going to say goodnight to the listeners. So Nemo, go ahead, say goodnight to everyone, and
good night to everybody. Please support Douglas and buy his books on Amazon and send him any amount of money you can afford via PayPal.
Bless you, sir. Thank you so much.
Goodbye to everyone else. Goodbye, Brooke and Doug and Aristides.
Bye, Nemo. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Hugs.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
You too. Have a good one.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Brooke. Brooke's birthday is January 15th. So if y'all don't want to send any money to Douglas and you want to save it up till January 15th, you can also do that to really feel more comfortable.
Oh, that's delightful. So go on.
Also, Peter Moon's birthday is the same day. Money for that day and send it all to me. I will be also accepting Peter Moon's donations.
Yes, it is unbelievable that we're already back. The cycle has turned, and we're already back to that date coming up
that you still don't remember. You're like, suddenly like, I'll mention it still now.
I'm putting it on my calendar now. I'm putting it on my.
You said last time. We like 2 days before, 2 days. Oh, actually, several days after. And so I tell him this, like, I've given him so much. He'll be like, it was October of this year. A year later, he's like, I'll go something about Peter Moon and me. I'm like, oh yeah, y'all do have the same birthday, don't you?
Well, I remember that much. I remember that it's the same day. I just don't remember the day. Now I do, of course. January 15th, the Ides of January. It's, by next year I might have it permanent.
Do you know what January 15th is? I'll give you a way to remember. I think I told you this. Do you know what January 15th, like who else was born that day?
I forgot.
Okay, so here's how you remember. So first of all, I'm going to go backtrack a little because I like to tell my story.
Yeah.
I was due, as my mother always tells me, you were due on January 8th. That's Elvis Presley's birthday. But you still are late for everything. And you came a week later on January 15th. And the leavings know on Super Bowl Sunday, after I had been in labor for 26 hours. It's Martin Luther King's birthday.
Oh,
His actual
holy shit.
birthday.
Oh my God. Right. Yeah, not the government holiday.
So if you get MLK Day, just backtrack to whatever. So they'll do it on the Monday after the 15th. So you really don't. It's 15th. The 15th is his birthday, and if you look at MLK Day, it's always the Monday after the 15th.
Yeah.
So like this year, I think the 15th's on a Sunday, which I was again the Sunday child. Which, if anyone knows the little poem, the Sunday child is the most blessed of all.
Oh, there we are.
A godly presence, apparently.
Yes.
Or angelic. I sounded.
Yeah.
No, but it is the Sunday. I mean, it's Monday after, and I believe this 15th is a Sunday. So
that's
Monday.
That's funny because the 8th, January 8th, is Japan's coming of age day. So if you had been born, then it would have been on Japan's coming of age day. And
what does coming of age mean? Like, is that a gay day?
I'm sorry. Did you say, is that a gay thing? Is that what you said?
Was it a gay day? That's what I was.
No. Believe it or not, believe it or not, it's not a gay day. It's let me the best way to explain it is that it's a public holiday, and it's held under what's called it's the second Monday of January under the so-called Happy Monday system, which means that Japan tries to put most of its legal holidays on Mondays so that people can get a 3-day weekend. But coming of age is in Japan, how that would be interpreted is just it's basically on June 13th of 2018, the age of majority was lowered. I think this enables people to be considered a full adult in Japan with the ability to vote and perhaps buy a firearm or something of that nature. Of course, I'm thinking in an American sense. I mean, in Japan, firearms are practically impossible to get. But basically, it's been celebrated since forever, since 714 of the Christian era, and it was basically called Genpuku. And Genpuku means the transition from child to adult status, when you assume adult responsibilities. And this is considered to be, between the ages of 10 and 20. For some people, they never reach that point, no matter how old they get. Of course, in Japan...
Yeah, people's ignorance is... I think... Do you ever just, want to just drop your jaw? Even after, this is 45 years for me. Right, I just still think you can't impress me. There's nothing more that can surprise me with something someone says, and then you're just jaw dropping. Did you say that? Did that come out of your mouth? Do you know what I'm saying? Stupidity wise, that people just continue to think, or is it just me raising standards? I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, it's unbelievable just how people are how fucking dense and stupid and pridefully ignorant. It's just so many things we could talk about. But yeah,
oblivious. I think oblivious would be
well, that's almost kind. That's almost kind. Oblivious is a special personality type that you and I both are aware of. Certain individual we know. But anyhow, yeah, in Japan, basically, I think it's the age of 20. It's the age of 20. Then you're able to smoke, drink, and gamble legally. Now they changed it finally, the voting age, to 18. In the year 2015. Believe it or not, it took that long. But yeah, it's basically the age of 20 in Japan is most of the stuff. I think in the United States, it's 21 for some of these things.
21 here. What did you say they changed it to in 2015?
Oh, the voting rights were changed to you could vote when you're age 18 in Japan. But that was not till the year 2015.
So they're basically the same as us. They just have 20 instead of 21, which I think in the U.S. it's horrible because you can be recruited to go die for your country at 18. But you can sign up at 17.
Oh, I
But
mean,
you
no.
could-
I mean, yeah, you remember
But you
the
could
song.
never.
Yeah.
So you'd be dead, but you
Yeah.
never legally could have a fucking beer.
Yeah, no, it's outrageous. But of course, nobody really honors these things. I mean,
No, nobody adheres to that, especially if they go to the military. But it's just the code of to me, just like it's unspoken, just like we know about the systems that are so bad and corrupt. Like we talk about the prison system, we can talk about our government officials paid off and how the bribery goes through. You don't really get into politics, and you don't get to Biden's level or Trump's level or anybody else without being bribed by one industry or another, right?
Yeah.
So we know all that, but it's like unspoken. Because these conversations are not what's played or paid for on mainstream media to be paid for. I mean, to be played.
Yeah.
So it's I think most people would agree we don't want our government bribed by our officials. We would like it to say you can't take money, and if you're shown taking this money, you will go to jail, even if they're contributing through the X, Y, and Z, which is legal. It shouldn't be a thing. Anyway.
No. I think all of that's important. So when it comes to narcissism, as you said, the real case of narcissism is this individual's mother. So is it just that you're kind of like just going to accept that this situation is essentially on something you can do nothing about? Because, like I said, the person was at least positive in that meth head Larry kind of helped you get out of a certain space. And the space was the mourning and depression, the postpartum depression of the ex,
Right.
the bull dyke. So he helped to get you out of that space. So he's proven to be useful in some sense. And he apparently has enough certain homemaking skills, or shall we say, I don't know, man, what do you call it?
He does. He's actually very OCD neat freak, which by the way, I used to be very OCD. So like as far as clean house, of course obviously he told me one time, he was like, you see how clean my apartment is? And I'm like, yeah, bitch.
Yeah, the meth will do that.
750 square feet. I had to fucking deal with 600 square feet. I can fucking keep it clean too, okay?
No, it's true.
Just
It's
walking
true.
around on your meth in 600 square feet. I guess you can pick hairs up off the floor with your
Yes. No, by the way, that's not always a healthy sign. Now, of course, there's some meth heads or crackheads where everything disintegrates and the place is a wreck. But others, it's like they become neat freaks. But in his case, yeah, it's like you said.
I think he's naturally more of a neat freak. So his problem is like, and I say problem in general, like we all have our shit, right?
Yeah.
So I would say if he was completely sober and even had not done time in prison, like looking at his birth chart, because of course I do that, and looked at it, especially after the craziness. I actually looked at it when I first met him. Then I had to go back and was like, what's wrong with this fucker? Like, is it something more than drugs? Like, I know drugs. This is more than drugs. Like, there's something going on here. Which obviously part of it, I think, was the prison. Part of it was, just like, and I told him, like, that's why I said with him married, I said, you fucking idiot. I never was like, you fucking idiot. I was like, you fucking bitch. I said, let me tell you something. I was like, you married the day after you came out of prison. You got married.
How did he meet this girl again? How did he meet this girl?
Somebody he knew from like childhood, like both of their parents had been firefighters or something.
But what made her decide? Was this romantic?
Well, that's a sign right there, right? That's what I said. I was like, I don't know which one of you stupider. I was like, because I was like, I don't know, I'm not, I said, you put her down. I was like, I'm not gonna put her down. I was like, you fucked, because I would say, if you're still talking to your ex-wife, you don't need to talk to me. But then I finally was like, you know what? I'm not putting her down. Because he said, well, you're jealous of her. I'm not jealous of her. I said, I'm not stupid enough to fucking marry your ass. Let me tell you what, I also am not stupid enough to marry your ass one day after you got out of fucking prison. I don't know who was fucking stupider. Like, why did she start talking to you? When you're in prison. I don't know. That's one could be one red flag right there. Yeah. 2, she's driving down there. 3, she pretends to be this Christian girl that's in church every fucking Sunday and Wednesday when the doors were open, right? Yet somehow, while she was married, to a 15-year marriage, she got pregnant with another man's baby. And the man that she was married to magically drives himself into a tree. So yeah. So there you go. There's some red flags with that. Also, he should have had. He's coming out of prison. She knows he is on meth. I was like, what? She knew that you were doing meth in prison. She knew it. When he left prison, he carried meth out on him. Leaving prison.
God.
Not going in. Leaving prison. He leaves with meth on him.
She took a month off for him to get sober. 1 month. So first of all, there's your clueless. Second one, you think 30 days is going to get somebody sober? Yeah, they might get. That's called detoxing, bitch. You're not sober.
Thank you.
But she schedules that a month off. Which, by the way, he went to work like the next week. So she was like, I can't believe you're going to work. I took a whole month off. He went to work because he detoxed. I was like, yeah, because your dopamine rush, that was the easiest you will ever get sober. Because you had a huge dopamine rush. Think about it. You came out of prison, you're there 7 years, and suddenly you're out. You can walk around in freedom. You can go to the bathroom and go, oh my God, oh my God. You can go to the store and pick out your food. You can get cereal or chocolate, or you can go to Waffle House at 3 in the fucking morning. You can fuck when you want, an actual girl, when you want. Like, all the hits of dopamine out ass. You didn't need to get high, okay? So yeah, that was gonna be the easiest sobriety you would ever have. Like, this bitch marries him the fucking first day he's out. She had the wedding planned. Next day,
God.
He left her at the altar. I'm not sure.
Did he really?
Left her at the fucking altar. And knowing him, still don't know. I can't figure out if it was because he had some sense kick into him. Because I said, why did you? He said, I really don't know why I did. So I can't figure out if it was sense kicking into him, trying to at least, or it was his manipulation tactics to try to control, like, because they're in prison. Probably, he's like, I'm gonna get married the next day. And like, you know what you should do? And I could just totally see this being a prison talk. You should leave her at the altar, right? And she's gonna like think you left her. But then you're like, oh no, I don't know why I did that. So then you meet her in the Hamrick's parking lot, which you don't know what Hamrick's in. It's like a cheap old person clothing store, and you meet her in that parking lot and say, I'm sorry. And then the preacher comes there and marries you in the parking lot because you agree to marry her anyway. And she'll be so.
Is that what happened?
That's exactly what happened. And you got her on the, he can leave me. So you've now taken your power play back, right? So he's got the power tactic back, power dynamic. So see, the power dynamic, they learned that. So I don't know. I can see where, because I'm just watching him enough, like there's definitely a power struggle. Right. Like he wants always to be in power and drives. He wants to be respected, and that's what I was going back to even before that.
I mean, good fucking luck. He's a mama's boy who's running to his mother constantly, and yet wants to be respected as a man. This is outrageous.
Mama Brooke said she's gonna hold these because I don't pay for her car, and she took my tools. Can we? Oh my god!
Oh my god! That's so. I'm surprised he didn't accuse you of trying to cut his finger off to his mother. I'm surprised he didn't accuse you.
Who knows what the fuck is actually said? I mean, that's when I said, like, she's like, I'm like, what did she used to say? I don't trust Brooke. Like, what? Because Brooke was like, stop cussing your mother and you need to go fucking rehab? Like, what else did she hear me say? I mean, yeah, I've said fucking, and, like, obviously the word probably counts. I was like, you need to go to fucking rehab. I'm in the background telling her. I'm like, you just stop cussing people. You need to fucking rehab, whatever. I don't trust her.
No, it's like her fear is that you'll get him sober and she'll lose control over him because of his absolute dependence on her. I mean, honestly, if she, instead of spending the money that she does, giving him money every day, if she just spent it all on putting him into rehab, it would be far more economical. But obviously,
like I told you, for my son, I would either do that, put him in rehab, and go. If I'm going to give him that money, I would already planned it. I would have like a little cabin in the middle of the fucking woods.
Yeah.
Fucking here. I mean, I'd tie him up for 6 months a year. I'm not going to, like, if you... There are parents that can do that, and I don't. That's why I say I won't put myself in her position as far as if I couldn't get him in rehab and he wouldn't go, and I could not, like, if legally. But there's enough shit he says you could legally have him mentally charged. I can. He's accused me of recording all the time. Every time I pick up my phone, I can pick up my phone to look at a message, pick up my phone to play a YouTube video. Cannot be facing. And we're like, get your phone off. It'll be a random thing. And it's like something like, get your phone off. You trying to record me? I don't know what the fuck you think I'm trying to record you. Nobody gives a shit. He's like looking out his window in his car. I think somebody's following me. I'm like, nobody's fucking following you. Nobody gives a shit about you. Like, you're acting like there's some conspiracy. I don't know who's.
That's gotta be the myth. So that brings us to the conspiracy parts. So what are his conspiracy theories? Aside from, does he have any about me, aside from the fact that he was speculating that I might not be living in San Francisco, that I might be in South Carolina?
Yeah, he thought you were in South Carolina. He thought you were rich as fuck, and that you were just trying to pretend what you're pretending to. That's how they get you. He's just trying to, like, get you, like, you know, fuck you, like, and, like, or, you know, like, they're trying to recruit you into, like, some sex shit. I don't think he's not even in San Francisco. You say he's not even in San Francisco. I'm like, oh, really?
And I'm like, well, he's fucking, I'm pretty sure, and then he's like, something about money, he's paying you. I'm like, he's not fucking paying me shit, bitch. He's trying to get you with all that money. And I'm like, there's no fucking money. You think I'm talking to him for money? It's the opposite. You think he's asking me for fucking money? Okay?
Oh, and then he took your phone and tried to hit my PayPal account. Yes, that's right. He got into your account to try to raid my PayPal account.
I don't even remember. Like he got into my fucking Amazon fucking too, and I only knew that because like I had gone to sleep and I fucking wake up and like the next day I'm like looking at my emails and like tells me I have shit in my basket and I'm like I did not put a fucking hunting rifle in my basket, and all this other, and I'm like did you go into my fucking goddamn Amazon? Did you take my fucking phone? And the thing is he's a great, so he's very much so it's the opposite of me. Like I realized like people actually learned about this like this week that they say if you close your eyes and you say picture an apple, that everybody the way they picture an apple will be different. And it showed it was like some people can picture the apple and they will see it in their head. They will visually see a bright red apple the way apple looks. And then as you go down, there's another line where people can kind of see the apple not as clear and then really fuzzy. And then there's the people that see black. And they know what the apple looks like. They can describe what the apple looks like, but that's me. Like when I close my eyes, I have zero, like everybody's like, I can picture, like when those fucking meditation videos came on, it's just like, picture the beach, you can see the I can see shit, bitch, I see blackness, I only see blackness, in my mind, I have, so that's what he was saying, he's like, you also have an internal voice, he said, but you have to remember, not everyone has an internal voice, like everybody's got a different one, so you may have an internal voice, like that's always going, and like talking to you nonstop, like incessantly, like you're having a conversation in your head, like, driving to the store, we're driving to the store, so, and I think I'm like that, because he does say, like, he has said that, he's like, you say shit out loud, like, it's like, you're just, and he would get mad, because he'd be, when I say shit out loud that I'm talking to myself, I don't say it loudly. It's kind of like a,
whisper it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. It'll be under your breath, and it'll be
under my breath.
Yeah, you're carrying on the conversation with yourself. No, I totally get it. And
he would think, because it's conspiracy shit, right? He'd be like, "What'd you say? Would you?" And then it became a thing.
But does he think? Does he think you're talking to someone through an earphone?
No, he thinks. Well, that's at first he thought I was talking to someone, and then he'd think I was talking about him. Right, and then and that's again where they would come up with, oh, did you say this? Did you say this word? And I'm like, oh my god, I just said you forgot to get cat food. Don't forget to get cat food. Right. Or like dog food, something like that. I was like, and I'd say it 12 times.
So by the way, is his pets just the dogs, right? He has the no cat.
Dogs, yeah.
He doesn't have a cat. The cat food.
No, I said cat just randomly. But okay. I have a neighbor's cat that I do buy cat food for. But my point is, if I said something like that, I'm driving in the car and I was like, oh shit, don't forget to get all food. Under my breath. It would be a huge 12-minute conversation. That should never have been a conversation.
right. It doesn't rate a conversation, but it
continues to go on. It's just, and then I get so stressed and just like, oh my god.
But that's the paranoia. So the paranoia is likely drug-induced paranoia. But that's the other aspect of his personality. The conspiracies. What are the theories? What are the conspiracies?
Well, I mean, his theories are like, number one, that like, I mean, I can't tell what he actually believes, because some of it he's he'll like, when I first met, like, he literally, I had gone in his room. I remember being on there, and he had cut on the TV and pornography, which you're very familiar with, I know. On the TV.
Yes, that's one of the few healthy things about him. But go on, yes.
Yeah. So, but then he goes, "Oh, look at that!" Because I was like, "What are you watching?" He's like, "Oh no," and he's like, "But you see that girl right there?" Because it was like still shots, like you could pick a video to watch, and there'd be still shots. He'd be like, "That's my ex-wife right there," and I had just met him, so I'm like, "That's fucking not your ex-wife, whatever." I'd automatically assume it's not, and gonna go to that. But then he would continue with it. No, that's her. I'm telling you, that's her. Like I showed, and I'm like, "You just." And
so this is like a fantasy. This is like a fantasy.
No, he was like, man, he's like, see, she's fucking horse. She's cheating on me. See, so he's saying, I know she, and so it went on. Like I didn't know whether to believe that or not. But then another time he had said it again. So no, I know, like she's fucking. I think she may have been recruited, like she's by the gotten by, I don't know. Like he would talk about trafficking. I think it's my daughters. They're making her do it. Like it just like he would lose his shit in one or the other. And also, like, one time he saw his fucking mother. Like, I mean, it's just...
In porn? I mean, he was
And,
convinced that his mother was involved with
Hey,
porn.
that's what he said, but I don't know how because he would the next if it was
That's
2 days
some
later,
kind of fantasy. That's got to be.
and I
Some...
would know, I would say, you saw your fucking mother in that porn, remember? And he'd be like, oh, I don't fucking know what I said, because he's fucked up, right?
Okay.
But so part of that obviously is drug induced.
Right.
But my point is, I don't understand. Like, I've gotten high. I never go to this. So it scares me to the point of,
Yeah.
I think he's done it for so long.
Yeah.
That it's messed mentally.
Right. No, definitely. There's something that has permanently altered his biochemistry and his processing, but there's probably underlying pathologies that are being brought to the surface by the drugs that are,
so,
yeah.
Like, the thing of, like, always accusing of, like, thinking a man saying, like, he has no trust in people, and, like, completely thinking, like, somebody's cheating on him, and, like, you know, that, you know, all of those things, and obviously the control with the mother and that mother dynamic. There are things there that I am, you know, and again, I don't judge, but I've said, that's where you have to decide, are you going to get help? Why? I said it, I said, hey, you know, you did 7 years in prison, and I'll be the first one to say, I would have killed myself, you know, as also an only child in count. Like, if I had just gone in and suddenly, like, now you're not getting out, right? Because you already have this charge. And by the time you go to court for the other, you know, they're going to charge you, you know, you've got another 6 years going. So whatever you did to fuck up, right? No matter how bad it was, if I fucked up, I'm telling you, I couldn't handle, like you said, like I said, you know, 6 hours in jail, and I'm like, I'm going to kill myself, right? So, I think if you went through all that and you decided not to kill yourself, right? Why the fuck didn't you just blow your brains out? I mean, or like hang yourself in the fucking cell to begin with and not go through that bullshit if you were just going to get out and live this life? Because what he did is he gets out, he does the marriage thing, and he'll go back now and be like, oh, well, life was good during that time, with her. Now, here's the problem with that. He gets out, he does the 1 month of sobriety, so he does a total of 6 months sober, right? Yeah. 6 months. 6 months with her, and he's sober during that time of working, and then he sees somebody that he knew out, one day, and that's how it goes. And then he ended up doing meth, and that's where it's been since. And left her, and so that's been like 2.5 years. And I said, if this is what you want, but you want to go see your kids or whatever, he would say, I'm going to go see my kids. I'm like, you can't see your fucking kids like this. Why don't you get your shit together? You want to go see your kids. You can go show up in your kid's life.
How many kids has this guy got?
He's got 2, and they're the same age of twins. But I don't want to get his story away. But just like he has two kids, and I would say that he, was probably a really good dad when he was with them, or good. I don't know, really good. Oh, not one extreme there, but really, I think can tell the love for his kids. And
but this was after prison.
So after he went, right. His ex-wife, he had visitation. They had divorced. He had visitation, and then when he went to jail, while he was in jail before, he was, or I guess before they was actually sentenced, he signed his. I think that he may have done it before that. I can't remember. Who knows? He may have, but he may have done it so he didn't have to pay child support. It was sometime right when those months period where he was actually when that girl was pregnant, and he got the charge. Like, it was during that exact few months. So it may have been, I don't know, before, whatever. Maybe he signed it off, he didn't know. Like, he says that it's something about jail and something about, because again, he talks this and he doesn't give details, so I'm always having to ask for details, and he'll be like, why do you want to know so much? So you got to remember, because it's paranoia, so I would have to kind of pull back, like, I'm just asking you questions, So the details I would get were always like from this conversation or this conversation. So when I put them like that, and it wasn't like I was in the best frame of mind during a few of these, so I was like, whatever. Luckily, like, that's again where I go, like, I did what he did. I tried it with him, like, these things, but I never was like, oh my God, there's people outside my window and they're walking by. I can't stay here. Although in my house, as we said, here's the thing, my window, I'm on the 2nd floor. A 2-story house. I have 3 big windows outside my bedroom. That's the 2nd floor. Nobody can walk by those windows unless they're fucking 40 feet tall.
Oh my God. Oh.
And then it'd be like, look at that light in the sky. I said, do you see that? See, I think it's like it's an alien or a drone. I'm staring, like, it's a star.
He's like, no, watch it, it moves. And I'll be watching it, and I'll be like, yeah, if you stare at something, I'll be honest, any of y'all stare at a light long enough in the sky, just stare at it, it'll start. You can make, it will move. You will make shit move, just stare at it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's your mind playing tricks on you and the drugs. Like, it is not moving.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God.
Not that I haven't seen things that do move. Like, I'm like literally like, you know, I can believe in aliens. Like, there are certain things are drones or whatever they are. Like, I've seen some things that before these big drones came into Greenville, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I didn't know what it was. I was like, it just got to be a spaceship. Then I finally realized it was like these huge drones that we have now.
Right.
You know, flying over. But yeah, but I mean, I was like, you know, but what he's staring at is like really a star that is just not moving. But if you stare at it long enough, you will start to see the light come out of it, just like you can stare at any twinkling light. It'll twinkle out because your eyes are fading, right? And then it starts to move, right? And you're just giving yourself your own.
It's not only that; it's also the atmosphere. The atmosphere makes it appear to be twinkling. So, you know, looking at through the filter of the atmosphere also gives the illusion of movement. Oh my God, just so many things so wrong and so sad because he's relatively young. I mean, he's younger than me, right?
Yeah, he's younger than me.
Okay, yeah. Oh my God. So this is just tragic.
But like he cleaned my, he's really good. Like he did help. He didn't do anything that. He would promise a lot.
But he didn't fix your door, right? He didn't fix the door he broke on either the car or the home.
The car is not fixed. That's okay. Still a big contention.
But the home door is fixed finally? The home door is fixed.
The home doors, the home door outside is not fixed. The only thing he did was, you know, just some of the bushes and trimming in the front, and then he did fix the gate when Hunter was getting out.
Okay.
He did that, you know, but I think that was like an hour, and then he spent like literally 4 days here working on like. He'd be like, I'm gonna come work on your house every day. Randomly, when he would come by, he would randomly end up like, what are you doing out there? Were you working on the landscaping? No, he was just working on either his truck, putting a new tow bar on. This is redneck shit. Like, I can't even do with this. Like, there's apparently racks you can put on top. He's out there sawing metal. Like, I mean, shit on this fucking truck he's putting on to make it more redneck. And then like 6 hours later, oh shit, I gotta go. I'm like, 6 hours you were sawing metal out here, and yeah, but what are you gonna do with that bar? Well, if somebody goes in the snow, I could tow them out.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
I'm so glad I had you come and do that in front of my house for 6 hours.
No wonder your neighbors are afraid you're getting beaten up. It's like,
I have one neighbor that owns, and he hates that neighbor. He's like, this neighbor has money, and owns his own company and everything, but they've spoken, but like they hate each other, like because the other neighbor, even though he's got money, he comes from that, like, still that it's the southern, it's really, because this goes too, it's like preppy. To me, I call them preppy southern rednecks. So they're preppy. They want to wear like certain clothes. They want to wear like certain southern tie. Now this gun, like I said, he wants his truck to look a certain way. Like, and they're judging each other the same way, like preppy. But then, like, because we only buy this. Like a true redneck is like, I'm in a trailer park and I got this shit out of the fucking dumpster, and they're proud. Like, they do not. You know, these are like, oh, well, I have to have the southern tie, and I have to have the, you know, these name brands, you know, they have to have their preppy redneck name brands. So those guys are both like that. He's like that, and the other guy's like that. The difference is the other guy's got fucking money because he's not blowing it on meth. But I, like I said, the guy, I try to be like, I don't judge people for that, like, because the other guy can be an asshole, right?
Yes.
And I'm like, but then I'm like, you're an asshole, and you know, like, stop.
Well, he would have been like the other guy.
Oh, you like him? Are you fucking him? And I'm like, really? His wife is pregnant. What would make you think I'm fucking him? Yeah, I just fuck all the neighbors. You probably do, don't you? Fuck all the neighbors. And I'm like,
oh my God.
You know, how do you call me? You call me. That's what I do. You know, he's like, the neighbor's son.
Well, where does this come from? This puritanical judgmentalism about quote unquote all women are whores. It's like including when he's doped up enough his own mother. It's like and the whole point is why is that a negative? Like a female being sex positive, how is that why are men like this? It's because they view women as objects that they possess, obviously. But
Right.
but in his case, of course, it's taken to a pathological extreme, but even to the point of including his own mother. But this is but he would have been like the neighbor if he had not incriminated himself. If he had not had the jail experience, he would have been like the neighbor.
Yeah, but then you can't hate on the neighbor for being who the neighbor is, and that's why I'm like, he would constantly bring up the neighbor, just in random. He's like, oh, you know, but you could see it was a jealous thing. Like it's
Of
like
course.
you go into it, it's complete jealousy. Oh, you probably gonna call him when you go home. Once you call him, you know, I won't say the guy's name. He's like, I'm like, okay, and then you know, I either one be like, why did you know, at first I'd be like, why do you think I'm fucking calling? Like, I don't, and then I just find out, yeah, I'm gonna call him. And then like one time, the 18-year-old pulled up across the street with the other neighbor across the street. They have an 18-year-old son. He pulled up. He's like. And he was out there dropping me off, and the boy looked. All the boy did was look across the street, like you look in a direction. He doesn't understand. He would ask me when we were talking. He said, "Why'd you look to the right? Are you looking over there?" and he would ask whatever. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I think it's normal to not make full eye contact the entire conversation. If I looked to the right or left, it was like an immediate like. Or if I said, yeah, I don't do that, or no, I don't do that. He's like, but you said yeah, but you were shaking your head kind of to the left and right, like no. Like you tried to.
Oh my God! Well, the ex-girlfriend would guilt you out by just basically saying something to make you feel responsible for something you never even did. Whereas this guy doesn't do that because he doesn't have that level of manipulative capacity. Instead, it's more like he'll accuse you of something that's just totally ridiculous.
Yeah, then I was like, I look to the fucking right. I'm fairly certain that's normal to not make. As a matter of fact, it's so easy. I just feel like I'd finally, like he said it, because he had said it a few times. I just like randomly pulled a YouTube video and was like, here, this plainly says why it's not normal. Why looking away from eye contact is how conversations continue. That it is normal because if people are continually making eye contact nonstop, they will not be able to focus on what they need to say next. So you will look away with a thought. To get a thought. But if you have someone watching you like a freaking weirdo, you look to the right.
Yeah. If somebody is watching you, they're obviously disturbed. Somebody who's monofocal like that.
Yeah, they notice you look to the right or left for a minute, and then they're looking. What did you look at? What's behind me? Oh my fucking otter. Oh my God. I mean, I move when I talk, you know, like my hands move, right? And you'd be like, what's that symbol? What does this mean with my hand?
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. That's something that you know, the silly thing about that, with the reason that's so ridiculous, is that with the time he spent in the pokey, 7 years in prison, he should be fairly familiar with gang signs, so he should understand that if you're, you know, in other words, if you truly were making symbols, they would be identifiable to him. So
he does know them because Noah. Yeah. So when Noah that's how I found out a little bit more. I knew about the story about him being assaulted before he left. You know, when I told you to get jumped before he left. Right. So when so Noah was jumped. They had a school thing, and you could either dress up. This shows you how Southern we are. You could your choice that day because it was fundraiser week, and this particular day was dress up. You can be a cowboy or a gangster.
Interesting. Okay.
And so, like, basically, it was like a rapper, basically. Like, I don't know what term they used, but I just saw it as pretty fucking stereotypical racial. But like, really, you're just telling me, hey, rednecks, you want to be a cowboy? Be cowboy. Everybody wants to be a Garrett. So Noah chose to be a rapper, is what he said. So he like, had a gold chain, and he had he had a white wife beater on, right? And he looked really cool. Got a picture. So. And when he went outside, I was like, let me take a picture. He's, you know, he did look handsome. I'd never seen him in a wife beater, and I was like, oh, he's got muscles. Look at his little muscles. So I was just surprised, like he's growing up. So I'm looking at him, and I took a picture, and he does this sign, and I look at him, I'm like, what does that mean? And it spells, it is an actual gang sign, and it spells blood, right? You do it with fingers. And Noah apparently knew this sign. I don't know why. Hopefully, my son is not a blooder.
I'm sure that's not the case, but
no, he's not. But you know, they just, I guess they, you know, kids know these things. So he did it for the picture. When he saw it,
he knew it.
He said that's when he got home. He's like, what's he fucking doing that sign for?
You see, like he knows some. He knows.
There we are.
Like,
So
but then he would randomly say something else. Like, what is this? What are you saying this sound means? What would this sound mean? Is this some gang sign that I just did? Like, I basically put my finger out to the left and my thumb right. Like, I don't fucking know what it means. What are you saying it means? Like, what are you trying to say? Will you tell me? Does it fucking mean that or not? It's like, because I'm fairly certain I'm just talking using my hands as I have done my entire life. And you're the only person that has ever said, don't talk like that, don't look to the left, oh my god, you're fucking everybody in the fucking neighborhood. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, if with no reason for any of it, you know, like, it just made no sense. Like, it's always something. It's always something. Like, you looked at, I mean, because the neighbor thing just came from me looking, it started because I was in my yard, and the neighbor's house is across the street, so I'm looking at you, and a little bit to the right. So if I looked up and I looked to the right as he's talking, that's how he started that. He was like, oh, you like him? Well, it's coming from, number one, he knows he met this guy, and this guy's like what he would be, but he doesn't have it. Right. But I'm not thinking that. I'm paying attention to you. If I wanted to be with that fucker and actually wanted to fuck him, I'm sure I fucking would be. And I wouldn't be talking to your stupid
Thank
ass,
you.
okay?
Thank you.
You think I'd be wasting my time talking to you if I wanted him? Like, why would I be wasting? Like, that's a waste of energy for me, right? I don't only have so much to give. So it never made sense to me. But like, that's where he went on that tangent. And so, and like I said, so it's constant, his own self-doubt and insecurities and everything played into that he projects onto other people.
Right.
And
it's
but
very
the problem is when I would point that out, he couldn't see it.
Yeah, of course not.
Even if I could put him into a point of seeing it for a moment in that day, by the next time that he contacted me, he would do the same thing, and you could never get it on a level of like where you're moving forward. Like you're just back where you were. Like I spent 2 hours talking you through this shit to say, do you see this? And then we're still back to square one here now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you don't even get the fact that maybe it isn't all me. Because, like, maybe it's not that everybody's trying to fuck the neighbor because they look to the right.
No, that's just, it's just so sad. And so, so such being said, is he just kind of still there, just kind of not that I mind if he's still there, he's just kind of hanging in the background, just or is this kind of fading at this point? What's it kind of like? I mean,
it's so manipulative. Here's what I'll tell you. He texted me while we were on the phone just now, because I had told him he still had to I would deal with the car after Christmas, and that if he did not do something, I would file it on insurance with his mother's insurance. And I said, but if you want, because I have some, he left wood here, and I went to raise my garage. It's in my garage, like some wood, built it. It fucking fell out of my garage, and I had to move it. It's like heavy fucking shit, and I'm like, this shit needs to go.
God.
So my brother can fucking get it. So I put it out in the driveway. You need to get the stuff by by tomorrow, or I'm gonna have somebody. So I had messaged that he was getting it, and just kind of because again he's done repetition. I'm not dealing with it anymore. This is what's funny. He has met I will say, like I said, I'm throwing out some bad stuff there. There's some good, he loves animals. That's why I won't say he's a true person that has narcissistic personality disorder. Usually does not like animals, doesn't have any empathy or any emotion for another animal, or wouldn't even for a person or an animal's pain or care. So actually, the way you are with animals, but you're not with people, that's how a narcissistic would be with all things. I could tell you right now, I'd be like, I don't know.
But then again, Victoria does have a point that a lot of men like dogs. It's easy to love a dog because, like you pointed out to me, it's unconditional love. But the dog is just.
So that's it. It's fairly. So what I mean is he loves it in the fact that it's true. You may be borderline there because it is unconditional love, but then I love dogs because they're unconditional. I mean, I can say this.
No, but it's different. You can branch out beyond.
Fuckhead,
right.
You can shut the fuck up, or you're a bitch. It's unconditional, because that squirrel or that dog might be looking at you. I'm fucking hungry, and you quit looking at me. I'm not fucking wagging my tail. I'm fucking hungry, and you've been gone all fucking day, and I think you're a fucking whore. Were you fucking the neighbor? Can you get my fucking dog? The dog would be saying all that, and the squirrel could too, and I just don't know it, right? My point is, any animal that really can't talk, that you're willing to deal with, I mean, that you think it loves you, that is it. That's
that could be any
Yeah,
animal, really.
but understand, your love of animals extends to all animals. You basically have a love for all animals. You're capable of loving, well, generally all animals. Like we said, there's certain limits to maybe certain kinds of spiders with extended legs and shit, or something. But the
large cocker, I do not like the big Carolina
large
cockroaches.
Right. But generally speaking, animals that have the general charisma quotient, you respond to them. So that is different from dogs are very different. Richard K. Cole Jr. has a dog because that's the only thing on earth that will love him. So
I know I have a poem he wrote me about it.
But he goes out and shoots other animals, including dogs.
Yeah, including his neighbor's fucking dog.
Yeah, so we know that somebody can be psychotic and
well,
still.
Well, that's what I say.
Yeah.
You're right. So in that regard, I think you're right about him, because what happened was, so I do have a love affinity for all animals. So I that's why the squirrel was so amazing to me. Yeah. And that was one thing that, I'll say, like, he probably saw it too. Like, that squirrel, like, when I first did, he was like, oh, that's cute. And then I'm giving the squirrel attention, and he was, came over one day and was like, oh no, he was on the phone. And I'm like, I could see when he was hearing Mets, where he was cute at first. He's like, oh, you just gonna have to get rid of him. You need to put him outside. Before he's like, he's gonna poop. I'm like, hey, did you see his poop? Because your dog shit in my room when he left it for 5 minutes, and that was like a 20-pound fucking turd. That one guy just shit something the size of a rice grain. It was the size of a goddamn rice grain. I will do it. He could poop all year, and it would never equate to the one huge turd that the dog left in my room. And that's the 12th time that I've seen your dog shit, because 9 times out of 10 we go in your house, in your apartment, it's in your little 600 square feet of shit.
Oh my god.
So, but my point is, yeah, he didn't like, and then I was on the phone one day right after that with the squirrel. He's like, what are you talking to? I'm like, no, I'm not talking under my breath. I'm talking to the squirrel, because I'm trying to be clear. I'm not saying anything like I'm going to fuck the neighbor. If you hear me, as I say, I'm here to want some food, little squirrel. So, I'm like, no, I'm talking to the squirrel. I was like, oh, you're so cute. Oh my God. Mommy's here. Here you go. Get out of your cage. I'm talking to him. He's like, oh my God. Like, you talk to the squirrel. There's just fucking something wrong with you. Like, you're just, just putting me fucking down. Like, always.
So, oh my God. So then he truly does lack a real sense of empathy. Anyone should understand talking to animals. People talk to animals. Anybody who loves animals, no matter what the species of animal, would be talking to them. That's what people do.
He will tell me, I will be talking to his dog or my dog. And I will say something, and I'll be like, to his dog, I'll be like, oh, it's okay, sweetie. Like, oh, I love you, whatever it was. Like, oh, I'd be like, what are you saying? I'm like, I'm talking to the dog. You see me facing the fucking dog. You're in the other fucking room. I'm petting the dog, and I see them under my breath. It sounds like, you're so sweet, or it brought me the toy. You want me to throw this? You throw it? And I'm not kidding you. Every single time, you want me to throw it? Dog brings me a bone. What'd you say? You said, throw it? It'd be like, I don't know. You want to fuck David Bowie? Like, that would be, and then it would be a 10-minute conversation of me saying 5 times, this is what I said, and then why am I explaining it? And then it just goes on. It was just like, this would not be a conversation with any normal human. I don't feel like I've never had it. Why? Like, and so when it first starts happening, you're like, this is just a random one off. And then you're like, okay, this guy's really fucked up. And then you realize, I don't even think he's fucked up. I don't think he's done anything today. And still fucking, like, fuck my life. Like,
the horror behind this is that how common it is. There are many men who are like this. I'm actually surprised this is the first one you've run into. You'd be surprised how common this condition is, because there's all kinds of fucked up men who think like this, and they're insecure, they're fucked up, they're and not to mention we have a meth epidemic along with a heroin epidemic, which seems to have overtaken it. I'm not quite sure which one is preferable, but it's just men in general are insecure and fucked up. But obviously with him, the drugs and the time he spent in the pen, the drugs, everything's had the effect of magnifying all of this. But he definitely needs
when I
therapy.
Get him talking, he will admit he needs some, like, probably, like, he's admitted that when he'll say, like, his mom, like, I'll say, why are you not? And he'll be like, nobody's ever tried to get me any, like, put him to a psychiatrist. Like, and that's the thing. He's his mother. You haven't put him to a psychiatrist?
Yeah.
Like, you've never.
And you haven't talked to. Have you had a chance to talk to her about this? About like.
No, see, when I first started realizing this, like, and I was like, I wanted to,
Yeah.
but then when I started seeing the dynamic and hearing her on the phone with him some, and like if I said something, she would almost like, well, I'm gonna go. Like it was almost I've had a mother-in-law before I've dealt with. And the mother-in-law dynamic anyway, or just like dating, whatever it is, like, how a woman can be about her child and her son anyway. But then seeing this dynamic and her knowing how he is, and it was very shocking to me to see that she was still playing into that with him, as far as still babying him, and not wanting to truly help him.
Yeah,
right?
well, obviously she needs psychiatric care as well. That goes without saying. God.
Yeah. So that's and I mean, she works. She comes off, and so and I'm sure.
You say she still works?
So I don't
she's still working.
I think she does want the best in some ways for him. I really try so hard. I judge myself. And he would say shit about me, like, I don't understand. Like, he was saying, like, like my house, like when I was like, I have a gorgeous house, but it was perfect. When he comes in, he's like, oh, you just like this dream. You just like, you haven't, I've got like a fucking, some shit I haven't done. Like I took the things out when I was moving of the vents, and I hadn't put the vents back up, like the little light vents on top and ceiling where the air comes through. Yeah. Stupid shit like that. Why did you do this? Usually, and you didn't care. You didn't care. I was like, bitch, fucking, I was your fucking breakup. DUI. It was like, you fucking spent 7
Not to
years in
mention,
prison.
not to mention, you had Aquino appearing at the windows and shit and whispering in your daughter's ear.
Well, I don't know. I've never gone into that detail with him, just because I don't want to give that power.
Understood.
Aquino power, number one, and number two. Especially not to that fucker, because he's the type that could bring Aquino right back on. You know what I mean? Fuck no. So I've had shit happen here and be like, what? I'm like, I'm not talking about it. It's not something I feel like discussing. I would just say. Yes. Because when he would first say he saw somebody walking outside my window, I was like, I was like, ain't nobody. I was like, look, and then he'd hear something.
Interesting.
He's paranoid. He'd hear something downstairs.
Right.
Somebody opened the door downstairs. I'm like, there's dogs walking around downstairs.
Yes.
2 dogs walking around. And then he'd swear, no, it's a person. I heard a person. Did you hear a voice? I heard a voice. I'm like, you hear shit. I was like, look, let me tell you something. This house isn't haunted. I said, this house is cleansed. I said, if this house is haunted, I know, because it fucking has been, okay?
Yes.
It's not.
Yes.
I'll know what's in this fucking house.
Yeah. No, important point.
What do you mean it was haunted? And I'm like, I'm not discussing shit with you. You're fucking sober up. You want that shit?
Yes, thank you. No, important point. By the way, Aquino's wife, Lilith, sent me $10 as a taunt. She would do this in the past. She sent, I guess her contributions are getting bigger.
Who did that?
Aquino's wife, Lilith, sent me, years ago, maybe about when I started working with Peter, maybe at the time we were working on the book, the first book, Roswell Deception. She sent me about $1 as a taunt. And then some years ago, she sent me about $5, and just recently she sent me $10. So these are, to her, these are taunts. She means this as a taunt, but of course I'll take the money gladly. But in terms of Lilith Aquino,
last one?
I'm sorry.
When did she send you the last amount of money?
Oh, just a few days ago. The 10.
She gave you $10?
Yeah. And
but you've been communicating with her the whole time.
No, I never speak to her. No, I mean, I never communicate with her. Oh my God, now that's an assumption.
When was the last time she sent you money before that?
It's like I said, it was, anytime she sent the money, it might be with some like taunting remark, but it's never because I've communicated with her. I have, just so you know, I have never, ever communicated with Lilith Aquino. I would see her briefly at the time that I was working with Michael Aquino, but it was never, to my conscious memory, we never spoke. In fact, I can pretty much with confidence say we've never communicated at all, ever. But I've seen her. I don't know if I could identify her. I probably could, at this day and age, because she always maintained a very...
If she's sending you money, you should not accept that money. I'm telling you right now.
No, I understand what you mean. By the way, I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, she's sending an energy. That's energy. Money's energy.
Got it.
Everything's energy. So when you accept that, you're accepting energy from her.
No. I hear you. And there's validity to what you say. Believe me, it's one of those things where, however, if I were to refuse it, try to send it back, it's almost
you're
like
sending more energy.
yes,
so,
I'm
yeah,
investing.
As long as you accept it in the way of just like, you know what, because you, when you've been through certain ordeals like you have, or like experience things, you can accept things as an intent.
Yeah.
But the intent is there, obviously, to try to send energy. For
And as a matter of fact, the way I interpret it doesn't mean my interpretation is correct, but the way I interpret it, as the contributions are getting bigger, could be different ways to interpret it. Of course, one way to interpret it might be her intent is becoming more pronounced to try and burden me with
and the numbers are symbology too. That's why I was interested in the numbers. Like you said, it was 10 the last time.
It was
a symbol of ending.
Okay, interesting.
So 10 is a symbol of, like, so in the tarot, right? So you've got an ace or a 1, which is the beginning of everything, like an ace, and then a 10 is the symbol of the end, like it's the death.
Interesting.
It's not the actual death card, which has a number, which that's why I also said there is a death card. So those are your higher cards, as far as, like, you have your main cards that have numbers after 10, but your 1 through 10, which are, you have 1 through 10, just like in you're in a regular card deck. You have your ace before you get to your jack and king and queen, your 1 through 10 of spades, and your 1 through 10. So you have your 1 through 10 of hearts, and your 1 through 10 of or of earth and fire and water, your elements, 4 elements in that. So your 10 would be the death of it's the ending. It's an ending, right? So in the best case scenario, a 10 can be you got your end. Your 10 of cups is the only good 10, I would say, in the entire tarot. 10 of cups means you have ended on your love. So, like, you've gotten everything you could possibly get in your life. Like 9 is wish fulfillment in love, meaning you have your wish fulfillment. It could be in anything, your love of life, your love of a person, you just are wish fulfillment. 10 is, they show a happy family with it, like with the dog, like it's like, now 10 is you've gotten to that setting of completely fulfilled. The rest of the 10s are completely, like whether it's your 10 of fire, your 10 of earth, those are in your 10 of swords, which is in your mind. Those are all really bad. Like the 10 of swords, for instance, shows a person laying on their stomach that has been killed with the sword in their back, right? And their blood, they're dead. The sword is in their back. But the way a tarot reader reads that is it's better than the 9 or the 8, because in the 9 and the 8, you're in your head. That's when you're up all night, or you're dying inside, you're dying in your mind, you're dying at night. The 10, it can't get any worse than there. That's the way a tarot reader. Well, at least you're there. You're at the 10. You can't go worse than the 10.
Fascinating.
And so that I was just wondering, because a lot of people put meanings to numbers, so that's why I was.
Okay, so this could symbolize she's bringing a kind of closure to whatever trip she had concerning myself. That would be one way to interpret.
Closure. It's a closure. That's a great word.
Yeah.
Should have used.
Right. And of course, another way.
She's wanting to close your life out. I mean, it could be either one. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Either way, I'm not going to trip. It's one of these things where here's how I kind of interpreted it before you added that very important, relevant, and fascinating dimension to it. The way I was interpreting it was that I think that, by the way, Peter Moon relayed to me that one woman that he was speaking to, who has been a contributor to myself, and fairly good contributions, maybe something like $40 here and there or something of that nature. But this woman was speaking to him. It might have been more. Oh, I believe it's the lady in Hawaii. So it's like maybe about $30-40 a month. That's a dog, right? That sound where you're at? Oh, you're moving the phone around. Okay.
Sorry, I took the phone out of the case.
Oh, okay.
I just closed it out. Sorry.
So when it came to this lady was talking to Peter recently about I dreamt about Michael Aquino, and she brought up that she was dreaming about Michael Aquino, and in the background was L. Ron Hubbard, and Michael Aquino was looking at her and had this kind of smarmy smile, the kind of smirk, the kind of smug smirkness, and then observing him with some interest, yeah, or some degree of interest, not necessarily monofocal or intently, was L. Ron Hubbard just kind of looking on. And I told Peter right on air, because he brought this up on air, on bandwidth, I said, yeah, well, L. Ron Hubbard is your Michael Aquino. It is what I told Pete Moon. But when it came to how I interpreted that dream that this woman was sharing with Peter, and she was bringing it to his attention, and he brought it to mind. I said, look, obviously, Michael Aquino committed suicide ritualistically, and the best way I've described this so people comprehend it, I don't know if I've ever used this analogy with you before, and I'm loath to use it because it requires some explanation, but not too much. But basically, Jennifer Hawkins, for instance, was the first person I shared this analogy with, because she goes into deep questioning, as you saw on that interview she had with myself. And so usually when she's on this show, she'll ask me questions, interview style, and dredge things out of me that require a kind of more formal explanation than I normally give in conversation. So when it comes to a movie that I do recommend, and this is not often I recommend Nazi horror films, because most of these are just blatant anti-Nazi propaganda. But there's two fairly decent films in the same franchise called Outpost 1 and 2. Outpost 1 and Outpost 2. Outpost 3, don't even bother. It's just bullshit. Just pro-Russian, pro-Soviet propaganda. Oh, the Russians contributed to the war after all this stupid pro-communist bullshit. Absolute crap. But Outpost 1 and Outpost 2 are very strange and bizarre in the sense that they do it right. And but Outpost 1 is... people will reference this as a Nazi zombie franchise, but it is only by the time of the second film. Third film's just pure shit. The first film is much more of quantum mechanics, and second film is still in that realm. But in the first film, what they're showing... And this is not anything the Nazis did. And so this is what I was explaining to Jennifer Hawkins. This is one of those satanic inversion films where the Allies are trying to project onto the Nazis what they're intent on doing, or what they intended to do, or what they have done. And in that sense, for instance, our man Brendan Zoget brought to my attention some old documents that I had sent to William Cooper. And William Cooper, let me find out where he lived, because, you know, this is important. He may have lived in your state. I know, let's look this up, because Bill Cooper, I don't know if that name means anything to you. Probably not. But Bill Cooper was famous in the conspiracy world. And he was a man who lived in... America in the latter years of his life, and he was someone who contacted me at a point in his life after he had written a very famous book called Behold a Pale Horse. And Behold a Pale Horse was so popular that if anyone owned a bookstore back in the days when we had bookstores and bookstore chains, people would always have to be cognizant of the fact that there's book theft. And the most stolen book from any bookstore normally, in a general sense, from all bookstores, the most stolen book in the Western world is the Bible, because people feel they shouldn't have to pay for that. So in terms of the second most stolen book in the world for years was William Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse. That's how popular this shit was. And so, you know, I think where William Cooper died might have been the South, but that's my stereotype. And so I'd have to look more into it, but he was shot by a sheriff. And this just strikes me as kind of Southern thing to do, and the fact that they got away with it so readily. But he was outed by, he was fingered by Alex Jones. And he took on Alex Jones as an intern, and Alex Jones had been assigned to him. And then Alex Jones basically fingered him. But the relation I had with Bill Cooper was that Bill Cooper was writing about UFOs. That's what his book, Behold a Pale Horse, was about, because he had seen a UFO in the Navy. When he had contacted myself at the Presidio Military Base Library while doing his research for further books, I changed his entire life. And this was, he felt an empathy with me because I was half Asian, and he had married a Vietnamese war bride, so his kids were half Asian. And I told him about everything I knew, and he came to the belief that he had been wrong to concentrate on UFOs and the entire alien agenda trip, and felt that he had been manipulated in that direction. And from then forward, his conspiracy investigation was much more earthbound, much more terrestrial. He analyzed the Oklahoma City bombing in depth, and then he predicted 9/11. So it was after he predicted 9/11 that the Twin Towers were going to be taken down and they were going to blame Osama bin Laden. He predicted this before it happened, that they hunted him down and killed him. The sheriff came and shot him, and they just said he was drunk and beating up his wife and putting up resistance. And his wife completely denies any of that is true. Said he was not beating her up because she's Vietnamese, and they were able to take advantage of her foreignness to basically blot her out of the picture and her communications, and just say, oh, she doesn't speak English well, she can't communicate, what's going on well. And so just a tragedy all the way around. But the point that I'm making with Bill Cooper, oh, and Amy Como has joined us. Welcome aboard, Amy. Say good morning to everyone and Merry Christmas.
Hello, everyone. Happy holidays.
Yes. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I had to get up and do the wood stove and let the dogs out. So here I am.
Oh my God. So what were you saying earlier? There was something you said about somebody came aboard, or somebody said hello. You're talking about in chat earlier in the show. What were you trying to communicate to me?
What did I say?
I love that. You said
in between. I said,
let's take a look.
Line from the
Once
people,
Upon a
so-
Time called now. You said Once Upon a Time. Who's that? Is that you?
That's a Parliament line from the Mothership Connection.
Oh, you mean from
Time called now.
Once Upon a Time. Once Upon a Time called now. The Mothership Connection. Are you talking about Revolution Radio? What you
No, I'm talking about. I've been watching old Parliament Funkadelic concerts from the 70s. And we were talking about Japan having a floating island that only existed in the now.
Oh, right, the floating world. Yukio.
And it made me think of that line from the show that they sing about.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes.
Vague reference. Nobody understands.
Yes.
But,
yes.
Hey, what have you guys been doing tonight?
Yeah, Brooke, help me answer that. And by the way, you know who else dropped in yesterday? Diana Fraser dropped into the chat. I mean, our latest episode. Diana Fraser dropped into the chat. That was so funny.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody said anything to her at all. I thought she was a moderator once.
I acknowledged her. If she was a moderator, I removed her. Yeah.
She was the moderator. You know that she was the moderator. You put me on air with her when I first came on.
Oh my God, that's.
She was the one who ran the first hour. Remember?
Oh, that's right. Holy shit, that's right. She was supposed to Yeah, that's right. She was supposed to help.
And he'd come on and then go fluff his pillows for an hour and leave me on there with. Diana's very good. She's a very good person. I know, but I'm saying. I didn't.
By the way, this psychologically traumatized. This psychologically traumatized Brooke Gibson for life. Look, let me be honest about this. Diana Fraser sent me some stuff on Ukraine that is good academic stuff that belongs, in my library. And she sent me, because she's Ukrainian, believe it or not.
She has some really intelligent stuff. That's why I say I don't put her down. You love to So I want people to understand this, like, and especially if she's listening, like, I just don't want someone to be like, oh, Brooke said something bad about Diana. Brooke, like, no, Douglas likes to play shit up. My point is I was like, I don't know this person when I first met her. I didn't know her at all. And then, like, she comes on talking about when she was in prison, which I didn't know she had been. And at this point, and then she's talking about her poetry and getting paper from the warden. And obviously, that's some of the first stuff you meet. I don't. And she read. I'm like, I don't like. So obviously, but the thing about her, she's real and she's honest and she's like great qualities. Douglas is laughing because I can make that a funny story.
No, let's put it this way. Brooke Gibson is this extraordinarily... she's being extraordinarily diplomatic for some reason. And I just want people to understand Diana Fraser is in... There's moments that it's almost like a walk-in soul. Like, it's almost like she's possessed, where I'm... And I was not interested in following up on it. But Diana Fraser, like, basically at times... when she said, I don't know, maybe she thought this was a way to get a hook into guys, like maybe hook them through intellectual interest, and men, a lot of men like machines, a lot of men like war machines. And there's times when she suddenly went off on technical details about fighter jets. And that is the most bizarre thing in the world. And she went off on like fuel consumption, torque, various other aspects of fighter jets that were astonishing. And I didn't bother to reference these things and cross-reference them to find out if what she said was technically accurate. But the fact that she could suddenly throw out something like that is not something anybody who's ever heard her on air would ever assume she was capable of doing. So it's almost like there's a walk-in soul that comes in there once in a while and takes possession. But it did not interest me, and so I never followed up on it. But she definitely, other than that, is just kind of like this very damaged, victimized kind of person. But it's not from any notable trauma in the sense that would make a film. It's this kind of like grinding, bizarre life that she then traumatizes the rest of us with. And so the nice thing she did for me was she does knitting. And so she sent me these things she knitted. I cannot imagine what they are. They both are kind of...
You know what they are. She told you exactly what they're for.
Well, I told you what I assumed. They both have the same general shape. And one is bigger and one is smaller. So I thought one was a cap for my head, ultimately, and the other was a cock cozy or something for my testicles. It's exactly. Like, yeah, it's my. I just said
she's very Eastern European.
Okay.
It's very right, like they're.
I guess I don't know if that's Eastern European.
Very open.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know it. But the one thing I do know, it is bizarre that she comes from this Ukrainian background, and her parents apparently hit her over the head with this Ukrainian background, but she does not speak Ukrainian. She doesn't speak the Russians. But she sent me a few of these books on Ukraine that she tried to give to the library, but they wouldn't take it, so she sent them to me. That's appreciated. Little booklets on Ukraine. They're good booklets. But in terms of the other aspect of her is that this is the part that she's gone into on air, is that, and she's been open about this on air, so we're not giving anything away. I'm not giving anything away by saying this. I'm not defaming her. So she basically has spent some time in prison. However, when she shared the reasons for why she was in prison, openly, on bandwidth, on record, or privately with Brooke or myself, we can't make heads or tail of why she went to prison. It's the thing that strikes me as probable is it had something to do with allowing kids to fuck in her home or something like that. And basically...
Well, she admitted that was the story.
Yeah.
They were fucking. It was two girls, and her boy, she was the man. I'll say boy. The man she was dating.
Okay. Yeah.
Fucked. It was her daughter and her daughter's friend. I don't know which one she... But then there was alcohol involved. But my point was if she wouldn't have anything to do with it, was what she said. And there's alcohol involved, and this guy comes over, and your guy you're dating and they fucks him. That's where you and I were left, because it was like, that's not prison time.
Thank you.
You don't get prison time for that. Like, being like, oh, well, maybe like contributing to delinquency of a minor, which was what she probably would have been charged with if it was just that, and maybe she had been a part, neither was alcohol involved.
Yeah.
That's contributing. That's not prison time.
Yeah. No, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. So something happened where she wound up in prison. And
I mean, not unless she's like, oh, you know, whatever. Like, even maybe unless she had a bunch of charges beforehand. Like, I don't know. And that was the last one. It's
just bizarre. And she the thing about her is she's also very draining. She's very draining, and she basically is someone who's living with her mother in Florida, and her mother obviously knows that she's basically incompetent. Diana Fraser is an incompetent adult, and her mother knows this, and yet Diana Fraser has this fantasy of moving or relocating, and it's just not something she should pursue. She should be happy she's with her mother while she can take advantage of that. Two things come to mind. One is that, and I hold myself responsible for this, and I do things like this once in a while, and I should not. I left Brooke alone with Diana on air for an hour, and I should not have done this to Brooke. and Diana basically regaled her, and I've fucked Brooke up bad. I mean, it's almost like I left Brooke alone in a room with a rabid pit bull. It's that level. No. The way I fucked it up was I set it up. I set it up and said, Diana, tell Brooke about how you wound up with only a single tooth in your mouth. That's what I did. I'm going to go to hell for that. I know.
You're going to go to hell for something. I can tell you what. But
then when I left, Brooke was left for an hour with Diana telling her about, and then I saw the cartoon of the wicked old witch, and the old hag had only one tooth in her mouth, and I decided I want to grow up to be that woman.
I'd say I want to be a hag or something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and so I made sure to lose all my teeth except for one. And
she was saying, like, well, God got her back because she said that when she was young, and she actually didn't end up looking like an old hag because she used to say she wanted to look like old. So then she was saying that she fulfilled her own prophecy.
That's right. That's right. And she went through an hour of that. By the time I came back, Brooke was shattered. She was devastated. It was like, I think Brooke hasn't felt that bad since watching Human Centipede.
Oh, God, you remember that? Oh, God, fuck you for saying that. Now it's in my mental. I tell you what, I cannot even picture an apple. But that's probably the one thing. I close my eyes and I can still see.
She can see that. She can see that. She can see that the girl can't get out of it. The girl's locked between this man's ass and the other girl's mouth. So to her,
three girls, they're on each other's asses. First of all, yes. And they cannot. Oh.
No, it's the Asian guy was put in front. And then the two girls behind him. So one girl.
That was it. Yeah. And they couldn't, that was how they were going to live the rest of their life. And I'm just like. I'm just dying here. I'm like, is this supposed to be a sexual perverted porn? This is a horror movie? What am I watching? I had no idea.
For those. Go on.
I had no idea what I clicked on. The kids are taking the kids to school. It's like 10 a.m. I'm drinking coffee. I'm thinking, well, I want to watch something. I don't know why the fuck I clicked on Human Centipede. I don't know why. I was into ghost shit back then. Something made me turn around. Maybe it was like a few minutes later, drinking coffee, sipped on it, maybe falling asleep, wake up with that shit. That image of them, and then it shows the Rottweilers with their asses. So, yeah, oh my
God. So, just so people understand.
Just so you understand, if you've never seen that, don't ever look it up. Don't Google it. Do not cut it off.
And it's somehow, for some reason, natural that people have a morbid curiosity and a morbid fascination. I remember one of my original sponsors, who had helped me. Ultimately, she helped me escape from Australia ahead of time by providing money so that I could bring Noreen Halpan, who, as Amy remembers from the Revolution. You remember Noreen Halpan, right, Amy?
Yeah, I like her. I don't know what happened to her. I wish she was on more.
Noreen Halpand, a lot for the people listening who might be new, a lot of people used to mistake her for my wife, which of course Brooke Gibson said, "Boy, I feel sorry for her." But Noreen Halpand is just I mean, that's the whole story in and of itself. For those who don't know, she's half Japanese, half Jewish. She's been very open about this. So she would refer to herself as a double jab, half Jewish American princess, half Japanese.
I'll just say maybe she should be your wife because help Ann, like it's kind of like prophecy.
Yeah.
Because like she's already saying, "I am Noreen, help Ann,
Yeah.
married to Douglas." Like it's just already built into the name. Help and married to like
and hand
help
and hand help hand. You know, like a hand job.
Oh, I thought it was help Ann, help head.
Oh no, help hand. You know, like help and then hand, HAND. Like
help. They're
like
so
I'm helping myself with my hand. Get it?
Oh, I got multiple meanings there. Trust me.
Yeah, what a name! And holy shit, you think she'd want to get married to anyone just to get rid of that?
Hell, you could have been Douglas Hitler, and I'd still been like, yeah, I'll take that name.
Thank you. Yes, any name would have been better than help hand. Her dad was in the Secret Service and had been sent to Japan to try and stop the flow of North Korean counterfeit money, which would launder through Japan into the American economy. So, Secret Service.
I'll be honest, now that you said that, it's funny you bring her up during the analogy of the human centipede.
Yeah.
Because I could see him being over there. He should have been a movie. Like, his name could kind of go with that.
Yeah.
Head, you know what I'm saying? Like, that name kind of goes with, like, the scientist on there, he'd be like, I mean, you're a help head. Obviously, you were destined for this experiment.
yeah. Holy shit. But what happened, Amy, which should have been obvious. Come on, Amy. You must have listened to other people on Rev Radio besides myself. You know what happened to Noreen? She began basically, I arranged so she could have her own show. So she had her own roundtable show. And basically, it was called Wild at Heart. And it was on for years. She no longer hostesses it. And what happened was she was just talking to all the Revolution Radio crowd, and they totally fucking brainwashed her into becoming a right-wing reactionary, reflexive.
Wait a minute, they're reading the one that I got into the argument about. Yeah. What was?
Oh, it was basically, we all know that.
Was that her? Was that her?
Yeah, she said, we all know that Biden is evil. That's just an axiomatic given.
It was a factual thing, like black and white are opposite colors.
Right,
we all can at least agree we know Biden is an extremely evil person. He is an evil entity from Satan.
Right.
That was just a fact.
Right. Which, by the way, it is a fact, but it's stupidly, it's not the way that you say it.
She didn't make any points like you. She didn't say, well, look, I don't bite, because even saying somebody's evil, to me, that's still an opinion, right? Because you're going bad or good, and what's bad is somebody might be good to somebody else. Right?
Yeah. It's the way she presented it, and by the way, she's doing it from. She doesn't understand it the way I understand it. I understand it. Biden is evil, but I still voted for Biden because of the choice between him and Trump. That's how bad the world is.
But who told you? Who told you? And we can backplay these episodes. I said, hey, I think maybe. Because looking at the Democratic candidates we have, we should probably try for Kennedy. And you were like, hell, fuck no.
I'm still that way.
I'll suck Kenned's dick every day till I die before I would ever. You're stupid, Brooke. I'm like, well, if you don't do that, I'm just going to let you know it's going to come down to Trump and Biden, and most likely Trump's going to win. And you were like, fuck, you're stupid. No, that's not
really now, what this is, it's not what I said, but it's along the lines of what I said. But obviously Brooke has taken it and kind of amped it a little. She's kind of embellished it a little.
That. Like, I'm not learning from the
best. But when it comes to the reality is, Brooke Gibson is absolutely right. we are coming down, but and then I'll go back to the point about Noreen and Bill Cooper, and back to Human Centipede, and back to Aquino and Diana Fraser and all that shit. But when it comes
Diana Fraser to Aquino to Human Centipede.
yeah. By the way,
Joe
Diana
Biden
Fraser to Aquino is actually a logical progression.
It logically progressed in my life that way, so I don't know.
Yeah. But when it comes to
And Diana, I'm not saying you didn't bring in Aquino. No, I'm not. I don't want her to think I actually
No, but wait a second. Brooke Gibson and I were both witness to the fact that there was a time on her Facebook that Diana Fraser definitively put up a satanic sigil. That is a fact.
She sent me the thing to draw sigils.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a sigil was. She's like, you can draw a sigil. And then I'm like, what the fuck is a sigil? I didn't know what the fucking word was. I never heard of it. I probably said Sigel because I didn't know what it fucking meant.
That's cute.
And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, oh, you draw something and then like that's how it comes true.
Holy shit. Yeah, we see what comes true for her. Nothing good. But when it comes to so Brooke Gibson is absolutely right. We are almost certainly going to come down to a Biden versus Trump rerun, and two old white men duking it out for the Oval Office is the last thing on earth America needs right now.
Yeah, or the America wants. I mean, you go ask anybody. I don't care if they're heavy Republican. I mean, there's a few. Like, you're getting paid by Trump. There's a few heavy Trumpers, right? And you got these people that are like, so I know Biden's going to. So I'm gonna. But most people, I would say 80% of America, you stop me on the street. All right, would you prefer it to be Trump versus Biden on this election, or Johnny down at Johnny's hot dogs and chili, or Mikey up at Mikey's mufflers? They'd be like, well, I'd like to see Johnny versus Mikey. One of them, I'll vote for.
Yeah, I get it. But it's we can go into the Kennedy thing later. We don't want to lose ourselves in that right now. I'm
just saying, I don't care if it's Mikey's mufflers or Kennedy. I was just trying to point out we needed something else, and Mikey's mufflers isn't right.
Unfortunately, we as far as I would conclude based on what I know, and unfortunately we got to go with Trump and Biden rather than put Kennedy into it.
I said that. All I'm trying to point out is that I told him earlier.
I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. And
I just told you that's where we were headed when I was here. Like, why would you go for Kennedy? I'm like, I'm just telling you.
But I will tell you personally.
But Kennedy's got some money to run. You should shut up and get behind Kennedy like every other liberal that didn't, because I don't really want to vote for Trump and I really don't want to vote for Biden. And I prefer out of the three. He looks good working out at 70 versus these two fuckers, like fat ass Trump and his red shit. Fucking Biden,
orange.
He's falling up the steps, falling down them, and stop.
Yeah, I get it. However, I will argue that that Kennedy is worse than either one of those. Different reasons. You and I can talk about that later.
You know what? Next time I come on, I'll have my factuals about Kennedy. I'll be like, argue this.
I mean, Brooke, he's not worth your investment in time and energy for that. He really isn't.
Many people have said that about my life. Though, you know what? Meth Head Larry was not worth my time and energy, except I got, I don't know, I got over.
Meth Head Larry was more worth. Was more worth.
I could say, Kennedy may have some bad shit. You brought Aquino in my fucking life. Not fun at fucking all. Also, some other people and things I've dealt with.
Yes. I mean, guaranteed. What I brought into your life, led to the death of those four wonderful animals, the ducks and the chickens. The insane part was the gang stalkers so self-sabotagingly and so transparently telling you, Doug Dietrich was responsible for the death of your animals. No, I certainly was responsible for the fact that I brought Aquino into your life, in the sense, again, not responsible in the sense that I intended.
Responsible that you don't have a warning on this.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. In that sense, yes. Yeah, and it's but definitely, Brooke has paid a high price for being involved with myself at all. So caveat emptor, buyer beware.
I did get to see some hot guy naked one time.
and when was that?
Remember what's his name stood up in the fucking video?
Oh, you
And
talking about Jambo the Reese Monkey when he was cool?
Yeah, and he was like, and I was like totally thrown off because he did the did the FaceTime, whatever, you could see him on video, and then he stood up and he was fucking naked, and I was, but I was like, but you said is he dying? He's like he's dead.
No, it's like I said, honey. You know, if you get 3 witnesses to agree to a point.
No, we've agreed on that.
No, wait a second. Yeah, but I'm just saying this for the listeners. For the listeners,
Okay.
if you get 3 witnesses to an incident, in a court of law, it stands as fact. It's a legal fact if 3 witnesses will testify to the same agreed point. And so you've got 3 witnesses here, which are myself, Brendan Zuggett, and George Knight, and we've all seen Jambo the Reese Monkey, and he's Gollum. He is Gollum from Lord of the Rings. This is a guy who has done so much of that, I'm tempted to say corn syrup, cough syrup, that he's suffering the rhabdomyolysis, which his muscles are detaching from his skeleton, and they're melting.
Well, he did not look like that.
Yeah, and so what we've all agreed on is that we also know he's impotent and cannot get an erection. We know this because Lena Shea was going to rendezvous with him to have sex with him, and then he told her, "Oh, I'm gonna bring a bunch of sex toys with me because I can't get it up," and that's when she said, "Fuck you," and canceled the rendezvous. So yet you saw him with an erection.
Oh my God, why? I'd be like, I could bring the sex toys because it's probably gonna get me off better than you.
Yeah, your point's well taken. Probably better than most men. That's true. Most men are not very good.
Even with fucking what's his name? I actually bought casino. Remember, I used that toy on that 666 Uber guy. The only.
Yeah, 666 Uber guy. But by the way, she was talking about Meth Head Larry's dog taking a shit. This guy came in her home and took a shit after he helped her clean up dog shit. The guy comes in, helps her clean up dog shit, and then takes a shit. This is like, I'm sorry, it's just so fucking funny. Tell us again. Otherwise, people think I'm out of my mind. Just say.
Yeah, no, it did happen, and so it's embarrassing that not embarrassing really. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I was not, I realized I didn't realize it until I told.
But by the way, exposes Brooke as a rapist. No. She rapes this guy. Holy fucking shit!
That's what I'm saying. I can't believe I did that. To Meth Head Larry, I was defending myself through one of his rampages, like, "You fucking neighbor." I'm like, "Bitch, let me tell you something. You know how many people I fucked," and then this is what it's sad. I was like, people, and I thought about my ex, my girlfriend. I was like, how many people I fucked since 2019 when I met her, right? So then I was like, well, that'd be her, right? And then like fucking the one, that was it. And then him, I was like, fucking 3 people, including you, bitch. 3 people since 2019. And then I thought back and I was like, wait a minute, my divorce was in 2016. I didn't fuck anybody until that girl. And then I thought I didn't fuck my husband for fucking 4 years before that. So really, you can go back to like 2012. I fucked like 4 people total. Fuck you. Ever. 4 people. 2012. Which is like 11 years, bitch. I'm the whore fucking the whole neighborhood. Okay. But then I was like, but I did rape the fucking Uber driver.
She throws him on the bed, shoves a dildo up his ass, and he responds. He
passed out, and I was like, I'm just gonna use the dildo, and I was like, and he's laying there with his ass and he's sleeping.
Then he wakes up and he's responding to it. He's going in the rhythm.
He just starts going,
oh god!
Until finally he's and then I was like, he's like,
then he takes a shit.
And then there's shit all over my fucking when I pulled it out, and then he runs to the bathroom in there for like 30-45 minutes. And he's like, no, I'm like, he knew because he saw when I pulled it out. He stood up, and I handed it to him, just drop it in my sink. He's like, and I was like, are you okay? He's like, I did what you did, but I can't do that. I had Taco Bell tonight. Oh my god! Oh, you probably shouldn't have Taco Bell.
Oh my god! And then she reports him.
No, well, after that, what was funny is he does the walk of shame after he finally goes to the bathroom. He's like, I'm going. He goes to the walk of shame downstairs, like the after walk of shame, like you know, like.
And he steals your mushrooms. And he steals your mushrooms.
He stole my mushrooms. He stole them earlier tonight, and he said,
were these the mushrooms that I'm sorry, you know what I mean. Were these the mushrooms you got?
Somebody, yeah. Anyway, so he steals some of them. So, but the point is, because he's like that, and so then But what was so funny was he had told me all the night that he just smoked pot, that he wanted to try much. Then he says, he went to Hampton. I won't say school. Anyway, he went to a Christian school. And he's only like 23, 24. But he'd gone to a Christian school all the way through high school. So this is a very Christian, indoctrinated. I don't know if y'all know what Bob Jones. Very cold, very Christian. And now he's walking out and he's been raped in the ass. I apparently enjoyed it because so I'm thinking he's probably I'm like, oh god, like that bitch was a hell. And I looked it up because I was like, fuck, you owe me fucking mushrooms, bitch. So I go to look up my Uber to see if you could call, because you can call Uber driver on the way. So I was thinking, I was gonna dial it. I couldn't dial it because it's not there anymore. So I sent a message. So I was like, this person left some. When I went to get food out of the car, I left something and they've taken it away. But but when I look at it, what was so funny is it says you are of whatever his name was, Johnny Ball, whatever the fuck, Kyle. I was Kyle's. No, he said you are Kyle's 666 customer. And I was like, oh, he's gonna be like, she definitely was. That was the evil demon trying to get me to think I was gay on that. She was number 666 for me.
Oh, that's delightful. Oh my god, that's so delightful. Oh, so Amy's being eaten alive by dogs.
I know. I think it's on mute, and then I come back to the phone. That's Sheppy. He's pissed. He's pissed about everything. He's in his kennel. We got to get the other two collected. They're still outside.
Oh my God.
It's really warm here today for a holiday.
What is
Christmas.
it, like 30 degrees?
It's like almost 50.
Oh my
It's
God.
like 47 or something.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
45 degrees here, and it's fucking freezing in San Francisco. It's
Yeah, you got the ocean though.
Yeah,
the
we got-
ocean is
yeah, the ocean's bad.
cold.
Yeah, it's but definitely when it comes back to the point I was making about Diana Fraser and Noreen Helphand. With Noreen Helphand, yeah. So did you hear what I said, Amy? Basically, did you hear what I said? And then she went mute. Then she goes mute. So Amy, did
I'm
you
an
hear?
idiot. I hit mute and then started talking.
No worries. Did you hear what I said about Noreen Helphand? That basically she got brainwashed.
She was on Revolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was on Revolution Radio, and she just wasn't seeing things clearly.
No, she began to, worse than that, she became this, typical homophobic, anti-immigrant, just all the talking points that you get on Tucker Carlson. She just was parroting all of the right-wing talking points. It's sad. It's really sad.
Like everybody over there is just thinking the same thing about all the,
Yeah.
like you said, the talking points. Like,
Yeah. No, it's just sad. And so when she came on, and then Brooke confronted her about, look, you can't just assume that we're all going to accept what you say axiomatically. There has to be. And Noreen just took off after that and never came back. And it's okay. It's okay. It's just the way it is. And we've lost Noreen essentially to that. And that was going on for years. I was tolerant of where she was coming from for a long while because I tried to remember, I couldn't have escaped Australia without her. And the only reason I was able to bring her to Australia was because the sponsor lady paid over $3,000 for me to take her there so that I could afford to bring her there, pay for the airplane ticket. And that way...
But didn't Noreen do something crazy in Australia, like say something?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, all kinds of shit. I mean, first off, I had antidepressants, and she decided she was going to pop them, and so she popped them, and then felt all weird and sick and paranoid, and it's a biochemical alteration that is impacts people. So I had to take her to the hospital and we got her to an MD, and because I'm good with this, like Brooke got this guy she knew who didn't deserve it, top level painkillers that I would kill for, that Brooke would kill for, but this guy's too stupid to appreciate it. But, you know, I talked to the doctor and I said, look, I'm here with this young lady, and I did not label a container for my medicine, and she took some of it, and of course I know how to talk to doctors because I took care of my parents for over 10 years, and so because I spoke to him very respectfully. I mean, we're in a foreign nation, mind you. And the MD said, okay, young lady, I'll write you out a prescription for other drugs you want. And so she got, I don't know what drugs she wanted, but she got them from him. So I broke the ice so she could get that. And so she had that to make her happy while we were in Australia. But what Brooke is thinking of, probably, this is what I'm thinking of, Brooke is thinking of, was we were with this older woman who was one of our hostesses. And this older woman is, you know, fairly refined, well-traveled. And she asked us, let's go to dinner. I'll take you both to dinner. Are you in the mood for...
yes, it was the word. She didn't know the word. Like,
yes. And so the lady says, are you in the mood for something savory or something sweet? And so Noreen says, what's savory? And I said, it's something, anything that's not sweet. And then I wasn't making fun of her. I wasn't coming down on her. And I simply said, just as an observation, I tend to forget how provincial you are. And that's when she shouted, I mean, in a public place, she shouts very loudly, fuck you! And the older one is just shocked, just floored, you know, just taken aback. And of course, has every right to be. And it's just, this is like, Noreen Halpand is at this gutter level of existence, which is bizarre because she doesn't need to be. But there are other interesting aspects to her personality, which led me to tolerate this kind of behavior for a long time. She was a member of the Soka Gakkai cult in Japan, which was in literal, kind of street gang level warfare to a degree with the Om Shinrikyo cult in Japan, that was responsible for the subway gassing in Tokyo, the Tokyo subway gassing. So we're talking about, like, people don't know these things. Japan keeps its secrets well, but there's warring cults, and she was part of one of these warring cults. So, I mean, there's all kinds of you know, just different things about her that led me to tolerate her for a long time and try to respect her. And it just after a while, she just took it to a degree where, unfortunately, her life went into this right-wing area. It was like this other woman I knew on Facebook who was this beautiful woman, had an incredibly gorgeous daughter. And her daughter was a singer, and this woman was a former singer herself, and her sister was involved in professional sex work. The mother, whose daughter was a singer, her sister died of hepatitis, and she had been involved in professional sex work, and so she was familiar with my world, the world of pornography and adult entertainment, and yet she fell into Q, and Q just sank her, and she spiraled, and some people, you just watch them while they spiral and disintegrate, and it's beyond tragic. It's just beyond description. But when it came to the woman who sponsored me so that I could bring Noreen Halpand over to Australia, one time I was speaking to her personally, she brought up, out of nowhere, human centipede. And this is because of a fascination that people have with morbid subjects that can be captivating. They just, for whatever reason, they trap us into a fascination. We can't stop. We can't look away, like at a train wreck or an automobile wreck. I personally, of course, am different because I've been in combat and been involved with so much violence in my life. But most people, this is a new thing to them. It's kind of like rich boys. You can always tell rich boys because you see them on sailboats and shit where they're doing sail racing and stuff, and you see them like cranking these levers and shit, you know, getting the sails up, and they love it. You know, in other words, they smile while they work because it's a new experience for them. So with most people who've never been involved with the degree of violence that I have, they're captivated by horror films because it's not a norm for them, and that's a blessing. That's a good thing. But when it came to this Human Centipede, just so people understand, it's part of a trilogy. It's actually a franchise. There's 3 of those films, and the third one has some of the same characters as the first, the German doctor. And in this case, he's hired by the U.S. prison system, who says, we don't want to spend so much money on feeding all these prisoners. And he says, okay, I'll have it. So I tie all the prisoners, sew them all together so they're one long human millipede. And that way you feed one prisoner and all the rest eat his shit all the way down the line. And the government says, go for it. And so in the film, he sews all these prisoners together, and all these critics are saying, oh, the moral conundrum is you can't feel sorry for all these prisoners because they're all pedophiles and child rapists and murderers and shit like that. But it's still horrifying to see what he does to them. I mean, there's this absolutely bizarre political statement in the third film of the franchise.
It's so sickening. Here's the thing: if you don't get so the thing is, you can't look away. You can't look away when you first see it. I have not seen the third one. I only saw the first one, and I didn't see all of it. I mean, I stopped at some point. But I'm looking there, and my brain, what my brain goes to always, because I realize everybody's different. So my brain goes to, first of all, I can't believe this fucking happening. Like you said, this is what I'm seeing, and I can't look away, like a wreck. And then I'm going, oh my God, and I put myself always in a position of a person. Whether it's a personal story, maybe it could be.
That's your empathy. You have empathy. This is a good thing because it shows you're not psychotic. So go on.
Right, but then I start thinking, if I was one of those girls,
and
I woke up to we know how that is, right? I mean, we don't know what that is. Thank God. What do we see in that picture? If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to describe it. When I see that, and I then go into that, what would I do? Realizing that the only way you live is to stay that way.
No, well, I mean, obviously, if someone discovered her, they would take her to a hospital where they would simply...
No, he tells her in the movie, I'll never forget that, because there's no way to reverse it. Because the way he removed it, that's what I swear to God, I remember this.
I see, okay, so in the film...
There was no way, he said, even if you're saved, they'll have to kill you, because there's no... the way he did it...
Okay,
he took out the esophagus into the other... So there would be no way to actually, even if they were, if you think somebody's going to save me, somebody's going to come here, somebody's going to fucking fix this.
Got it.
It wasn't fixable. The only other option was death. You had death, or to stay like that forever. And that's when I was, this bitch that always thinks of a way out. How can I get around the system? How can I get around the system? The only thing you're getting around is that ass in front of you for the rest of your life. And you can even talk. You can even be like, fuck, this shit tastes like shit.
I'm sorry, this is horrible. It's a horror film. Yes, it's and by the way, this is physiologically impossible. It's not something that could actually medically be done. Just so
I hope
people
to
think.
God. I don't know. Give it to Elon Musk. Elon Musk will figure out a way if you give him enough stuff.
That's right. So you did get my link I sent you about how there's further evidence he's been mass murdering monkeys, right? You did.
No, I missed that one. No, I did not see that.
Okay,
although he has pissed me off lately anyway, with other shit. But
so recover. It might have gone into your spam. So check your spam for any emails from me. I sent you several emails in the recent past. At any rate, when it came back to going back to away from Noreen Halpan and back to Diana Fraser, basically when it comes to the thing about Diana Fraser that is a negative is that Diana Fraser was on with myself for a short while helping out with the show, and then she suddenly just said she was being exploited. And then I asked Brooke to talk to her, which is manipulative of me, and I exploited Brooke, and then Brooke couldn't get anything sensible out of Diana or anything coherent. But the thing about Diana Fraser is, aside from the mystery of how she wound up in prison, which seems fairly sinister, because there's nothing that makes sense about it at all, there's something sinister about her past. Doubtless something she did. I mean, we got to be serious about this. She wound up in prison for doing something that rated prison. It's not like she was just singled out and persecuted. She did something that it earned her time in prison. We can safely assume this. And she basically has this criminal element to her. So she has this criminal element to her. And she's definitely has a kind of lack of empathy with people, because she definitely cathartic vented on Brooke about her single tooth, to the point where Brooke was left devastated, like watching Human Centipede, that level of devastation. So she was psychologically scarred for life by the Diana Fraser experience. But the thing that was worse of it all was that Diana Fraser, because Brooke was kind to her, because Brooke gave her an inch and did not come down on her, basically what happened was Diana Fraser decided she was going to exploit Brooke, and then said, oh, let me move in with you for a little bit and help you take care of your dogs, and that way I can get away from Mom and oh, there's Squirrel. There's Amy, are you seeing this? That's
What?
Squirrel.
No,
That's,
I'm so freaked out by Squirrel.
oh, that's her pet squirrel.
I know, the whole idea of a squirrel just jumping on me and climbing all over me.
It's
Oh
adorable.
my god, they're so weird.
It's-
They're just weird little skittish creatures.
Yes,
Is it a gray squirrel? I can't tell in this light.
yeah, but that's
Is it gray or red or black?
I think it's brown. I think.
It's a little
He's
brownie.
a gray squirrel. Sorry, he's a gray squirrel.
Okay.
He's gray.
He's tiny.
Yeah.
He's 3 times the size he was when I got him.
Wow.
I can't believe he climbed all over you. Like, that is not something they typically do.
Oh,
No, I
he
mean,
nests in her hair. He nests in her hair.
No, when I first met him, like what she's saying, like he came up to me, ran up to me, jumped on me. Like, I mean, like I have squirrels. I've had them my whole life, like as far as in your yard in the South, gray squirrels. But never have I had one that come here, baby, that that would get near you. Like, you know, I give them food, they would, you know, they would get so
They
close.
grab
they
it and run.
But never even out of my hand if I ever fed a squirrel. I've never even fed one out of my hand. This squirrel was just like, I see you. And then he just ran at me and jumped up my leg and started crawling.
Yeah.
And then he went back to my leg. And then he went on my shoulder. Come here.
By the way, Brooke, Amy is convinced that's Deanna Fraser in a new form. That Deanna Fraser sigiled herself into squirrel form, and that she's now finally found a way to move in with you.
Maybe, I don't know. I do think though that it was like God sending me something with could be, somebody said that, like it could be like an animal or a person coming to you, like, because it is so weird. Everybody I've told that story, they're like, you can't, the squirrel actually jumped on you. I'm like, that squirrel jumped on me. And he's not. He was not.
So there's a dude who writes about that. It's Ted Andrews. He writes Animal Speak.
Yeah.
And it talks about like the messages that
Oh, look at
animals
that!
give you.
Look at that, Amy! Look at that!
He's me on.
Yes.
He's a big yawn, and he'll do big stretches and like, I'm so tired. I'm sorry, Amy. I want to hear what you're saying because I would like to read about it. So what is it again? So what's his name?
Animal Speak.
Animal Speak.
Okay.
But what's the man's name, honey? Amy?
Ted Andrews, I think is his name.
Okay.
I could have the name wrong.
Yeah.
But he does all these books about nature and messages from nature, and they're really informative. But I'm sure that he's got squirrel in there. I'm sure that there's an entry that describes what messages from squirrel would be.
Well, there are like I've read that. So I have cardinals visiting me, and like cardinals, I looked that up. Like, you know, there's symbology, just like numbers or symbology for certain animals. Like I think what you're saying. And so a cardinal can mean like, if you see a cardinal, somebody like you have a loved one thinking of you. And every day, like I would wake up and I had a cardinal just visiting me. It was a red cardinal, Mel. And
so pretty.
Every morning I would wake up, he would be there every freaking morning. And I started thinking, like, is this something? Because I would just love, I would wake up, he'd come run, he would fly in, he'd perch right on my window in the living room, which is the same window, by the way, that I've had the negative things happen on, by the way.
Okay, interesting.
So it was very interesting to have that. And so had that happen throughout last winter, you know, through all that, you know, and that. So you had that bird coming after, and then and thought it meant something, you know, and kind of that's why I looked it up. But then what was very interesting to me was
it would always be meaningful. Like I had some baby birds in my backyard before, and sometimes they'd fall and the dog had gotten them. But there's all kinds of birds here, and usually robins, and there's other gray birds, and anyway. But cardinals are such a people recognize a cardinal. The red,
absolutely.
the redness of them. So, yeah. I had gone out my porch to a different window in the spring of this year, and right in the window of the porch on the back, I see a nest. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to protect this nest. I'm thinking it's a robin nest or whatever. And then sure enough, it ended up being because so many. I have a lot of birds, here, but it was the cardinal's nest. He had built on the other side of that. The mother had built on it, and so these baby birds, and I had fenced off. I even had to keep my dogs inside for like 2 days because of this is when they were coming out. The babies were starting to fall out. There were 3 babies. I watched them born. Like the day they were born, I saw them because they were right there in the window. And if I went to it, I could the dad or the mom would take turns. I could see, and then if they could see a shadow from the window coming, so they would run away, fly away. But the baby started falling out, and so I had to get a glove and put one back in because it wasn't that high. But so I kept the dogs in my house literally like 3 days. It was like 2 or 3 days of like pure hell because it was pouring down rain. So I couldn't walk them during these days either. These are the babies coming out. And so I can't really walk them. I don't want to walk in the pouring rain. The dogs don't really want to go out like walk, but yet I don't have a dog door open because I don't want them to kill the babies. And so, because during the rain, like I went out there one time and the baby had fallen, but at this point it was able to hop. So it was trying to learn to fly. But it was at that point, if that's when they get killed, it's because they're at the hopping point where they can start to fly a little bit, but they can't get out fast enough before a fast dog or cat can get them. And also, the rain makes them slower. So I kept the dogs in. My point is I cared about these birds.
Yeah.
More than I cared about all the shit and got me pissed that they're putting in my house that I had to deal with. That I was so mad. Finally on the 3rd day, I was like, okay, birds, I have cleaned up piss and shit 3 days. I hope to God I've given you a chance at life. You're on your own now. I'm opening the fucking door. It's, but yeah, symbology wise, I like squirrels. I just feel like also there's personal symbology too. Like for me at this point, what a squirrel meant, it was more what you take in. Like at some point you need it's like kind of like people with religion. Like you need people to tell you where God is or what God is to you or what Jesus symbolizes to you and what Jesus is. And then you get to a point where you're like, I know who God is. I know who Jesus is. I don't need a religion to tell me what I believe. And I don't need a religion to tell me if animals go to heaven or like you have a belief system. And so at this point, like I'm like, something was meant to be for that squirrel to come. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just, I don't know, get over meth head Larry, your ex-girlfriend. Fucking, you're gonna be alone. Right? But like, you're gonna have a little baby squirrel. He's gonna be really sweet. So get over it. I don't know, but somebody sent him to me because it was very weird for him to do that. I mean,
Oh, absolutely. I think it's divine. No, it's truly divine. And I sent an article to Brooke to show her there's nothing abnormal about this, that many Americans historically used to... having pet squirrels was common, that this used to be the norm for an American pet, one of the norms. And so...
what's his name? Like Benjamin Franklin, or who was it?
Yeah, I think it was Ben Franklin. But there was a famous poet.
A eulogy.
Yeah. That's right.
For his friend's pet squirrel.
Yes.
They read the eulogy talking about the squirrel, and like I was like, I think it was Ben Franklin. I have to go back and look.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were talking about like how they, and maybe it wasn't Ben Franklin, or maybe it was the president.
It was some great famous poet. Let me look it up. Who wrote Ode to Pet Squirrel? Pet Squirrel, and it says, let's see now. So from Benjamin Franklin to Georgian Shipley, 26. Let me see. When squirrels were one of America's most popular pets. So in 1722, a pet squirrel named Mungo passed away. It was a tragedy. Mungo escaped its confines and met its fate at the teeth of a dog. Yes. Oh my God. So your dogs don't try to go after this squirrel. So it's Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin wrote the Ode to the Fallen Squirrel. Yes, there we are. Yes, it's a Mungo.
What an asshole. Mungo the squirrel. Yeah, but I thought it was sweet. The dogs. So my 2 little ones are like, they hate him. They're just like in the bed with him, like they're like, yeah, like they ignore him. He'll crawl on them. He'll crawl over them. like whatever. I don't, because squirrels don't know fear. I mean, or at least this one doesn't. I don't fucking know. But
No, you were right to name him Braveheart because that's. I think normally squirrels do know fear. I think.
Yeah, well, you're right. They do are fearful. So he's very brave. And so what happens is that he's used to these two. Now I have two bigger ones, and I only worry about one of them. Although I keep both of them out if he's out. Like I keep him out. He's stays in my bedroom and my master bath. So I have all that together, and then I have a crate that I can put him in, and a bigger crate. Now I had a smaller one. So he doesn't really like it, so I'll leave him out like if I've been here at all, or it's sometimes even if I leave, because he has a certain place he likes to stay behind the bed with the windows. So but the big dogs, I don't let him in. They run in when he's here, you know, but he's, like I said, he's kind of perched on the bed away from the door. They kind of see him. They've smelled his cage in the cage. They've never done anything. Now that fucker that I told you that I randomly, let's just say it, Meth Head Larry, has two dogs. He said he has two dogs, great dogs, right? And one of them though is, but when I met it before I got the squirrel, it's a hunting. It's like and he doesn't. I mean, he does actually hunt, but he's never taken this dog hunting because it's like 2 years old. I mean, he has not hunted before, but it's a hunting type dog. It's a dog that it's a pointer type dog.
But by the way,
So
can you ladies see what I entered into text? It's a famous painting of a young boy with a pet squirrel. Look at that beautiful painting. Look at the quality of that work done for this young lad's pet squirrel. And you see it's on a chain. So apparently Americans did not feel that this was cruel. It's a flying squirrel. In this case, it's a flying squirrel. It's a young boy with a flying squirrel. And there you go. But continue, honey. Yeah, go on. So
I
this
think
guy's.
I actually saw that picture before because I keep wanting to get him.
Oh,
on
it's
a
in the
leash.
article. Yeah, it's in the article that I sent you. Yeah. And-
Yeah, so I've seen it. So I tried to put him on a leash, but I bought him a little hamster, for a gerbil. It was like you can walk a gerbil one.
Yeah.
But it's still too big for him, and I tried to put him on him, and they are very squirmy. So you put him on, he's like, I'm getting out of this. Like he's squirming, like he's good. He squirms out, and it's a, what do you call that? Not a leash, but their arms go through it, a vest type thing.
Yes.
Yes. And so it's still kind of big for him, and he squirms out. So I actually got both his little front feet through it, and then he still was right out of it. So I'm like, I just want to take you outside, buddy. But he'll sit on my lap, on my shoulder, and go outside some. But the two dogs, anyway, his dog, when I met him, they have tons of trees where he lives in the apartments and near me, and so there's just tons of old oak trees and so many squirrels. And that dog, he's like, oh, watch my dog. He loves squirrels. And that dog, he'll either go on the balcony and he sees a squirrel. He's like pointing. He's like looking like he wants to jump over the balcony. One day I'll walk this dog out there. I'm holding its leash because he has no dog. I'm holding this dog's leash. It sees a squirrel. What happened next was I was flat on my face and stomach. And that dog was gone from the leash, pulled me over is what I'm saying. Just did a jerk. I'm over.
Oh my God.
Can't pull him back.
Oh yeah.
So he just wanted, he was going to get that squirrel, chasing it at 90 miles an hour. So what I'm saying, fast forward, imagine now I have a pet squirrel and I bring the dog over and I've got this little squirrel in a crate and they are looking at each other. This dog is going fucking nuts. This squirrel. Oh my God. It's like you, I haven't had blood in 12 years. Squirrel. And the little squirrel's looking at him like, I've taken on dogs. I've got dogs in there. I crawl all over them. From the little dog. So he just the squirrel just through the metal crate barrier, just goes and jumps at him several times, he's gonna kill, the little squirrel's gonna kill this big 70-pound dog.
Oh my God.
She was he's like, oh, I want out, just let me out of this crate. What are you doing? Looking at me.
Oh my God.
And so
that's very atypical. I want you to know that. Very atypical behavior, very unusual for a squirrel.
So that's what I've said. Now I'm like, I can't let you out because you're gonna get yourself killed in a matter of seconds.
Yes. And by the way, Brooke, take a look in the text, and our lovely Amy has put in a link to Animal Speak.
Oh, thank you, Amy. Oh my God, thank you so much. I'll look it up.
It's activity and preparedness.
Right.
That's the meaning behind squirrels showing up in your life. Activity and preparedness. Squirrels.
Squirrels and girls. Yes, go on.
Maybe I'm getting some girls.
Careful.
That too.
Yes.
Squirrels can teach balance within the circle of gathering and giving out. If we are doing too much of one or the other, squirrel may appear to help us. Squirrels can be masters at preparing. They are also reminders that in our quest for our goals, we should always make time to socialize and play. Work and play go hand in hand, or the work will create problems and become more difficult and less fruitful. That's a pretty good message for a squirrel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on that and actually like save that so I can read that.
Download it now, because when the call ends, you'll have a hard time retrieving it. So what I'll do is I'll download it in case you miss it. Then I'll find it from my own files. I didn't download it, but I'm screenshotting that. Yeah. Trying to open it.
It's borrow only, so you have to borrow it and then screenshot what you want and then borrow it again.
Okay, interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm taking the link and I'm going to put the link in Brooke Gibson's private messages here. So
that's a good one for you.
Yeah, and Brooke, I take it you haven't taken a look at what I've sent you lately in your Skype. So do check your Skype for links I've sent you via the Skype, okay? And this is now one of them. So there, you now have access to it, and you'll be able to figure out how to retrieve it the way that Amy explained it. It'll become self-evident. It'll become clear once you open it. Then you'll realize how to retrieve it. So by all means, continue with any other insights, Amy, about Squirrel and, for our lovely Brooke. And I'm so glad both of you are sharing this wisdom. And I also put the link to the article about squirrels in our chat room for our listeners. So,
we had a woodshed before my parents renovated. We had a woodshed behind the house with the outhouse, like it was the old way. When we first bought the house, it was like had an outhouse and a woodshed, and there used to be squirrels in there that I would feed. Like I'd sit on the back steps and I would feed them, but none of them ever let me touch them. Like
right.
I never came anyway, and they're so they're skittish.
Oh yeah. Your average squirrel is incredibly skittish. There's no other word for it. Very easily frightened away. Very cautious. Brooke Gibson's pet is highly unusual. There is something. This is the spiritual reincarnation of some past individual she murdered or something. And they're coming back now so that she has to take care of them. Oh, look at that. Do you see the camera, Amy?
I do.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Little freaky.
Yes. Oh, it's adorable. I can. So why do you find them freaky? Because they're like mice or rats to you? Oh, you're afraid of rodents. Yes. Amy.
I don't. I'm really I wish I could say I'm more of an animal person, but at this point, I'm just so sick of it. I'm years watching other people's pets and I'm so sick of it.
Well, tell Brooke about the cat, the tailless cat. Tell Brooke about this expensive.
No, not the kitty. Brooke, I told Brooke when her mom passes, I'm going to take all her mom's cats. Okay. I'm going to bring them all up here. We're going to throw them out in the barn. No, I do.
I told her, but I told her I don't know. I would not because she doesn't like cats. But if she just kept that secret to herself right now, I'd take my mom's cats because I'm really. 9 cats. That's what I need because I've had dogs since 2012. At the most 8. Now I'm still at 4. Now a squirrel. But in the meantime, she knew I had 5 dogs, and she's like, I'm gonna adopt 9 cats. Randomly, there's a cat that she was pregnant.
No, I feel like I can handle. Wild cats are a lot easier to deal with than
They're still wild. They're in her house to this day because I told her I was like, I don't even know what cat. I don't know their names. There's all those. Yeah. She got those kittens in. I mean, I know the names of what she calls them, but I don't know which is which because some of them look alike, and they all run from me. She's got them inside now, but they're so skittish that they still are wild. The fact that they won't come, they will not. You can't even see them. My son's tried chasing them out.
Yes, look at that little squirrel. Adorable. Just incredible. Retrieve my emails from spam and maybe look at my past emails and you'll find the links to that Squirrel Girl character from Marvel Comics. I think the funniest part is, of course, when Oh, look at those. She takes on a super villain by, of course, swarming him with squirrels. When you get to that part, I'll give you the inside joke on that. But yes, he's just adorable. It's amazing to me how sedate he is. He's actually nowhere near as skittish. He's much.
He'll roll on his back like this, on his back, like he'll roll on his back, like and he'll have his little tummy like a Pooh Bear eating the bit.
Amazing.
I'll catch him. He'll be have his, like he's fat.
I can't believe it.
He'll just lay back.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get him fixed?
I don't think like squirrels. I don't know. I don't think I have a female squirrel I have to worry about right now.
Yeah, and we know he's a boy because she saw his penis.
Tiny little pink thing
came out. Jeez.
No, it's just a pink dot, but you can see it. It looks like a little pink dot coming out.
Oh my god.
He's just a baby still. He's probably.
No, he's almost full grown. I mean, he's 3 times the size of when I got him. He's so fat. No.
Yeah.
But he will literally sit back, and we caught him twice rolling on his belly, like he's on his back. Like, you know how Pooh Bear used to lean against a honey tree after he ate a pot of honey, and you would see the Winnie the Pooh like this, like oh, I ate too much honey, and he's leaned like that, and his big belly sticking out like, against the tree with his like hand. I walked into the squirrel twice, and he is like, I've never seen a squirrel that is on its like side, like he's sitting but kind of leaned back, belly in the air. Like,
No, very, very unusual. It reminds me of my father's cat. My legal father had a cat that he named Lindy Lou, I believe, and he said that the cat would lay on his back and kind of let you stroke his belly. I mean, the cats do that. People have seen this, but the squirrels like that, yeah. And we're looking at him now. We're looking at him constantly nibbling, investigating the world with his teeth and mouth.
He likes to, at night, he likes to lick my hand. I don't know what it is, like when he started. And I'm like, the first time I think I have cheese dip on it from like eating Mexican. So I thought that was it. But now he's like, he'll be very gentle. Yeah. And he'll just like want to nibble and lick my fingers.
It's adorable. It's incredible. This must be some incarnation of someone from another time and place, or someone you knew in a past life. And incredible. I don't know who you know that died, but they may have come back as this.
I don't know. I'm hoping I did something good, but
obviously
for me, it's a good thing. Like, yes. I get like some people wouldn't be, but it's such a good thing for me that it's positive, and I really am thankful.
Oh, of course. No, it's nothing but positive. And look at those big eyes, incredible big eyes.
That's why I was trying to get his eyes. I'm trying to get it. He's got the eyes, and he would just. Normally, that's what I get all the time. It's just him staring at me. Braveheart.
And he knows his name. He knows his name.
Braveheart. He went to the. What you can't see is when he gets close, he's pawing the phone. Like he's hung up on people. Like he's touching the phone right now. You can't see it, but he's touching with his little paws.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Adorable. Yeah, maybe he's pulling a meth head Larry and saying, you fucking this guy? Are you fucking this guy?
What are you doing? You're talking to somebody that's me? I'm Braveheart.
Yes.
Braveheart.
That's right. Yes, Braveheart. Yes, I see him responding. He is responding. You get his attention. Yeah, you get his attention by that. Incredible. He knows his name. He's intelligent. Yes, incredible. No, definitely some kind of walk-in soul. This is not a normal squirrel. This is a squirrel. Now, I remember years ago I told you the story before Braveheart came into your life. I told you the story of some incredibly tragic gold miner stories, where the gold miners, of course, would mine nuggets of gold, and then they'd put them in their little bags to take them to the town to be weighed and get their money's worth for their gold. And one gold miner who had hit it big, he got all these gold nuggets in his bag, then fell asleep at some place in the desert on the way to the town, near some oasis, and the squirrels in the area who will do this, they went into his bag, took all the nuggets and stole them, and replaced them all with acorns.
Oh my god.
So
he did not do that. I do not believe the squirrels did that. The squirrels did not do that.
Squirrels do that. They'll do this. And then he got into town and poured it out. I made the big strike, and it was all acorns. And then he spent the rest of his life trying to look for where he was sleeping. Just awful stories, yes. So in that sense, squirrels are like fairy folk. Yes. Oh, look at that. So adorable. Yes. Adoring Brooke's hands. Adoring Brooke's hands. Ignoring the rings. Yes. Oh yeah, he's going for the rings. Yes, he's going.
He'll chew on the ring for a minute too. Like the ring, I'll hear the nibble. He's gentle with my hands, but then like he knows the difference, and I'll hear the nibble of the teeth.
Yeah.
Because they have to always chew. Like I give them stuff because apparently their teeth never stop growing.
Right. That's right. That's the case with rodents and vampires.
Nice. Did you ever talk about?
He's preparing me for you, Douglas, when you come.
Yes. Yes. That's right. What were you going to say, Amy, honey? Yeah.
I wanted to know if you ever got back to the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story that you got chopped off from.
Oh, you're talking about with Jennifer Hawkins. Yeah. Well, I promise I'll get back to that another time, sometime soon. Maybe the next episode or the episode after that. That would be apolitical for the holidays, though. You know, it's so thank you, Brooke. That was fabulous. Honestly, I'm so you know, impressed. It's of course I always.
Oh my God! Shut up! You don't even like animals.
That's that's not true, Brooke.
No, I'm just giving him a hard time. No, I do. He does like animals. He's not like crazy animal like me.
Well, I mean, I could easily have gone in that direction, and believe me, when my parents were alive, I had all kinds of pets that we were purchasing to try and keep them company, and you know, I should have been. There's so much I should have done with my parents earlier, honestly, and everybody, of course, should value the time they have with their parents.
Don't tell me I'm gonna start crying right now.
What was it? Real Dick Geek? Real Dick Geek? Tell Amy Brooke how he said, tell me about the future. You say you're psychic, and then he said, ooh, I see cats.
I see somebody dying. I see an inheritance.
Yeah.
Some close family member. And then he said, I see cats.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, okay.
I did not tell him anything.
I could be a great uncle. I don't fucking know. But then when he went to the cats, and I'd already been thinking about my parents' health, and he said, I see a bunch of, I swear to God, I don't even think that was before we had ever had a conversation online about the cats.
It's true.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's true. Only I knew about them. Only I knew about them. So go on.
Yeah, I think it was before Amy. I don't think Amy was on the show yet, or at least I don't remember us having that conversation.
Well, you never spoke of your mother's cats on air. There was no point.
That's what floored me. I was like, how nobody knows? I didn't even know. To me, it was embarrassing to say, yeah, by the way, my mom has 9 cats. Sounds like a fucking cat lady, right?
Yeah.
So, I have to tell the story of how she got them, which was she just was trying to rescue one cat outside. He was pregnant, and she couldn't get it until basically she'd already had 2 litters. And then she was pregnant with the 3rd. So it was 1 cat, and then 2 of the first litter. There's 3, and then 3 of the second litter, which ended up being 6, and 3 of the 3rd litter, which she ended up having in the house. So those 3, I think, are more. But my mom was like, maybe you should go to the humane side and give them away. She was like, I can't. But now I can't say that. I didn't read my squirrel. But I'm thinking, that's fine. It's my mom. And then it hits me as I hang up one day. I'm like, you're the only child. She's 70-something years old. She has 9 cats that she just got. They are all born in the last year, most of them, 8 of them. And the cats live about 20 years. So, Brooke, these are your cats now.
Yeah.
So when he was like, you haven't seen inheritance and cats.
Jesus. There's something to him. Yeah. That's, he's got something, I guess.
They're all getting a cat. Oh my God, how will I keep the cats if something does happen to them with the squirrel?
Oh yeah, you don't want the cats to fuck with the squirrel because you might want them. Yeah, you would got to give the cats away. You wouldn't want them because they're natural hunters and they're true carnivores. So yeah, better give them away.
I'll just use whatever the money they leave me for their house. I'll just buy a little mobile home in a trailer park, and I'll go by and feed them.
Yeah, something like that.
A few times a week. If you're like, you live here, I don't see much. No, I bought this trailer for my cat.
Right, it would
and there are all these humans living there with their kids. I'm like, no, this is just my cat.
Right, it's just a giant kitty litter box on wheels. Holy fucking shit. Honey, Amy, tell Brooke, isn't that what your home was with that goddamn cat? There was someplace you had that just turned into...
Oh, my goodness. She's so much better now. So she had gotten outside and was like outside for a week. And then the people who found her had been giving her Sheba wet food, which we had never done. Like, we'd never given her any kind of wet food. And so now she's like, all she does is poop in her litter so she can get her wet food.
Oh.
She's like all about it. Like, it's just like, this is what she does. Like, you sit down to eat, she's in her litter, so you have to give her the Sheba.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. She's so much better off right now. Like, she's got a little boyfriend that lives under the house with her.
Really? Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Blackie's down there with her, and Blackie cries when she's inside and he's outside. But he's skittish. He won't come in. So he's like Brooke's mom's cats. Like, he just lives under the porch, and he's warm because it's warm under there, and comes out for food, but he won't let you touch him.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Fascinating. And
well, not really.
No,
we know that he's like at home enough that he's safer than like some cats that are out there.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, and his dad was feeding this cat, so this was like his dad's cat. Like, it wasn't.
This is the dad that got killed. I don't know much about that, but I did hear about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It just happened in October. He's gone, and everybody's still pretty much in shock.
Was it like? I mean, I hate to say, like, wasn't it like a murder or?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's being declared a heart attack.
Oh, so it was natural.
No, but a stranger came by and conked him on the head.
Okay, Douglas.
Was he like in
it's
his
okay.
house or?
Yeah. No, they had just purchased this house in a tax sale from some family relatives, but the street that this is on, all the houses are for sale on this street because it's turned into crack alley. Like, there's no work in this town, and about 20 years ago they turned it all into Section 8 housing, so now there's just like an enclave of poor people that live in this town.
Right.
And there's no work.
Like,
nobody
West Virginia's like that. A lot of Appalachia.
It's like little West Virginia, exactly. And so they had gotten this house, and they were planning to go through it and fix it and then sell it. Like, nobody was going to live there ever. But the house next door had people trafficking in it, and that's like, he had confronted somebody. Like, my friend had heard the whole thing, had gone outside, and all he saw was his dad stumbling. And he tried to do CPR, and it didn't work. And yeah, he's gone. He's just not. Yeah, it was so quick. Like, nobody really had a chance to even, I don't know. It's like when somebody goes slowly, there's almost like a sigh of relief at the end of it.
Yeah, I was saying that. Like, I was telling, actually, it was later that I was like seeing, because one of my dogs, I have three dogs that are really old, but like one of my just dogs, like, because I've been through this a lot, like, obviously losing pets, that, like, I've got one that just went downhill really fast, and so I know he doesn't have long left, and he was actually not the one I expected to go first, but I said he's gonna go soon. And the person I was telling was like, you don't say that. Like, you know, I know he's not. You don't say that. And I was realizing, because I've dealt with it enough, that even though it's very sad to me and hard to say, I know that it's the process of everyday living and seeing it. I know that. Like, I don't want them to die. I will always give something. But it's the same with people. It's just that we don't usually, losing a spouse is different than losing a parent. Losing a parent is different than losing a best friend. Like, all these are different. So they're not the exact same as you can say, oh, I've had dogs or whatever. But at the same time, it is like when you have somebody that has cancer or something and you go through it, I've heard, people say that about their parents or whatever, that you don't think you will, because you just don't want to lose them. You don't want to lose them. But there is that sense of relief almost, because every day you wake up like, is this going to be the day? Is this going to be the day? Like, oh my God, what, and then there's so much work also that goes into taking care of those people that are sick. But I think all of us will give the work to keep them. But we know that we can't, and then we're always the dread, and to like the dread, letting the dread go
You let that person go, you don't want to, but the dread goes with it because you don't realize how much that is a black cloud, I guess, hanging over you every day of
Yes.
Yeah, and in this case, it was like nobody expected him to go. Everybody was expecting him to be around another 10, 20 years. His mom lived late into her 90s. Like nobody expected him to go like that. And so just the sheer impossibility of, oh, this has happened. That's still really present. Like, we're all still, like, it's almost as if he's still here. Like, it's almost as if, like, he's going to walk through the door any second. And that's sort of, it's hard to negotiate that feeling, that sense from the reality that, okay, well, we have to deal with all of his stuff now.
Well, I think, like, my favorite poem ever was, I guess, probably, I love this poem for some reason. I fell in love with, like, 8th grade. It was like Emily Dickinson said, it's titled Death, and it was just 3 simple sentences. It was like, first the chill, then the stupor, and then the letting go. And then I think with somebody dies fast like that, the chill is that, that shock. And sometimes that shock can last a year or like 2 years, because I remember my grandmother died very suddenly with a stroke, and no, we did not expect it. It was just so not expected. And I remember like being upset, when she died and crying, but it hit me like a year and a half later, like just suddenly like, oh my God, like that whole like, oh my God, like I lost, like she's gone, like you're, really taking that in. And that stupor was probably not as long because obviously the chill had gone away, and then the shock. And then you get through the shock, which is the numbing effect to get you through it. And then the stupor is the depression, like the part, and then you are able to let go in a peaceful way. But I think when someone's sick long term, the chill is finding out that they're not going to live. Like, oh, we all know we're not going to live, right? But like they've got terminal brain cancer or something like that. You're dealing with it daily. So that shock is there, that first chill. And then that stupor is also part of it. Then you're depressed with it. So I think that letting go is a lot easier. Not easier, I shouldn't say. It just happens in a different time pattern. It's a different time frame of the way it happens when someone dies that you've known they're going to die for a while, or expected it, I guess, versus not. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's just the first Christmas without him, and so it's it tore everybody apart. Like nobody knew what to do, and I think that it's gonna get itself sorted out. I still go over there thinking he's gonna show up.
Wow.
Like, we can't move anything because he'll get upset.
Right.
But it's just trying to support my friend. That's all I'm really focused on, is making sure that like he's getting things sorted out for himself, which it appears that he is. Like, he's seeming to come through it. For a while there, he was having a really hard time, but I think he's got his feet under him again. And yeah, he's really discovering who's on his side and who's not, which sucks. I don't really wish anybody that kind of enlightenment where they're starting to understand that the people that they've been counting on are the problem. Like, the fact that these people haven't helped you so far is actually the problem. You need to stop expecting them to follow through when they haven't. That's just a really hard place to sit, is to get that realization that this, this
I can't believe it took. I can't believe he took that long. Why would it take so long? I mean, you've been trying to tell him this for how long now? 30 years?
But the thing, no, we haven't been like.
You knew each other as children.
What's that?
You knew each other as children.
Yes. We all went to church together. We were in the choir together, like all of that. But like after we had our first date, and there was like that big thing in the Like my girlfriends went and told him that I said he was a bad kisser. Like after that, nobody else wanted to date me. And I didn't talk to him again for 26 years until we were adults. And then my other friend passed away, and I got his number and I was leaving him messages. And then the same day that I called him, he finally got all my messages. So that was strange too. Just like weeks later, all of a sudden I call him and he's like, "Oh, your messages just popped up." I'm like, "Well, that's fantastic. I'm glad that they take 2 weeks to get to you." But,
well, I mean, you tried to contact me for how long?
I know. And it's just, you have to be very patient, I guess, with my technology out here in the sticks. But no, we hadn't been to, like, he'd been married, he had a child, like he'd done like a number of jobs at different organizations in town. And I hadn't lived here. Like, for the most part, I really hadn't lived in Vermont as an adult. Like, I went away to college and then I would come back, but I wouldn't stay. Like, it's just a party town. Like, this whole area is a rich man's playground. Like, there's not, like, you're just going to work stupid service jobs. There's not really, like, a whole support system where you can do anything but drink. Like, it's all about vacations and partying. And so
Jesus.
I've always lived somewhere else because it kind of takes me out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been able to do pretty well in other places, but then I'm always like, oh, I'm the only daughter of these two people who need a lot of care.
And are assholes to boot.
And they're assholes. And well, I was going to say, like, there's this entropic thing that goes on when you, like, even, like, turn and pay attention to someone who has historically never been good to you.
Yeah.
But that's not the case, though. Like, my dad has been good to me. Like, it's not 100% true with anything, but like, the whole idea of me coming back was based on the fact that I knew my dad wasn't doing well.
Mm-hmm.
And I also knew that my mom was abusive, and I didn't want to leave my dad alone with my mother. And so that was the reason that I came back. But then it just became clear that, like, he was so far gone that anything she was telling him was like, he would then react to things that were lies that she had told him. And there's no arguing with somebody whose mental capacity is diminished the way my dad's is. Like, he can't see things clearly. He repeats himself a lot. He can't. It just got to the point where, like, he would have these
Sounds like a drug addict, I know.
He's a pharmacist, but
yeah, get this. Her parents ran a pharmacy forever, and they were the regular target of holdups. People with drugstore cowboys would go in and steal, put them at gunpoint.
And stuff,
yeah, no, but I mean, like, hold them at gunpoint, right? Hold them at gunpoint.
Yeah.
Demanding, hand over all the drugs, motherfucker. And fill up bags. They'd have to fill up bags with drugs like they were bank dealers.
God, y'all are like a mini West Virginia.
Yeah.
Well, we're on the border. We're a border town to Canada. So there's that. The Canadian border's right there. But no, I haven't talked to them since April, and they're doing whatever they're doing. They think they can handle themselves, and I'm just relieved that it's not me anymore. Like, I'm not picking up the mess anymore. Like, I'm not the one that they can call to drag them around to their doctor's appointments. Like, they need to figure it out. If you think that you can still take care of yourself after everything you've been through, go on, do it. And my brother had told me 2 years ago that he was taking him to New York, and that never happened. So it's just like that endless, like, we're going to tell her one thing and then we're going to do something else, and then we're going to blame her because she didn't do what we wanted her to. And it's just a bunch of nonsense. It's childish nonsense. And
well, that's beyond childish. At this point, you're just talking about abusive.
Right. Like, but they don't even realize that other people can see this behavior. Like they don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they
Yeah,
don't,
they don't
have-
realize how transparent they are to anyone with any sense of self-respect. Go on.
Or, yeah, like just like things that don't make any sense, and then when I try to explain it, I sound crazy. But as a, you know, as a daughter of somebody who's been dealing with this my whole life, I really, like, I have some tools. Like, I know that I need to have a witness. Like, I can't just expect that people will understand unless, like, there's somebody corroborating what I'm saying. So all along I've been, like, documenting stuff that they do and hoping that, you know, that at some point there'll be somebody who can intervene. But again, like, I got a lawyer, I'm meeting with them in January, and if I need to, I can call them before that. You just have to just let them go. Like, I can't be involved with them. You just, even though they're alive, even though they're still, like, doing stuff, and like when Anthony's dad died, my mom was going over there to visit with Anthony, and that was just setting him off. You know, like, his nerves were not able to handle that. Like, her just even showing up was setting him off. And so I was, like, apologizing. I was trying to explain to him. It took me a couple weeks for him to, like, really understand, like, no, there's an order of protection. Like, they're not allowed to talk to me anymore.
Right.
Like, I can't.
And this was like a restraining order that you set up because of their threats, right? Or
I set it up because they continued to behave in ways that were threatening and abusive.
Thank you. As well you should have.
I know. Well, try to explain that to a community who loves my parents because of the charity work that they do.
Oh, God. See, this is always the same old charity to everyone except their family. Yeah. Charity never seems to begin at home. This is reminds me of my legal father's father. Kept giving everything to charity. And so go on.
Big deal. Yeah, it makes a big deal about the money that they send out every year as part of their corporation. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, I haven't had new clothes in over a decade now.
Incredible. Fucking incredible. It's like honestly, these are I've no words. I've no words. How about yourself, Brooke? When you're confronted with this kind of what people experience, shit like this, it's
I don't know. I mean, my mom just drives me crazy anyway, just like being a good person, but like getting old, and she's like, no, I'm gonna die soon. Christmas doesn't feel like Christmas anymore. I'm like, oh God, this is why I don't call you. Like, if your life's not going, you call somebody else and they're like, this is grind more. I'm like, I gotta go. This is why I don't call, because until I have a really good day, I can't uplift you. And when I have a really good day, I don't want to call you because you're gonna bring me down. I don't say that. And then you say shit like, hey, you should spend more time with your parents. You're gonna miss them when you're gone. So then I get like, now I feel bad because I don't want to call you. I don't want to talk to you. I love you so much, but this is not going well. Like, I was like beating myself up for it. Like, oh my God, you're a good person, but I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, you're getting old. I know getting old sucks. You are gonna die. Like, that's inevitable. Like, I don't know how to make you feel better about it.
Let's put it this way. There was this one guy I worked with in the Acorn projects in armed security enforcement who had a word for it. He would say, just die quietly, okay?
Yeah. Like, you know how when you go in a store right now, if you run in like Target or CVS or whatever, Walgreens, you know somebody's like, the cash register girl is going to be like, hey, how you doing today? And she's scamming your shit. Now, hopefully still at our age, we realize that when the bitch says, hey, how you doing today, she doesn't give a shit about how you're doing today. And we just go, okay, fine, good, ready for Christmas. Maybe we'll make a little something. I'm not ready for Christmas. That's it. But you get a certain age, I know because my grandmother did it. And now my parents do it. So it's like, hey, how you doing today?
Well, my back is hurting. Grandkids only visit once a week. I'm gonna my eyes watering. I don't know why they do this Christmas shit. And like, it's 4 hours later, the bitch is sitting there like, "What are you talking? Oh, you asked me how I was doing. How are you doing?" Like, I'm fine. I'm fine. That's the answer I wanted from you. I'm fine. I used to tell my grandma, when somebody asked, I was like, they ask you how you are. How you doing today? You doing okay? Something like that. They don't want to know. She would stop every person. She'd stop. Like, you walking by somebody, they say, "How you doing?" She'd stop. They're planning on continuing walking until they're like, she stops and turns around. Well, you asked me, I'm going to tell you. And I'd be like, "It's your death, Maddie. You should not have asked." Okay, I try to tell her. No one wants to know.
Just to kind of give you an anecdotal experience that kind of reinforces this. And a shout out to Veronica Barrera. Feliz Navidad, Senora Barrera. And Amanda Ute reacted to my photo. Oh my fucking god. Let me call her now and see if she comes on. She's on. Holy shit, she's on. Amanda, you have a pet squirrel. Is he still with us? Talk to Brooke and tell her about your pet squirrel. How you got your pet squirrel. Amanda, this is Amy Como and Brooke Gibson, and Aristides is asleep. But both you ladies, Amy Como, Brooke Gibson, this is Amanda Ute, and I know
Amanda.
Yeah. So Amanda, by the way, this wonderful lady, when my mother was critically brain injured to the point where there was no brain left in her skull, it was all blood. By the time that I was able to force them to put her through an MRI, and then, of course, my mother was clinically dead. It was at that time I made a blood sacrifice to Maliuk-Tausch, the peacock angel that possesses me, and I've only conducted 3 spells in my entire life. This was one of them, and I extended my mother's life by a decade. Little over that, really. Of course, the bargain was that at the end of that decade, a life had to be sacrificed to the peacock angel, Lucifer. And as a result, when Amanda Ute's abusive, satanic father-in-law, part of a intergenerational satanic ritual abuse family, tried to take her 2 children, I conducted the spell and he died of a brain tumor. Amanda, you can testify to that. And my bargain was
on a little
fulfilled.
lighter subject. Can you think you could do one more spell? Because I know somebody you can sacrifice, and I have a chihuahua that needs. I'd like some more of those ones.
These spells, I nearly die conducting them. When I conducted,
I'm willing to sacrifice you too for the chihuahua if I have to.
Amanda understands your love for animals. Amanda is very much an animal person like yourself. Amanda, tell this young lady, Brooke, about, and you're a young lady too, both of you are very young. Amanda, tell her about, you got 2 kids, you're the single mother of 2 kids too, just like Brooke. You're both single mothers of 2 kids, a boy and a girl. So Brooke is a single mother of a boy and a girl who have one's graduated and one's heading towards graduation. Amanda, you're the single mother of a boy and girl who are nearing high school graduation level. No, high school level. Period. And you keep a Noah's Ark worth of just go on and introduce yourself, Amanda. Mandy.
I think that's about it. Hi.
Hi. Yeah.
My Noah's Ark has decreased in size
quite a bit. And by the way, both of you have had asshole husbands that weren't worth a fucking shit. Brooke Gibson married some guy who was just a worthless piece of shit, and you married a guy who's just something worse than that. Go on.
You're giving him a compliment, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It's
Yes, I'm sorry. So, honey, I hope you're safe from him. Has he returned in any way, shape, or form to bother you?
Yeah, he moved back to Portland.
Oh, shit. I mean, good. I mean, wait, is this in any way, shape, or form a danger to yourself, or helps the situation by taking him away from you physically? right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's the danger area that it used to be. But I don't know.
Well, you're in a different city yourself. You're in Seattle, right? Or somewhere.
Oh, I'm still in Portland.
Oh, you're in Portland. Shit. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
And he moved. Oh, God. And also, after you were acquainted with myself, by the way, Brooke, Amy, this Amanda Ute tried to become a sponsor of mine, and so she actually physically met Lori and Ann Fenton. And when she physically met Lori and Ann Fenton told her, "Don't give your money to Douglas. Give it to the sleazy detective, Ed Opperman." And then after that, Amanda Ute and her children survived an assassination attempt. 2 trucks of the same make and model and paint job without license plates basically boxed her in, ran her off the road, and her daughter was saved because they're very large Dalmatian. Is it Kronk? He chewed through the safety.
Well, you paused at the wrong moment there. You went, her daughter was saved because they're very large, and I was like, is he about to say like of the Utes are very large people? Like her daughter is a very large girl. I was like, I would not say that.
Her daughter was saved because they're very large Dalmatian, I believe, or what was he? A Great Dane, who he chewed through the safety belt and rescued her daughter in particular, and the children were completely unscathed, even though the car had tumbled. But our dear Amanda had.
How did the dog get like? How did he help your daughter? Can you tell that story?
Yes.
Oh, the day before we left on this road trip, my Dane, who had never, ever done this before or since, literally chewed through the back seat belt. And so where I had her car seat had to be completely changed from where I always put her. And so I had to move her. And if I had put her in a spot where I had always put her, always, she was always there. She would have had a tree that went through her head.
Oh my God! So like, it gives me chills the way things like that work out. Like you just.
It was totally like, and he never did that ever since. Like he never chewed a seatbelt ever since. It was all, you know. Something was obviously watching over us. It's several different occasions on that whole accident. I mean, I fully.
It's not an accident, honey. It's an assassination attempt. This is what I have to keep telling Brandon Young, who was told by forensic experts that he survived an assassination attempt, and he'll still use that word. Accident. And so please continue, Amanda, but I had to get that in there. I mean, please, it's important to the narrative. Yes, go.
I think that's also part of other like trauma. You still like try to excuse things.
Yes.
You still try to
make it make sense more to other people because they'll think you're crazy or whatever, or like the story will be like, oh, you know, yeah.
I mean,
like, you know, I don't know. It's still, when I do think about it in that day and like everything that fell into place and then everything that happened, it's absolutely fucking crazy. And it wasn't an accident.
Yeah, like it's hard, like you can accept it when you think of it, but at the same time it's like the human part of us also wants to go, I must be crazy, like I'm making this, you know what I just get the feeling that you're saying, like there are things that you can believe and you know they're true. But then they're like, I can't even tell this story to someone because it sounds like so. I don't think I would believe it. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing.
Yes, that's a factor. And both Brandon Young and Amanda Ute had, correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, Mandy, you had basically both had auction cars that had been confiscated, and these were former security cars, and these automobiles had all kinds of various safety compartments for firearms and various other compartmentalized assets to them that your normal car does not have. These were somehow like former cars that would be used by security personnel or very important persons, VIPs, where their security personnel would keep guns in various compartments and the like. Is that not the case? Please clarify.
So the only difference was with mine from Brandon's was that mine was used as a test vehicle for exactly that. So I had all the bells and whistles of that, and my truck was used for when Secret Service, other whoever would take out the trucks for a test drive. I had to sign like a 3-page waiver about that I was getting a vehicle that was used for test drives, but it was not just a test drive vehicle. It was specifically for God, I forget how they even worded it, but basically like as you described. But it was not previously owned. It was used. So like when somebody wants to go, test drive a vehicle, they go to the lot. My truck that I bought would be delivered to test drive. So it went to several different Portland military area sites and would be test driven. It had like 18,000 miles on it when I bought it. And those were all test drive miles. And my warranty on that truck was invalidated, and I had a special warranty on it because of the government test driving that was done on it. But when we had the sale and everything, the way it was described to me was that it was kind of like just a plain Jane test driven vehicle. But when I looked over the paperwork later, it was very, very, very specific that it was government operation test drive, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. And so also when it comes to other things to specify, Brooke, are you still with us? Amy, are you still with us? I just need to confirm both of you being here. It's important to me.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I have a squirrel on my face, and he just tapped on the phone and sent you something. I
Oh,
was like,
that's cute.
stop tapping my phone.
That's so cute. That's adorable. And so, Amanda, talk about your squirrel.
Buddy is gonna be 3 years old.
Oh my gosh! How'd you get him?
So the year 2000, yes, COVID, when everything was shut down and all that sort of thing, my dog and my daughter found a baby squirrel in our backyard. And this was right after a really bad windstorm and rainstorm. And we tried to do the usual animal sanctuaries that we work with, but because of COVID, things were like closed down, shut down. All you could do was leave messages. So we just bottle fed him and raised him, and we tried to release him to the wild. He came back to me twice, once with a mangled arm and then second with a missing finger. And so he just kind of
Oh my god,
stays
you
more-
need to hear that to know that all the people that tell me, let's let him go. And I'm like, I'm scared if I let him go, I'll never free myself because I'll see a hit squirrel on the road. And
Yes.
I won't know if it's him. And I'll like, you know?
It's true.
Cannot just be the squirrel. There's territorial issues with other squirrels. They have to acclimate and be able to have a food source.
Yes.
And then they learn to stash, and you cannot, most rehabilitated or released squirrels die. It's like a 80 to 90% death rate.
Oh my god, I'm so glad you did, because I've been like not wanting to, like not gonna release him. Like I've pretty much come to the terms I wasn't, but people were pushing me to, some people, and then like my mom stood up. She was like, I don't think you should, but at least don't do it right now. Like it's because right when I got him it was Thanksgiving, and then we got a huge cold front came through here. Like it had been like 40, 50 degrees, and then it came and it was like 19 at night, you know, like 20 degrees colder. It was like the first 3 days I'd had him, and I thought, well, once I saw he was healthy, I'm like, I can try to release him. He's little, he was still a baby, but he wasn't being bottle fed, you know, he could eat. So like I'll try to release him, but it got so cold, so then I kept him that week, and then it was kind of like at that point, like, do I release him or not, you know? And so I've gone back and forth on it, and it finally pretty much come to the terms that I feel like he was sent to me, and I'm not going to. But that makes me feel better, at least knowing that I think I made the right decision on that.
Yes.
And right now, He's a baby, and right now, if he did have a nest that he would even know how to get back to, almost guaranteed some other squirrel has taken its place, and he'll die trying to go back home. If that's not the case, he has no food storage for the winter. And squirrels literally have like a 2-second brain span. they literally forget their stashes. My squirrel does it all the time. He will bring out nuts that I know he hasn't had for months, and he'll suddenly bring one out of nowhere. But it's not because of memory, because it was like a total accident. Like
he stored it.
Yeah, totally. They're. It's too funny, but yeah.
It's so funny because that's funny because I see him like dig because I give him little blankets, and he started digging like his little peanuts, the raw ones in the shell, and he would hide them when he just trying to hide them in the blanket. Yeah. But then also when he's with me, he'll be. You know how the peanuts, like there's 2 peanuts in a shell, so they like to chew. Which you know this. I'm just saying it for the listeners, but like one peanut, they'll get it out, right? He'll drop the other peanut because he's eaten the one. Now, at this point, when he's finished, like you said, 2-second brain span, if he dropped that where he was sitting like on my bed and he's sitting on the headboard above it, now you would think, I'm like, why didn't he just go get the other peanut if he's hungry? And then he just turns around. And if I give him another one, he's like, oh my God, that's exactly what I wanted. I needed another peanut. But I'm like, you have like 3 dropped right there. Like right there. You could have just grabbed. But you waited until I went and got another. Like you totally forgot about those.
Incredible. They're funny too because they're totally like the stoner of the animal group, where like you're saying they just forget shit and they're just like happy, but they're maniacal little deviant mind. They're smart as shit too.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're more like ADHD because like that's what Douglas said. Like you got the perfect pet because it's just like because he's like runny zoomy, and I'll get to like ADHD like. Yes. And like it's almost like they just forget, like set your keys down. I don't know what the keys are. I don't know. I had them 2 seconds ago. What conversation am I on now? I'm going to a new conversation. Yeah. But I look at them like that kind of.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Which is
like
why
you said they're smart. Like what were you saying? They were smart. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go on, Amanda. Yeah.
I just I've tried to hide things that he'll like get into or chew on. Or he'll watch us to like try to get in the bathroom because I'll hide my plants in there when I water them because that's when he'll try to eat them. And he'll wait and he'll watch people and he knows like who leaves the door open, who like
stare. Does yours do that where like you can just see him, he'll just sit still, but you see those eyes and they're just watching. Like then I'll finally realize like he'll just like he's just like staring on it, but then he will, like I said, like you said, I'll go in the bathroom and like he'll suddenly just be like down, jump. He's like, oh.
Yeah. They are planning. They are smart. But apparently my little guy, he's not smart for living out in nature. My daughter watched him trying to jump from tree to tree outside, and he fell in the creek behind her house because he didn't know how to jump and gauge it correctly, and he barely made it to the bank, and she went and grabbed him.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Go on.
Well, I fell off, so I have a stand-up shower. Talking about falling, and that happened yesterday. And he the first one, he was little. He crawled up like the towel, like, 'cause I had something long hanging there, and he'd get on the top of the stand-up shower glass, right? And he sat there and he wanted me because he wanted to go to my so he jumped onto my shoulder when he was very little, and actually stood in the water and liked it. And so yeah, so I don't. That's why I was wondering if yours like water at all.
Oh, since my guy fell in the river a couple times, he's not as enthused about it. But I do know there are several squirrels, kind of like a Maine cat or a few other breeds, that they do enjoy it and they'll go in it and stuff if they know they're safe. So I think my guy's just a little too traumatized.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, mine may be now because so he came up again. I put him this time. I got anything for him to crawl up because if I had something long hanging on there, you need to crawl up. But had like a long curtain right in there. He had crawled up it. So this time I just kind of sat him up there on the top where my towel is, and I get in the shower. And he looks over and he's looking at me, and I'm like, "Do you want to come down?" And sometimes he would come down on my arm. He's kind of looking at me, and then the next thing I know, like I would turn my head to wash my hair, and I hear a thump. I mean, I was like, but I see it happening because I kind of like he fell,
and I have tile in the bathroom, like hard cold tile, and like it wasn't like like a cat that jumps and he's like, they kind of landed on their legs. It felt more like it looked more like a splat. Like I yelled,
yes,
and I was like, is he going to move? Like, is this? I'm pretty sure he was thinking, am I going to move either? Like, it was not graceful. It was not like a squirrel that suddenly decided to get off the shower. He just decided it fell, So, and then he hid from me for like a couple of hours. I had to make sure he was okay. And yeah, he was just like totally, I don't know if he was embarrassed or hurting or both.
Right.
So yeah, that's what you were saying, like not graceful to live in the wild. I was thinking, oh God, if he was on a tree up that high, like.
Right. I have learned that squirrels can fall from a ridiculous height and live, even more so than cats. Not that it isn't terrifying and horrifying, and stone or tile is definitely not the same as ground, but they definitely are like babies. They bounce.
That is good to know, because I did. I mean, like, I literally was in the shower and I already had shaved in my hair, and I'm trying to get. I'm like, see him, and I see he's alive. I go, like, jump, kind of jump out, like, okay. I'm like, okay, and I'm like crying, like, can you move? Because I saw him like kind of go, like, he has a little crate in there, and he went under it, like to hide. He's never done that. And I was like, okay, just breathe, buddy. Like, I'm coming to you. And he was fine, but like he was. I think he was probably more embarrassed than or just shocked. But you could tell something because he was just hiding. Like, oh, I don't know what happened. But just, like a stoner. Like, I don't know. I just fell. I just took a breath.
It's amazing.
There I went.
They're oddly very sensitive creatures.
Yes.
For as funky and kamikaze as they can be, they definitely are very sensitive.
I love it, because I sense that, so he's so funny. He wants to cuddle or like be on me because he wants to be around me. I'll just say this last thing. But if I have to leave, because obviously I have a life, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, you have to go in your crate. He doesn't want there. I can't stay in here. I'll let you stay out. And he does. Even when I put him down, he knows he's gonna stay out. He's like, no, I want you. Like, I want to get on you. I want to be right beside you. And when he's life in that mode, I'm like, I've got to go. And so I've left him sometimes, for like the whole day. And you can tell when I come back, like one day I left the light off and it was pitch black in here. He completely was like in this emotional, like, frame of mind. Like, you left me, it was just very different. It's so weird.
Totally. No, when my kids spend the night at friends' houses, or they've been gone like with school and other things, and they really haven't been home a lot, like I can totally tell what he has a little emotional trip.
Yeah, that's so funny.
My
I
daughter,
just like talking to somebody else who's experienced it. I know it sounds weird to everybody else, but it's just so true the way they do that. So I'm new to it, but I'm glad you're confirming it, that I'm not crazy.
No, this definitely is the way of the squirrel.
Yes. No, I mean, it's so important that both of you have this conversation. You have no idea how glad I am about this. And so...
It's why Benjamin Franklin wrote a eulogy for a squirrel.
Yes! That's right. And so by all means, continue. You said, this is the last thing I'll say about this. It's as if we're running out of patience. That's not the case. I think this is very important because imagine you've got to tell these people who say, you've got to let them go, as if it's you're doing something unnatural by maintaining this squirrel as a pet. You've got to let them know not just the history of pet ownership of squirrels in America, that it's totally respectable, nothing abnormal about it, but also exactly what Amanda explained, just the fact that releasing them into the wild is a death sentence. This is something at this point, the squirrel has adopted you.
Well, I think more than that, I think that, like, what you're saying is exactly right. And that's what, like, you don't keep him long. That's what, Crazy had said, was like, if you keep him any long, you're going to have to keep him forever. Like, because that is he made a point. Like, yeah, if you're going to release him, you need to release him quick. Like, if he was releasable, try to release him then, because the longer he was in, I knew the more chances of his survival would be less. Like, that's, go ahead.
If you can, return a baby or any other animal to the wild and they can function, that's obviously optimal. That's obviously what you want to do. But when you talk about babies and it's either human intervention or they die, I don't know. There's a reason why us humans have a different conscious level. It is to caretake. And especially with the squirrels, I looked for the nest. I saw it was destroyed. Also, there were, little bugs crawling over them. And they say, once that's happened, like, the parents are not coming back. You have to take that animal in. There is no going back
Or
from
they
there.
get those flies lay the eggs in them. Have you seen that where they in the like my mom lives on Paris on the mountain, and she has a squirrel that was like, you could see the worms like crawling out of it.
Oh.
So what happens is the flies will get on the squirrels, and this was an adult squirrel, but they will lay eggs, and then the eggs latch into their fur, like if they're out in the wild and they're wet or whatever, and can lay, and they can actually so the egg larva is like basically laying in their skin and coming out of it. I mean, not kind of like the guy. I mean, like, I guess humans do the same thing. I mean, we can get the bots fly from like places like that. It's just
Totally.
like, But you know what I was thinking too when Douglas was saying that, and you were saying that, like, yeah, we released them to the wild, and people did make me like, or people can try to be like, oh, you have to release. But you know what? When I think about it, I'm like, wait a minute. Like, first of all, yeah, that's the squirrel 100 years ago, 200 years ago was a very popular pet, right?
Yeah.
Then we decide it's not. Now we say the dog is a popular pet right now, but the dog was wild. It was a wolf. These dogs were all basically came from a wolf line, right? So these were wild animals at some point, different ones. And also, I would just go back to, well, when did we as humans become tame? Because what if I just was randomly passing the what do you call that? What do we call that? The man, like the caveman, but the other name for it. Like that baby. I'm like, it's a human. I should probably leave it in the wild.
Right, Neanderthal or Cro-Magnon or one of those anthropological variations of our species.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, at what point do we become where, like, okay, we can go in a house versus not? Like, I think, like, looking at him, yes, I took him in, and that's a responsibility of the human to, if you do that, I think that's the bigger problem, is people that take in animals that are wild. You shouldn't go looking for them. I don't think we should pull them out of their habitat. But if they need help, or like for him, I don't know if he needed help. I don't know why he ran up to me. I don't know why he jumped on me. That's so weird. But when that kind of stuff happens, that you're not looking for it, but there it is in front of you. Well, who is to judge and say, well, let's just throw it back in the wild, and if it lives, it lives. That's where it was. I don't know. I hope to God, like, if I'm from South Carolina, and if I randomly end up in California, I hope I'm on Douglas's door. He'd be like, looks like
throw you down the Skid Row, or
she's from the South. You throw her back. She'll either end up back there, or she's bitten to be dead. I don't know, but don't give her anything. Don't feed her. She'll come back.
About and whatnot. If they weren't ours, they weren't our problem.
Yeah, that's the way it was.
I feel the same about dogs, that people leave outside and in freezing cold climates or rain, and they say, well, they used to be wolves and they're used to it. And people do not understand that was a very, 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 very long time ago, unless you have a breed. Like
other than certain breeds, there are breeds that like it. Like what do you call that? Like a
husky.
They want the snow, they want the cold, they want to be out there. But all the others have been domesticated for literally thousands of years, and you can't just deny them shelter. They're not the same. And we do have that same issue with the squirrels. They were domesticated. They were an upper prestigious pet. It was kind of like the what were those cats? The Turkish Angoras.
Aristocrat.
Right. It was a certain level, and I don't know at what time it became gross or wrong or against society, but you can't just throw them back out there.
But
and
it
not
sucks. That's what we did. Like, not and again, like, you and I were born not even knowing that that's what had really transpired. But that's what transpired in those poor squirrels. And they're like, suddenly when I grew up, it's like people are putting bird feeders out, and they're like, those damn squirrels are getting my bird feeder, and trying to put out hot pepper, so that not only they don't even let the squirrels look at it as a pet, they're like, I hate you, squirrels, I'm gonna put hot pepper in your mouth.
It becomes very malicious. That it's I mean, even with rats, and I know there's plenty of everything has a problem. Everything can be a parasite.
Okay, you're gonna to me because you're my girl. Like, I'm telling you right now, people are like rats. I'm like, yeah, that everything has a problem. I'm telling you right now, people are like, because I have little, because down here in the South, we don't have big, like I've seen those New York rats. They just show pictures of. They're huge. But even those, I mean, I wouldn't say bad, but what I'm saying is, I put one of those glue traps out. I would never do again, but I put one out in my garage because I had those down in the South. We don't have we have cockroaches, like, I guess, like if you keep your house dirty, you know, like you see a bunch of those little red roaches. But we have those big, they're actually called a palmetto bug. They're giant black cockroaches. They're huge. And you'll get a few in. And so if you have oak trees and stuff, so I had in my garage, put that food truck down, went outside to the garage the next night after work, and there's a cutest little white mouse just stuck to it. He's like gray. He was gray and white. So cute, but he was dying because he was stuck to the glue. My mom was there because she had picked my kids up from school, and we literally you couldn't pull him off because that glue is so strong. They're horrible. You couldn't just pull him off because he was completely glued down. So we get him, and so we had to cut around, we're cutting around his body, trying to cut the glue out. You know, we finally did free this little mouse in the tree. But so at that point, I'd see little tiny mouse droppings, and I would again, size of less than a grain of rice, right? And I'm like, and people are like, oh, we could give you a disease, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm fairly certain that I would let's say that mouse, even just one mouse, has been out here and it's shit in my garage for 1 week. I won't even probably have noticed that because it's so tiny. I won't even notice in that garage. But I can guarantee you, if Douglas Dietrich comes in my garage one day, much less he's shitting out there for a week, and I walk out, I'm going to notice it. And I'm probably going to get sicker if my food is around in Douglas Dietrich shit than the mouse. So when people are like, well, they get mouse droppings, you know, if it gets in your food, you'll get sick. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure anybody's shit gets in my food, I might get sick. I mean, it's not just because of the mouse, you know? So, I mean, you know, the bats, certain diseases are prone to certain animals, but I think people that say, oh, the mice are such problems because they can get in shit. I'm sure there are giants in the sky that are like, look at those humans getting into our shit.
Yeah. Oh, hi.
Yes.
I like it. Sky giant.
Well, yeah, Earth might just be a big bag of cereal to some giant god, right? And we're like, we can't get rid of these rats in our Earth cereal. I just want cocoa Earth without all these human droppings. I don't know. I just, it's funny how we, you know. But I love you. I love your ideas, and do you think like me?
Yes.
Animals do.
Absolutely. I mean,
I won't put you down and say you think like me and everything. I don't want to put you in that.
No. But Amanda, of course, also loves peacocks, and she was essentially kind of like a peacock reservation. And once she became affiliated with myself, and because of my open affiliation with the Peacock Angel, people began killing her peacocks. And these were definitely people, and they've terrorized her for years in this regard. Has that ever stabilized, Amanda, ultimately? Or is this... It was still ongoing since up until maybe a few years ago? Maybe this... update us on this, please.
I lost one of my peacocks about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks.
I'm so sorry.
I think she was definitely a predator hit, though.
Okay.
However, before that, I had 3 chickens die out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They all were we went outside and I had 3 dead chickens where they were laying out in the sun, just sunbathing and okay. They didn't feel like the rest, the earlier stuff that Douglas is speaking about, where it was very obviously targeted. But I have had I don't know, I forget when I talked to you about this, Douglas, I guess kind of a bit of an uptick in it, about it the last year.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So was your target? Do you think you were targeted the original one, like during that time? Was it by humans, like in human form? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
or is it more spiritual?
definitely explain to her.
My main so peacocks are definitely have a alpha, and my alpha was kidnapped. He was dropped off a couple days later by a car, and my Dane is the one that alerted me. And I don't know if I've told this story in a long time. It sounds weird. But my alpha male disappeared. I thought he kind of flew away, but he has always watched his roost and stayed close, and he'd be back. And then he kept not coming back. And this was when we were having a horrific heat wave, and him not coming back for water was absolutely crazy. And then one morning at 6 a.m, I heard this truck, which is not ridiculous around here. But then my Dane started going crazy at my window, which overlooks my driveway. And I heard this honking, and I heard this peeling away. And as soon as I opened the door, my Dane is like barreling out in front of me, just trying to get outside. And there is my peacock in between my fence and my neighbor's fence, and he is squawking away. And not only is he not dehydrated, which any animal without water in 2 days of 100-degree weather just isn't going to be okay.
Right.
So he was not outside. He was not in the elements. He was not away from water. But it wasn't too shortly after that happened. And this is when some things with Douglas and some odd things had happened. And I want to say that was right after his Australian visit and return had happened, which other weird, crazy shit went down with them.
Yes.
It's kind of weird to think about because so many things were happening, like left and right. It's really kind of a blur. But after that, I did have white peacocks. They are the rarest. They are considered sacred, kind of like the white bull, the white cow. I found my 3 white males outside of my yard in different, not a predator got to kind of way. And they were always with their wings splayed outwards, as if in flight. And
like a spread eagle is as they call it when they take a bird and they put it onto a shield as a kind of decor or aesthetic for representing a nation. The eagle of America has its wings spread like that, and these are actually kind of like almost a desecration of the dead bird's body to spread it like that, but it's done for the sake of to show the power of the state while identifying with the animal is also in a sense desecrating its body. But these were spread out like you would the American eagle on the shield of America or some other nation's shield where the eagle is spread eagled. This is how the peacocks would be splayed. They're splayed. Please continue. Yes. They're put on display so that you could see that a person did this. Go on.
Head's always missing.
Yeah.
Even though the way the body should be if it were a predator, yes, the head would definitely be gone. However, the rest of the body would be torn apart too. I don't mean to be gross, but if anybody has ever been out in the wild, or if they are a hunter, or they've seen dead animals, there is a look of an animal who has died naturally or who has died from a predator attack compared to I guess even a detective would even tell you this, a body that's posed in death. And having grown up in the North, hunting and dead animals and whatnot is no mystery to me whatsoever. And so I guess that's something I always want to make clear, that these were absolute oddities. And I have had chickens that were taken by prey. I do live near the wetlands. There are many things obvious when you can tell that kind of thing. And, you know, it being where I am, having a carcass left behind and not touched by other predators, by other carnivores, by other creatures is a huge sign. I shouldn't have found these peacocks, but the fact that no other of the other animals touched the bodies is a big deal. It's, you know, it is survival. There are lots of things that would consume a bird. That's why you usually don't see dead ducks and geese and other birds lying around. They don't last. And whether it's the insects or just the rats or the mice or the other whatnots, they're not around. Usually what you'll find is maybe a fluff of feathers, and that's if you recently came upon a kill. So where I'm at, I've had missing birds, and you chalk it up to shit, something came in and took it. And that's what it is. After all of my white guys had been killed off, though, my alpha male, who had been around, he disappeared for the last time and never came back. And then I cannot remember, that was either right before or right after the major car accident.
Yes.
So, and then I relocated over half my flock to a different location. The special ones that were a part of that, my alpha breed and my white breed. And I do have a small little few herd here. They're all the ones that have been born on my property. They're very attached. They're very nothing as except for what just happened a couple weeks ago, which is kind of weird. It kind of sparked up with some other things. Like I said, I lost about 3 chickens at the same time. Yeah.
And go on. This became a regular thing for you. Is that somebody continually would kill your peacocks by tearing off the head, but taking none of the body? There was a young bird that you found basically nailed to the wall or to your door, or something similar to that. I mean, so this was just the beginning of a kind of terrorism involving this. Please continue.
Yeah, well, right. So we had gone several years without anything but natural. We have old birds. We take in rescue animals. I take in animals that just need to be rehomed or released. And the spring we had two bird obvious sacrifices. It was really traumatizing for my kids because we were hand feeding these babies. They were going to be released, and once again it was kind of like my peacocks, everything except for the missing head, but this time it was the left eye was tore out and everything else was whole, but the body was in a crucifixion kind of state. And so I know there's a lot of BS about the left eye, thing and whatever, but it was if it was a regular predator, they wouldn't have just gnawed the eyeball and left. So those would have been pickings and stuff of later, but everything else about the bird was intact. But it was obviously dead, and it was obviously killed in terror. And yeah. So this year's been, I guess, compared to the last 2 or 3 years, has definitely had an uptick in weirdness, but I would say that's kind of like global. I don't think it's personally targeted, but just bad juju on everybody and everything, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know. If
But definitely in the early days, it was definitively after your affiliation with myself, and you're obviously in a haunted place. You are near a river, are you not?
Well, and it is a wetland that goes into several rivers, that goes into several big rivers.
And you do have a cemetery near your home.
Yes, I want to say that the earliest grave is 1815, I think.
Yes. And this is, of course, near an abandoned church. Has anyone rendered that church active ever again? Aside from yeah, go on. Aside from the weird incident where we know the person brought these, Middle Eastern immigrants there for some weird gathering, and then they, and this was, of course, around the time your peacocks were being murdered as well, and piles of dead rats were deposited on your roadway. Yes.
Totally, and it we have some weird things about the church. That this was at the same time that they were able to buy up about 5 houses in our neighborhood, and they cleared about a quarter of an acre of trees just to make a parking lot. So this church that's never full it's nothing new, but has a shit ton of money going through it. But it's also where the Washington County Police Department holds its annual canine training. So there is an agreement between my local police department and this church for using their grounds for training and their annual meeting with their canine units. Their parking lot's never full. Their buildings are never full. They built a school that does not have kids in it, basically. They're the same ones that kind of technically the graveyard is on their property, even though it's still county historical property, but they're allowed to be the caretakers of it. And they're the ones I was telling you about, that they built a community garden literally right next to this graveyard. And it's downhill. So all of the rainwater, and Portland, we rain a lot. All of the grave water washes into the garden, and they give out that food to the needy. It's donated. So it's yeah. The church is donating food grown with grave water.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And this is all, it's all very sinister, and your house is quite haunted. It's, as I've said before, basically the house, the hell house on Haunted Hill. Are your children okay? How are they doing? These days, right now. Yeah. And how close are they to, what grades are they?
So literally last week, my daughter just turned 16, which is absolutely crazy. And my son will be turning 18 in May.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, they're getting old. They're getting so old.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, honestly, but go on.
But I feel old.
You're not. You're not. But after the assassination attempt, Amanda Ute's stomach was pushed up into her esophagus, and she was dying. And she was dying for years. She definitely needed surgery to save her. I basically had to get all of Revolution Radio's listeners to start a letter writing campaign and a telephone harassment campaign to her insurance company before they finally acquiesced to the surgery she needed that saved her life. And I felt I owed her at least that for this.
My dying day, and my kids know that that Douglas's listeners and Douglas, like they're the reason why I got my surgery, 100%. Like I had literally just been in with my specialist doctor, and these guys are nationwide specialists, and he straight up was telling me like he's never been told no from a surgery from an insurance company, and that at the time that we were talking, that his supervisor was upstairs having a screaming match with insurance because he had also never been told no. And it's not just, it sounds like it's just kind of like a like an ego thing, like they were being told no. It's that they were told no for my surgery until I was on the gurney dying. So my insurance acknowledged that I was dying and I was going to be put into a critical point where my medical condition was going to kill me. I was going to die. And the fact that they had proven, and it was
and by the way, just so people understand, this is not a medical condition. This is a critical injury from the assassination attempt that had deformed her internal organs, which had been severely rearranged by the assassination attempt. Please continue, honey. Yes.
Well, and you're right. I mean, I do need to kind of, like, we do cope. I know I cope. My specialist came in and said, you know, you're not the largest we've ever seen, but this definitely is up there in like our top 3. and this is about how much of my stomach was actually in my chest and strangulating my heart. And once I realized later that he's talking about like nationwide statistics, it kind of put in perspective, like, holy shit, that's not the top 3 I ever wanted to be in. Yeah. But that's why they were so outraged and not understanding why they were being told no was, and I remember we did a show, and I remember on Facebook, several wonderful people that have been fans of yours and followers of yours and supporters of yours for a very long time. And I forget his last name. I just remember his first name, James.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't remember his last name either, but he was a black African-American security enforcement agent who worked in both Germany and Japan. Right. Yes. And I honestly was irritated by, he had the most beautiful Facebook timeline because, as I said, he weeded his garden. Wasn't irritated by the fact that he wouldn't allow me to publish because my images were too morbid for him or too extreme for him. He wanted only flowers and stuff like that. I was rather irritated by the fact that he would look at various world leaders and say, this guy's a chomo, he's a pedo, and he got to the point where he said that about the Dalai Lama. And I thought he was being ridiculous until, of course, the scandal where the child is kissing the Dalai Lama, and then the Dalai Lama's recorded saying, "Suck my tongue! Suck my tongue!" And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. But anyhow, that aside, yes, please continue. So, yes, so finally, James, among others, he took a special effort to write, call repeatedly, and played his role, and ultimately they were forced to relent. The insurance company. Please continue. Yes.
Well, and so part of that, anybody that's had any kind of major medical condition, or I guess even minor, it can take up to months to get a appointment or a surgery, let alone through a specialist. So the people that did surgery on me are literally booked years out. There is no sudden cut in. But when we did the show, the last time we talked about it in the end of November, I remember this so clearly because my daughter's birthday is in December. Christmas and New Year's obviously is in December. I went and did my last appointment in October, and that's when I was told about this huge fight going on. And my specialist is telling me, like, holy shit, we're trying to fight with you. We don't understand what's going on, blah, blah, blah. We did a show, and I think you were still on Revolution Radio. Maybe not. I could be wrong about that.
I'm sure I was. Come on.
I think so. I think this was still Revolution Radio. So you still did your 2 shows, and then there was a huge thing, and then within barely 10 days, they called me and they said, you have an appointment. Your surgery is going. You need to be ready within 7 days. And I was instantly under 7-day pre-operation protocol. And that kind of suddenly going in for surgery with these particular people and this authorization was like emergency room kind of deal. Like, get care because I'm on a journey, which is what they told me I had to be. That suddenly my doctors had their schedule open, and that I was going in barely a week was absolutely crazy. I had my daughter's birthday, and I went right into the hospital, and I was just praying to God that I would be home for Christmas instead of my kids burying their mom on Christmas. But the turnaround, that was instant prep for operation, and this was a major operation. This was huge. It wasn't a little deal. When I was told originally when I was going to be scheduled for this operation, I had to expect to prep for 3 days because it was going to take that long just to schedule my appointment and get everything in line ready for me at the hospital for the stay and the aftercare that I needed anyway. So how I got jammed in there out of nowhere in the first place when I wasn't on an emergency call didn't make any sense. And my doctor, when I was checking in and he was prepping me down, he was like, I don't know what happened. We got the okay. We had the schedule cleared. Like, we're going to get you okay. And obviously my doctor is just trying to like take care of me and make me better, make me feel comfortable. But he was even explaining like, I don't know how this happened. I'm just glad we get to make you better. Yes. And actually, after I got in prep for surgery and I was about to go under anesthetic, my doctor came in and he said, look, there was an emergency and I actually have to assist with a second operation. However, my mentor is going to be the one operating on you. So I promise you're going to be okay. And in my circumstance, the only situation of not having my doctor that took care of me was the fact that I was getting his mentor, the one that taught him, and she is still the leading in this area of gastronomy surgeon in the Western world, actually, that she operated on me and took care of me. I never met her once. Was also amazing and crazy and phenomenal. My surgery took a lot longer than it was supposed to, and it was one that apparently they do class studies about. She teaches and shows my x-rays.
Yes, it's a case study for classes, for medical lessons. Go on.
Right, because it really was that horrendous.
Yes.
And I have full faith in the doctor, the man that had been treating me. But him going, damn, my mentor is going to get you. Like, you're all good. Came out of nowhere. And the stars aligned. It's kind of like with my car accident and how my children were saved. And several other things were okay that trip, even though I did get hurt. That shouldn't have happened. So I don't know why things worked out so good that way, but...
Well, it was hell on earth for all too long. And your husband, he was a product of a satanic ritual abuse family where at a very young age, we're talking about maybe between 9 to 11 years of age, they had him bartending. He put him up on a stool, like a bar stool, so that he could bartend towards a bunch of bikers and porno actresses having an orgy in front of him.
Yep, and directors and producers.
Yeah. Yes, and this was arranged by his family, and this was the father of which began lurking outside your home. Why, as a matter of fact, we had the typical kind of government man, crew cut, the athlete looking, and they're basically running relay races in front of your home while it was under surveillance. Was this not the case?
It was. The running racers was actually really weird and oddly specified. My kid's dad, he did do marathons, which is a really weird tie because I've never talked about this before, but in Alaska where I used to live, there was a really big deal with several marathon runs and runner things that go on. And I know that sounds very abstract, but it was very personal.
Of course. These are all very personalized. So when it came to your son's, I'm so sorry, your husband, who basically is kind of like a retarded errant son or a juvenile delinquent, socially maladept reject son, kind of. He basically had this background where, of course, he hated black music. But somehow went out in the middle of the night after withdrawing all of your money from the bank to a rap concert after rendezvousing with some woman who was stuck on the road in the middle of the night with her engine block open, but he stops to help her and takes her to this rap concert. This story, am I remembering this correctly or not?
It's kind of she happened to run into him at a grocery store.
Okay.
But then it progressed from there. But you're absolutely right. Like the hatred and the weirdness and where he ended up was just absolutely mind-boggling and maybe it sounds extreme, but I mean like blasphemous. From somebody, yes. When they're a certain way, and for these other things to happen, it's very hypocritically blasphemous from what they preach and supposedly live by.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of blasphemy, so then the father of this man, your children's kind of like grandfather in a sense, begins to lurk outside your home, and he's fairly wealthy. What was his industry?
Oh boy. So everybody that goes through a scan at the airport.
Yes.
That's my in-laws company.
Yes.
They put in all of the screeners after 9/11. He took over the medical microchip industry. Not yes. Took over. There were other competitors, but they definitely sold out. Okay, yes, sold out. Who was actually putting our scanners into our airport? Yes, it was a California American-based company, which was my father-in-law. But these were companies where he was going to Thailand and actually Dublin, Ireland, quite often.
Yes.
I did go to Hong Kong actually quite often too, about medical chip industry equipment that was now in the United States. Yes. And in the early 90s when he did this company, it was with a partner, and it was with just medical equipment in the United States.
Could you repeat that, because your technology is glitching? Repeat the last sentence.
I'm so sorry, hun. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
She's not glitching. My squirrel started chewing on the phone.
But it could be a factor. But say the last sentence again, dear Mandy.
Just saying.
He went to Thailand, Dublin, Ireland a lot, and then the last thing you're qualifying afterwards about yeah.
So they used to have just regular medical import microchip technology that was going into the community. Mm-hmm. At a certain point, it completely got turned into, they got the 100% contract for all of the scanners that were being put into the airports.
With
for
TSA
scanning.
after 9/11.
Yes.
So he's basically a multi-billionaire. Go on.
Except Halliburton bought their other company out, and there was a whole nother takedown, and there's a whole nother crazy shit that happened with that. 100%. It's crazy. I've never even talked about it.
Yes.
That the company that was does not exist, and it was through Halliburton and another side company that did buy him out. Yes. So not only did he have brain cancer, but he also died watching his company be dismantled and taken over.
Yes, and this was, of course,
for that, but I mean, karma.
Well, no, understand that when I made the pact with Malik Tausch, and ultimately the sacrifice of this individual as his payment was a man of great power and all his belongings. His company, for people who don't understand this, corporations are legally recognized as immortal entities. If his company had survived, he would, in essence, survive. So Malik Tausch took the company with him because the company was him. Does that make sense?
Yep. Well, people can look it up. It was OSI Electronics. Yes. I do not recall the name that it was taken over by. I can say it was a shell company that was based out of India, but it was owned by Halliburton. I can get the records to prove that if we would want to. Yes. And also, I mean, on top of that, when I met Lorianne Fenton, when I was doing show events, and there were two that I did do coincide with her, Douglas doesn't remember meeting me, and I no absolute fault to you, honey. You were under so much and meeting so many other people. I don't care two shit whatsoever. I'm just saying.
Understood.
This conference that I met Douglas at, and also I started to do business with Lorianne Fenton at, is the same conference where Douglas was accosted on stage. Yes. And there was that huge hoopla about.
Yes.
That was the same concert I apologize. The same conference.
Yes.
I do events and I used to do concerts, so if I conflate this two, that's totally my bad.
No worries.
That was the same conference that literally right when Douglas was going to go on stage, and right when I had closed my booth and I had gone into the conference center, a man intersected me. And I could describe him to a T today, 100%. And he was holding a beer. He was chit-chatting. He was saying he was kind of lost. He needed help getting around. He saw that I was a booth person. He asked for some help. We chit-chatted. He took me out of the conference room. And I ended up getting totally bypassed with this guy for like an hour. And I told Douglas before, I have never just wandered off with somebody before.
Yes.
And we didn't even leave the hotel grounds. Yeah. But at the end of us talking, this man was literally filling out a check saying, so wait, how much do you need to pay off your mortgage? Because I'll give that to you. And that's kind of when I woke out of my stupor and left and got myself away from there. But I can't even describe how we even got there. And we were never alone. It was never like I didn't ever go up in his room. I do remember we did go outside and we were walking and talking because we were talking business. And we went to go back inside the hotel room, and out of his pocket and his wallet, he opens up his wallet and he pulls out 5 hotel keys. And he's like, I just got to check which one of these worked. Just don't be alarmed. And he tried like 2, and then the third one worked. And he's like, I'm just here so much, I don't ever remember which one works.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Here, go on. Yes, this is espionage shit. And this guy was not particularly attractive either.
No.
So
here's the crazy shit, too. This guy is talking to me about how his job is to infiltrate corporations and businesses that his company is buying out. And his job, he's talking to me, he's drinking beers, he's like bragging how he goes in and he's like, the HR guy that's going to solve problems, or he's the good guy from the company, like from Office, and he's interviewing people about their jobs, and he's just trying to figure out who fits where, and next thing you know, people are fired. He was completely describing to me his position of how he sends him in to take down a company. And these guys buy these companies either to fake a loss or to drive their market down so horribly they get to suck in their commodity. It takes a lot to describe this. But he basically described what was going to happen in the next 6 months to my father-in-law's company.
Yes.
And it happened totally to a T. About he signed a deal with a partner company, he got bought out by another company, and next thing he knew, all those people were on their ass and they were bought out by a foreign agency, and he was now a bootlicker, like begging and pleading when he used to be the CEO boss man on the top of the fucking hog chain.
Absolutely. And yeah, go on, honey.
No, I was just gonna say, like, that's when I think the major coincidence of starting, then the Peacocks, then the car accident, it was this huge, holy shit, hit the fan. And it, you know, I don't know. I wonder, like, if I accepted this guy's check, would, like, the car accident not have happened? Like, I don't know.
Well, it's essentially that if you had accepted his check, you would have entered into a world of bondage in which you would have been beholden to this individual, and they would continually have called for payback in different ways. Your children ultimately would have been held hostage. This is what you're... Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry, hon. I just want to clarify, too, because this sounds like some just drunken guy walking around a hotel. I saw this guy's Mercedes-Benz. I saw this guy and these other people who pulled up in even more expensive cars that I don't even know what they're called.
Right.
Like, this guy's not bullshit. There was an occasion out in the lobby when one, and you remember the conference that this was at. It wasn't the most high-end hotel.
That's quite right. Go on.
It wasn't rinky-dink either.
That's right.
And these hotels, when they do conferences and they have people, like, that's their moneymaker. So they're not going to kiss ass to some bullshit. If that makes, I don't know if that makes any sense. But I saw the people who were in the main lobby who were workers, like, he snapped and said, "Give me this," and they said, "Yes, sir."
Yeah.
And so we did go into the bar restaurant, and we were given VIP.
Yeah.
And again, I was only around this dude for a little over an hour, but it was not bullshit as far as what he had. So, and when he was writing that check, this dude literally, as far as I know, which is not true, knew nothing about me. He had no reason to want to write the check to me that he was writing.
To basically bail you out as a total stranger without at least the return of sexual favors and going into his room and blowing him off and...
Exactly. We were out in public. There were no behind the scenes. Now, we did go outside while he smoked a joint. I will admit to that.
Right.
He was bumping music off of his car outside while he was smoking a joint.
Yeah.
And he was bragging about how he had a medical card in California at the time. I don't know if California was totally legal at the time.
California at that time was not legal, and his medical card had to be extraordinarily specific, and it was, yeah. So it was like he was privileged. Go on.
Shit ton. And this was store. This was from, like, legit, even if he wasn't legit himself. Like, this was not bullshit.
Yeah.
There's a few other occasions that I've been in these situations where you can tell when somebody is trying to front that they're big and they're blowing smoke up your ass, and somebody's actually big.
Yes.
this guy, so when I was going into the conference room, the way he intercepted me was so targeted that's why I was so caught off guard at the time. And when I look back at it now, I go, oh shit. Because there's been a couple other times, not as hardcore as him, but it was definitely the start of the trying to derail me in this other track. And there were several other business opportunities that came my way. And because I denied them, I suffered. My family suffered, my business suffered, but I just like that dude's check, I wasn't going to take it.
Yeah. And you did the right thing. You did the right thing by not doing so. Again, just
Once with you, darling, like every single time. When I look back at the timeline, it was always about with you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's the very important point to be made. And I want people to understand that when you assassinate a human being, it's very different from assassinating a corporation. When you assassinate a corporation, you basically are conducting a hostile takeover in which a leveraged buyout results in the liquidation of all their assets. And that's how a corporation dies. This is what he was describing was the what would be the murder of her satanic Edomite, the Edomite father-in-law's corporation, which was his option for immortality, because corporations are immortal entities that do not die naturally. They're considered to be liable like a citizen, but they really aren't. PG&E Corporation, which is our utilities in Northern California, is held responsible for the death of ultimately hundreds of people due to wildfires caused by its lines falling to the ground in dry weather, and explosions that took place under entire city blocks that wiped out communities. But after being declared guilty of mass murder, PG&E, as an immortal entity, is still running around doing business, basically, essentially on what would they call it, parole, or a kind of charges are filed, and in this case, the individual's declared guilty, but they can't find a prison big enough to put them in. It's too big to fail, too big to detain or imprison. But nevertheless, your father-in-law's corporation died before his eyes, and so he in turn died knowing that his only option for immortality went before him. His lifeboat sank underneath him, and that was the justice of the Peacock Angel in his case. But of course you were targeted thereafter for harassment, for vindictive vengeance. You were stalked and harassed by Stephen Outram, the man who wanted to sleep with myself for $1 million. And I want to take this moment to thank Brooke Gibson, who has contributed over 200 United States dollars into to myself, and Goddess bless her, and she is this incredibly wonderful human being. I am now, for $211, very beholden to her. This is far more fearful to me than the $10 I got from Lilith Aquino. This is, I am now truly beholden to a demon. So dear Brooke, what does it signify, the number 211? Before I ask Amanda to relate some more of her story or experience, what exactly the 211, it's symbolic of what? Exactly? The number? If I may be so bold as to ask.
Oh no.
What was that?
my cat's talking.
Oh, that's adorable. That's Mandy's cat. Mandy's cat. Okay. Brooke, are you with us? Amy, you're with us, right?
I'm here. I don't know what happened to Brooke. She isn't on mute.
Yeah, she's not on mute. Brooke, darling. Brooke. She gave me the final contribution of what was left in her savings before the squirrel went rabid and ate her.
I tried to warn her. I tried to tell her. They're not for humans. You get those things out of your house. When they come in, you send them away.
Oh my god. It is so adorable. We can see how it seduced her like a fox spirit in ancient Japan.
Ancient Japanese fox spirit squirrel.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh dear Brooke. Brooke. Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the last thing? Oh, Brooke, are you with us? Yes, what? Honey, could you hear what I said? I saw her square light up, like in Hollywood Squares, the old days, for those of us who are old enough to remember reruns of that. Or were they reruns even? Were they actual? They might have been actual live episodes, but I'm sure they had some reruns. Oh, Brooke, darling.
Why can't we hear her? What happened?
Hopefully it's just something technical. Oh, hopefully her squirrel did something.
Sent you all this money and now we can't hear her?
Yes, it's bizarre. Absolutely
Merry
bizarre.
Christmas.
Yes, that was her message. Her message was Merry fucking Christmas. Of course, Merry fucking Christmas. And the one from Aristides with his contribution was Ho 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 and Heil Hitler. Oh my God, dear Mandy, I'm so glad you shared what you did, and by all means continue with the experiences that you've had. That there's say for instance your harassment from Stephen Outrim. In your memory, what stands out to you most about that?
I just remember all of a sudden Brandon Young and I had been targeted by Outrim.
Yes.
And he went after us with a vengeance.
and both of you had survived assassination attempts in cars that had been involved, as you said, very specifically as a test vehicle for military and security purposes, but in his case, an actual used security vehicle. So both of your vehicles had this parallel, and both of you had basically wound up with the vehicles overturned and yourselves injured catastrophically, ultimately fatally. You would have died without intervention, and both socially and medically. And in his case, he's been impacted for life with a brain injury that put him into a coma for a week, and I'm hoping that he rehabilitates and adapts over the years. But sometimes it's sometimes his processing is such that we find it very hard to understand where he's coming from, in the sense of, say for instance, his humor. When I believe the brain injury impacted his ability to deliver or express. There's a form of expressive aphasia, and expressive aphasia it impedes, it kind of disables his ability to coherently express himself, and his humor most pronouncedly tends to fall flat because he tries to say something that would be rather amusing or even funny if delivered in a manner where the tonal inflection implied it was humor, but he lacks that tonal inflection, so his humor falls flat because it tends to be incomprehensible. Most people can't understand he's trying to be humorous. So, I mean, in fact, almost nobody can. Nobody can. So it's the end result is that it is an issue, and I'm hoping he will adapt as time progresses. But he's definitely someone that we need to maintain in thought and prayer, as we need to do with yourself, with Amy Como, and of course our dear Brooke Gibson, who, young lady, come on, Brooke, you there, honey? Let us know so we don't worry, because we're coming upon soon enough the end of the transmission, and God knows, I'd hate for us to wind up with her phone probably died, but then how would she still be on Skype? You would think that would take her off the call. So she is on the call via her phone. So God knows it's and as for but what is the average lifespan of a squirrel? What would that be, Mandy?
I've read that in captivity, 13 years is normal.
Oh wow, that's much longer than I expected. Oh, thank goodness.
Definitely not out wild.
Yeah.
Ratio.
Right.
What about did you ever speak about how the peacocks might outlive their owners? Their lifespan's like 50 years.
Oh wow.
That was the sad part, is they are supposed to live so long.
Yes.
So knowing they were taken early really kind of kicks me in the ass, because I kind of thought because my dad was here when we had put in the peacocks, and we had talked about getting different property, and I was gonna have my dad be able to retire. He was gonna go back and forth between Arizona and the coast, and my property in the woods with my peacocks, and they definitely can live from anywhere from 25 to 50 years old, depending on the breed and their situation.
Yeah, we had when I was living in north central Washington state, we had just these adopted peacocks that showed up at the property, and they were young. They were really little. Like, they just showed up.
Oh no.
And, I know. And so like the peacocks would like hang outside the door, and the cats would get all like huffy about the peacocks outside, but they were like eating the pink insulation on the side of the house, and they couldn't get them to stop.
Oh, they so totally eat styrofoam and insulation, yes.
They're ridiculous. So we always figured it had something to, like, their early demise had something to do with the fact we couldn't get them off the insulation. We stuccoed it over. Like, we eventually got it together enough out there to stucco over the insulation so they couldn't get at it. But, that takes time and effort, and they were just at it for a while. But no, we were looking at their lifespan of being like 50 years going, what, where did they come from? Like, we're just like, they're not native to north central Washington. Like, how did they show up here? But they just showed up. And then I guess
the thing, there's a lot of peacocks in Oregon and Washington, and it's kind of weird.
They're not native. Like, somebody obviously like thought they could have a little peacock farm, and then it just got out of hand. And now they're just
a lot of rare breeds up here too. That's half of my rescue was very rare breeds.
Yep. I really do miss the Pacific Northwest. I'm really glad that you were able to come on tonight and talk a little bit about some of the warnings that we could give others about how it does sometimes turn, and you need like connection in order to stay safe in this world. And
definitely.
Do you think that there's been a lot of change in the last couple of years in Portland as far as like safety and crime?
Go on, Mandy.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's so bad. And so I moved out of Eastern Oregon when I was about 8 years old, and that's when I moved to Alaska. And I visited my friend in Portland, and stayed a month over the summer. And they moved out of Eastern Oregon. They were in Portland, and crazy shit. I remember walking around. We had to kind of hide off, and I found out about later. Portland has had a lot of really weird shit.
To put it mildly, talk about an understatement. Go on.
If you look at the weird, crazy crimes that were in the late 80s, early 90s, and even mid 90s, we're having a resurgence of that as far as kidnappings, serial murders, major drug trafficking, as in international high-level cartel shit, drive-by shootings, and Portland, I don't think it ever really like ebbed and died away. We're a part of, actually, I found out that Portland was competing and constantly hitting between number 1 and number 3 in the highest city for human trafficking, child trafficking.
Human child trafficking. Go on.
Yep, child trafficking specifically, and then in general human trafficking, we're in the top 5. But as far as the serial murders that have been going on, it's the same rate that was going down in between the mid 80s and the mid 90s. And if you look back at other weird shit that was going on, California had that same, Texas, the Highway of Tears in Canada, it has definitely been kind of a kick in the ass resurgence of that same, not helter skelter, like the generation right after that, where and to me this is targeted. This is kind of COINTELPRO operational, kind of like when Douglas, you were going to go to that, I think, Las Vegas show.
Yes.
And that's when there was that shooting.
Yes. Gerard and Mandy Miller. Yes.
Yes, and her name was Amanda. That fucked me up so bad because I was going to go there. That was my last show I was going to do with Lorian Fenton.
Yes.
Just very, very weird targeted shit, except we're going through that random murder, serial murder, family homicide uptick in things that if you want to go into the 70s and 80s, crazy shit. We're repeating that same operation manual, I believe.
What are you
doing? Portland, San Diego, Miami, Detroit.
I heard Brooke, by the way. Brooke, honey? Brooke.
Oh, God, I thought I was muted. You don't hear that? The scroll is going fucking crazy in the background. Like,
no, we couldn't hear you at all. Are you all right? And I said, did you hear me? Thank you for the $211?
Oh, no. I was falling asleep for a second. I started closing my eyes.
Oh, is that...
I thought you fell asleep.
I did apparently, because I just woke up to the squirrel opening up because his back, he apparently got like I don't know what he's got, a roll of tape or something is what it sounds like. He's playing with tape.
Oh my God. Well, honey, I what does the number 211 signify is what I was asking.
Death. Death and destruction.
Oh, that's delightful. Oh, I love you. Oh. Oh, now I'm beholden to you, and I told people that this was a more far more frightening contribution than the $10 I got from Lilith Aquino. And I said, Jesus Christ, now I'm beholden to this demoness. Oh my God. Darling, of course.
Demonis, we prefer that.
Yes, there we are, Demonis. And I kiss the ground on which you walk, each one of your toes individually. And honey, what do you remember was the last thing? Obviously, you can review this tape later at your leisure, and you know where to review it towards the end of the 12-hour tape. But what was the last thing that Amanda said that you consciously remember?
I don't know. She was talking about you were asking her about, I don't know, what was something about her surgery. She was talking about surgery.
Yes. You can review it later at your leisure, darling. But
I heard surgery, and there was a brief in there where I woke up with surgery, and then there was also a moment, I heard the whole school stuff. We were good. And then there was something else about, you're talking about people, somebody that she was upset with?
Oh, well, honey, I want you to review that later because it's all...
What are you asking me for?
I'm asking you because I wanted to
Don't
ascertain...
ask me questions without coffee. You bring me coffee, you get questions, okay?
Well, I was trying to ascertain what you missed so I could help you timestamp where to review. Because her experience is, just like with the squirrel, her experience with stalking is something that you can learn from to your advantage. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, since she was stalked because of me. Yeah, just like you. You poor ladies have been subjected. Amanda, Brooke Gibson here had a young lady try to run her off the road and then stop and confront her and challenge her. And this young lady had a history of attempted murder.
Oh, God.
Yes, and then Brooke called the police.
Attempted murder by running them into her with her car.
Yes!
Yes.
And then she took a photograph, and we could see actually within the photograph, which was unaltered because she took it and showed it to us on the scene. We could see,
live TV,
yeah, we could see a gremlin, the essence of a gremlin figure in the car. We could actually see that.
I don't know what that was, but it did look like a gremlin. Like, it was, you could see it. Yeah,
Yes.
it was weird.
Yes, all of this very supernatural. She was a cultist, of course, one of the Adamites. And of course, you yourself, Amanda, have had these kind of supernal, infernal experiences. And yes, I take it, Brooke, that the squirrel is...
myself on fucking fire. No, that was me.
Oh, what happened? Oh my God. You okay?
I lit the lighter, like, was in my hand, and I was just holding it in my arm, like my hand. So I was going to when you were talking, I was like, oh, I guess I'll smoke a cigarette. And, because I've got to go wrap presents.
Yes.
And fuck, I lit it. Like, I just, you know how you flick something with your hand?
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't expect it to light. It lit up onto my leg.
Well, it's about time that I end transmission, so I would like, Aristides, since you just woke up, say good morning to everyone, please, and I thanked everyone for your contribution, of course, again, and he provides a little wonderful gingerbread man in our text box here, and say good morning to everyone, Aristides, and we'll have all the ladies